He stared at the letter without speaking for a long while. This letter's value was uncertain, and he knew nothing about the Bini beyond the surface. After all, some things can be feigned. This Great Xia Evan must not have expected the Bini to owe our Duke a favor. Truly, his plans have backfired. DeAndre's tone was full of disdain. The Duke was a kind-hearted man with vast connections. It was surprising that he managed to influence the desert royal family. Lionel found all stock sold out. Alondra and Aviana were counting today's earnings behind the counter, both smiling broadly. Master, you've arrived just in time, Alondra greeted joyfully, spotting Lionel. She had quickly forgotten their earlier disagreement. Aviana lifted her head and met Lionel's gaze. Her face lit up with pride. This was the first time she'd earned so much money on her own. Thank you, young master. Effort truly pays off. I will always remember your teachings and manage the shop well. With Alondra's help, ideas flowed freely in her mind. Looking at the envious expressions around her filled her with happiness. If learning is earning, let's celebrate with a meal. Then please allow us to close early and join you. Lionel smiled, impressed by Aviana's progress. He hadn't expected her adaptation to be so quick. Given her intelligence, the fabric business would thrive. Please wait a moment, Aviana smiled. Ready to address the staff before leaving? Lionel waved, pulling Alondra aside. Master, what are you doing? There are so many people here. Alondra blushed, feeling shy yet hopeful. What are you thinking? Lionel pinched her cheek gently, noting her playful demeanor lately. All right, let's get serious. Investigate the background of this Bini, Lionel instructed, wanting details unknown to others. He kept Aviana away because despite her loyalty, he didn't want her father endangered. Chao Wanlin wouldn't abandon the despised Great Xia Evan for his daughter. There's no need to investigate the Bini, Alondra shrugged, disappointed. His story is widely known. I need what others don't know, Lionel insisted, looking at her sternly. Hashtag chapter 134. Do you call this reckless? The desert military camp. Dust filled the air and torches flickered in the military camp, where the desert soldiers gathered around the bonfires. The smell of roasted meat wafted through the air as the soldiers tore into large lamb ribs with one hand while holding wine flasks in the other. The aroma of strong yak milk wine was intoxicating. Satisfaction was evident on their faces. Soldiers, eat your fill and drink deeply. War is coming soon, and such luxury will not be available then. A tall, burly man stood up, finished his cup of yak milk wine, and shouted to the soldiers. His words stirred a fervent determination within them. They raised their lamb ribs and cheered loudly. It had been a long time since they had fought a satisfying battle. They wanted to see if the Han people had improved at all. Hopefully, this time would not disappoint. In the largest tent, Yusef Vaughn of the Desert Kingdom frowned deeply. The message had been received over half a month ago. Why hadn't Sangzhou made any moves yet? He felt uneasy, and suddenly the lamb rib in his hand lost its appeal. Yusef, could it be that Lionel thinks we haven't shown enough sincerity, which is why he hasn't replied? An elderly man beside him asked. This was Curtis, the strategist of the entire desert army. Bent with age, he had gray whiskers and piercing eyes, exuding a shrewd intelligence. Seeing the prince's worried expression, he knew it must be because of this matter. I don't know. Vaughn shook his head and fell into deep thought. The night deepened, and the arrival of a carrier pigeon broke the tranquility. Curtis hastily checked the letter, his furrowed brows first relaxing and then tightening again. An air of disbelief lingered on his face. He handed the sealed envelope to the prince with visible concern. Vaughn's expression changed dramatically as he read the letter, pondering over its contents. They say that the Hal of the Jinan King is a reckless young man, but from what I see now, those words are mere illusions. Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily at these foolish people who only saw the surface but failed to grasp the deeper meanings hidden behind actions. How could such wise words come from a reckless youth? Feeling rejuvenated, his curiosity surged as he wished to fully understand who Lionel truly was. This Lionel indeed has some skill in handling affairs. He says we can unite to attack the Great Xia, but he sets a condition, suggesting you and the Yusef take on strategic planning roles. Together, we will observe the changes in the world from Sangzhou. His words are tactfully expressed without offending anyone. Curtis's admiration grew. In his mind, Lionel had no strategists or advisors by his side. A reckless person wouldn't understand such intricate matters. If not for knowing Lionel's recent actions, he might have been deceived by his carefree appearance. After all, the man deals with matters decisively and cautiously. In better terms, it means staying in Sangzhou to observe the changes in the world together. If put harshly, it's about making me a hostage. Vaughn smiled. If someone like this could be called reckless, then the whole of Great Xia would be useless, a bunch of weaklings. Fortunately, such a person chose to rise independently rather than endure humiliation under the current regime. If he were still in Great Xia, dealing with him would not be easy. The Ford of Great Xia seems to have bright eyes, but he's blind. With such a superior mind wasted instead of utilized, he ends up offending him. Now that the rift between Sangzhou and Great Xia is established, there's no turning back. Curtis squinted, lost in thought. Although the Desert Kingdom wasn't the strongest among the states, annexing Great Xia would elevate them significantly in every aspect. Lionel is a formidable opponent. As an ally, it would mean smooth sailing and victory after victory. As an enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget unifying the various states. Even crossing the threshold of Sangzhou would be impossible. The Ford of Great Xia never was good at using people. Otherwise, he wouldn't need my alliance. How interesting it would be to see his face when he realizes he's become a pawn. Shock, fear, or unease. Vaughn's eyes curved into crescent moons. Conquering Great Xia was inevitable. Previously, they engaged in small skirmishes to avoid attracting the Ford's attention. Otherwise, how could the town's South King have lowered his guard? That expression will eventually turn into bitter regret. This person is driven by greed and cannot tolerate being stepped on. He had the chance to build a great nation but missed it. Curtis sighed helplessly. This explained why Great Xia remained the smallest state. With no one to stop such behavior, How could Great Xia hope to compete with the Desert Kingdom? But speaking of which, asking you to become a hostage. Are you going or not? Curtis was concerned. Lionel left this contingency. If anything happened in the desert during this period, the prince would surely die. This move would protect all of Cangzhou, truly a win-win situation. Why not go? Word is that Cangzhou has flourished under this benefactor. I'm quite curious. If I can enjoy a few days of comfort here, why not? Curiosity lit up Vaughn's face. He hoped this trip wouldn't disappoint. He wanted to see this rich and powerful country for himself. Hildred surrounded by mountains, the people of Cangzhou once lived in hardship, but now this dead place has been revived. Your Highness, please be careful. Remember to prioritize your safety above all else. Everything in the camp will be handled by me. Curtis knew the prince's stubborn nature. Once he set his mind on something, nothing could change it. Instead of discouraging him, it was better to let him go. Besides, Lionel wasn't like the paranoid Ford of Great Xia. That will be in your capable hands, Mr. Mogiang. Before then, I'll visit Cangzhou personally, and the army should continue advancing to avoid arousing suspicion from the Ford of Great Xia. Vaughn resolved to meet this seemingly reckless yet capable benefactor face to face. He also wanted to see what kind of person could warrant such desperate efforts from a king. Hildreddenly, an arrow whizzed through the tent, aimed directly at Vaughn. Hashtag chapter 135, The Great Flynn Mystery. There's an assassin. Protect the Hal, Jack shouted, quickly drawing his curved saber from his waist and positioning himself in front of the Hal. The soldiers outside the tent heard the commotion and rushed in, abandoning whatever they were holding. Arrows rained down from the sky, sweeping across a section of the desert warriors. Jack shielded the Hal, swinging his saber to knock the incoming arrows to the ground. The soldiers split into two groups, one to hunt down the sudden assassins, and the other to protect the Hal. They charged into the tent, forming a wall of flesh with their bodies in front of the Hal. Behind them, others continued to push forward, some falling, only to be immediately replaced. After a short while, the Hal was safely escorted out of the tent under the cover of the soldiers. Jack swiftly extinguished the flaming torches, plunging the entire camp into darkness. Only the sound of the wind howling and the whistling of arrows could be heard. Now the enemy is hidden, and we are exposed. The situation is very grave. What should we do, Your Highness? Jack sighed, his eyes filled with confusion. Looking at the dense forest surrounding them, which was pitch black and offered no visibility, he fell into deep thought, searching for the best course of action. Maintain vigilance. I want these assassins to have come but never return. Chi-Li Aliabu's eyes appeared even deeper in the darkness, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. His eyes turned slightly red, his brows furrowing tightly. Yes, Your Highness. The soldiers, having received orders, dispersed to take turns on watch, remaining highly alert. Not even the slightest movement went unnoticed. A passing wild rabbit was shot dead. The entire camp became so secure that not even a mosquito dared fly in. This heightened state of alertness lasted through the night until the first rays of dawn shone down, allowing the soldiers to relax slightly. Chi-Li Aliabu looked at the many fallen desert warriors lying haphazardly outside the tent, feeling an intense anger well up within him. His handsome face darkened as if ink might drip from it. How did it go? Did you find the assassins? Seeing the small squad that had pursued the assassins return last night, each bearing varying degrees of injury and exhaustion, guilt etched on their faces, they kneeled before Chi-Li Aliabu without uttering a word. Please punish me, Your Highness. I failed miserably, chasing all night long yet not catching even a glimpse of the assassins. We also fell into a trap, causing our men to end up like this. The lead officer kept his head bowed, hardly daring to breathe, overwhelmed by fear. They had never faced such formidable enemies, making it clear that capturing Cangzhou would not be as easy as they had hoped. The journey was only half done, and they had already encountered such misfortune. Your Highness, there's something found. Hildreddenly, one of the soldiers returned with a bow and arrow he had picked up from the woods near the camp. Chi-Li Aliabu examined the bow, noting its silver-white body adorned with an intricately carved golden dragon. The characters on the dragon's eyes, nose, and tail, when combined, spelled out Flynn. Chi-Li Aliabu narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Bury the fallen soldiers nearby and increase the guards. If anything like this happens again, your heads will roll. He paused briefly, then returned to the main tent. Jack quickly followed. Seated on the throne, Chi-Li Aliabu's gaze remained fixed on the bow and arrow, as if trying to see through it. Do you know who's behind this? Jack had suspicions but was unsure. If Lionel truly intended to harm the Hal, he wouldn't use such despicable means. Knowing the Hal led the army personally was limited to Cangzhou and Dezhou. If not Lionel, then it must be the Evan of Dezhou. These assassins belonged to Great Flynn. This bow and arrow were likely dropped during their hurried escape. Chi-Li Aliabu's expression remained calm. The desert and Great Flynn had always been peaceful, without any conflicts. So why would Great Flynn attack him? Great Flynn? Jack also stared at the bow in the Hal's hand, equally puzzled. The people of Great Flynn were cunning and would not leave such obvious evidence behind. This seemed too deliberate. Could it be a cover-up? Your Highness, I believe this might be a trap. The Great Flynn wouldn't know you personally led the army. They wouldn't be foolish enough to send assassins after you. Therefore, I suspect this is likely related to the Evan of Dezhou. Jack grew more confused. Dezhou was the weakest among the nations. How did they get a hold of a Great Flynn weapon? Great Flynn would never sell their equipment to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, these people must indeed be from Great Flynn. It seems this Evan of Dezhou isn't as stupid as we thought, managing to forge ties with Great Flynn in secret. What could possibly compel Great Flynn, one of the top 3 powers, to ally with a weak country? Chi-Li Aliabu understood the implications. This might explain how Dezhou has survived thus far. If true, their current situation was precarious. Great Flynn excelled in assassination, and while they could defend against it this time, Future attacks were uncertain. Your Highness, if this is true, the journey ahead will be fraught with danger. For safety, we should return to the capital. Jack believed pushing forward was too risky. The king of the desert was elderly. If the Hao were harmed, the entire desert nation would be doomed, possibly erased from history. No. If we return now, we'll play right into the hands of the Evan of Dezhou. Great Flynn might launch an attack on the desert and wipe us out. Qilai Aliabu shook his head. With Great Flynn backing Dezhou, they would surely retaliate against the desert. In this era, it was survival of the fittest. A powerful nation like Great Flynn could invade on a whim, with no one daring to question them, because they couldn't win. So, what does your Highness propose? Jack raised his head, looking at Qilai Aliabu for guidance. Currently, they were between a rock and a hard place. A dilemma even a renowned strategist like Jack struggled with. Qilai Aliabu locked eyes with Jack, smirking coldly. I figured out the little schemes of the Evan of Dezhou. He wants to decapitate my army using Great Flynn's assassins, turning us into scattered chaos. Since the invasion of Cangzhou is known throughout the desert, we cannot retreat. Eventually, we'd have to follow Dezhou's orders and launch a full-scale attack on Cangzhou. Chapter 136. Want to run after causing trouble? This great Zhou, Evan really has his calculations well laid out, just as he wishes, muttered one person. How could such a despicable man even dream of an alliance with the great desert? It would be an utter disgrace if this were to become known, said Noah, seething with anger. He looked at the bow and arrow before him, wishing he could shoot an arrow to kill the dog fort of Great Zhou. This time, they would certainly conquer Great Zhou once and for all. He would personally take the head of the Great Zhou Evan to serve as a chamber pot for the Hao, to let him know what the consequences are when one offends the great desert. Forget about that for now. Lionel quickly recalled information related to Great Flynn but found no useful data. His original self had merely idled away his days in the capital, knowing only that Great Flynn was ranked third, nothing more. What? The dog fort actually conspired with Great Flynn to harm you? To deal with the Hildred family, he's shown no mercy at all. Alondra felt furious. This dog fort was vile and shameless. Now he was so deranged. Not only did he ally with the Great Desert, but he also found support in Great Flynn. A nation's ruler needing others' charity to keep his throne was truly embarrassing. What's the strength of Great Flynn? Unable to find useful information, Lionel turned to Alondra, hoping she could provide some clues. Since they were planning a surprise attack, he wanted them to suffer losses instead. One must know both oneself and one's enemy to achieve success in every battle. Master, Great Flynn is formidable. Not only is it among the top 3 most powerful nations, but it is also famous for its assassins. The Great Flynn dynasty is the most terrifying of the 7 great dynasties. Alondra's beautiful eyes flickered, then dimmed. They needed to be extra cautious from now on. Otherwise, Lionel might be in mortal danger at any moment. Why do you say that? Lionel became attentive. He wondered how the dog Ford managed to attach himself to such a powerful entity. But it didn't matter. With his incompetence, he would likely end up serving others' interests even while being manipulated. Because every citizen of Great Flynn, from elders to children, excels in assassination. They sleep with their eyes open, constantly on high alert. As they grow older, their assassination skills improve, Alondra said seriously. It was rumored that in a small county in Great Flynn, 2 local assassins argued daily, disturbing the surrounding residents. One night, someone sent food via their child to these 2 individuals. Just as the child placed the food before them, a dagger was drawn from the tray. With a clang, the plate shattered as it hit the floor, and the person's throat was slit, blood gushing out. The incident reached the magistrate, who couldn't rule on the matter since the king of Great Flynn had ordered the gathering of all skilled assassins into an assassination organization. Once activated, no blade of grass would survive. Ultimately, that child joined the assassination organization and became the infamous assassin known as Fearless Killer. Where others killed one man within 10 steps, she left nothing standing within 10 steps. Master, you must order Atli to strictly guard the city gates, not letting anyone suspicious enter. I will arrange for increased patrols around the palace right away. Otherwise, we might make a fatal mistake if we're not careful. Alondra's face was solemn. She would not allow any danger to come near Lionel. Just as she prepared to leave, she was pressed onto the desk. Lionel brushed the hair away from Alondra's forehead. And you love me so much? Let's give you a reward tonight. Lionel scooped Alondra up and carried her to the soft couch inside the study. Alondra slipped off her outer robe and threw it at Lionel, smiling sweetly at the man before her, inching towards the middle of the couch. Hildreddenly, Lionel grabbed her ankle. Wanted to start trouble and then run away? Not happening. You're grounded tonight. Prepare to spar with me 300 rounds until one of us emerges victorious. Hashtag chapter 137. Life is a stage. All depends on acting. The esteemed daughter of the Gaylord, renowned as the foremost talent in the capital. Yet now she has fallen to the fate of wandering far from home, having to outwit the cloth shop nearby. How tragic. At that moment, Aviana stood in a corner of the Shangzhuang cloth shop, gazing at the full moon in the sky. Her heart felt melancholy, and she couldn't help but mock herself. She didn't notice the graceful figure standing in a distant corner. Lips slightly parted, the woman was surprised to encounter Aviana here. Just as she was about to step forward to catch up on old times, she accidentally kicked a wooden plank. Who's there? Aviana instantly became alert and turned around. A figure darted out from the cloth shop, pinning down the sneaking person so they couldn't move. Why would a mere woman choose to learn spying? A cold voice rang out. This person was none other than Haley, whom Alondra had left behind to protect Aviana from potential danger. In the darkness, the woman's appearance was indistinct. Haley brought her to Aviana. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing a faint fragrance with it. Hold on, stop. We're our own people. Upon smelling the familiar scent, Aviana was startled. She hurried to Haley's side and helped the woman up. The 3 of them entered the cloth shop together. Hattie, why have you come? Just now you were silent for so long. Yumin almost didn't recognize you. Did Haley hurt you? Aviana scrutinized the Hattie carefully to ensure she was unharmed. The Hattie appeared somewhat thinner, dressed much more plainly. It pained her to see her former friend in such a state. Haley scratched her head awkwardly, realizing her mistake of handling the situation too roughly without knowing who it was. I apologize, Your Highness. I offended you just now, she said, bowing apologetically to the Hattie. No harm done. The Hattie shook her head and took a sip of tea from a cup on the table. I sneaked out. That day, outside the imperial study, I overheard Father discussing something with his subordinates. It seems that Father has some dealings with the Great Flynn dynasty. Currently, their top experts are already on their way to Tsangzhou. The Hattie's eyes trembled. The journey had been arduous and exhausting, causing fatigue. Her delicate face showed worry. She didn't want Lionel to be in danger. There was an undefined emotion growing in her heart. These words sent silence through the room. Haley and Aviana both frowned and looked at the Hattie. The person before them seemed resolute, not like someone playing games. If that's the case, we can't afford to be careless. Janine, take the Hattie to the palace immediately and inform the young master. Let him prepare in advance. Leave the shop to me, don't worry. Haley understood the power of Great Flynn after all those years at Tianxiang Workshop. It was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. The immediate priority was preparation. Yes, then I'll take the Hattie to the palace. If I don't return tomorrow, remember to open the shop, Haley. Aviana nodded seriously. The shop was finally turning around. She couldn't let all efforts go to waste. Thus, she rushed off with the Hattie to the palace. Inside the carriage. Hattie, I've heard of the first killer of Great Flynn, yet no one knows if they're male or female, let alone has a portrait. Their assassination skills are top-notch. If they really target the young master, it might be disastrous. Aviana felt an inexplicable unease. She didn't want to see anything happen to Lionel, nor did she want the people of Tsangzhou to fall back under the rule of the Great Xia. Aviana glanced at the Hattie, surprised but obediently went in. The Hattie stood dazed for a moment, but waited quietly where she was. Hill dreadingly. A chorus of synchronized footsteps approached, surrounding them with many soldiers. Realizing something was amiss, the Hattie face darkened. She drew her hidden sword, deciding to rush into the residence for one last effort. Just as she was about to deal with the two guards, several figures appeared leisurely on the wall. Identifying them as Aviana, Lionel, Alondra, and Joanna. The Hattie knew things were not looking good. You're not the only smart ones in Great Flynn. Remember, even if I'm gentle, I'm not foolish enough not to recognize an old friend. A trace of coldness flashed across Aviana's face. Deception was her least favorite thing, which was why she led her astray, making her lower her guard. So, this was all deliberate? The Hattie looked astonished, never imagining she'd be tricked like this. But what did it matter? These weaklings wouldn't withstand her single strike. Our young master knows what you're thinking, but you can't beat these elite warriors. These aren't the trash you can kill at will. They are true elites. Lionel looked at the woman below who resembled the Hattie in every aspect except for timing. Indeed, they looked alike, but circumstances weren't favorable. He continued. Great Flynn's killers indeed have exceptional martial skills and disguise techniques. But your mistake was encountering Aviana from the start. And because of that, she saw through you immediately, allowing me to orchestrate this entire charade. Chapter 138. The World Strife. All for profit. Humph. How would you know if I can't do it without trying? The Hattie scoffed coldly, and just as she was about to strike at Lionel with all her might, several dark figures rapidly surrounded her from all sides, left, right, front, and back. The strange formation made her feel bewildered. She could only kick the man in front of her. Her foot touched his body but was bounced back like it had hit an iron plate, throwing her 3 meters away. Hildred's strength. The Hattie was surprised. She thrust her sword directly into the man's chest, but he moved too fast. No one could predict where he would be next, for shadows continuously exchanged positions, leaving the Hattie unable to keep up. Numerous overlapping silhouettes kept attacking her, making defense almost impossible. Realizing she couldn't win, she threw a smoke bomb on the ground to escape. However, numerous arrows rained down from above, and before she noticed, one hit her shoulder. By the time she reacted, she found the arrow was poisoned, causing her vision to darken, and she fainted. Alondra watched this scene, surprised by how easily they subdued her. It seemed her earlier worries were unnecessary. DeAndre immediately approached the Hattie and seized her. Throw her into the dungeon and guard her well, Lionel ordered. We can't get much out of these assassins for now, so let's focus elsewhere. Though they were killers, they still had their own codes of honor. These were hardened killers living on the edge of life and death, who cared little for themselves. DeAndre nodded and led the Hattie away. If not for the killer's mistake in impersonating someone incorrectly and getting caught, it wouldn't have been so easy. If they disguised themselves as strangers, we might not have detected them. Master, to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, you should avoid contact with unfamiliar people to minimize risks, Joanna said, recalling the familiar face she saw earlier. Even she couldn't recognize the killer at first glance. If not for Aviana's warning, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Flynn Kingdom must have realized something too. In the future, they wouldn't impersonate anyone close to Lionel, which would broaden their range significantly. Finding Flynn's assassins among so many people would be like finding a needle in the sea. Master, Alondra also agrees. Once the Crown Prince arrives in Tsangzhou and officially engages the Zhou Evan, there will be fewer such surprises. At that time, even Flynn's assassins will find it difficult to act. Alondra fully agreed with Joanna. To truly avoid such problems, one needed to address the root cause. While today was fortunate, it might not always be so. The world strife is all for profit. The alliance between Flynn and Zhou is purely for profit. I can offer Flynn hundreds of times more than Zhou can. What can Zhou, a kingdom struggling to survive, offer against me? Lionel shook his head indifferently. Any problem solvable with profit wasn't really a problem. In this world, he held absolute advantage, capable of crushing any kingdom. Even Qi, the leading nation, might not match the benefits he could offer. Joanna and Alondra exchanged glances, feeling somewhat lost. They hadn't expected their young master's ambitions to be so vast. At this rate, Sangzhou would soon become a mighty nation. Today's work was well done. You've improved in these past days. Keep it up. Lionel approached Aviana, his eyes filled with appreciation. Although from a noble family, Aviana was distinctly different from others. She was both brave and strategic, handling crises calmly, qualities essential for great achievements. If a single misstep had happened today, she might have paid with her life. Thank you for your praise, young master. Aviana was surprised by Lionel's compliment. Looking at his fair, handsome face under the moonlight, she felt a mix of emotions. This Lionel had always played the fool, but now he had revealed his true capabilities. Rumors about his elite force being incredibly formidable proved true. That's enough. The shop can't do without you. Go back. From now on, take 30% of the shop's profits as a reward. Lionel left these words and walked past Aviana. Rewarding and punishing clearly was a good method to earn loyalty. 30%. Aviana was astonished. This meant she would genuinely be considered the actual manager of the shop. Thank you for your grace, young master. She placed her hands together, bowed deeply, and gently touched her forehead to the ground as they left. In the dungeon, Lionel gave part of the antidote to the Hattie. Seeing her face, he felt quite displeased. He tore off her mask, revealing a slender woman with average looks and sharp features. So what if you capture me today? More assassins beyond your imagination will flood Sangzhou until they kill you. The killer's eyes turned bloodshot with frustration. How could she lose? And lose to such a rogue? It was all because of Aviana. If she ever got out, she would flay and torture her alive or die trying. With the killer's fury, the iron chains binding her shook violently, banging against the walls, making a series of bang sounds. A woman who gets angry ages quickly. No wonder you have so many wrinkles. Lionel wrinkled his brow, instantly losing any good impression of Flynn women. Despite being a killer, showing such obvious emotions was a flaw. I'll kill you. The killer froze, glaring at Lionel, wishing she could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Women abhorred remarks about their appearance most. This rogue was stabbing deeper than killing her. Lionel took a step back, his face filled with disdain. Calm down. I have a business proposition with Flynn. The benefits won't be less than what Joe offers. Looking at the killer calmly, he continued, confused by these words, but instinctively sensing Lionel wanted to extract information. The killer bit her tongue and died. Seeing her slumped body with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Lionel was somewhat taken aback. She actually chose death so resolutely. Chapter 139. How? Carry him in. 3 days later, outside the city gates of Sangzhou stood a slender man. Watching the long queue of citizens, he frowned. The inspection at Sangzhou was exceptionally stringent, not only checking ancestral origins but also inquiring about the positions held by family members. Hildrick successfully passing through the gate, the man entered the city of Sangzhou. Stunned by the prosperity before his eyes, he stood frozen. What material is this road made of? The citizens live in peace and prosperity, and there are countless merchants. It seems that this benefactor's reputation is well deserved. This man was none other than the Hal of the Great Desert. Disguised to appear as such, he observed the scene with deep emotion. All along, he saw nothing but scenes of harmony. Looking at the vast city of Sangzhou, the Hal felt somewhat anxious, unsure if its layout was similar to other cities. If not, asking local residents might expose his identity. After wandering for a long time, nearly getting lost, he remarked, "This small city of Sangzhou has so many twists and turns, almost causing me to lose my way." The Hal's brows knitted, harboring some dissatisfaction. Soon, he discovered an extremely bustling street. The gilded shops exuded a lively atmosphere, with vendors hawking their wares. At the end of the street was the palace. Quite a challenge finding this place. Looking at the bustling streets, he felt immense joy. Arriving outside the palace, he was stopped by guards. Royal territory, unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. The guard's tone was stern, towering, and authoritative. Seeing the unfamiliar face, he showed slight displeasure. Please inform them. I'm a merchant who has come here to discuss important matters with young Master Hildred. Lowering himself humbly, the Hal scrutinized his surroundings vigilantly. The guard's expression changed instantly, and numerous royal guards appeared, looking menacingly at the man, on high alert. Because Kinsley had instructed that all outsiders should be detained and reviewed. Take him away. Following DeAndre's order, the royal guards prepared to apprehend the Hal. 2 burly men surrounded him, roughly seizing and hoisting him onto their shoulders, heading towards the dungeon. Release. Release me. I am the envoy sent by the Hal of the Great Desert to discuss crucial matters with young Master Hildred. If this is delayed, who can bear the responsibility? The Hal was surprised, not expecting Sangzhou to have such elite soldiers. Just capturing him was difficult. A real fight would likely result in a catastrophic defeat for the Great Zhou. Atli, what should we do with this person? The guard paused, looking at DeAndre. Many knew about the Hal's message. If true, delaying military intelligence could be disastrous. Bring him in. DeAndre hesitated before responding. Guarding young Master Hildred throughout would allow protection in case of trouble. The Hal had promised gratitude and wouldn't go back on his word. Besides, thanks to the Hal's warning about assassins from the Great Flynn, they maintained vigilance. Nodding, the guard did not put down the Hal but carried him into the palace. The Hal's heart raced, wanting to reprimand them but couldn't risk exposing his identity. In the study, young Master, this is an envoy from the Great Desert, claiming to have important matters to discuss. DeAndre gestured for the guard to release him. Understanding immediately, the guard let go and bowed respectfully before leaving. Envoys from the Great Desert greet young Master Hildred. The Hal bowed, placing his right hand on his left shoulder, performing a traditional salute. Lionel observed the man on the ground, noting his composed demeanor despite the circumstances. His expensive accessories further hinted at his true identity. If I'm not mistaken, you're not just any envoy but the Hal of the Great Desert. Lionel clasped his hands behind his neck, observing the man curiously. Smiling, he appreciated his father's capabilities for winning over the Hal. Dressed simply, yet slender and graceful, the man radiated sharpness and cunning. Indeed, young master has keen eyesight. People mock you as frivolous, but you laugh at their ignorance. The Hal, though surprised, quickly adjusted. Squinting, he eyed the seated figure. Slender yet enigmatic, dressed in green dragon robe with a feathered hat, his stunning beauty surpassed even women. Your praise is too generous, your highness. Please take a seat. DeAndre brought a chair and poured tea, lowering his guard, admiring young Master Hildred's acumen. Sangzhou is indeed fortunate to have young Master Hildred. It's prosperous, with strong, healthy soldiers. A wise ruler like this is hard to find. The Hal lavished genuine compliments on Lionel, leaving DeAndre momentarily stunned. Thinking about it, he realized it made perfect sense. Enough pleasantries. Your arrival is unusual. The Great Desert must be facing difficulties? Lionel smiled faintly. Regardless of the world, initial meetings always start with pleasantries before delving into the main topic. Yet, this Hal showed high emotional intelligence. Definitely smarter than the Dogford of Great Xia. Indeed, nothing escapes young Master Hildred's notice. The Great Flynn will try again after failing to assassinate us. Forced to use this tactic. But that's not important. What I'm truly curious about is how young Master Hildred transformed Sangzhou into this thriving place. Chapter 140. Let them fight it out. Yusef, you don't seem very bright. Lionel did not respond directly, but instead frowned at the Yusef of the Great Desert sitting opposite him, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire study fell silent. DeAndre's heart pounded, unsure of what the young master meant. Fraser was truly a pitiful figure, facing hostility right from the start. Reversing his position would be tough. She wanted to laugh but dared not, almost injuring herself trying to suppress it. Though we are allies now, remember, we belong to different countries. Hildred's critical secrets cannot be leaked, and especially to a crown prince. Lionel looked at the great Benny as if he were an idiot, his eyes full of disdain. He had thought that his father's protege wouldn't be so lacking. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. I apologize for my rudeness, the prince managed, suppressing his anger and bowing his head. Inside, however, he found the situation increasingly intriguing, wondering what else Lionel had hidden within him. You should arrange accommodations for the prince. Ignoring the great Benny, Lionel turned to DeAndre and instructed. DeAndre coughed slightly, suppressing her laughter. She admired her young master, who could accomplish such feats, unprecedented in any dynasty. Your Highness, please follow me. Bowing slightly, she gestured with her right hand. Fraser's face darkened as he walked ahead. Once the two left, the large study was left with just Cordelia and Lionel. Master, be more careful in the future. The great Benny's attitude towards you is off. Standing by the door, Cordelia felt something odd about today's conversation but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. There's nothing wrong. The great Benny's polite exchanges were understandable. He respects my father, not me. Lionel sipped his tea calmly, without overthinking it. The great Benny might not be smart, but he was still a crown prince, destined to rule a nation. Why would he submit to someone infamous? Cordelia nodded, feeling less uneasy. Cordelia, remember, I do not need anyone's submission, because in the end, they will all willingly kneel before me. Aren't you too? Lionel chuckled mischievously, wrapping his arm around Cordelia's slender waist. His phoenix-like eyes, coupled with his handsome features, made countless girls swoon. Master, you're incorrigible. How can you think about these things anytime? Cordelia felt her legs go weak looking at him. After a night of exertion, her body was struggling. She quickly freed herself, remembering it was better to get up early and not exhaust herself further. Haha, knowing when to fear is good. The great Benny merely remembers the Hildred family's kindness and will not become an enemy. But if real conflict arises, he won't give up his hard-won territory easily. Approaching Cordelia, Lionel's eyes glinted like he was eyeing prey. Insulting a man's ability was playing with fire. Lowering her head, Cordelia understood and suddenly realized his deeper meaning. Master, you see through everything clearly. If you had shown your talents earlier, perhaps the Hildred family wouldn't exist anymore. Otherwise, how can one say you're shrewd? Cordelia sighed, recalling how she hadn't noticed this during her long covert stay in the capital. A strategy so deceptive, catching everyone off guard. The more she thought about it, the more she found him irresistibly attractive. As for being shrewd, who can match you? Just one woman remained hidden in the capital for years without discovery. Were it not for using me, you wouldn't have been exposed. Lionel pinched Cordelia's chin, admiring her face more closely, finding it increasingly captivating. Pity, a clever person always tempts fate. Now fearing me? With a gentle hand on her back, he pressed forward, making her blush furiously. She regretted underestimating Lionel's strength despite his frail appearance. Stop joking, master. Cordelia knows she's wrong. I'll let you do anything tonight. Her soft, sweet voice and fair skin made her look like a porcelain doll. Smiling, Lionel kissed her cheek gently. That's a good girl. With Sangzhou not peaceful, remember to enhance patrols. Don't let anyone exploit the city's vulnerabilities. Patting Cordelia's head, he smiled affectionately. Normally aloof and regal, yet sometimes adorable or mischievous, she was a handful. Rest assured, master. After the Flynn assassins infiltrated last time, security has tightened. Also, Haley helps Aviana in the shop, so you can act boldly. Pinching her skirt, she looked quite charming. Seeing her, Lionel's desire flared, only restraining himself due to pending business. He suddenly realized every successful man needs a supportive woman behind him, understanding why marital compatibility was crucial in every era. Marrying an intellectual helper ensures harmony. Marrying otherwise brings uncertainty. That's why Lionel preferred dealing with smart people. Sangzhou must also guard against other dangers. Cordelia's intelligence seemed to hit a plateau, unable to fully grasp his point. More cultivation was needed. Did you mean the Zhou infiltrators? Fraser's attitude suggests he may not come alone. Understood. Hill dreadfully enlightened. She saw the bustling Sangzhou filled with various nationals. From her understanding, these people likely won't return. Correct. Divide these forces and let them fight among themselves. Chapter 141. New Face of Sangzhou. These past few days, your highness will be staying here. If you need anything, just let the guards at the gate know. I hope you can understand, Yusef. Sangzhou is not peaceful at this moment, and these people are here to ensure your safety. DeAndre led the Great Beni to the central palace within the royal complex, speaking calmly. The Great Beni was no fool. He could see through Sangzhou's intentions clearly. Your highness, are you here? The voice startled him, and he immediately retracted his hand, surprised. Approaching the person, he examined the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his guard. How did you get in? Chili Aliabu was surprised. The servant wore plain clothes and logically should not have been allowed entry. His own entrance had been quite awkward, and Sangzhou's defenses were currently very strict. I told the guards I was your confidant come to accompany you, and they didn't suspect a thing, the servant explained honestly. Indeed, no one had troubled him on the way in, suggesting that the Yusef and Lionel had already reached some understanding. Chili Aliabu pondered this, realizing it might be true, but a nagging feeling of unease lingered. Lionel was a wily old fox. If he discovered that spies had been planted in Sangzhou, the trip could turn dangerous. How was the situation at the military camp? Thinking about the assassination attempt, he knew the assassins wouldn't give up easily if they failed. Since you left, assassins from Great Flynn kept pouring in, causing heavy casualties on our side. We followed your orders to spread the news that you had died and witnessed by our soldiers in mourning clothes. The assassins from Great Flynn haven't made another move since seeing that. Moreover, the Great Zhou Ford promptly sent spies to investigate but found nothing suspicious. The servant reported the recent events at the military camp. He admired the Yusef's foresight. Everything unfolded as expected. Great Zhou's Ford had approached the Great Desert Alliance proactively, yet was playing these tricks behind the scenes. So that's good. Evan Zhou must be naive, thinking his little tricks would go unnoticed. He's now caught, ready to fall into my trap. Chili Aliabu smiled arrogantly, devoid of any guilt. After all, the Ford initiated this treachery. Setting a trap wasn't overstepping. Yusef, Evan Zhou has strong suspicions and constantly monitors the army, seemingly confirming your death. Mao Bram tears every day, creating anxiety among the troops. I think. The servant hesitated, acknowledging the brilliance of the Yusef's plan. Despite being alive, a tombstone was erected for him. Without these direct orders, they'd face severe punishment upon returning to the Great Desert. That's exactly the effect we wanted. Otherwise, how would we ensnare that cunning old fox? Send word back home. Be cautious and leave no room for error. Chili Aliabu's expression turned serious. At this critical juncture, they couldn't afford carelessness. The servant nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chili Aliabu changed into civilian clothes and prepared to explore the city. Since Lionel wouldn't provide information, he'd use his keen eyes to observe. Leaving the palace, no one stopped him, and he relaxed completely. Clutching the map given by DeAndre, he began touring the city according to the marked route. Arriving at the most bustling street in his memory, he stood stunned. How did Lionel manage to breathe life into this dead place? This morning was already lively, and despite the blazing sun, the streets remained crowded, growing even busier. What makes this place so captivating? Chili Aliabu marveled aloud while observing. Noticing the distinct attire of the women here, adorned with unique patterns and vibrant colors, he slowed down to admire them. Yusef, Sangzhou isn't as weak as rumored. If allowed to flourish, it could become a formidable threat. The servant expressed concern. Though he knew Hildred had shown kindness to their Yusef, in war, allies and enemies matter little. The Yusef's mercy had led to this predicament. What are you saying? Must I tell you what's appropriate and what's not? Chili Aliabu noticed several shadows and sharply rebuked the servant before continuing his tour based on the map. Soon, he discovered a startling fact. Sangzhou excelled not only in commerce, but also in military training and food reserves. Facing Sangzhou's forces in the future, who knows who will win or lose? Chapter 142. What does this mean? 1,000 of them. Quite a coincidence, Hal. You're also out for a stroll? Just as the Desert Kingdom's Hal was taken aback, DeAndre appeared from afar with a contingent of soldiers on patrol. The present-day Sangzhou was far from peaceful, even compelling him to lead patrols. DeAndre approached the Hal with a smile. At the sight of his retinue, he instantly grasped the situation. I've heard much about how greatly Sangzhou has changed. It truly surpasses hearsay. After settling in, I decided to take a stroll around with my attendants. This exploration indeed revealed many things. The roads and walls here are practically impenetrable. The Desert Hal could tell that this man before him was no ordinary individual. Cultivating goodwill with him might prove beneficial for future endeavors in Sangzhou. He, along with his entourage, moved closer to DeAndre. Sangzhou's current state is entirely due to the young master's efforts. If the Hal wishes to tour around, this general can accompany you. Perhaps there are things within Sangzhou that would interest the Desert Kingdom. DeAndre smiled, then turned to address his guards. Continue patrolling. Any outsiders must be rigorously checked. Any issues arising within Sangzhou will be dealt with militarily. DeAndre's tone grew stern, exuding an unquestionable authority. The soldiers, understanding the gravity of the matter, proceeded with seriousness. Only 2 guards remained behind while the others continued their duties. Seeing the disciplined Sangzhou soldiers, the Hal felt a complex mix of emotions. These men were clearly skilled, muscular, and formidable. With such an army, Sangzhou would be tough to breach. If so, I shall trouble you, Atli. As a newcomer, I'm unfamiliar with many places. Any indiscretions would be hard to explain. I'll trouble you to lead me around. The Desert Howl's eyes gleamed with interest. Sangzhou certainly had plenty of valuable resources. If a transaction could be made, it might significantly benefit the Desert Kingdom. More interactions in the future seemed plausible. DeAndre nodded and began walking eastward with the Howl. I don't know your name, Atli. Always addressing you as such. If we meet another general, it'd be confusing. As they chatted casually, the Howl seized the moment, hoping to build rapport and glean more information about Sangzhou from the general. My name is DeAndre, one of the 4 generals of the Tianlong Legion. Hearing this, the Desert Howl froze. The Tianlong Legion, once loyal to Ellis, had vanished years ago. It was surprising to find them stationed in Sangzhou. Given their formidable strength under Lionel's leadership, what did the future hold? So, you're Atli Ian. I've heard much about you. Truly honored to meet you. The Howl bowed in respect, adopting Han customs. They conversed amicably until arriving at a sparsely populated area guarded by only 2 soldiers. Before them stood a massive building labeled, "Where reserves amidst these circumstances." Grain was essential in times of war. Without it, a nation could descend into chaos. Haha, your highness needn't be surprised. This is merely one of Sangzhou's warehouses. There are over 1,000 such warehouses across Sangzhou, each filled with grain and necessities. DeAndre chuckled. Initially, he too reacted like the Howl but quickly adapted, overwhelmed by so much abundance. 1,000. The Howl couldn't suppress his shock, his voice rising. One such warehouse was impressive. Sangzhou having 1,000 defied reason. Yes, 1,000. Should the Desert Kingdom ally with Sangzhou, you won't worry about grain for at least 3 years. Isn't this what you need, Atli? DeAndre's tone turned serious. Despite the Desert Kingdom's power, they lacked sufficient food. These supplies could alleviate their crisis. Do you mean it? Thoroughly stunned, the Howl eagerly asked. With no concerns over grain for 3 years, they could freely conquer neighboring small states, expanding their power. Yes, don't be amazed, DeAndre added with amusement. There's another benefit you might find especially intriguing. Medicinal herbs. ##### Chapter 143. The call for counterattack. Can medicinal herbs also be provided? The Howl of the Great Desert nearly collapsed to his knees. He quickly grabbed the shoulder of one of his attendants, but they hadn't forgotten why he brought up these matters. He continued to observe changes in the Howl's expression. He already knew all about the Great Desert situation and understood the importance of addressing problems specifically. All right. With such favorable terms from Sangzhou, there must be something in return. I want to know what Sangzhou needs. The Howl soon calmed down. No one helps another without ulterior motives unless you have what they need. Although he owed his position to Ellis's favor, the relationship wasn't so good that he would offer such benefits freely. Thus, he deduced that the Great Desert must possess something Ellis desired. You're indeed smart, your highness. Sangzhou can provide these resources, but the Great Desert must exchange them for an adequate amount of ore. This is a win-win deal. DeAndre still couldn't figure out why the young master needed ores when weapons were almost completed. Despite this, he didn't question it. The young master must have his reasons. Deal. The Howl agreed without hesitation. Ore was plentiful in the Great Desert, easily available on any mountain. This was not a challenge, while food was urgently needed. On the other side, Atli Lionel delivered newly forged grain carts to the camp. The training stopped immediately as the soldiers gathered curiously around the strange contraptions in Lionel's hands. Lesser Lord, what new marvel do you bring today? All eyes focused on Lionel, noting the unusual design of the carts compared to usual ones. Everyone knew the Lesser Lord often brought peculiar items that strengthened the troops. These are improved grain carts. The old ones were outdated and unsafe. They transported limited amounts, insufficient for our frontline soldiers. With these new carts, you won't have to worry anymore, Lionel explained. Having utilized the principle of bicycles, with gears enabling movement with minimal effort by one person, he demonstrated by riding it around the camp, leaving the soldiers amazed. Amazing, Lesser Lord. Just pedal 2 times, and it moves like a carriage. Incredible. We'll never worry about food shortages again. Lesser Lord, you're a genius. Managing all of Sangzhou is an understatement. You should lead us to supremacy. The camp buzzed with excitement as the soldiers marveled at the sturdy, well-protected carts. Forget the rest. Now, focus on defeating the Great Zhou. With these, our soldiers can charge forward without concerns. Kill every weakling of the Great Zhou and show their forward our might. Encouraged by the atmosphere, Lionel spurred morale further. He assured them they wouldn't face any worries moving forward, just focusing on combat. Charge. Destroy the Great Zhou. Bring it under our rule. The unified shouts echoed through the camp, weapons raised high, voices full of determination. Looking at this scene, Cordelia felt emotional. Once skeptical, the soldiers now revered Lionel. She believed revenge was near, feeling safe by his side. Finally, the day they awaited was close. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hold on. These carts guarantee your provisions. Next, I will forge new weapons. When the call for counterattack sounds, we shall bravely strike our enemies. Lionel lifted his hand for silence. The entire camp hushed, attentively listening. Tell us, Lesser Lord, the soldiers asked eagerly, accustomed to asking questions when unfamiliar terms were mentioned. Lionel sighed, sometimes frustrated by their curiosity. Explanation isn't straightforward. You'll understand when you see it. Look forward to it. Seeing this, Cordelia stepped in to defuse the situation, respecting the mystery without questioning. This time, we'll make the Great Zhou Evan pay for neglecting his people and fallen heroes' families. 1 month later, we march into war. The crowd roared in agreement, filled with newfound resolve. #### Chapter 144, The Dead Warrior's Army. In the Imperial Study. Lionel, I want to see what you can do this time. If you manage to escape, I won't mind giving up this Imperial throne. The Ev technique, he narrowly escaped. He is now in Sangzhou, and has already met with Lionel. The dead warrior's voice was as calm as still water, devoid of any emotion. He stared blankly at the Ford, repeating the message from Great Flynn as if he were an automaton. Disguise technique? The Great Zhou Evan was startled. That was a unique secret skill of Great Flynn. Great Flynn was known for assassination, and their disguise techniques were flawless. Could someone from Great Flynn have betrayed them? No, that was impossible. Is the information reliable? The Ford became extremely nervous. Just dealing with the Great Desert was difficult enough for Great Zhou. If this were true, then it is reliable. This information comes from a Great Flynn assassin who infiltrated Sangzhou. The Evan of Great Flynn asks you to prepare. You may face retaliation soon. The Great Desert Hal will not let this go easily, and will likely join forces with Lionel against you. The dead warrior's voice remained indifferent, gazing calmly at the Ford. It was as if he had no emotions left, and did not know what fear or pain felt like. Thus, he showed no reaction to the news. The Ford's hand holding the teacup trembled, his heart skipping a beat. He knew all too well how powerful Lionel was. Adding the Great Desert into the mix, and Great Zhou would be doomed. What is Great Flynn's stance now? The Ford's tone was urgent. He needed to know quickly what cards he still held. Otherwise, once this battle began, Great Zhou might be in grave danger. Great Flynn's assassins are continuously entering Sangzhou. Once the right moment arrives, both Lionel and the Great Desert Hal will be assassinated. The Evan of Great Flynn assures you that they will honor their commitment. The dead warrior's voice grew mechanical, as if another word would short-circuit him. Hearing this, the Ford relaxed somewhat. As long as Great Flynn cooperated, it wouldn't be a problem. If they could tie down these two key players, the soldiers would pose no real threat. Find the steward and bring him here immediately, quickly. An hour later, your humble servant pays homage to your majesty. Long live the Evan. Long live, forever and ever. Just as Trace finished his kneeling salute, before he could react, the Great Zhou Evan quickly approached him, pulling him to sit on the chair to the right side of the study while he sat beside the Elwyn. The Great Desert Hal is alive. Not only that, but he has already arrived in Sangzhou and met with Lionel. We now face not just Sangzhou but also the Great Desert. What should we do in this situation? The Ford's tone was filled with urgency. He was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Someone had to step up and bear the burden of facing Lionel. After much consideration, Trace seemed to be the most suitable choice. Not only was he loyal, but he also had some connections with the Hildred family. Even if they failed, he wouldn't betray him. Your Majesty, based on my humble opinion, Sangzhou's military strength is well known. Plus, the Southern King's lineage is deeply beloved by the people. If we really clash, not only might we lose, but it could come at a terrible cost. Trace's voice carried a sense of resignation. If your Majesty had foreseen this, why didn't you think of this earlier? But it was too late now. What mattered most was finding a solution. A confrontation could result in mutual destruction, but Great Zhou would certainly suffer severe damage. Therefore, the only viable option was peace talks. I understand your meaning, my lord. We've already completely alienated Sangzhou. Even if Ellis agrees to talk, Lionel might not. As long as the Hildred family exists, Great Zhou remains in danger. The Ford's expression darkened. Peace talks were not possible. He needed the entire Hildred family eradicated to ensure his safety. Trace fell silent, lost in thought. A fight? How could it be easy? One great desert kingdom alone was causing unrest in Great Zhou. If the two joined forces, what resources did they have to counter them? Lord, you needn't worry. Actually, there is something else I haven't told you. For years, I have been secretly training a dead warrior's army, just like the one who brought you here. The Ford saw through Trace's concerns. At this point, he couldn't hide he is fabulously wealthy. DeAndre stood on the grand stage of the military camp, able to overlook the entire situation within Sangzhou. She felt gratified and gained more respect and admiration for the young master. His remarkable capabilities at such a young age made her wonder how formidable he might become if allowed to grow further. Now our citizens live peacefully and happily. The whole city of Sangzhou remains stable without patrolling soldiers. This was due to the 3,000 robust men chosen from refugees by the young master a month ago, joining the army and enhancing its strength. It's much less strenuous for us now. The deputy general sighed with feeling. It was already impressive that these refugees were willing to submit to Sangzhou. Having lived here for some time now, not only did they not cause any unrest, but they also showed unwavering loyalty to Sangzhou. Even enlisting in the military, a perilous path leading to potential death, brought them no hesitation. Hearts can indeed be exchanged with hearts. Just like the young master treats them sincerely, they will return the same. The corners of DeAndre's mouth curved into a smile, watching the disciplined soldiers training without any dissenting voices. They gathered together harmoniously like one big family, achieving high levels of synergy through days of rigorous training, ready to make a significant impact in battle. At court, Lionel sat on his throne, wearing armor, with the Yusef of the Great Desert sitting to his right. Various ministers and generals stood solemnly in the hall. According to Sangzhou law, how should we deal with those who are unjust and merciless? Hill-dreadingly, Lionel's commanding voice echoed throughout the hall, filled with overpowering authority. The entire hall was suffused with an intense, domineering aura. To answer you, young master, such individuals must be punished. The reply came promptly and in unison, with no delay or hesitation. The officials and generals looked at Lionel, their eyes brimming with determination. Sangzhou's present prosperity was achieved entirely by this young man. My father, Ron, devotedly defended the border for the Dezhou Empire, but was abandoned by the imperial family in Jingqing City, left unchecked in their tyranny. This is sheer injustice. The southern border house troops faithfully guarded the frontier for years, but were ultimately slaughtered by the royal guards, a grave act of unrighteousness. The Dezhou imperial family, to subdue me, spared not even their own second princess, a ruthless Ford. How absurd it is. Each word from Lionel was filled with seething anger. He kept every detail in mind over the years, waiting for the day he could utterly bring them down. That day had come. It was time for the Dezhou's Evan to pay the price. Execute. Break into Dezhou, annex it, and give that dog of an Ford no chance to remain arrogant. Let him know the consequences of offending our Sangzhou forces. Let the dead were now behind them. Now, they were comrades in arms, brothers facing the enemy together. The great Benny calmly placed his hand in Lionel's, gripping it tightly before raising it up. Officials and generals were excited, cheering for this moment. Lionel drew his sword, walking ahead with the great Benny, riding horses followed by the vast Zhangzhou army. The streets of Zhangzhou were lined with civilians seeing them off. Their eyes carried emotions of reluctance, excitement, pride, all complex sentiments intertwined on the massive Zhangzhou army. On the city walls, Alondra, Joanna, and Aviana stood watching Lionel leading confidently. Their feelings were complex. Why didn't the young master take anyone this time, Alondra? Leaving all three of us in the capital makes us uneasy. The Dezhou Evan is cunning. If the young master needs help, we could provide strategies on the side. Joanna's face showed dissatisfaction. She couldn't kill the fort herself to avenge Atli Eden or experience capturing him. Lost in thought, she remained motionless. Who do you think is fit? You oversee various martial artists and heroes. Who else can manage issues arising? All matters in the capital are my responsibility. I can't leave. As the Elwin's daughter, Trisha appearing in our ranks would make the public view our master unfavorably. Alondra's side, they could do nothing this time. But she firmly believed Lionel was destined for success and would not meet with misfortune leading such a strong army. Aviana gazed at Lionel, feeling conflicted. She wondered how her father fared alone in the progress and whether he faced difficulties. The only thing we can do now is protect Zhangzhou and ensure everything runs smoothly for the young master. Hashtag chapter 146. This is an interruption. Union City, the border of Zhangzhou. Stewart, this Lionel seems not as easy to deal with as we imagined. A soldier in battle armor stood beside the steward, gazing at Zhangzhou with evident shock. They had been in Union City for nearly 10 days. Each day brought new changes, as if there were deities aiding them within. Overnight, drastic transformations occurred. Lionel was notorious for being a prince who could do nothing. Yet, under his administration, Zhangzhou's dead and stagnant situation had come to life. The region was now developing in unpredictable ways. He has never been a rogue. He merely hid himself in the capital, said Trace with mixed emotions. Even I didn't expect him to be so capable. Under his management, Zhangzhou has achieved order and peace. If the fort hadn't wiped out the Hildred family, the Great Zhou dynasty might have remained prosperous and peaceful. But it was the fort of Great Zhou who destroyed everything with his own hands. Stewart, Zhangzhou is well fortified and hard to breach, like a solid iron plate. Our scouts report that the Zhangzhou army and the Desert Army are approaching us from two directions. At present, we only have an army of 10,000. What should we do? The general's face was etched with worry. They were unsure of the enemy's numbers, but if outnumbered, Great Zhou would likely fall. Even without considering numbers, Union City could be destroyed overnight. This campaign is exceedingly difficult, and the general couldn't help but sigh. The Evan ordered us to hold the border for 1 month. By then, reinforcements from Great Zhou will arrive, and perhaps we can still fight back. For now, we can do nothing but wait. Trace lacked confidence, unsure how long they must wait or when the reinforcements would come. But he had a special unit of elite soldiers he wouldn't deploy unless absolutely necessary to avoid causing panic. He looked at the soldiers training vigorously yet wearing worried expressions. They were already frightened by the sight of the Zhangzhou army and what would happen when the real battle began. Both men stared at the distant Zhangzhou city, the atmosphere tense. Hildredenly, a wounded soldier ran out hurriedly. Report. I inform you, Stewart, the supplies transported from the capital have been seized by pirates. All our transport soldiers are dead except me. The soldier spoke weakly, full of self-reproach. He knew these supplies were critical for the soldiers in Union City. Now they were taken by unknown bandits. What? Trace trembled with anger, almost losing his balance. Regaining his composure, he asked, do you know which group of pirates? Trace quickly adjusted his mood, needing to stay calm. If he lost his composure, how could he lead the 10,000-strong army? Replying to your honor, I don't know. They were tall and skilled in martial arts, and their accents weren't from the capital. They wore veils and black clothes while robbing the supplies, making it impossible to identify them. The soldier shook his head helplessly. Thinking of the fate of other soldiers, he froze in terror. The pirates had manually broken necks, terrifying indeed. Hildredenly, he fainted. Quickly, take him to get treated. The general immediately ordered others to carry him away. Trace's face changed. New supplies might take over half a month to reach Union City, meaning they might run out of food soon. Wrinkling his brow, Trace entered a hidden mansion within Union City. Upon entering, he felt a dense aura of death. Greetings, Stewart. The elite soldiers knelt down. Our supplies were intercepted. Find out who did it. In my name, gather supplies from nearby cities. We cannot risk running out. Trace handed a token from his waist to the leader. He sensed stormy times ahead. This incident wasn't simple. If it wasn't an internal problem, it involved those two. If they could retrieve the supplies quickly, they had a good chance of winning. Otherwise, yes. The elites responded without emotion. On the other side, Lionel led the Zhangzhou army near Union City. Set up tents and rest. Remember to eat the supplies I gave you. Rest here tonight. Orders issued. The soldiers quickly set up camp, cutting branches and clearing space. Wearing new armor made them feel light-footed. After half an hour, all tents were erected. Lionel sat in the main tent drinking tea, waiting while tapping his fingers on the table. 15 minutes later, DeAndre entered with a group in black. Master, we intercepted and retrieved the Union City supplies. See what they used to fight us next. Smiling, DeAndre sat next to Lionel, grabbing a teapot and drinking directly from it, having been excited all the way. A few gulps finished the pot. Good job, no need to be so overjoyed. Heard Trace led this time. A cunning old fox. He'll try to make up for the shortfall soon. Keep watch on Union City. Seeing DeAndre's exaggerated actions, Lionel chuckled. Mentioning the battle against Great Zhou made everyone happier than him. So what? He sends one cart, we rob one cart. DeAndre showed disdain. Ha ha ha, Union City is just a hollow shell. Does the great Zhou Ford truly believe a batch of incompetent generals can defend it? Thus concludes Chapter 146. ####Chapter 147. A grand gift for you. Of course. Now that young master is leading the troops in person, even if there's a dragon in Yunya City, it will coil up for you. If it's a tiger, it will lie down, DeAndre said with a smile in response to Lionel. Previously, the great Zhou had suffered consecutive defeats, not only paying reparations and ceding territory but also sending numerous princesses as brides for peace. Some capable princes were sent far away to become sons-in-law in other countries. Now, what strength did the great Zhou have left to face the powerful Cangzhou army? Why didn't I notice Atli Ian's eloquence before? Lionel smiled at DeAndre, recalling how he initially remained silent among the generals, not taking sides until finally submitting to him. He had to admit DeAndre had high emotional intelligence. Your Excellency, all of this is true. As soon as you give the order, I am confident I can capture the entire Yunya City within 3 days. You just need to sit here and watch, DeAndre hastily assured. Eager to prove himself sincere, his eyes filled with determination. Very well, I know Atli Ian's loyalty. Capturing Yunya City. Throughout history, how many commanders consider the lives of their people? They care only for wealth and land. It is an honor to follow your Excellency into battle. Your Excellency, you are truly magnificent. Applause and flattery filled the air as the soldiers' eyes welled up. The Great Zhou and Cangzhou were originally one. Blame lay with the impolite Ford of the Great Zhou for its current plight. If a desolate Cangzhou could flourish under Lionel, then why not a dying Great Zhou? That's enough flattering for now. You've been resting in Cangzhou for so long. This is your first external battle. If you fail, you know the consequences. Don't blame me for being merciless then. Lionel's eyebrows lifted, exuding a rogue charm. The soldiers' mood had been overly excited and overconfident. Though they were powerful, they needed to be a bit more modest. After all, great trees attract the wind. Your lesson is noted. I will be cautious, DeAndre admitted, realizing he had gotten carried away. Whether in war or otherwise, one must avoid pride and impatience. After waiting so long for action, excitement had taken over. Hildred round Yunya City on all 4 sides. Prepare the Jinyu guards as well. Tonight, I plan to send my old friend Trace a grand gift. Night fell, cloaking everything in darkness. Air thick with fear hovered over the city. Black-clad figures silently scaled the walls of Yunya City like ghosts. Who's there? A guard noticed something amiss. Just as he leaned out to look, a large hand grabbed his neck, dragging him into the depths below. The black-clad figures swiftly dispatched the patrolling guards. Can you be more careful next time? Always rushing around, fortunately for us, I'm alert. If you ruin the young master's plans, I'll skin you alive. DeAndre scolded the Jinyu guard who made noise earlier. His piercing eyes seemed bottomless in the night. Sorry, sir. I got too excited. The Jinyu guard trembled, remembering the torment endured for 3 days due to a single mistake. A nightmare he didn't wish to relive. DeAndre placed a finger to his lips signaling silence. Patrol teams inside the city alternated, without noticing anything unusual on the walls. Move. Stuart Trace pondered the situation in his study. If traps were set on nearby mountains, it might delay the attack. Lost in thought, he was startled by a soldier rushing in. Report. This cry caused him to fall off his chair. Irritated by the disruption, he regained composure, coughing to ease the awkwardness. What is it? Stuart, fires are burning on all sides of the city walls. All the guards on the wall have been killed, their bodies thrown inside the city gates. The soldier scratched his head, suddenly remembering the urgent news and hurriedly recounted what he saw. What? How did I hear nothing? Trace felt a chill. Lionel had become so formidable that he could kill so many silently. His face turned pale as he stared at the blazing fires on the walls. Lionel, you are truly ruthless. Killing soldiers and dumping their bodies inside the gate as a declaration of war, and setting fires to instill panic among the people. He spared no means to defeat the Great Zhou. Chapter 148. The battle begins. The next day, dead people, someone is attacking Yunya City. Is there any justice left? These corpses have been washed by last night's rain and are already rotting. Let's run quickly. If we don't leave now, we'll die here. The citizens of Yunya City fled in a frenzy towards the city gates. Chaos reigned within the city walls. The elderly, weak, women, and disabled were trampled on the ground. Cries of children, moans of the elderly, shouts of women. The entire Yunya City was in turmoil. Their goal was singular. Escape this city teetering on the brink of war to find a place to survive. Trace watched this scene unfold with heavy heart. At the city gate, a general led a group of guards blocking the exit. Step back. Our current steward has led troops to defend Yunya City. How can you abandon your own home? How ruthless you are. The general felt anger well up at the sight of the fleeing citizens. He believed their actions would hurt the soldiers deeply. What did this mean for the greater Zhou Empire? Atli, please be merciful. Wars kill. Yes, my husband enlisted but never returned. This is all that's left of the Xia family. We've suffered so much here in this harsh frontier. Please let us go. The citizens knelt down, sobbing, pleading, and pouring out their hardships. The general hesitated, glancing at the steward, unsure of what to do. He couldn't bear to harm these people he swore to protect. AI. Trace sighed deeply. You may leave, but stay away from small paths as enemy troops may be lurking. Find a peaceful place to settle and live peacefully. After a long silence, Trace looked at the citizens, his eyes red with emotion. He couldn't watch them die and didn't want to be another ruler who disregarded their lives to achieve his goals. Stuart Trisha, you are a good person. Heaven blesses the virtuous. You will be rewarded for your kindness. Thank you, Stuart Trisha. Gratitude filled the hearts of the citizens. They turned, Looking back at the place where they had lived for years, though reluctant, they steeled themselves and left. Trace helped the fallen child to his feet, pulling out some silver coins from his pocket and placing them in the child's hand. The mother, already in tears, could only manage to nod. "Go," he said softly. As the gates opened wide, the citizens walked away, their steps heavy with sorrow. Watching the once bustling city turn into an empty shell, Trace felt hollow inside. The soldiers lowered their heads, shedding silent tears, ashamed of their inability to protect the citizens from leaving their homes. Anger and resentment welled up in their hearts. On the city wall, watching the disappearing crowd, Trace exhaled deeply. "Soldiers, the citizens are innocent. They can leave, but we cannot. Because behind us are countless more innocents. We cannot let other innocents suffer. Among them are our kin and countrymen. We must swear to defend Yunya City with our lives." With fervent determination, Trace addressed the soldiers, trying to rouse their fighting spirit. Time was against them. Preparations for battle were incomplete. But there was no time left to spare. "Swear to defend our home to the death, not a single step back." The general shouted loudly, followed by a chorus of fists raised high. A resounding roar echoed through the sky. Trace felt a sense of relief. "Steward, the army from Tsangzhou is approaching." A soldier whispered urgently beside Trace. Turning swiftly, he climbed to the top of the wall, seeing the vast sea of black-armored men approaching. At the head rode Lionel on a high horse. His soldiers were spirited, pushing forward strange devices. Instantly, Trace's face paled, knowing Lionel's penchant for crafting new weapons. If successful, defending Yunya City would be nearly impossible. Initially confident with the secret troops left by the fort, Trace now felt uncertain. Citizens fled toward Tsangzhou, hoping to find refuge in the prosperous region. Approaching Yunya City, they saw a massive army bearing the flag of Tong. "Mister, we are refugees. Can you let us pass?" Facing blocked roads, the citizens knelt, unsure if these soldiers would show mercy like Steward Trisha. The tension was palpable, only the wind rustling leaves breaking the silence. Hildredenly, a voice broke through. "Pass. With this token, you can reach the border town of Tsangzhou designated for refugees. Matters will be handled when I return." Lionel tossed a token to the leading citizen, and the army parted to allow passage. The citizens hesitated, unsure if it was safe. "Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" DeAndre urged, anxious to attack Yunya City and allow these citizens to return home. The delay was unnecessary. One by one, they slowly passed through the lines, reassured by the safe passage. Lionel admired Trace for letting the civilians go but viewed it as foolish from a strategic standpoint. Without civilian collateral, his forces could act more aggressively. Hildredenly, a loud bang shook the air. Before Trace could react, massive rocks rained from the sky. In that moment, it felt like the end of the world. Within moments, Yunya City lay in ruins, broken and battered. Chapter 149, Complete Victory. Huge boulders were still flying into the city from beyond the walls. Bang! One after another, they hit the ground with deafening thuds. The entire Great Zhou army scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, the speed of the boulders was too great, leaving no time to evade them. In an instant, some people were crushed into bloody pulps. White bones, red blood, severed arms, eyeballs. Such scenes were everywhere. "Run for your lives." Trace used all his strength to shout and led the soldiers towards the inner city. If they stayed, they would all be crushed soon. After a whole half hour, the barrage of boulders finally ceased. Trace crawled out from the rubble. Looking at the desolate scene before him, he felt bitter. Cries of agony filled the air as countless soldiers lay dead or injured. He stared in disbelief. Was this real? His Great Zhou soldiers hadn't even faced Lionel's troops head-on yet, and had already ended up like this. "Young master, Yunya City is surprisingly so weak. We thought it would take 3 days to breach, but we did it in just 1. This success is all thanks to your foresight, young master, saving the Tsangzhou army from unnecessary battle." DeAndre knelt with his troops before Lionel. He knew that if they had fought, many would have been injured. Now, without losing a single soldier, they had captured Yunya City, a feat worthy of history books. All the way to the city gates. What's going on? Why not go inside and see our first conquered city? Quickly occupy it. Lionel looked back at the trebuchet. This time, it had done great service. Hildrich massive rocks could create huge craters even in concrete, let alone these earthen walls. Soldiers marched into Yunya City, faces glowing with victory. Trace watched as Lionel and others entered the city gate, his lips bitter. "You win." Dragging his bleeding leg, he walked step by painful step towards Lionel. Hildredenly, a group of elite assassins rushed out from the rubble within the city. Strong as oxen, they charged at Lionel and his men. "Protect the young master." DeAndre was startled, never expecting Trace to have a contingency plan. He drew his sword and surrounded Lionel with guards. The assassins' eyes were bloodshot, their sole aim being to kill Lionel. It was an imperial command. Either Lionel would die today, or the assassins would. They pulled out daggers and engaged in combat with the Tsangzhou soldiers. Blades clashed with a metallic sound, and the assassins fought like madmen. The Tsangzhou soldiers wielded iron knives, cutting through the enemy, leaving severed limbs and heads littering the ground. Yunya City turned into a living hell. Within moments, 10,000 assassins were all slaughtered. Trace trembled, staring at Lionel as if seeing a devil. With such terrifying power, how could the Great Zhou resist? Was it the Ford's ruthless ambition, or the easily defeated soldiers of Great Zhou? At that moment, an almost dead assassin grabbed a short dagger and lunged at Lionel. Before he could get close, DeAndre swiftly swung his knife, splitting the assassin in two. Lionel remained unperturbed. "I thought the Great Zhou Ford prepared well over these months. But in the end, you're so easily defeated. Look at these pathetic creatures." "Hildrich a tyrant, Trace. Do you really want to remain loyal?" His tone turned harsh as he glared at the hopeless Trace. What was he still deluded about? What was there left in Great Zhou worth remembering? "Lionel, I am not like you or Ellis. The Trisha family has risen due to the royal patronage. Now I have lost and I accept it. But I will never betray Great Zhou and join Sangzhou. I hope you treat her well in the future, and don't let her follow my path. Trace finished, picked up a sword from the ground, and committed suicide. DeAndre couldn't stop him in time, standing there stunned by the dead Elwyn. Young master, he wasn't an evil man. In today's circumstances, he kept Yunya City civilians safe, defending an empty city. And now he has sacrificed himself for his country. DeAndre's voice choked up, unable to continue. Looking at Lionel's reddened eyes, he couldn't calm down. All soldiers bowed their heads, mourning the brave Elwyn. Even a hero like him cannot find peace in Great Zhou. Protecting the citizens is what a Great Zhou Elwyn should do. With Great Zhou's defeat, he chose not to surrender and died bravely. This is true righteousness. Let us give him a proper burial. Lionel felt helpless. Where had all the knowledge Trace studied gone? Was the fake benevolence of the Great Zhou Ford really worth such loyalty? This was his choice, and Lionel wouldn't interfere. But since Aviana was in Sangzhou, he would treat her well. Yes. DeAndre was moved, admiring their young master's wisdom and compassion. Burial of an enemy general was unheard of. Yet this only made the Sangzhou soldiers respect their leader more. 2 guards carried the Elwyn's body up the hill behind Yunya City. This place still belonged to Great Zhou soil, where he and his faith would rest together. Should have been more careful earlier. Look at this mess. It will cost a lot of time and money to repair. One moment of negligence feels good then, but later, we'll need to rebuild like a crematorium. Lionel didn't feel much sympathy for Trace's death. He only lamented the damage to Yunya City structures, which would take considerable time and resources to restore. Young master, what does that mean? DeAndre was puzzled by the cryptic comments. What do you mean by a one moment of joy and a crematorium? Just expressing my feelings at the moment. Nothing special. Gather all the soldiers and clean up Yunya City's devastation. From now on, this is Sangzhou territory. Lionel didn't elaborate further. It didn't matter if DeAndre understood now. Seeing the extensive damage, he felt the financial pain deeply. Every ounce of silver spent on repairs hurt. Yes. Soldiers, hurry and clear our spoils of war. With DeAndre's call, all soldiers, buoyed by the complete victory, worked harder and felt more confident than ever. Chapter 150. The Will of the People. Master, now that it's like this, cleaning up, DeAndre frowned, looking at Lionel helplessly. The corpses scattered everywhere, and the dilapidated houses would take months to repair. Repair? If we don't fix what we have destroyed, who will? Stack these bodies outside the city gates and burn them. Repair the damaged houses. Lionel pointed with a large hand, and the soldiers quickly got to work. Oh yes, bring the civilians of Yunya City back. Adjust taxes so everything is the same as in Sangzhou, no special treatment. Not only that, all war losses must be compensated to the people. Lionel turned around to face DeAndre while giving instructions. With Yunya City now under the jurisdiction of Sangzhou, having new residents might cause dissatisfaction among other citizens. Bringing back the original inhabitants would create less upheaval. The soldiers momentarily froze, looking at Lionel incredulously. In previous dynasties, conquered city officials became slaves and civilians were treated as second-class citizens. How could they receive such favorable treatment? Hear me, move out. Find the civilians and bring them back to restore our homes together. DeAndre, seeing the hesitation, shouted loudly. Finally, the soldiers sprang into action. 2 soldiers sprinted on horseback towards the refugees entering Sangzhou, catching up after half an hour. Military, sir. What's happening? Master Hildred has already promised to spare us. You cannot go back on your word. A man cautiously stepped forward, shielding his frail wife and children behind him. And workers. Let's work together. Women's faces glowed with excitement, encouraging men to stand tall. Everyone waited eagerly for task assignments. By evening, soldiers and civilians sat together eating and drinking under the broken eaves, a peaceful scene across Yunya City. Days passed, and Yunya City improved under their restoration efforts. DeAndre marveled at the change. Our master is indeed wise. I thought the civilians would be upset seeing the destruction, but now their eyes shine brightly with hope, remarked Matt admiringly. The camaraderie between military and civilians is unprecedented. Previously, civilians often viewed the army unfavorably as heartless and intimidating. He indeed wise. At this pace, when Yunya City is fully restored, its people will wholeheartedly follow. Moreover, Master's reputation precedes him, earning trust from the masses. Not only aiding repairs but funding them too. DeAndre nodded approvingly. Hildred's actions starkly contrasted with those of Evan de Zhou, deepening people's resentment and hastening integration with Sangzhou. The phrase, the will of the people, perfectly described this situation. Hey, why are you still here? Did Master not ask everyone to assist? Get to work or shall I deal with you? DeAndre suddenly realized and smacked Matt with a wooden board. Even he, a general, was working diligently. How could anyone be idle? The deputy fled, glancing back at the general periodically until assured of safety. In the main city, Lionel studied the map. Only 4 more cities stood between him and de Zhou, none capable of resisting his cavalry. He paused over one name. Linfeng City, one of de Zhou's 10 major cities, heavily fortified. This grabbed his attention. The governor of Linfeng City, Azriel, a faint smile crept upon his face as he read the last line. Hashtag chapter 151, caught between a rock and a hard place. Inside the study of the Lin family residence in Linshiqing, Master, Yun Yaching was captured by Lionel and his Sangzhou army in just one day. They need to pass through our city if they want to reach the Great Zhou. At this rate, they will be at our gates before long. The advisor stood beside him, looking deeply worried. The governor, Azriel, could only sigh in frustration. He had been personally promoted by Ellis, and even the character E in his name was bestowed by Ellis himself. If he fought against the Sangzhou army, it would feel like turning his back on an old benefactor. What? So quickly. Azrael abruptly stood up, holding a map and examining it closely. Linchicheng was the last line of defense for the Great Zhou. Once this city fell, the capital would be within easy reach. He never imagined that Lionel's Zhangzhou army would be so formidable, capturing Yunyacheng in just one day. He had anticipated it would take 3 days at least. Clearly, he had miscalculated. How is Lionel now? Is he advancing south with the Zhangzhou army? He urgently asked about Lionel's next move. He needed to make a decision as quickly as possible, whether to fight or to look the other way. Governor, Hildred Young Master has taken control of Yunyacheng and is currently repairing its walls. The civilians are not rebelling but are cooperating instead. So, what should we do when they reach Linchicheng? The advisor found all this hard to believe. Lionel had won the hearts of the people so quickly. Using his own abilities and the prestige of the Trishan and Egon's family name, he had carved out a significant territory within the Great Zhou. He even funded the repair of Yunyacheng, asking his soldiers to help, a wise move indeed. This boy, he carries the same demeanor as the Yusef did. Azrael felt a wave of nostalgia as he recalled their initial meeting. Ellis had always protected and helped him. Lowering his head, he fell into deep thought. I don't know what to do either. I've considered joining the Zhangzhou side at this critical moment, but I cannot. When the Evan learned of my connection to the Yusef, he immediately made Clarice his concubine. One side is blood, the other is a benefactor. It's truly troubling. His eyes welled up with tears as he faced this dilemma. The advisor also sighed heavily, unsure of what to say. Governor, there's a letter for you. It seems to be from some distant relative, but the messenger didn't reveal themselves. A guard handed the letter to Azrael, puzzled. The sender wore a mask, and no one had ever heard of the governor having any distant relatives. Understood, you may leave. Once the guard was gone, Azrael carefully opened the letter. The Evan was paranoid. There could be spies everywhere in the governor's mansion. Reading the clear handwriting, he was surprised. It was from Lionel. Hastily checking the surroundings to ensure they were alone, he read the letter. Lionel wrote like a child, sharing his joy over capturing Yunyacheng. Seeing the words, Godfather, brought tears to his eyes, which spilled onto the letter. Master, what's wrong? The advisor was alarmed, wondering if the Great Zhou Evan was using Zhang's daughter to force him to defend the city staunchly. If true, wouldn't this make him a disloyal traitor? He remembers. Lionel actually remembers. Trembling, Azrael handed the letter to the advisor. Back in the capital, he and Ellis enjoyed each other's company. They drank together and often practiced martial arts. But everything changed when Lionel was born. Upon learning it was a son born to the Trishan and Egon, the Evan exiled all of the prince's relatives and forced him to abandon his wife to guard the border. Desperately, while still in the capital, Zhang became Lionel's godfather. Fraser hoped he could protect the young Lionel and his mother as long as he stayed in the capital. However, soon after, Zhang was appointed as the governor of Linchicheng. His 16-year-old daughter was summoned to the palace to become a concubine and hadn't been seen since. The advisor frowned at the tear-soaked letter. Governor, this is quite difficult. Frustrated, the advisor flipped the letter around, showing Zhang the clean side. Internally annoyed, he couldn't decipher the smeared text. Lionel remembers me as his godfather, and he's sharing his joy like a child with me. Azrael's emotions were visibly stirred. The advisor couldn't help but be speechless. Shouldn't they be focusing on what to do next? Would Lionel spare Linchicheng because of this relationship? Of course not. 3 days later, one night, Azrael turned off the lights and quietly slipped out of the rear courtyard. Checking frequently to see if anyone was following him, he finally relaxed once he was sure he was alone. According to Lionel's letter, they were to meet in 3 days. Arriving at a hill behind Linchicheng, he looked up at the full moon. 15 minutes remained until the appointed time. His heart raced. What if the person wasn't Lionel? If not, it would be over. But because it was Lionel, he had come without hesitation. Soon, the sound of hooves approached. Recognizing the figure, Azrael's worries eased. Son Lionel pays respects to my godfather. Lionel quickly dismounted, bowing respectfully to Azrael. Looking at the aged face before him, he felt the weight of time. Comparing the man to his father's portraits, both once so youthful and vibrant. Now, well done son, you've suffered along the way. When you were a child, I never imagined we'd meet again like this. You've grown into a fine young man, with your father's noble spirit. You have truly matured, no longer impulsive. Azrael held Lionel's arms tightly, inspecting him. It was hard to believe that this man was the baby he once knew. He had become someone capable of leading independently. Upon hearing the last phrase, Lionel frowned, then looked earnestly at Azrael. Father, this time I came not as governor, but as your godson. Chapter 152. This is forced onto Liangshan. I know, but I never thought you'd still remember. When you were just an infant, I left the capital when you were only 1 year old. Later on, I heard that you caused all sorts of trouble in the capital, making the prince furious. All this feels like a dream, and now we're nearly meeting on the battlefield. Azrael was overwhelmed with emotion. All of this seemed so impractical. Truly, time had passed too quickly. He immediately pulled Lionel to sit beside him on a large rock, lamenting the passage of time. His eyes turning red as he became more emotional. Why does father keep bringing up embarrassing things about me? It makes me feel quite ashamed, said Lionel. Everyone grows up, replied Lionel, his face flushed with embarrassment. What did this body do? It wasn't scary to have done embarrassing things. What was terrifying was having someone recount them for you. And not just any recounting, but detailing everything vividly. DeAndre stood nearby on guard, her eyes full of vigilance. She suddenly focused on a nearby forest. The surrounding trees rustled gently in the wind, but that patch of woods remained unnaturally silent. Just as Azrael continued teasing, Lionel glanced toward the forest without saying a word. Azrael fell silent at the sight before him and followed Lionel's gaze toward the woods, finally revealing a bitter smile. You're smarter than your father ever was. Don't tell me you've included your foster father in your schemes too? As he looked at Lionel, Azrael felt a mix of emotions. He loved both sides deeply, unwilling to abandon either. But there was still some resentment deep inside him, realizing he had been part of Lionel's calculations. Father, those are harsh words. You've always treated me and Kira well. I wouldn't do something so extreme. But the Ford is suspicious by nature. Due to our relationship, he has people closely watching you. Lionel shook his head, his clear eyes filled with innocence. He looked entirely blameless, almost unrecognizable as the schemer, making it hard to doubt him. Lionel's words awakened Azriel fully. Why had he been so cautious lately? Why had he hesitated to trust anyone in the house? The signs were all there. My child, I've wronged you. It seems the Ford doesn't really consider me one of his own. Linfu City will soon be changed. Lifting his head, he saw the moon high in the sky, 2 hot tears falling down his cheeks. A hint of guilt flickered in his heart for even suspecting Lionel. He had protected Linfu City diligently and earned great merit. Not only did the Ford distrust him, but also kept a watchful eye on him. What was he guarding in such a kingdom? Just his daughter who suffered due to her entry into the palace. Father, I know what you're thinking. But you're not just a father. You're the governor here, responsible for the lives of thousands in this city. The best course of action is to join us. Only then can these people remain safe. You have no choice. Lionel's expression grew serious. Looking at the prematurely gray-haired Azriel, he felt a twinge of sympathy. All because of one friendship, his daughter's happiness had been destroyed. The Ford of Dazhou had gone mad, constantly sending people to monitor his father-in-law, all to crush the Hildred family. He even had to thank the Ford's actions, which paradoxically enhanced the Hildred family's reputation. DeAndre instantly understood why the young master chose this moment to confront Azriel. Simply put, it was to force him onto Liangshan. The final decision rested with him. Did he want the safety of his citizens, or trade their lives for his daughter's temporary peace? Brilliant. This move was truly brilliant. Azriel lifted his head to meet Lionel's gaze for a long while before lowering his head again. He fell silent, unable to speak further. News of the fall of Yunya City spread like wildfire across the land of Dazhou, creating widespread panic wherever it reached. In the imperial court, every minister wore a grave expression. Their worst fears had come true. Lionel, leading the powerful Zhangzhou army, had returned and captured Yunya City in a single day. What terrifying strength must it take to achieve this? They couldn't imagine it. Among them, the Ford of Dazhou appeared the most disheartened. Seated on the dragon throne, he gripped the armrests tightly. He hadn't anticipated that Lionel would be so ruthless, even killing Trace. That was precisely why he sent the steward to garrison Zhangzhou. The Trisha family, although promoted by him, also had ties with the Hildred family. He thought this relationship might keep Lionel occupied for a month in Zhangzhou. Reality woke him up. Clearly, it wasn't about caring whether Trace lived or died, but whether Lionel could hold out for a month. Your Majesty, Lionel has breached Yunya City and will soon march towards the capital. The situation is precarious. Please make a decision. Lionel and the Yusef of Jose are blood-related. If spoken to properly, reconciliation might still be possible. I concur. The only way is to negotiate. Otherwise, Dazhou? The ministers were panicked, well aware of Lionel's reputation in the capital. Once he returned, anyone who had wronged him would not fare well. They exchanged nervous glances, hearts pounding with fear, envisioning bloody scenes. The entire hall was filled with tension. Negotiate? Can Lionel negotiate with Dazhou? Absolutely absurd. Wake up, your majesties. The Ford seemed to hear a grand joke. Looking at the assembly, they were too naive. Was this some game? After all the plotting, how could Lionel spare anyone? He knew everything, so no one would be spared. Fagin and Cohen stood somberly, unsure of what to do. If Lionel stormed back into the capital, the Ford surely wouldn't let them off easily. Your Majesty, what should we do now? As long as Lionel remains, the capital cannot be at peace. Cohen stepped forward, bowing deeply, a trace of panic in his eyes. Trying to remain calm, all eyes turned to the fort. At this moment, the air in the hall became heavy. How? Now that the steward has been killed by Lionel in Yunya City, even with ties to the Hildred family, the Trishas were killed. How much more so for you? Now we must unite, or we'll all be doomed. Chapter 153, The Right Choice. The ministers did not immediately respond, standing frozen in hesitation. That's the son of the revered and feared Lord Jose. What if he really does? The entire hall fell silent, without a single sound. The ministers looked down at their own feet, no one willing to be the first to speak. What are you hesitating about? So what if Zhangzhou has allied with the Great Desert? Doesn't the Zhou dynasty have its own trump card? The Zhou dynasty's ally is Great Flynn. Isn't this much more formidable than that weak country of the Great Desert? The Evan of Zhou saw through the ministers' concerns and spoke with an air of ease. The Great Desert has always been a minor nation not fit for public mention. Compared to Great Flynn, it's nothing. He showed a look of indifference, glancing at the ministers' reactions from the corner of his eye. The ministers lifted their heads in unison, staring at Gray, shock filling their eyes. Great Flynn. If they were truly allied with Great Flynn, perhaps there would still be hope to contend with the Hildred family. They exchanged glances. Marlins later, the censor stepped forward. Your Majesty, with the might of Great Flynn behind us, the Zhou dynasty can surely crush all opposition. However, this matter should be deliberated carefully. Lionel broke through Yunya City within a day. His strength is no laughing matter. Gaylord Trisha gave his life for the state. We, the ministers who have had no ties with the Jose mansion, will naturally not meet a good end either. The censor spoke calmly. Neither side was trustworthy. One disregarded the lives of the ministers for the sake of the throne. The other intended to use the ministers' lives to threaten the fort. Whichever side it was, they couldn't afford to offend them. No matter what, they were still ministers of the Zhou dynasty. Hildredly Gray wouldn't. Seeing the minister's hesitant expressions, the Zhou Evan continued, adding fuel to the fire. He knew better than anyone else the true nature of these people. I have already planned everything. The forces of Great Flynn will strike. We must unite as one, against our common enemy. As long as we solve the problem with Lionel, every minister's salary will be doubled from now on. You've suffered enough over the years. When the ministers heard about doubling their salaries, their eyes went wide. What did this mean? It meant they would gain more wealth effortlessly. On the other side, Lionel led the Zhangzhou army in Yunya City for a whole week, completely restoring the houses. After Yunya City gradually returned to normal, he took the Zhangzhou army south. Capturing a city took only a day. Learning from the lessons of Yunya City, he proceeded much more cautiously this time. Despite this, the capture was completed within the shortest possible time. He brought both cities under the jurisdiction of Zhangzhou. Within less than 5 days, he had already reached Lincher City. Young master, breaking through this last city will lead us straight to the capital. This speed is simply too fast. Overthrowing the dog fort of the Zhou dynasty is within our grasp. DeAndre, looking at the final city before them, wore an expression filled with excitement. He was still curious about what happened during their conversation that night. Would the civilians of Lincher City remain unharmed? That's right, young master. Dealing with the capital cannot be taken lightly. You've endured so much in the capital. The dog fort must pay. Raise the capital to the ground, then rebuild it as per young master's liking. Let this Zhou dynasty change its face, ruler, and name. Charge. The soldiers were riled up, the thought of the Zhou Evans atrocities burning fiercely within them. They knew how well Lionel treated them. How could this dog fort treat their respected young master this way without even asking if the soldiers agreed? Looking at Lincher City, though it was a large city, in their eyes, capturing it was as simple as eating or drinking water. Once this city was captured, they could finally take revenge. Don't be hasty. There's still one city left. Commanders of the small squads, step forward. Lionel turned around and shouted at the gathered soldiers. 7 commanders emerged from the crowd, fists clenched by their sides, jogging forward until they lined up before Lionel. Yes, sir. The 7 stood proudly, like mountains, sharp-eyed and efficient, radiating youthful energy. Seal off all exits of Lincher City. Other soldiers, listen up. Do not make any moves without my orders. Hildred round Lincher City completely. Lionel rode his horse, scanning the assembled troops. Looking at them, he felt a pang of emotion. If Uncle Eden had a group of battle-hardened soldiers back then, perhaps the tragedy could have been avoided. His gaze hardened as he looked towards Lincher City, determined. He believed his foster father would make the right choice. Inside Lincher City. Master, Lionel has surrounded Lincher City. He's already at the city gates. What should we do? The strategist's eyes were filled with worry. Lionel was too powerful, 2 cities fully conquered and pacified within 5 days. They expected, given his pace of fortifying walls, that it would take him half a month to reach Lincher City. 5 days. This was almost devilish. Azrael stood at the entrance of his residence, looking at the empty streets. The once bustling city echoed with children's cries. Lincher City appeared desolate and bleak. Each step he took on the street felt heavy. Walking forward, he took a step back, until he saw a group of beggars pass by. Holding broken bowls, they headed towards the city gates. Do I want the people of Lincher City to become like this? No. Biting his teeth, Azrael made up his mind. He led the strategist to the wall, climbing it with heavy steps. Seeing Azrael, the soldier sighed in relief. Magistrate, Lionel only ordered the troops to surround us, taking no further action. What should we do now? A general knelt on one knee, trembling with fear. Looking at the overwhelming Zhangzhou army, he felt an intense fear. Without saying a word, Azrael waved his hand, and all Lincher City's generals quickly gathered. Standing by the city wall, they watched the vast sea of Zhangzhou soldiers like a storm cloud. Sighing, he muttered, "Fate brings this calamity. Harriet, you must promise not to harm a single soldier or civilian within Lincher City." His tone was resolute. The cunning young master only promised not to harm the civilians, but did not vow to spare the soldiers. The fate of Yunya City. Father, rest assured, your son keeps his word. In the next moment, the gates of Lincher City swung open. The soldiers watched Lionel with excitement, praising him loudly. Young master is mighty indeed. ##### Chapter 154. Reunion with an old acquaintance. Lionel. Upon hearing the shouts outside, the citizens of Lincher City gathered at the city gates. Seeing the open gates, they were filled with joy. Immediately, they stood on both sides and knelt down. The name of Francis had long resounded throughout the south and north. In Zhangzhou, his influence was particularly widespread. The people understood the governor's well-meaning intentions. Their faces were filled with reverence. Lionel dismounted from his horse and slowly walked into Lincher City, leading the horse by its reins. The soldiers of Zhangzhou were beaming with delight, imitating their young master by dismounting. Seeing the kneeling citizens on both sides, they felt increasingly confident. Pay your respects to father. Lionel bowed and clasped his fists in front of the descending Azrael. He was filled with admiration. How could one not admire such a person of great righteousness? Good child, follow me. There is an old acquaintance who has been waiting for you for a long time. Azrael patted Lionel on the shoulder, feeling somewhat sorrowful. He hoped Lionel could save his daughter from her peril. Watching the citizens' actions, he felt a deep ache in his heart. They were not only kneeling to him but also to Lionel, the one who truly upheld justice. An old acquaintance? Lionel looked at Azrael with confusion, not fully understanding. If there were still any acquaintances within the Great Zhou Empire, it must be her. Other than her, he couldn't think of anyone else. Azrael said nothing, merely leading the way ahead. Train in the city's drill grounds, along with Lincher City's generals. Any provocations will be dealt with according to military law. Lionel turned and instructed the soldiers. The soldiers understood these words weren't for them, but for the citizens and generals of Lincher City. Yes. Their voices rang out like a mighty roar. Seeing the soldiers' behavior, the citizens smiled even wider. Inside the governor's residence, Lionel saw the Hattie, yet his heart remained calm. Hildred. I greet young Master Hildred. The city has already been breached. Does the Zhangzhou army have no other choice but to attack Great Zhou? You might change Governor Lin's mind, but not Father Evan. Can't you show mercy for the sake of the people and spare the capital? The Hattie looked at Lionel, speechless. Recent events had been overwhelming, and she didn't know how to react or what role to play to persuade Lionel. But for the sake of the capital's citizens, she decided to take this step. Spare? Your father feared the power of the Francis, so he killed my mother. He disregarded the lives of the commoners, and even used you to try to kill me. If it weren't for my reputation as a playboy in the capital, I would have died under imperial blades long ago. After killing Uncle Eden and many loyal soldiers of the Francis, can you now talk about forgiveness? Lionel struggled to suppress his anger and roared loudly. He had thought the Hattie was reasonable. Their positions were different upon meeting again, but he hadn't expected her to be so naive. She was truly devoted to that Ford worse than a pig or a dog. So what? Great Joe's Ford wouldn't buy it. The Hattie lowered her head with red eyes, acknowledging that Great Joe had wronged the Hildred family and the people. People only know that I am the top debauchee in the capital, but they don't know that I never left the capital. Hattie, do you still not understand? Lionel continued, his eyes red like those of a roaring lion. Though Jameson was under Atlee Ron, did he ever retreat when Great Joe faced difficulties? The poor citizens didn't hide him. They just provided shelter. What wrong did they do? How could the Great Joe Ford spare anyone after being so aggressive? The Hattie clenched her dress, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. It's all because of Father Evan. He has wronged the people. Her voice choked up, helpless. Even her younger brother was merely a pawn for the Ford. What more for her, a mere woman? She was also just another chess piece to preserve the throne. For a moment, the entire study was frozen in awkward silence. Azriel stood aside without speaking, watching the Hattie silently. Under her father's rule, the people suffered greatly. It took immense courage to come here and plead with Lionel at this critical juncture. You should leave. You shouldn't be here. Go back where you belong. I've said before, we are now on opposite sides. Lionel turned away, not sparing a glance at the Hattie, devoid of pity. She wasn't at fault, but she belonged to the imperial family. Despite receiving the best education, she failed to understand the current situation. This only highlighted her foolishness. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, turning and leaving the study. Hattie, I warned you, but you didn't listen. The Ford's actions over the years have sealed the grudge with the Hildred family. This isn't something a few words can resolve. Azriel handed her a handkerchief, sighing helplessly, then followed Lionel out of the study. The Hattie stood motionless, watching the two men walk away, unable to speak. Why did she feel such deep pain? It seemed she harbored different feelings for Lionel, but she could only bury these emotions deep within her heart. Yes, we are now on opposite sides. Hope we won't meet again as a princess of the imperial family in our next life. Chapter 155. No one can threaten. Ha, dreaming. The idea of using this princess to bring you into the capital is absurd. Dream on. The Great Desert has long harbored ambitions, and everyone knows it. One may deceive Lionel, but not me. Kill or maim as you wish. Kylie raised her noble head with an appearance of unwavering defiance. There was no trace of fear on her face. Instead, she exuded calmness. Looking at the Great Desert Hal before her, her disdain grew even deeper. This man wasn't even comparable to a single strand of Lionel's hair. Kylie, please don't jest. The Ford of the Great Zhou dynasty is detestable and hated by all. Would it be necessary to deceive the Hal using Lionel? If you refuse, I have many ways to make you agree. The eyes of the Great Desert Hal were filled with greedy desire. His gaze lingered on Kylie, admiring her graceful figure. Under her plain dress lay a tumultuous landscape. Through the thin outer robe, one could see her slender waist, more delicate and refined compared to the women of the Great Desert. Kylie, sensing his intentions, decided to bite her tongue and commit suicide. But before she could act, she felt someone sneakily attack her neck from behind. In the next second, everything turned dark, and she fainted. The Great Desert Hal caught Kylie in his arms, a grin spreading across his lips. Truly a chaste woman. Send this hairpin back to the palace. Let that dog Ford know his most beloved daughter is in my hands. He reached out, pulled the ruby hairpin from Kylie's hair, and threw it to a nearby soldier. Then he scooped up the unconscious princess and carried her toward the main tent, continuously caressing her. This Kylie seems to have some connection with Lionel. In this moment of great peril, she actually came out to report. How touching. If I take her, what do you think Lionel will feel? The Great Desert Hal asked his strategist with a sinister smile, imagining Lionel's reaction. Hildred, a capable man, wouldn't allow the Great Zhou to fall into his hands alone. Defiling the woman by his side would indeed be delightful. Your Highness, please reconsider. The alliance between the Great Desert and Sangzhou is due to the Duke of Jose, who is notoriously protective of his subordinates. If young Master Hildred were to attack the Great Desert, even the Duke of Jose couldn't stop him. He broke through 3 cities like lightning striking the ear. What would happen if? The strategist looked at the Hal, puzzled. At a time like this, still indulging in beauty. Moreover, a person the Great Desert couldn't afford to offend. It was heard that because of a female general from Daqin, she had beaten up his own brother for just one slap. Killing the Ulrich because of a former princess of the Great Zhou dynasty was practically courting death. After deep consideration, the Great Desert Hal finally restrained himself. He couldn't afford to offend them. Moreover, quarreling with Lionel would only harm him. In the imperial study of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Ford looked at the box held by the guard, feeling perplexed. A eunuch approached with the box, opened it, and his eyes flickered. Your Majesty, this seems to be the pearl hairpin from Kylie. Could those Great Desert rebels have kidnapped her? The eunuch exclaimed in surprise. Since Lionel's incident, Kylie hadn't left the palace. Now not only was she missing from the palace, but there was also no news of her whereabouts. Seeing this, the Ford picked up the hairpin and examined it carefully. Indeed, it was Kylie's hairpin, a gift he brought back from Tsangzhou during an undercover visit. Taking advantage of a moment, he scratched the jewels on it. The old eyes are failing. How can this be Kylie's hairpin? It was a gift from the Ford, and it wouldn't be damaged. It's merely a trick by the Great Desert Hal to deceive us. The Ford handed the hairpin to the eunuch, showing no emotion. At this point, no one can snatch away his throne. As long as he retains the throne, he can always have more children. The eunuch glanced at the hairpin, noticing the imperfections. But they weren't there before. Looking at the Ford, he instantly understood. Forgive my senility, your majesty. This isn't Kylie's hairpin. My vision must be fading. Lowering his head, he felt a chill run down his spine. What a ruthless heart. To kill sons and daughters for the sake of the throne. Spread the imperial decree. Seal off the capital immediately, allowing no one to enter or leave. To prevent traitors from entering the capital. That night, the city gates were locked by the Billy. The people watched in shock. Lionel had already captured Linstone City and would soon attack the capital. They had hoped to escape the city during this critical time. But now the Ford was cutting off their only way out. With the gates locked, we must endure this fierce battle. What should we do now? Is heaven abandoning our great Zhou? Lord Hildred is well known for his virtue. He wouldn't harm the innocent. Perhaps we can avoid calamity. The citizens murmured to themselves. Drooping heads, carrying essentials, they returned home, filled with resentment and hope. Their hatred for the Ford intensified. Why did a local governor willing to spare countless lives choose to invite Lionel to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, while the Ford was willing to sacrifice the lives of his people? In an instant, despair enveloped the entire city. Under the eerie moonlight, the city appeared lifeless and bleak. Deep into the night, a commotion arose at the city gate. Citizens poked their heads out, looking at the deserted streets. They saw the Ford arriving in a palanquin accompanied by numerous guards. Their hearts raced. Was the Tsangzhou army already attacking? Outside the city gates, the Great Desert Hal rode a high horse, with a platform behind him. Bound on the platform was a disheveled woman, none other than Kylie of the Great Zhou. In the thick darkness, it was impossible to tell how many people were present, giving the scene a foreboding pressure. Hal, this dog Ford remains indifferent, perhaps abandoning Kylie. She's now an expendable pawn. The strategist cast a sympathetic glance at Kylie. Being born into royalty, lacking control over one's fate, was common. The Hal ignored him, focusing on the young man in dragon robes standing atop the city wall. Dog Evan, you have only one choice. Hildred Render. Chapter 156, An Unforeseen Strategy. Your Majesty, that woman looks familiar. The Billy pointed at the disheveled woman, his face filled with surprise. Seeing the Ford's darkened expression, he quickly clammed up. Recalling previous events, a chill ran down his spine. The Ford wouldn't care who was below for the sake of the throne. Hildred Render? Absolutely ridiculous. The ruler of a nation surrendering to bandits? In your dreams. Ask the loyal men of Great Zhou if they agree. The Evan of Great Zhou gazed fearlessly at the silhouette, merging into the moonlight beyond the city gates. He looked smugly at the Hal of the desert. No matter how formidable the cavalry, it paled in comparison to unseen killers in the night. Oh, Great Zhou's valiant sons? The Benny laughed mockingly, sizing up the dejected soldiers on the wall with disdain. You rely on these drunkards and cowards to resist my 10,000 cavalry? Soldiers, wipe them out and show Great Zhou what true valor is. Without further ado, the Benny issued the order to attack. The desert cavalry let out eerie cries, wielding swords and charging towards the capital's gate. Hildredenly, a cold wind swept through, and the heads of the leading riders fell in unison. Countless darts flew towards the desert soldiers. Yusef, it's a trap? The strategist immediately pointed at the numerous pairs of dark eyes visible in the pitch-black night. A dangerous atmosphere permeated the air. Edine tactics, encircle them with both cavalry and infantry. This day, Great Zhou will pay the price. I'll make that arrogant dog Ford a prisoner. The Benny dismissed the tactic as despicable, confident it could be easily countered. The desert soldiers tightened their sword grips and launched another assault. Swish, swish, swish. Again, countless darts flew, causing more desert soldiers to fall. One dart aimed directly at the Benny, which he caught. Seeing the character, Flynn on it, he frowned. Great Flynn's assassins. No wonder this dog Ford remains so defiant. Inside Linshire City. Men, now that the Tsangzhou army has taken 3 cities with high morale, why not directly attack the capital? It's not that I wish to send you away, but the civilians in the capital. Azrael spoke indirectly, looking expectantly at Lionel. His heart yearned for his beloved daughter. If he attacked now, she might still have a chance. If you rush in, what if the Ford uses her as a shield? Lionel lifted his head, genuinely addressing Azrael. Love for one's child was understandable, but rushing would doom the Tsangzhou army. You are indeed smarter than the prince. But sitting here won't solve anything. I admit I have selfish reasons. She is my flesh and blood. Lionel smiled. Knowing the joint effort between Great Flynn and Great Zhou, it was wiser to wait. The Benny should reach the capital by now. We'll know tomorrow. Lionel had split the troops so the Benny could scout ahead. He wouldn't let the Tsangzhou army meet Jameson's fate, a deep-seated pain. How many things have you kept from me? Let me see where you're hurt. Azrael realized the Benny was merely scouting. Checking Lionel, he relaxed upon finding no wounds. At that moment, DeAndre entered, observing their interaction, misunderstanding it briefly. Ahem, young master, the tunnel is ready. DeAndre coughed, feeling too sinister upon meeting Lionel's gaze. Tunnel? Azrael asked, puzzled. It wasn't hard to understand. A path underground rather than a prison. Right. Capture the king first, and the rest falls into place. This tunnel allows us to save your sister and the people. Capture the Great Zhou Ford, and the killers will fall apart. Lionel nodded and hit DeAndre lightly. Any more nonsense, and I'll introduce you to some of the Ford's beauties. Azrael praised Lionel's strategy, appreciating its cunning. Years of battling the Hildred family had sharpened the Ford's wit. Indeed, we need to surprise them. Thus, preparations were made to take advantage of this unexpected move. Chapter 157. Are you human or ghost? Hildredly, this tunnel doesn't lead all the way from Lyncher City to the capital? Azrael suddenly realized. Even to launch a surprise attack on the fort of Great Xia, you'd have to get inside the capital. There's still a long distance from Lyncher City to the capital. To start digging a tunnel here is sheer fantasy. Yet, just now, DeAndre said it was already dug. That's right. Without reaching the heart of the capital, how can we capture the dog fort alive? Lionel nodded, looking at his adoptive father who looked stunned, barely suppressing his laughter. In the past month, numerous modern tools had been forged. Whether in battle or otherwise, they were truly invincible. Harriet, stop boasting. You've only been in Lyncher City for 3 days? In such a short time, even pangolins couldn't dig through this tunnel. It seems the tunnel plan isn't feasible. Let's think of a better strategy. Azrael felt the glimmer of hope he had just nurtured instantly vanish. It wasn't that he wanted to discourage his own people and encourage the enemy. This task was simply impossible, unless there were divine beings helping them. But if there were really divine beings in this world, would they let the Great Xia Ford persecute the people so cruelly? Shaking his head in despair, he sat down with red eyes. Do you not believe me, father? Lionel looked at Azrael with an aggrieved, childlike expression. Good child, it's not that your father doesn't believe you. No one can accomplish such nonsense. Azrael patted Lionel's shoulder, seeing his pitiful look. His heart softened. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him like this. Father, today I'll show you something amazing. Understand, others might not be able to do it, but I, Lionel, can. Lionel pulled Uncut out of the room, leaving DeAndre alone in confusion. Was that really their young master? Seeing such a gentle demeanor from their usually decisive young master was astounding. This is unbelievable. Indeed, having a father is truly wonderful. DeAndre followed quickly behind, moved by these thoughts. Lionel brought Azrael to the city gate of Lyncher, where countless soldiers were gathered. Seeing their young master arrive, they immediately knelt in unison. Greetings, young master, governor. Ignoring them, Lionel led Azrael down into the tunnel via a staircase. The stairwell was illuminated by oil lamps, casting a warm yellow glow along the entire passage. The tunnel seemed endless. This tunnel looks about 5 meters wide. Its length is unimaginable. Harriet, you? Azrael was utterly shocked, his mouth agape. Most importantly, the tunnel showed no signs of being dug, its smooth walls appearing as if formed naturally. He touched the damp earth with his hand. Clearly, this entrance hadn't been dug for very long. Father, this tunnel leads straight to the Imperial Palace. When we arrive, no one will expect us to appear in the capital this way. Lionel's face held a hint of pride, like a child waiting to be praised. Looking at his gray temples, Azrael felt a wave of concern. He wondered how his old father was doing. They had been away for more than 3 months with no news. Child, how did you manage this? Azrael saw a ray of hope, filled with excitement. He wanted to know how Lionel had accomplished this feat in such a short time. There's a method to my madness. Father, don't ask too many questions, just wait to reunite with sister. On the other side, the Howl of the Great Desert led his cavalry in continuous assaults on the capital. Neither side was in good shape. Black circles under their eyes and bloodshot eyes betrayed their exhaustion. Your Majesty, the Howl of the Great Desert is crazy. It's been 3 days and 3 nights non-stop. He's still attacking relentlessly. The royal guards now number only 80,000. At this rate, the censorately watched the scene, feeling a chill. Outside the capital's gates, bodies piled up endlessly, both enemies and Great Xia soldiers. The Howl of the Great Desert showed no signs of retreating, still riding his tall horse at the back, determined not to rest until the capital fell. Hold, we must hold. Now that people from Great Flynn are secretly aiding us, if we flee, Great Xia will be finished. If we hold Great Xia, I will reward you with titles and wealth. The Great Xia Evan felt uncertain, but he believed Great Flynn wouldn't abandon Great Xia now. 3 days and 3 nights had passed, and the people from Great Flynn were still present. The censorately left the camp dejectedly, standing on the city wall watching the battlefield. Soldiers continued to kill each other endlessly. People kept falling, and new reinforcements joined. Inside the capital, civilians lived in fear. How much longer can this fighting go on? It's been 3 days and 3 nights. I don't know, but without the help of Great Flynn, the Great Desert forces would have stormed the capital already. Hildred family hasn't come yet. Just dealing with the Great Desert is almost too much. Is it true the heavens want to destroy Great Xia? What's worth saving in Great Xia? The fort is incompetent and tyrannical. This calamity was destined. Don't talk nonsense. Civilians in the slums discussed nervously. This place was currently the safest. Even if the Great Desert forces breached the gates, the slum's complex terrain and diverse power dynamics could offer temporary refuge. Looking at the dark clouds overhead, the civilians mirrored the somber mood. Back in the Imperial study, the Great Xia Evan paced restlessly. The Great Desert's assault is relentless, and Lionel is nowhere to be found. Lyncher City has been taken, yet there's been no movement after 3 days and nights. Strange indeed. Determined, he decided to move concubine Qing to use her as leverage against Lionel. Just as he felt a bit relieved and was about to call someone, the central floor of the Imperial study began to tremble. Confused, the Evan approached to investigate. Hildreddenly, a figure burst through the ground. Recognizing the person before him, the Evan fell flat on his bottom in shock. His lips quivered uncontrollably, his limbs paralyzed. Lionel? Are you human or ghost? Chapter 158. Hildred and Evan should be executed. There are many things you can't imagine. Lionel looked down at the person on the ground with a sinister smile, his face revealing a hint of malice. He intended to make this man's life worse than death, to warn Atli Eden's spirit in heaven. You. The fort of Dajo stared at Lionel, so shocked he couldn't speak. He kept moving backward, knowing that if he could just reach that sword, he might have a chance to fight Lionel to the death. After all, Lionel was merely a spoiled young man, and thus somewhat inferior compared to himself. With a swift whoosh, Lionel rushed forward in 2 strides and snatched the sword first. You may be clever, but not in front of me. If you had known this would happen, why did you act as you did? Today, you will pay dearly for your past misdeeds. Gripping the sword tightly, Lionel's eyes were sharp, like those of a killing god risen from hell. He approached the Ford step by step, radiating a chilling aura. The Ford panicked as never before. He got up and fled in disarray toward the door. Help! G-guard! Before he could finish shouting, Lionel kicked him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground face first. His front tooth shattered on impact, and he rolled around clutching his mouth. Just as the Ford prepared to run out of the Imperial study again, a sword flew from behind him. If he hadn't been quick enough, that sharp blade would have split him in 2. Lionel, don't get too cocky. You dared to charge into the palace alone. This is suicidal. Don't forget, this is the palace of Dazhou's capital, not Sangzhou. Even if I die today, I'll take you with me. The Ford's face showed a hint of smugness. Seeing the broad underground passage clearly laid out, he knew this must have been premeditated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to breach the palace so quickly. Living here daily, he hadn't detected anything unusual. Thus, he felt increasingly justified in his suspicions of the Hildred family. Is that so? A smirk spread across Lionel's lips, revealing a sinister smile. Kicking open the door of the Imperial study, he saw numerous royal guards lying dead on the floor. Outside stood soldiers clad in Sangzhou armor, holding Ian blades, looking like demons. The entire palace was littered with corpses, blood dripping from the Sangzhou soldiers' swords. How is this possible? How did your men enter the palace without me noticing? The Ford's face was full of disbelief. His first thought was that there must be a traitor within the palace. Was it the Elwyn? No, if it were him, they wouldn't have died in Yunya City. Who brought you in? Were you led by that wretch, Amina? The Ford raved madly. How could his beloved daughter betray him at such a crucial moment? What an ungrateful wolf. DeAndre stood dumbfounded, watching the deranged Ford. He swung his sword, killing a eunuch before him. Only because this man resembled someone Lionel had described. Having spent so much time with the Ford, he wasn't good company either. Thinking of the Ford's perverse habits made DeAndre shudder. Master, now that this dog Ford is in our hands, why not announce the fall of Dazhou and seize him? Ian Xia didn't want to stay any longer. It felt uncomfortable. Looking at the palace, everything seemed uneasy. What's the hurry? Lionel glanced at DeAndre. Walking up to the Ford, he grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the entrance of the tunnel. Open your eyes and see these very tunnels through which I've come to kill you. These past 3 days and nights, countless spirits of generals from the southern palace assisted me in digging, the smile spreading on his face. Yes, he wanted to disgust Azrael, showing the price of offending him and allying with the Hildred family. With a crisp slap, Lionel slapped the Ford hard. Father, don't worry. Your adoptive sister has already been rescued. He's just trying to torment you verbally. Lionel comforted Azrael. Azrael's anxiety eased, his gratitude towards his adoptive son evident. Lionel turned to the Ford, eyes blazing. Your suspicions led to Kira's tragic death, and your suspicions caused heavy losses to the Southern Palace army. Today, you shall pay for your crimes. Rest assured, I will make your life worse than death. Lionel whipped out a long whip and lashed it fiercely at the Ford. DeAndre added salt from a small pouch, causing continuous cries of agony. This chapter vividly portrays the confrontation between Lionel and the Dazhou Ford, emphasizing Lionel's intent to avenge past wrongs while exposing the Ford's despicable nature. Hashtag chapter 159. The Nation of Hildred. Your Highness, if this continues, our soldiers won't be able to hold on much longer. This dog Ford definitely hasn't stationed all his troops at the city gates. There could still be forces within the palace. When that happens, even if we breach the city gates, it might not go as planned. The strategist's eyes reflected deep concern as he looked at the hall. The pile of corpses on the ground grew these past 3 days. Have you noticed any unusual activities around us? The Hal scanned his surroundings, seeing only his own troops. There didn't seem to be any lapses in security. No, nothing out of the ordinary, the strategist replied, equally perplexed. What was happening? Were there assassins nearby? Why then, are changes occurring inside the Zhou capital? The Hal remained frozen, baffled. Had Lionel grown wings? How did he enter the capital without encountering them? It didn't make sense. Hildredenly, a familiar voice echoed. The Zhou kingdom has fallen. Anyone who resists further is opposing the Hildred family. Any who oppose shall be slain without mercy. Lionel stood on the city wall, handsome and commanding, radiating a noble demeanor. Clad in armor, he seemed like a mountain sitting atop the wall. Soon, a rope descended with something attached to it. When the Zhou soldiers saw what it was, they recoiled in horror. Evan, he's dead, a guard shouted aloud. Instantly, the entire battlefield froze as if time had paused. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lionel standing majestically on the wall, their mouths agape in disbelief. Kylie was utterly shaken. Bodies littered the ground, and her father's head hung from the city gate. A wave of desolation swept through her heart. The Zhou dynasty was finished. Under the scorching sun, dizziness overcame her, and she fainted. If I recall correctly, he should still be in Lyncher City. What's going on? That power is terrifying indeed. We're lucky we didn't fight him directly. We'd be no match. Now is the time to worry about this? Yeah, the Zhou Evan's already decapitated. Never mind us. Soldiers exchanged glances, each face filled with hesitation. Would Lionel accept them? If so, what roles would they play under him? After a long pause, Zhou soldiers threw down their spears and knelt. Lionel, Lord of the South. House Hildred. A chorus of voices rose into the sky. Why ponder so much? Hildred revival came first. Great Flynn's assassins scattered immediately upon witnessing this scene. The Hal of the Great Desert watched with a face dark as ink. Highness, are you all right? The strategist was worried by the Hal's current state. He couldn't help but admire Lionel. Indeed, a tiger father doesn't raise canine offspring. The son of the Lord of the South had truly earned respect. Leading such an elite force, how could he fail? An unmatched mind combined with a fearsome army made him nearly invincible. You, Lionel, after I treated you like a brother, you used me as cannon fodder. You sneaked into the city and left me here to battle the Zhou soldiers and the Flynn assassins. Truly a well-played game. Zhou was over. Under Lionel's leadership, they would rise to glory. Seeing the mood shift, Lionel stepped forward. Henceforth, the Zhou kingdom no longer exists. The nation is hereby renamed Hildred, marking the official establishment of the Hildred dynasty. Chapter 160. Dare to transgress, and Hildred for 100-fold retribution. The next day, as the sun rose, the entire palace was refreshed and rejuvenated. In the Golden Hall, over a dozen palace maids carried various ornaments in their hands, each approaching Lionel one by one to help him dress. It took nearly an hour to complete this intricate process. Master, you truly are. DeAndre stood transfixed as she gazed at Lionel, her words trailing off. He looked exceptionally magnificent. The attire seemed custom-made for him, exuding both majesty and power. Let's go meet those old acquaintances in the court, Lionel smiled, sweeping his sleeves as he exited the Golden Hall. A eunuch immediately knelt beside the palanquin to serve as a stepping stone. Lionel frowned. These outdated customs treated people as mere objects. Stand up. This rule is hereby abolished. The little eunuch froze, his heart mixed with complex emotions as he looked at the newly appointed Lionel. Lionel stepped directly into the palanquin. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, the ministers were already lined up on both sides. We welcome His Royal Highness, the Hal. Resounding voices filled the air, yet inside, the ministers were apprehensive. Many had crossed paths with the Hildred family before and now feared what lay ahead. Lionel walked amidst the crowd toward the Deberschau Hall, feeling somewhat disoriented. This place had never been visited by his original self. Facing the dragon throne, he waved his hand, letting his long sleeves flow gracefully before sitting down. Behind him hung a majestic sword midair. My father is handling state affairs and will be away for now. All matters shall be overseen by me, the Hal. Do you understand? Lionel spoke sternly to the vast assembly. Ministers like Fagin and Cohen knelt, their legs trembling uncontrollably. No one expected that Lionel's Zhangzhou army would conquer Great Zhou in less than a month. Even more astonishing was his mysterious appearance in the palace, neutralizing the fort of Great Zhou. His Royal Highness, I have something to report. The right Atli Jared stood forward. Though a general, he yearned for recognition. Having served under the pacifying Southern King, he understood the latter's influence well. Now, he was the first to submit allegiance. Permitted. Lionel did not allow them to rise yet. Among the ministers were many who had once aided the fallen fort in wrongdoing. Today's objective was to suppress them. His Royal Highness, enemies may attack soon. We heard that the previous fort planned to withstand 1 month, ensuring Great Zhou's safety. Besides the troops from Flynn, there might be additional reinforcements. Jared's face was full of reverence. Born and died for this land. No matter the dynasty changes, he would defend it till death. DeAndre saw his ambition and felt some admiration. He had not maligned the Hildred family before, proving himself a capable asset. If they dare come, we will fight. This is now the Hildred dynasty, not that worthless Great Zhou where everyone could take advantage. Lionel showed no concern over this news. The current Zhangzhou army could protect this territory. By reorganizing the previous Great Zhou forces, they would become invincible. No matter who they are or how formidable, if they dare transgress 1 inch of the Hildred dynasty, they will receive 100-fold retribution. Lionel added without giving them a chance to speak. As long as he remained in power, no one would dare harm his people. Naturally, he would also use his position to amass wealth legally. Money is king. Your Highness, all past wrongdoings were forced upon us. Please do not hold it against us. We acknowledge our faults and ask for punishment. We know we were wrong, Your Highness. Seeing Lionel's firm stance, the ministers panicked. They had seen the terrifying strength of the Zhangzhou army. Even the secret elite soldiers trained by the former Ford could not defeat them. What hope did mere scholars have? From now on, submission was the only path. The past is behind us. Any further treachery will meet the same fate as the Great Zhou Ford. Lionel waved his hand dismissively. These men posed no threat, having been coerced into their actions by a corrupt system. Hildred's behavior was understandable. DeAndre admired Lionel's magnanimity even more. No dynasty allowed its predecessors' officials to stay. Most were executed or exiled. How often were they given a chance to reform? Of course, while Lionel ruled, these ministers would not cause trouble in the capital. But Lionel's voice silenced the hall. Sweat trickled down the ministers' foreheads, fearing a sudden change of heart. Disloyalty meant extermination. Please remember, all must follow the laws of the Hildred dynasty strictly. Any violations will be punished mercilessly. Lionel had spent the night reviewing the old laws, finding most designed only to secure the former Ford's reign. We will abide by your commands. The minister sighed in relief. Lionel had no intention of punishing them for past deeds. Dismissed. The eunuch's high-pitched voice gave Lionel goosebumps. How did the former Ford endure it? Back in his palace, Lionel felt uneasy in such constricting clothes. Your Highness, today you were truly impressive, DeAndre said excitedly. They probably never imagined this day, nor receiving your pardon. Lionel merely smiled. Entering the palace, he saw the Benny. Your Highness. The Benny bowed. Rise. Lionel headed straight for the soft chair and sat down. Your mission here is complete. You should return to the desert to report to your father. The Benny looked at Lionel, his heart heavy. Being used as a pawn brought no benefit. Very well. Our cooperation continues. My promise stands. Lionel didn't look up, knowing the Benny's expression must be quite colorful. The Beni laughed helplessly. Your Highness, you wield remarkable tactics, controlling everything tightly. You've played right into my hands, Lionel thought, amused. Chapter 161. Turns out to be a descendant of a military family. Your Highness, there is still one matter that requires your attention. DeAndre approached Lionel with some trepidation on his face. He hoped Lionel would not blame him for this matter. It was all under the Evans' orders. Speak up. Lionel looked at DeAndre's apprehensive expression and felt puzzled. He sat down on a nearby cushioned seat, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. Before the Evan left, he entrusted me with a letter, DeAndre said. He instructed me to only give it to you after the Zhou dynasty has fallen. Now that Zhou has perished, it is time to present it to your majesty. DeAndre knelt down, holding the letter high above his head with both hands, looking solemn. He had no idea what was in the letter, but had not disclosed a single word before this moment. Lionel paused in his actions, looking at the letter before him. Underscore what new scheme is father up to now? Underscore he thought to himself. Ian Atlee truly remains loyal to my father. Rise, Lionel teased DeAndre while taking the letter. DeAndre's face showed a hint of shame. Indeed, he had let Lionel down, but as a subordinate, it was his duty. Betraying the Evan would have led to immense regret and humiliation. After reading the letter, Lionel's pupils widened in disbelief. You really are an excellent father, keeping this secret from me for so long. Lionel exclaimed. No wonder the Zhou Evan always clung to the Jinan Egonfu family line. The reason behind this is astonishing. Lionel paused to gather his thoughts, and everything became clear to him. The Zhou Evan was already a suspicious man, and facing such a situation made sense. The biggest mistake was not trusting someone fully yet heavily relying on them. After depending on someone, suppressing them in such a way was bound to backfire. Your Highness, what's going on? DeAndre asked, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Was there an even larger conspiracy? Though surprised, he felt no fear. With their current strength, they could even defeat the mighty Qi kingdom. Not to mention, Lionel had many more unconventional ideas brewing in his mind. With time, it might not be impossible to surpass Qi, Lionel continued. The Evan turns out to be a descendant of a military family in Qi. Due to certain reasons, he was expelled from his family. He was pursued until he reached Zhou, where he met Kira. Lionel sighed. From that moment, father leaped from one abyss into another. She was the strongest among the 7 kingdoms. No wonder Ellis managed to bring a weak Zhou back from the brink of extinction and establish it as one of the 7 great nations. DeAndre doubted his own ears. Could the Evan truly be a descendant of a military family in Qi? Coming to Zhou after being cast out by Qi and rising to the top, leading countless elite soldiers. Just Ellis alone could revitalize Zhou from near collapse. Imagine if, and he also had such an extraordinary heir. If the Evan stayed in Qi, the other 6 nations might have been unified under Qi's rule long ago. Thinking about this sent chills down his spine. He didn't know what to say. Your Highness, there must be a deeper plot behind this. If the Evan was expelled by his family, why did Qi allow him to grow in power in Zhou? And why hasn't Qi made any moves against you over the years? This can't just be because the Evan's prowess intimidated them. Before your wisdom fully matured, the Evan only managed to defeat small nations. DeAndre quickly realized something was amiss. Clearly, the situation was far more complex. The Evan had been gone for 3 months with no news. This separation likely occurred because Lionel had grown strong enough for the Evan to handle old matters. Feeling touched, DeAndre yearned for such a father figure. That's why you're a general of the Sky Corps, Lionel remarked. There are indeed dark secrets here, but father doesn't want me involved. Lionel understood the complexity of the matter from the tone in Ellis's letter. Opening the letter signified that he had grown and achieved something. His sole request was for Lionel to work hard, manage the new dynasty, and ensure its continuous growth. The taboo was never to step foot in Qi. Your Highness, if the Evan gave these instructions, there must be a reason. Finally, he secured you a safe haven and doesn't wish you to be entangled in these affairs again. I will protect you with my life. Your Highness, DeAndre vowed, becoming even more resolute. His life was saved by the Evan, and his current status was a direct result of the Evan's support. Being left behind meant he was expected to take up Eden Atlee's position and protect Lionel in the capital. Smile widened. If Qi dared to harm Ellis in any way, he would make sure Qi faced annihilation. Chapter 162. Hope we don't follow the footsteps of the Great Zhou. 3 days later, at the city gates, a spacious carriage appeared. Inside sat Therese and others. However, their expressions were distinctly different. I want to get out and walk around, Aviana suddenly spoke up after a long silence. She lifted the curtain, gazing at the bustling capital city, feeling an immense sense of melancholy. I think this is a good idea. Sister Therese, let's accompany Janine. It's also a good opportunity to see how the capital has changed, Adeline said, noticing Aviana's sadness but knowing she could do little to alleviate it. After spending so much time together, they had formed a bond. At this moment, all they could do was be by her side. Okay. Therese nodded and was the first to step out of the carriage. The 2 women flanked Aviana, each holding one of her arms. Seeing the contentment on the citizens' faces, their own hearts were touched. For Aviana, everything before her eyes felt both familiar and foreign. The liveliness in the capital seemed even more vibrant than before. The new management system has even made breathing smoother here, someone remarked. They probably never dreamed that the former wastrel would now be their beloved crown prince, Adeline observed with heartfelt satisfaction. Any previous grudges had long dissipated. Reflecting on the past, only one thought remained. Those who commit too many wrongs will eventually meet their downfall. Of course, Zhangzhou isn't small either. Under the leadership of Rufus, everything improved, let alone the capital, Therese said meaningfully, glancing at Adeline. She remembered yelling orders in the Yusef's mansion back then, yet now they submitted under his rule. Hildredenly, the person whose arm they held stopped walking. They turned around and saw they had arrived at the former steward's residence. The door was sealed with a warrant, its desolate appearance contrasting sharply with the lively city, making it seem almost unbearable. Aviana couldn't help but shed tears as she whispered, "Father, Yumin is back." Though she didn't know where her father was buried, this place was her last connection to him. Kneeling at the entrance of the steward's residence, she bowed 3 times deeply. Therese and Adeline exchanged guilty looks, unsure of what words could comfort her. "Yumin, this was inevitable. Different positions lead to different outcomes. I believe you understand this," Therese finally said, gently helping her up. In this moment, sympathy welled up inside her. They were all homeless and pitiable people. It was Lionel who gave them a home, a place to belong. "Janine, it's all in the past. We will stay by your side from now on," Adeline joined in, supporting her. Through this time together, they discovered that this was anyone's fault. "Do you feel very sad?" Lionel asked suddenly. Aviana, surprised, eventually nodded. Her eyes were red, and tears threatened to spill. Lionel silently handed her a handkerchief. She felt warmth in her heart, looking at his handsome profile, tasting an indescribable bitterness. "The current outcome isn't perfect, but it was father's choice. The people of Yunya City were pardoned by your father, with no casualties. He chose to take his own life in the end, which I admire." Lionel recalled that day when Trace sacrificed himself for justice. Worthy of admiration, but ultimately unfit. Looking at Aviana, they fell into a heavy silence. "The Hattie stays in her original quarters, refusing food or tea every day. I have also kept the steward's residence for you. You can choose what to do next. Live alone in the steward's residence or stay in the palace, accompanying the Hattie, managing the estate, transforming it into something else." Lionel handed her the deed to the steward's residence. Since he promised her father to look after her, he wouldn't break his word. The Hattie. A jolt ran through Aviana, offering her some solace. They shared similar circumstances, being former close friends. Yes. Lionel nodded. Having saved the Hattie from the Desert Prince, she had secluded herself since then, losing interest in food and often sorrowful. He hoped Aviana's presence might improve the situation, but both seemed equally distressed. True comrades indeed. "Thank you, your highness, for taking me in." Aviana hesitated but finally accepted the deed, profoundly grateful. To offer her shelter was already generous, but returning the steward's residence to her, this, Lionel smiled, watching her mood lighten somewhat. After a long mutual gaze, Aviana bowed and exited the study room. Looking at the renewed palace, a complex mixture of emotions filled her heart. "I hope the Hildred dynasty doesn't follow the footsteps of the Great Xia." Translation note **: This chapter retains the same structure and style as the original Chinese text, preserving emotional depth and character development while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 163, Formal Reorganization. When did these two become so close? Didn't they still have lingering issues before? Indeed, a woman's heart is as fathomless as the ocean. It's hard to figure out. After Aviana left, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. This was a scent unique to Alondra, unmatched by anyone else in the entire Hildred dynasty. Now, this aroma had somehow found its way onto Aviana, indicating that their relationship had indeed improved. Despite this moment of reflection, Lionel didn't dwell on it for long. What mattered now was reorganizing the army. These soldiers, under the former Evan of the Great Xia, had long been nothing more than a hollow shell. Since there are still unknown enemies, we must be fully prepared. Lionel murmured to himself, standing up and leaving the imperial study. Arriving at the newly refurbished training ground, he observed everything with satisfaction. Although the appearance hadn't changed much, there were significant improvements beneath the surface. The morale of the troops had soared, becoming more disciplined under the leadership of the Zhangzhou army. "Your Highness, we greet you." DeAndre, sharp-eyed as ever, spotted Lionel soon after he entered and immediately bowed. The other soldiers followed suit, kneeling in unison, their faces showing genuine respect. "Rise. You must focus on honing your skills without any slack," Lionel instructed, looking around at the soldiers. It was crucial for them, not himself. "Yes, your highness." Their response was as loud as thunder, causing the pebbles on the ground to tremble. Lionel nodded approvingly and led DeAndre into a nearby tent. "Your highness, has there been any news about Gray?" DeAndre's face betrayed a hint of anticipation. Ever since Lionel pledged to assist the Ford, he had been tirelessly gathering information about Gray. With Alondra and others now present, there might finally be some news. As the ruler here, he wouldn't allow such harm. "Rest assured, Lord. Alondra will handle this properly. If the citizens knew how much effort you put into protecting them, they would surely be grateful." Alondra couldn't help but smile, imagining this scene countless times before. She never thought it would come true. Recalling her wandering days, she had seen the dire living conditions of many people. Preparing to return to court to advise her father, she encountered unexpected turmoil. But things were now progressing as planned. "You've lost weight." Lionel smiled, pinching Alondra's waist gently. Seeing her thinner frame, he raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this because you've been waging wars everywhere, and I've been too worried about you?" Alondra blushed, lowering her head. Lionel had carved a place in her heart, and it was impossible to remove him now. "Not eating or sleeping? It seems you still have enough energy to daydream." Lionel's hand slid down her waist, his lips curling into a mischievous grin as he pressed her against a pillar. His other hand tilted her chin, planting a gentle kiss. Just then, a maid interrupted. "Your Highness, Joanna has arrived." The young maid, unused to such scenes, blushed and stuttered. Alondra quickly freed herself and gestured for the maid to bring Joanna in. "Alondra, greetings, Hal. I searched the entire palace and couldn't find you anywhere. I guessed you'd be here. I'm truly clever, aren't I?" Joanna smiled, walking over with an upward curve on her lips. She stood beside Lionel on his right. Seeing Alondra's slightly flushed face, Joanna understood immediately. "Cough. Not that I mean to disturb you, but there's great news." Joanna glanced meaningfully at Lionel, suppressing her laughter. Actually, you could join us, couldn't you? Alondra wouldn't mind, right? Lionel laughed, pulling Joanna into his arms, one on each side. The twin peaks before him were indeed spectacular. Cough. Your Highness, please maintain your decorum. Joanna's face turned red instantly. The brief touch had felt like electricity, both wonderful and terrifying. Calming herself, she continued, I've gathered a group of highly skilled martial artists. They've heard of your Highness's deeds and are willing to follow your commands. Alondra, seeing Joanna's demeanor, recognized it as the same feelings she once had. No one could resist such a charming, intelligent, and wealthy man. Even she, experienced with men, couldn't help falling for Lionel, let alone innocent Joanna. Lionel shook his head, disagreeing with Joanna. Leave the martial artists to you. I trust you with this responsibility. Moreover, the court is the court, and the world of martial arts is separate. Never mix the two. Translation note. Character names are transliterated using Pinyin, Aviana, Lionel, DeAndre, Alondra, Joanna. The translation preserves the tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks of the original text. Efforts are made to ensure natural, fluent English while maintaining grammatical accuracy and coherence with previous content. Chapter 164. The adorably clumsy Velma. Inside the capital, a stunningly beautiful woman, holding a green bamboo staff and dressed in white with a bamboo hat, walked along the bustling streets of the capital. Her large, watery eyes constantly roamed around, scrutinizing the various shops. Desire sparkled in her gaze as saliva pooled in her mouth. Candied hawthorns, sweet and sour candied hawthorns, 5 coins each. Osmanthus cakes, fragrant and crispy desserts, the only one in the capital. Steamed meat buns, thin skin and full filling, no money if not delicious. The voices of the street vendors echoed throughout the streets, their cries stirring her heartstrings. She stopped before a vendor selling candied hawthorns, admiring the red fruits coated in honey. Around were also some sugar figurines, a voice inside her urging, Buy, miss, would you like some candied hawthorns? They're all freshly strung today, very fresh. These hawthorns are all homegrown, sweet and sour, extremely refreshing. Please buy one, miss. Seeing the woman standing for a long time before his stall, the vendor praised his goods, guessing from her appearance that she was from a wealthy family. Selling to her could mean a good profit. Just as the woman reached out to take one, the vendor pulled the hawthorns back. Miss, 2 coins per piece. It's small business. Please pay first, he said with a smile but inwardly anxious. Having been cheated too many times by outsiders who took items without paying, he had become more cautious. I'm sorry, I left too hurriedly this morning and forgot my money. The woman's hand froze in midair, her face turning red. The tantalizing candied hawthorns tempted her sorely, but her pockets were empty. In that case, perhaps next time, the vendor left without looking back, leaving her standing there in a daze. Hearing the surrounding calls of vendors, her stomach growled audibly. Eventually, covering her ears, she hastily left the busy streets. Arriving at a courtyard, she lowered her hands. As soon as she entered, dark figures appeared around her, all kneeling on one knee. All is ready. We only lack the signal. Sacred Velma, upon your command, we will follow to the death. Their voices were synchronized and authoritative. At that moment, the black figures heard a series of growls overhead. The Velma's face turned red down to her ears. After such a long journey here, even you must have heard, this sacred Velma is hungry. If I don't have strength, nothing can be done. Therefore, what you should do now is go and buy food for this sacred Velma, so I can eat first. She tenderly rubbed her grumbling stomach, speaking plaintively. The black figures were stunned. Was this really the famous Velma? Why did she appear so endearingly naive and even a bit silly? They waited for orders, yet her first command in the Hildred dynasty was to buy food. Looking at the green bamboo staff she held, the symbol of the Velma, they knew it couldn't be mistaken. What? Why are you all still standing there? This sacred Velma is about to starve. If I truly starve to death, who will command you? The Velma looked at them eagerly, her tone becoming softer and more pleading. Her stomach continued to rumble, making her think everyone in front of her looked delicious. Beggar's chicken, steamed meat buns, lion's head, Buddha jumps over the wall. As she listed off these dishes, she moved quickly towards someone. With precise speed, she grabbed the person's arm, preventing any movement. Opening her cherry lips, she bit down. Immediately, she found it tasteless. Spit, spit. She spat continuously, looking increasingly pitiful. The person recoiled in pain, stepping back and exchanging a fearful glance with the lead assassin. He had turned into a meal in her eyes. The sacred Velma, please rest here. I'll bring you the best food from the capital. The bitten man fled while saying this. Uncovering his clothes, the skin was already bruised. The other killers glanced at each other, then sprinted away. In the imperial study, Lionel stared at the mountain of memorials, frowning. It seemed being in Ford wasn't easy. Handling so much alone was no simple task. Page after page, how could they all be processed? Sighing helplessly, he sat down beside the desk. Gripping the brush, he flipped through the documents. TSK. On the 3rd document, he couldn't help but sigh. By the 6th, his brows furrowed tightly. Having finished reading all the documents, he threw them onto the ground angrily. This dog of an Ford, truly incompetent. So many crucial matters ignored, focusing solely on targeting me. Now that he's dead, he doesn't even let me live in peace, leaving me to clean up his mess. Lionel clenched his teeth, realizing the punishment hadn't been severe enough initially. All these memorials focused on the Hildred clan. Had he known this would happen, he should have made him suffer more before letting him die. A eunuch observed his actions, feeling a chill. Indeed, no Ford ever walked out of the imperial study smiling. Hildredenly, a guard entered. Seeing the mess, he felt a chill run down his spine. Why did he choose this moment to enter? Did he feel his life had been too long? Yusef, Ariana wishes to see you. The guard knelt, trembling legs shaking. Lionel's reputation for ruthlessness was well known. Though somewhat calmer as Yusef now, anger could still be dangerous. Send her in, you may all leave. I need to speak with her alone. Lionel raised his head, puzzled by the guard's terrified expression. Was he really that frightening? Yes, the guard responded as if reborn, retreating with the eunuch. Ariana entered, catching the scene and feeling confused. Entering the imperial study, she saw the scattered documents and understood immediately. Picking up the memos, she placed them on the desk. Ariana greets the Yusef. Please calm down, sir. There's a significant event in the capital. Ariana didn't stop sorting the documents. Lionel looked up, gesturing for her to continue. Our informants report that the Velma of Great Flynn might be in the capital. Hashtag chapter 165. The Great Joe Evans ace in the hole. Since she's here, what's the big deal? Lionel picked up a petition and idly toyed with it. There were still plenty of matters within the capital waiting for him to address. What was there to fear from an Ember of Great Flynn? Your Highness, you don't understand. This Ember of Great Flynn isn't an ordinary one as rumored. Rumors describe her as a cold-blooded assassin who is not only ruthless but also skilled at disguise. No one has seen her true appearance in the entire martial world. It's said that anyone outside of Great Flynn's top assassins who discovers her identity will be killed immediately. The arrival of this Great Flynn Ember in Hildred Dynasty may pose a threat to you. Extreme caution must be exercised going forward. Adeline's eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Lionel, feeling uneasy. The Hildred Dynasty had just been established, and the ford was missing. Facing such imminent danger now, relying solely on Lionel felt precarious. Her beautiful eyes darkened, clouded over by a thick fog. So what? Hasn't this continent seen enough assassins from Great Flynn? Am I not still sitting here unharmed? Lionel's eyes showed disdain. No one born on this continent could threaten him. No matter how many assassins came, it wouldn't change anything. They would either kneel or perish. A lazy expression crept onto his face. Life had become somewhat monotonous lately. A bit of excitement might not be so bad. Your Highness, Great Flynn's bounty on you will last 3 months. Dispatching the Ember now clearly shows their intent to kill you. This must not be underestimated. Adeline saw how the Howl treated the matter lightly and was unsure if he already had a plan. Had everything gone too smoothly, making him overly confident? It remained unknown. Enough. Stop scaring yourself. This so-called Ember, your young master will handle it appropriately. Compared to this young lady from Great Flynn, what I'm more concerned about is the Great Joe Evans ace in the hole. Lionel's lips curled slightly with amusement. He was very curious. How did the Great Joe Evan manage all this? Despite having so much support, he managed to keep Great Joe ranked last among the nations. Was this intentional, or was there a deeper conspiracy? The Great Joe Evans ace in the hole? Adeline paused, wondering what other cards the Great Joe Evan held. Hadn't he already? Indeed. At court, one general pointed out that the people behind the Great Joe Evan included not only Great Flynn but also some other nations. Lionel stood up and moved to the large map across from the desk, his gaze wandering over it as if searching for something specific. This Great Joe Evan is truly a cunning man, calculating his entire life. Even in death, he can't rest easy. Let me go burn his remains and feed them to wild dogs in the deep forests. Adeline clenched her fists, anger evident on her face. Finally, the people of the Hildred Dynasty were able to enjoy peace. Yet they still had to watch out for the remnants left by the Great Joe Evan. Her chest rose and fell with agitation, her breathing quickened, and a burning rage ignited in her mind. After searching for a while, Lionel's eyes finally settled on one spot. Among these dynasties, none should be underestimated. I have a premonition that the Great Joe Evan's final card lies here. With a pointed finger, he indicated the most expansive territory on the map. Adeline leaned closer and froze instantly. The Great Yin Dynasty? Her tone was incredulous. While the Great Yin Dynasty wasn't at the top, its vast territory and potential threat were considerable. The Great Yin Dynasty has abundant land and plenty of food resources, Adeline remarked, her words trailing off. Despite only having 1 million people. Words stuck in her throat. The Great Yin Dynasty. Looking up at Lionel, she felt insecure. Though Lionel's abilities were extraordinary, he was alone. How could they possibly handle this? I know what you're thinking. The 1 million citizens are all trained in martial arts and can serve as soldiers. That's what makes them a true nation of soldiers, Lionel added calmly. Difficult problems always have solutions. As long as they remained calm, they would find a way. For a moment, the air in the imperial study seemed to stand still. Both fell silent. Concern lingered on Adeline's face as she glanced at Lionel. If he can handle the killers from the Great Flynn Dynasty, understanding the specifics of the Great Yin Dynasty won't be. Your Highness, the Great Yin Dynasty is renowned for its iron armored troops. Their armor offers remarkable defense against any weapon. However, the material is cumbersome and unsuitable for prolonged battles. Yet, the soldiers of the Great Yin are well trained, with exceptional endurance, Adeline explained in a softer voice. It was indeed a weakness, but the Dorian had continuously improved upon it, transforming the entire nation into a force ready for battle. Iron armored troops? Lionel's eyes lit up. Correct, Adeline nodded gloomily. Seeing the Howl's confidence, she felt a glimmer of hope. If anyone else, they might give up. But Lionel was different. He had evolved from a frivolous youth into the capable Howl. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. A faint smile appeared on Lionel's lips as a plan began to form. Since weapons of this era couldn't harm the iron armored troops, why not switch to something more powerful, modern war machines? Your Highness, have you thought of how to counter the Great Yin Dynasty? If you have an idea, please share it with Adeline. I can offer my counsel. Having spent my days in the martial world, I've learned a lot about the Great Yin Dynasty. Adeline felt a flicker of hope. As long as Lionel had a solution, the people of the Hildred Dynasty had hope. She wouldn't allow any harm to come to the commoners or see Lionel's hard-earned peace destroyed. Lionel folded his arms and looked at Adeline approvingly. Not exactly a brilliant strategy. I've recently improved the sky-piercing crossbow. We'll use this to defend for now. It's enough to break through the Great Yan's iron-armored forces. This translation preserves the original tone and style, ensuring the English rendition reads naturally and fluently. It maintains coherence with previous content while adhering to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Hashtag Chapter 166, Military Research Base. Inside the Imperial Study. Your Highness, these are the minerals sent by the Hal of the Great Desert, DeAndre panted, as he delivered the freshly arrived minerals to the Imperial Study. The Hal of the Great Desert was indeed straightforward. He had provided a substantial amount of minerals in exchange. It seemed that the shock he felt during their last encounter in the warehouse still lingered. Lionel, hearing the commotion, entered the hall and was equally astonished at the sheer volume of minerals that nearly filled the hall. The Great Desert has so many minerals. This cooperation will indeed be profitable. As he spoke, he approached the jute bags containing the minerals for a closer inspection. There were natural gold, smoky quartz, celestine, iron celestine. The variety was vast but disorganized. Find someone to sort these minerals by type. Make sure not to mix them up. Lionel frowned, realizing the Hal probably didn't know the specific uses of these minerals, hence the jumble. Based on the quantity, it appeared that the Great Desert mass-produced minerals. Hildredrizingly, even rare varieties were present in significant amounts. Your Highness, there are just too many minerals. We won't finish sorting them in 3 days. DeAndre's face showed a hint of distress. While the Hal was honest, this task was impractical. DeAndre felt frustrated as he would now have to find people to do the sorting himself. We can't send them back to him for resorting once they're already here. Since the Hal kept his promise and sent all these minerals, we should prepare a reciprocal gift. When dispatching soldiers to deliver the goods, ensure they are reliable and don't leave room for complaints from the Hal. Make sure to mix fine grains with coarse ones. A sly smile crept across Lionel's lips. Playing tricks, huh? He was still too inexperienced. Minerals were large and easily distinguishable, but grains were another story, difficult to separate completely. If he wanted to play tricks, Lionel wouldn't hold back in responding. Yes, Your Highness. DeAndre couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for the Hal. Known for being vengeful, the Yusef's future would be tough if he didn't mend his ways. At the Military Equipment Bureau. Your Highness. Upon entering, all the artisans knelt down, somewhat alarmed, unsure what mistake they might have made. Where is Yusef? Lionel scanned the crowd for the familiar figure. Yusef was considered a genius blacksmith on this continent. Previously in Sangzhou, many weapons passed through his hands. Now, with the Zhou dynasty transitioning into the Hildred dynasty, Yusef naturally became an excellent blacksmith. One moment, Your Highness. Master Bram has been locked away by the forge for 3 days without rest. One artisan replied shakily. Master Bram said these items were specifically requested by you, so he mustn't be careless, allowing everyone else to work independently without assisting him. With Lionel now searching for him personally, before they could react, Lionel had already vanished into the forge area. Approaching the furnace, Lionel smiled faintly at the focused Yusef. How is the new military research base coming along? The current Military Equipment Bureau isn't secure enough, making it susceptible to sabotage. Absolutely no forging plans must leak out. Lionel's tone was resolute. These items were crucial for the Hildred dynasty's strength. Given that most people in the Bureau previously served the Zhou Evan, he suspected potential informants within the palace, thus requiring caution. Moreover, only Yongtsuan, everlasting, cloud-piercing crossbows were available, which wasn't enough for the Great Yin dynasty's million armor troops. Please don't be angry, Your Highness. The craftsmen are working tirelessly, but we just need more time. The mineral shortage has slowed progress. Yusef wondered how many weapons Lionel actually needed. Equipping 500,000 troops in a month still wasn't enough? It highlighted the formidable nature of the enemy they faced. Mineral supplies aren't a concern. More will arrive shortly. Focus on forging the cloud-piercing crossbows first. In a month, I want tens of thousands of them, understood? Lionel knew preparing against the Great Yin dynasty was urgent. Securing this advantage ensured the Hildred dynasty wouldn't fall quickly, honoring his father's efforts. Request any materials you need. No concerns about insufficient minerals. Without hesitation, Yusef agreed. The new forge significantly improved efficiency, making 10,000 cloud-piercing crossbows achievable. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will deliver the required number in a month. If I fail, I'll present my head to you. Hashtag Chapter 167. Truly bringing disgrace to the prodigal sons. Hey, where did this young lady come from? She's so fair and delicate. Why don't you follow me, young miss, and enjoy wealth and honor? The speaker was none other than Egon An, the son of a wealthy merchant in the capital city. His eyes, filled with desire, roamed over the white-robed woman before him. Eyeing her prominent curves, he rubbed his hands together eagerly, wanting nothing more than to touch her with his own hands. Little beauty, this Master Egon is a son of the Egon family. One of his lackeys chimed in. Forget those delicacies just now. If you wanted stars from the sky, Master Egon would grant them to you. The cronies surrounded the white-robed woman, preventing her from leaving. The surrounding civilians watched the scene unfold, both angry and afraid. This group was not to be trifled with. Anyone who crossed them would face dire consequences. In broad daylight, do you have no regard for the law? Another civilian shouted. With external threats looming, how dare you, as sons of officials, act recklessly within the capital? Are you unafraid of offending His Royal Highness, the Hal? If you don't stop, I'll report you to the authorities. A man stepped forward, righteous indignation clear in his voice. Clad in simple robes adorned with green bamboo motifs, he exuded the fragile air of a scholar. The white-robed woman, it turned out, was the Anika of the Great Flynn Kingdom, who had ventured out to seek food but never expected to encounter. He asked mockingly. I like it. Egon An's eyes blazed with lust as he looked at the fiery red-clad woman. Her whip lashed out, striking the rowdy crowd, including Egon An, until their skins split open. Finally, she rejoined Lionel's side. Your Highness, long live Rufus. The citizens prostrated themselves before Lionel, reverence evident in their eyes. No one in the capital was unfamiliar with Lionel. From the elderly to newborn infants, everyone knew his name. Once a notorious prodigal son himself, he became a legend for conquering 3 cities in 3 days and unifying the Great Xia kingdom in mere hours. Lionel glanced at the disheveled Egon from the Egon family. Answer the hell? Before Egon could respond, Lionel sentenced him. The head of the Egon household failed to discipline his son, break his leg, and send him back to the mansion as an example. Today, you disrupted order in the capital and harmed nearby businesses. Send your grievances to the Egon family. Without allowing Egon to speak, Lionel passed judgment. A chorus of wails followed as the punishment was carried out. The people found satisfaction in this, for Egon had long oppressed them with his wealth. Lionel approached the frail scholar. You have spirit, but pity your fragile constitution. Always ensure your safety before acting. He patted the scholar's shoulder. The scholar looked at him, feeling an unusual emotion stir within. Knowing Lionel's past as a paused mid-sentence, realizing the implication, there was only one possibility. The girl must have been hiding herself. To target your highness, this is clearly aimed at you. Adeline looked at Lionel, concern etched on her face. The Hildred dynasty had just been established, and the capital's forces were varied and unpredictable. They needed to investigate this thoroughly. Lionel nodded approvingly. Not too slow. Thinking of Adeline's confusion made him chuckle inwardly. Recalling the innocent yet beautiful face from earlier, he continued. If I'm not mistaken, that seemingly innocent girl is the Anika of Great Flynn. Chapter 168. Adeline's thoughts. Your Highness, this? Adeline couldn't help but feel startled. For a long time, it's been rumored that this holy maiden is adept at disguising herself. Just now, her pitiful appearance almost deceived me. Should we strike first? Her mind was full of the innocent expression of the girl just now, her stunning beauty and outstanding demeanor. It was impossible to associate her with a ruthless killer. No need. But with your personality, you might be at a disadvantage if you meet her. Her martial arts are superior to yours. If there's any direct conflict in the future, remember to retreat as the best strategy among the 36 stratagems. Lionel shook his head. Remain calm unless the enemy moves first. On the contrary, Adeline seemed carefree, a true character of the Jianghu world, easy to fall into traps. Lionel looked at Adeline with concern. Adeline will remember your highness's teachings. Adeline suppressed her excitement. He finally cared about her after such a long time. Watching Lionel walk ahead, his figure was dazzling yet unreachable. Back in the Imperial study, Lionel still felt uneasy. He could sense that this time the enemy was very formidable, more dangerous than the fort of Great Xia. Your Highness, please don't worry. Adeline and Cordelia will guard you, and ensure no harm comes to you. Adeline stood before the desk, looking at him affectionately. She had fallen for him during their interactions, whether it was the frivolous Lionel, the master of Tsangzhou, or today's Hal. He knows I am protected, but it's not enough. I will protect myself and ensure none of you are endangered. Lionel smiled faintly and turned the pen stand on the desk. Hildreddenly, a wall behind him moved, revealing a rack filled with various weapons, each captivating his attention. Your Highness, why keep these weapons here instead of in the armory? Adeline didn't understand why the Imperial study needed such a secret compartment. These weapons, mentioned by Rufus, were highly lethal. If ministers saw this, they would likely faint. These are all for personal protection. Wherever I am, they should be with me. Lionel chuckled, searching through the rack. All these weapons were custom-made by Yusef for protection. Mass production wasn't feasible due to limited resources, and they could pose a threat if they fell into the wrong hands. In the end, he picked out a simple revolver and a set of plum blossom needles, checking their completeness on the desk. Your Majesty, how beautiful these needles are. Adeline was immediately drawn to the plum blossom needles on the table. She couldn't believe the delicate lilies carved into something so tiny, almost transparent, hard to notice without careful observation. These needles are not ordinary. Once inserted into the human acupuncture points, they are fatal. They can also be worn as decorations, making them less noticeable. Lionel examined one needle closely. Hildreddenly, his brow furrowed. The revolver had cut his finger without him noticing. Quickly, Adeline placed his finger in her mouth. Then, she tore a piece of her skirt to carefully bandage it. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Your Highness must be more cautious in the future. If you get hurt by this weapon, Sister Cordelia will be heartbroken. Adeline's eyes were filled with worry, unaware that Lionel's body tensed up. When she finished bandaging it, she tied a bow, giving off a feminine charm. What about you? Wouldn't you be heartbroken? Lionel suddenly grinned wickedly, studying Adeline intently. She hesitated, seeming to have much to say but unsure where to begin. Yes, Adeline wouldn't lie to you. She looked up, meeting his deep, dark eyes, losing herself instantly. Realizing her composure slipped, she quickly retreated. Relax, I'm fine. Lionel approached Adeline and patted her head. He retrieved these concealed weapons to prevent the innocent-looking girl from getting too close, and to strike first when necessary. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. There are some matters in the sect to attend to. I'll take my leave. Adeline bowed and left, heading to issue a reward order to gather the world's top talents to protect Lionel. After a while, Cordelia entered the Imperial study. Your Highness, did you meet the Ember from Great Flynn today? Seeing the bandage on Lionel's hand, her brows furrowed. To dare injure the man she admired? Was this person courting death? A brief encounter, nothing serious. I happened to help her out. Really? Adeline seems to be overreacting over a mere chance meeting, Lionel said with mock reproach, though inside he was elated. The feeling of being surrounded by devoted women was intoxicating. Your Highness, this isn't trivial. We cannot underestimate the Great Flynn Ember. I've already ordered the palace to tighten security, ensuring not even a fly can enter. I'll also provide personal protection daily. Cordelia looked at Lionel resolutely. She wouldn't let him be harmed again. In the past, he protected her. Now it was her turn to step up. Since you're offering close protection, why are you standing so far away? Afraid I'll eat you? Come closer. Be close. Lionel spread his arms wide, looking at Cordelia. The flirtation with Adeline hadn't quelled his desire, and now he needed an outlet. Cordelia smiled and leaned into his embrace, hooking her arms around his neck. Why do you always react like this when I try to talk seriously with you? Cordelia teased playfully, her voice filled with bashful allure. She was almost looking forward to what would happen next. They hadn't shared intimacy for over half a month, and she missed the pain mixed with pleasure. Weren't you the one who said close? What if danger strikes within this distance? Lionel lowered his voice seductively, his breath caressing her neck, making her body tingle with electricity and tingling sensation. Master, you're bad. Cordelia clenched her fists, lightly tapping his chest like a kitten. Do you think that's bad? The worst is yet to come. Just wait. Lionel pressed her against the desk, lifting her skirts. Together, they indulged in passion amidst clouds of ecstasy. Chapter 169. The former heaven's favorite daughter. Now this is what I call being close. Lionel straightened his clothes with satisfaction as he held Alondra in his arms. His large hands roamed over her body, feeling the softness beneath his fingertips, which only stoked his desires further. But he forcefully suppressed it. He must not be overly indulgent. Alondra said nothing, burying her blushing face into his strong chest and tracing circles on his heart with her delicate fingers. Master, Alondra knows of your extraordinary talents, and that precautions are necessary, she said softly. This great Flynn Velma is not like ordinary weak assassins. Be extra careful out there. Alondra will worry. Her voice was so gentle that Lionel almost drowned in it. A trace of sadness flickered in Alondra's eyes. Hildrich, a brilliant man, had greater missions to fulfill. He would never abandon everything to retreat into seclusion with her. Instead of daydreaming, she chose to stay by his side. Don't worry. One great Flynn Velma can't pose much of a threat, Lionel replied. However, the task you bear is of utmost importance. Make sure the capital's security is properly maintained. Since she's targeting me, she likely won't harm ordinary people, but we must be cautious. Lionel traced Alondra's delicate face with his large hand. This exquisite face was endlessly captivating. He believed she could accomplish the tasks he assigned because they shared the same goal, ensuring the people were not in distress. Master, rest assured, Alondra will complete the mission. She continued, there's something else. Since Janine returned, the Hattie has become more cheerful. They've discussed and decided not to remain in the palace any longer. They've already packed up and moved back to the Gaylord's residence today. A hint of worry lingered in Alondra's eyes. Both the Hattie and Yuimin were delicate women, unable to protect themselves. Where are they now? Lionel frowned, finding their behavior unmanageable. They're on their way out of the palace, Alondra replied truthfully, sensing a faint anger emanating from the man beside her. Ensure their safety discreetly. I promised Trace that I'd take good care of her. Lionel's brows formed a frown. Last time, an assassin from Great Flynn had disguised herself as the Hattie. Although the Great Flynn Velma might not harm ordinary citizens, she might use these two as leverage against him. Master, trust me, I will do just that, Alondra said. Even without Lionel's command, she would ensure their safety. Leaving the study, she clenched her fists, vowing silently to find the Great Flynn assassins. Otherwise, peace would never return to the capital. At the entrance of the Gaylord's residence, the seals on the gate were still visible. Aviana strode forward, tearing them to shreds. Together, they pushed open the gates of the Gaylord's residence, dust billowing towards them. Neither flinched. They were no longer as fragile as before. Hattie, you didn't need to come here and suffer with me, Yuimin said. Yusef Regent isn't a bad person. Staying with him would benefit you. Aviana sighed. The Hattie appeared slimmer, wearing simpler attire than usual. Her once opulent hairpins were now made of wood, yet her beauty remained untouched by minimal makeup. He and I aren't meant for the same path. As a former princess, it's neither appropriate nor reasonable to remain by the current Yusef Regent's side. Palace rules are too complex. Living with you offers a peaceful simplicity. From now on, I'll rely on you, Yuimin, to take care of Chloe. Amina bowed respectfully, her manner composed yet melancholic. Why concern yourself with such things? Aviana remarked. If anyone else were the Yusef Regent, it might not fit, but it's Lionel. Isn't Alondra also a former princess who often stays by his side? Aviana felt a strange pang of pain. She should have been the happiest woman in the capital. Unfortunately, the great Zhou Ford's neglect led her to this situation. Yuimin, please don't call me Yusef's anymore. Call me sister. Unlike Alondra, I cannot stay by Lionel's side. A sense of resentment welled up inside Amina. No matter how inadequate the great Zhou Ford was, he was still her father. That couldn't be changed. And Lionel was the one who avenged her father's death. Caught between justice and personal grievances, she found no easy escape. All she could do was distance herself from these complications. Well, so be it, Aviana responded. Just remember, the Gaylord's residence won't be the same anymore. We'll have to depend on ourselves for our livelihoods. Don't despise us. She sighed deeply, having adapted to a life akin to a commoner after her experiences in Sangzhou. But Amina, sheltered and pampered, would need time to adjust. I know, and I also know that whatever happens, you'll face it with me. Chloe reached out and linked her arm with Yuimin's, hopeful about the days ahead. This life was one she had dreamed of many times, but realizing it under such circumstances was bittersweet. Both gazed at the dilapidated Gaylord's residence, sighing at its transformation. This place, once filled with tranquility, now stood empty. Once heaven's favored daughters within the Great Zhou territory, they were now simple, ordinary people. All has changed, but one thing remains constant, our friendship. Tears welled in Aviana's eyes as she looked at Amina. An indescribable bitterness filled her heart. Fear someone as genuine and lovable as her. Looking down at her white robe and simple green bamboo staff, what was there to be afraid of? In the Great Flynn, no one had ever feared her this much. Write a letter? You don't seem like someone who can't write. Why do you need us to do it? Aviana frowned, sensing that something wasn't right. Her eyes darted around, unable to find a suitable weapon, leaving her to guard the Hattie tightly behind her. You have two choices, sisters, and please choose wisely. Either you write the letter to Lionel asking him to come here, or both of you beautiful sisters join me in hell. The Ember's smile remained sweet and charming, her voice sugary and polite. Addressing them as sisters, she observed proper etiquette. But the message was clear. Want us to lure the hell here? Dream on. The Hattie pushed Aviana aside and charged at the Ember, yanking out the hairpin from her head as she ran. The Hildred dynasty had just been established, giving the people a semblance of peace. She would not allow any mishaps now. You go, I'll hold her off. No matter what, we can't let Lionel fall into their hands. The Hattie resolved herself to die if necessary. After all, she had no more ties in this world except for Aviana. She believed Lionel would take care of her. You're no match for me, sister. Before the Hattie could get close, the Ember raised her eyebrows and lifted the green bamboo staff, immobilizing her in place. Watching the infuriated princess, she smiled wider. With a sweeping kick, the Hattie was sent sprawling to the ground. The bamboo staff flicked away her hairpin, then the Ember sat on the Hattie's back. This sister prefers punishment over wine, but her figure is enviable. Lying face down, the Hattie, long black hair scattered in disarray, dust covering her face, looking thoroughly beaten. Hearing the Ember's mocking words, she seethed with anger but could do nothing. Every time she struggled, she realized the Ember's strength far exceeded her fragile appearance. Human run? Before she finished, the Ember waved her hand, sending up a cloud of dust as the Hattie slumped unconscious. Annoying. I hope this sister doesn't fail to appreciate my mercy. Such a beautiful sister, I'd hate to kill. The Ember's gaze never left Aviana, watching her anxiously. Though these women were unrelated and harmless, killing them was unnecessary. You release her, and I'll write. Aviana panicked, realizing the foolishness of the Hattie actions. The Ember of the Great Flynn was no ordinary person. Indeed. Seeing Aviana's compliance, the Ember struck the Hattie, knocking her unconscious. Retrieving paper and pen from her robes, she handed them over. At least you know when to cooperate. Write quickly, or you'll suffer. Aviana hesitated, her heart sinking. Within moments, she scribbled furiously on the rock, finishing the letter in less than a few minutes. Shaking slightly, she approached the Ember and handed her the letter. Sister, your handwriting is truly excellent. You're much wiser than the other. Looking at Aviana, the Ember praised profusely. Thank you. The letter is done. It's time you kept your promise. Release her. Aviana was anxious, wishing she had learned some martial skills. Otherwise, the Hattie wouldn't have suffered this humiliation. I intended to kill both of you after the letter, but I've changed my mind. The Ember's smile deepened, her eyes gleaming as if staring at prey. How can you go back on your word? I warn you, if you do anything reckless, Lionel will never forgive you. Aviana paced restlessly, her mind racing. If anything happened to the Hattie, she would never forgive herself. I just want to play a little game. Of course, I'll release her, but not so easily. Now, you have no choice. Dreadfully inspired, the Ember devised a playful idea. These two women were connected to her assassination target. She wanted to see if all men were the same, and who mattered more to the handsome prince. Aviana looked at the young girl with long lashes and bright, innocent eyes, seemingly pure as a sheet of paper. Hashtag chapter 171. The gluttonous Velma. Inside the steward's residence, Aviana woke up and found herself and the Hattie both tied to the ceiling beam. Senior Sister Cloatong, please wake up. She tried to rouse the Hattie from her unconscious state. Perhaps due to the strength of the Velma's palm strike. No matter how she called, the Hattie remained unresponsive. Sister, you're awake? The Velma sat on a stool, idly playing with her slender fingers, looking rather bored. Upon hearing Aviana's voice, she rushed in immediately. She sized up Aviana with an innocent look as if she had nothing to do with the situation. At this moment, Lionel hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps your intelligence is mistaken. I was once engaged to Lionel, but to him, I am just an ordinary woman. Aviana looked at the unconscious Hattie, fearing that this deranged Velma might do something else. To calm her down, she spoke carefully. Noticing that the Velma didn't respond, she thought her words were having some effect. A bold idea began to form in her mind. Persuade the Velma to ally with the Hildred dynasty. This Great Flynn dynasty, though named a dynasty, more resembled a large-scale assassin organization. Its current status was all thanks to countless assassinations. The Hildred dynasty isn't something the Great Flynn can destroy. Men shook their heads in exasperation. This was a real disgrace to the Great Flynn assassins. Aviana watched this spectacle, unsure what to say. Hildred's eating habits would have discouraged many fine gentlemen in the capital. Strangely, she wasn't fat at all, only plump in all the right places. A short while later, Lionel arrived at the steward's residence. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma and followed it inside. Aviana, you dared to leave the palace without permission. How brave of you. And your letter is vague. What are you trying to convey? Lionel swung his hand and pushed open the door. Seeing the Hattie and Aviana hanging from the beams, he frowned. You. Aviana felt frustrated, hoping Lionel noticed her subtle hints in the letter. She gave him urgent glances. A screen divided the hall, blocking Lionel's view from seeing others. Handsome brother, you're here? The Velma stuffed the last bite of pork knuckle into her mouth, wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and gazed at Lionel, whose eyes sparkled. This man was the most beautiful she had ever seen. With a wave of her hand, the green bamboo staff appeared beside her. Smiling, she positioned herself to attack. We meet again. Lionel responded politely with a smile. Aviana was taken aback. What did they mean by meet again? Did they know each other? Sensing the murderous intent radiating from the Velma, Aviana dismissed these thoughts. How could they be related if their first meeting involved fighting? Thank you for last time. But you're on the list, which means you've offended me. The Velma kept smiling, gripping the bamboo staff tightly. Just as she was about to launch an attack, Lionel slowly walked toward her. It's already lunchtime, and I haven't eaten yet. How can I fight on an empty stomach? Do assassins from the Great Flynn not eat? Lionel knew the girl's identity well. After smelling the delicious scent, he understood the situation. It seemed she was just an inexperienced young girl, albeit highly skilled. Dealing with her would be too easy. Aviana suddenly understood. Lionel had seen through everything and decided to come personally, probably. Thinking this, a warm feeling filled her heart. Wonderful, wonderful. These foods bore me day after day. Have you, who grew up on this land, heard of any exquisite delicacies? Upon hearing about food, the Velma's eyes lit up as she eagerly looked at Lionel. The black-robed men were puzzled. What was the Velma up to? Recalling her ruthless efficiency, they kept their doubts to themselves. Not only do I know, I can cook too. If you want to eat, release them and join us. Otherwise, forget it. Lionel crossed his arms, looking at her arrogantly. He was confident she'd agree. No girl could resist good food. Picking up her chopsticks to dig in, Kylie looked on, speechless at this scene. Throughout the meal, only Lionel and the Ember relished every bite. Aviana and Amina appeared rather uneasy. After half an hour, the Ember slumped back in her chair, patting her full belly contentedly. Now that I'm full, let's get started. Lionel suddenly drew his Ian knife, standing up and fixing a concentrated gaze on the Ember. The black-robed figures immediately spread out, ensuring no one could escape. Instantly, the tension in the hall escalated to its peak. The Ember slowly raised her hand, waving it slightly. I've suddenly changed my mind about killing you. With these light words, all the black-robed men deflated like beaten iron chickens, glaring at the Ember in dissatisfaction. This was a rare opportunity. Lionel had brought only a few incompetent men. The two women were unarmed. When else would be better? In light of today's delicious feast, this Ember shall spare your life. The next time we meet, it won't be this easy. We're leaving. The Ember grabbed the last chicken leg from the plate, munching it as she walked away. The black-robed men shot Lionel one last defiant glance before following her. As killers, they couldn't disobey orders. Aviana couldn't believe what had transpired. This is unbelievable. Kylie swallowed hard. Had she known the food would be palace without planning? Lionel sighed, shaking his head as he watched the two. Let's go eat outside. Back at her residence, the Ember sat in the courtyard basking in the sunlight. Ember, if this continues, you'll have no way to report back. The black-robed man hesitated, unsure what she was up to, but he sensed the Ember wasn't keen on killing Lionel. Not funny. If you weren't all inept, unable to cook, we wouldn't be in this mess. Muttering irritably, she thought about the delicious meal and found her subordinates even more useless. Ignoring them, she went back inside to sleep. One black-robed man watched her retreating figure, eyes filled with confusion. Turning around, he bowed to the leader and said, Brother, relying solely on the Ember won't complete this mission. We need to take a different path. Nighttime arrived. Darkness spread like spilled ink across the land. The entire palace was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Not a single light remained. Hildredenly, a group of people dressed in night clothes swarmed over the city wall, entering the palace grounds. Upon landing, they realized something was amiss. The palace defenses were unusually tight. Proceed cautiously. The masked man mouthed to the others behind him. They scouted around the palace, but couldn't find Lionel. Just as they were about to retreat, flames blazed around them. Looking for me? Torches illuminated Lionel's face, casting a red glow. The assassins' faces turned pale. They knew they'd been tricked. Before they could react, soldiers rushed out, surrounding them. Capture the intruders who dare enter the palace at night. At Lionel's command, the soldiers advanced in strides, gripping the intruders by their shoulders with forceful hands. Break through. Their leader ordered. Swords were drawn, clashing with the soldiers. The soldiers feigned defeat, allowing some ground, causing confusion among the assassins. Hildredenly, reinforcements appeared behind the assassins. Operating in pairs, the soldiers subdued the black-clad killers within moments. These Flynn assassins are mediocre, truly worrisome. Just this? To attempt an assassination here, truly delusional. Lionel sneered, disdain evident in his voice. Flynn Dynasty's capabilities were indeed lacking, except for that Ember. Hildredman. Two guards promptly appeared. At your service, Hal. Their voices resonated powerfully, adding to the fear in the hearts of the captured men. Go inform the Ember of Flynn. Her people are in my hands. Chapter 173, Fearsome Power. Inside the Imperial Palace, the Ember looked at the crowd of people around her and calmly walked in. She immediately spotted her subordinates who were being forced to kneel on the ground, feeling speechless. Why are you so strange? I kindly spared you. Yet why did you order your people to attack me? The Ember frowned deeply, her small face expressing displeasure. Don't you understand the situation? You and your group rushed into the Imperial Palace to assassinate me. Showing mercy to them was already an act of kindness. Lionel suddenly felt that he wasn't suited to dealing with such a naive girl. He really wanted to see what was going on inside her head. Adeline was completely stunned. This was the Ember of the Great Flynn? Why did she seem like an unenlightened noble lady? Where was the rumored cold-bloodedness and mercilessness? How could this be the same Ember assassin? Perhaps you're right. When these words came out, the soldiers' faces revealed disbelief. These were indeed words from the Ember of Great Flynn. Not right. Our purpose in coming to Hildred Dynasty is to kill you. They did nothing wrong. The soldiers almost stumbled, vowing never again to jump to conclusions before hearing everything. Unreasonable was still unreasonable. Indeed, they were all the same. But as for you, do you believe that even with so many people around, this Ember can still kill you? The Ember maintained her calm demeanor, looking more serious towards the end, almost as if fearing Lionel wouldn't believe her. Adeline noticed a faint murderous intent from this woman, making it clear she was a martial arts expert, attempting to take on nearly 1,000 trained soldiers single-handedly. Even Ron wouldn't dare boast such arrogance. This audacious tone immediately incited dissatisfaction among the surrounding soldiers. How could a bunch of valiant men lose to just one woman? With over 1,000 soldiers here, they were being belittled, and she had the nerve to threaten their prince. If we don't teach this arrogant ember a lesson today, she won't know the power of our Zhangzhou army. We must show your great Flynn assassins that Hildred dynasty isn't something you can provoke. Why so many words? Just kill her now, it's easier. Unable to contain their anger any longer, the soldiers readied their Ian swords, preparing to strike. Just as things seemed dire, Lionel spoke up. He had been silent earlier because he was speechless. According to Sophia's logic, what had he done wrong? Issuing a death warrant without cause on his own turf and boasting about it. Hold your hands. There are other matters to attend to today. I have no time to deal with you. This incident is settled for now. Lionel extended his hand to stop those behind him, speaking slowly and deliberately to the seemingly innocent Ember. Her face remained calm, her white attire appearing like salvation in the darkness. Her expression was always pure, much like a blank sheet of paper. The soldiers were stunned, not understanding why the prince would act this way. Wasn't this boosting morale for others while undermining their own dignity? Despite their fury, they had to suppress their anger. Adeline, though puzzled, didn't intervene. She trusted that every decision of Lionel's had its reasons. Considering your sincerity, let's leave it as you said. But next time, look carefully and be cautious. The Ember gave Lionel a sweet smile, waving her hand. The soldiers holding the black-clothed men instantly collapsed. No one saw her move. Adeline froze, finding the scene unbelievable. We're leaving. She glanced at her subordinates' injuries, revealing a fearful expression. It hurt just to look at them. If it were her, it would be unbearably painful. Her subordinates' faces darkened as they reluctantly followed her. Your Highness, given the opportunity just now, why didn't you choose to attack her? By letting the tiger go back to the mountain, dealing with her next time will be much harder. With nearly 1,000 valiant men here, can't we handle one inexperienced Ember? Watching the Ember strut away from the palace, Adeline realized Lionel had genuinely planned to let them go. She was slightly dissatisfied. For days, the palace had been heavily guarded to prevent infiltration by Great Flynn assassins. Now, Lionel shook his head, dispersing the soldiers. He turned into the... After all this time, your skills haven't improved. What do you have to avenge? Will you just offer yourself up? Indeed, this opponent was formidable. Lionel raised his eyes to the ceiling, deep in thought. After some time, he spoke again. If we had fought just now, my only chance would have been mutual destruction. Chapter 174. Truly disgracing the assassins. Move faster. Don't you think you've caused enough embarrassment? The Ember, observing her lagging subordinates, knitted her brows tightly. Her pace quickened significantly. The few black-clothed assassins could feel a wave of killing intent from afar, causing a chill to run down their spines. Holding their wounds and enduring the pain, they hastened their steps. Despite this, the Ember still waited for 15 minutes in the courtyard. With a thud, the black-clothed men all knelt down. One could see remorse in their eyes. Please punish us, Ember. The cold voices of the black-clothed men sounded, devoid of any emotion. Born as killers, they naturally understood the rules. You still have the nerve to talk about punishment? You've really infuriated me. The Ember struck several of them with her green bamboo staff. It was visible that the bodies of the men trembled somewhat, yet none of them backed off. They buried their heads into their chests, remaining silent. You truly disgraced the Great Flynn. If it weren't for me today, not one of you would have escaped. How dare you act on your own without informing me? Your audacity has grown. The Ember sat angrily on a stool nearby, grabbing a pear and biting into it fiercely. These men had been lurking in the capital city for some time. If they were not useful, she would have killed them all already. She vented her anger on the pear. In no time, the Ember's mouth was stuffed full. The pear was all ready. The black-clothed men watched this scene with lingering fear, genuinely afraid the Ember might devour them too. Their faces were filled with shame. They never expected to lose so terribly this time. Ember, while Lionel remains, he could pose a threat to King Flynn's reign. Pleasure, make an early decision. Please do not. The black-clothed man stopped mid-sentence, recalling how the Ember had repeatedly spared assassination targets. His heart wavered. If the Ember hesitated, no one could handle Lionel. The other black-clothed men sensed the tension in the air and fell even quieter. I understand. This matter isn't as simple as you think. In the future, if anyone acts on their own without my order, don't blame me for being ruthless. Her two sentences brimmed with threats and warnings. This was a form of protection for these people, whose skills were too weak. They couldn't even get close to Lionel before being apprehended by the Billis. No wonder the assassins had no idea how to serve her, especially not knowing that she considered eating a top priority. The other black-clothed men paused as they applied their medicine, falling into silence. Too difficult indeed. Sitting in the pavilion, munching on an apple, the Ember recalled the recent events, feeling an indescribable unease. Lionel, you seem quite formidable. What an interesting fellow. It's been many years since someone made me feel threatened. I hope you don't disappoint me next time. A slight smile crept onto her lips as she muttered to herself. He was the first to evade her projectiles. A mere sidestep only grazed his skin. Anybody else would have collapsed. Knowing the opponent was tough when dispatching assassins, this confirmed it today. A premonition arose. If she really wanted to assassinate Lionel, it would be exceedingly difficult. Hildredenly, her stomach growled loudly. Touching her empty stomach, she looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky, sighing deeply. Sigh, forget about it for now. Thinking too much makes one hungry. Another sleepless night awaits. The next day, in the Imperial study. Your Highness, yesterday we followed the Ember and traced her group back to their residence. Now there are experts guarding around the area. Any movement from them will be reported immediately. Therese has also enhanced security within the palace. Patrols are now double what they were. DeAndre's expression was serious. Allowing Great Flynn assassins into the palace was a failure on his part. Although Rufus had prepared measures, it was still risky. He wouldn't allow such dangerous actions again. If anything happened to Rufus, how would he explain to the prince? That's enough. We can't be intimidated by a single woman. Matters in the capital should proceed as planned. Lionel smiled. The great Flynn Ember did have some skills. With more time, dealing with her wouldn't be a problem. Yesterday's incident was indeed. What if he couldn't defeat her? Then he'd recruit her. Now understanding who this Ember truly was, among his numerous talents, surely one could win her over.
Yes.
Your Highness should not underestimate her. She dared to enter the palace alone to rescue someone. She's skilled. Ian Atlee thinks. DeAndre made a gesture of slitting his throat. As long as the great Flynn Ember lived, Lionel's safety was compromised. No matter the cost, she must be. Lionel waved his hand, slowly speaking. What truly concerns me now is not this great Flynn Ember. Atlee Ian, prepare for me to cleanse various powers in the capital. Chapter 175. Cleaning up the former, me. Your Highness, many officials in the Hildred dynasty were former ministers of the Great Zhou dynasty. Once we start to clean them up, it will stir up trouble for the Hildred dynasty. DeAndre frowned slightly. Though she agreed with this course of action, the current situation was volatile and clearly not the best time. It might be better to wait until everything stabilizes before making any moves. I know your concerns, but whether early or late, they need to be cleaned up. Clearing them out earlier can help the people suffer less, and it is a contribution to the nation. Lionel saw through DeAndre's thoughts immediately. He had ways to deal with these external threats. Once war breaks out, the people will suffer the most. Rather than letting the people suffer endlessly, he believed in taking simultaneous actions. Whatever your Highness decides, that's what I shall do. Seeing Lionel's demeanor, she knew he already had a plan. Having sworn loyalty to him long ago, she would follow his lead. The problems in the previous Great Zhou weren't just due to the imperial family's behavior. These aristocratic families also played a significant role. Many young masters of these families acted arrogantly and tyrannically in the capital city because of their family backgrounds, causing great suffering among the people. Lionel paused, pointing at himself. His original self was an undeniably terrible person. After crossing over, while he remained arrogant, he didn't become tyrannical. He only punished those who had wronged him. Had he not seen those rowdy youngsters that day, such thoughts wouldn't have crossed his mind. DeAndre sighed, realizing the prince still remembered. She pretended not to notice, as these matters were now in the past. Moreover, under the leadership of the crown prince, the Hildred dynasty was gradually improving. The task is simple, to clear out the former me, to eliminate those unruly young masters and other forces that do nothing but harm the people. Lionel was determined to address both internal and external issues in the capital, allowing its citizens to live better lives. Recalling his first outing into the streets, he remembered how people scattered, seeing him as a harbinger of disaster. Hildredrizingly, even after all this time, such unruly youth still existed in the capital, though none came close to his former self. I understand. I will investigate immediately. DeAndre nodded, feeling somewhat comforted. To acknowledge and correct one's mistakes is a virtue. Now, as the crown prince, no one could punish him. Holding a token and a stack of papers, DeAndre arrived at the residence of the richest man in the capital. Seeing her sudden arrival, Egon Jiaju felt uneasy. Atlee Ian, what brings you here today? Our humble abode wasn't prepared for your visit. Please accept our apologies. She signaled to a nearby servant to prepare tea, recalling the day her son was sent home with a broken leg. According to logic, the crown prince should have no evidence. They had covered everything with money. No need. DeAndre spoke sternly, ensuring everyone was listening. With a wave of her hand, she pointed at Egon Jiaju and shouted, "Seize him!" Her soldiers quickly moved into the residence, pinning everyone to the ground. Is there some misunderstanding, Atlee Ian? My family has always been law-abiding in the capital. How could we have done anything wrong? Now you come to my house with soldiers. This is utterly uncivilized. Is there no law left? Pinned to the ground, Egon Jiaju tried to hide his panic behind composed eyes. He believed money could buy everything. His bribe had enough funds to cover the entire court for months. Officials wouldn't cut off their financial source. Law-abiding? What a joke. You're the most troublesome family in the capital, yet you dare speak of being law-abiding. DeAndre glared at the elegantly dressed man before her. The entire estate was opulent, with jade stairs and gold-like floors, covering an estimated 500 acres adorned with countless rockeries. Servants wore silk and brocade. The title of the richest man in the capital was truly deserved. Words can't be spoken lightly. If you lack evidence, acting like this, I'll appeal to the Hildred Supreme Court. Egon Jiaju struggled, unwilling to see his family's legacy destroyed. Looking at DeAndre, his resolve hardened. Open your eyes and look carefully. These are your crimes. DeAndre threw the documents onto Egon Jiaju's face. Over the years, he committed arson, robbery, and various atrocities. How could he cry injustice before her? Egon Jiaju trembled as he picked up a paper from the ground, barely able to form words. Hadn't everything been burned? How? Before he could finish, soldiers brought in his crippled son. Father, save me. Egon and was bewildered, caught by surprise while indulging with a maid. Two burly men startled him, and looking at his precious son, Egon Jiaju spat blood on the spot. He died right there, leaving Egon and speechless, paralyzed with fear. A week passed, and many noble families in the capital were uprooted. The atmosphere in the capital became peaceful. Kylie and Aviana heard citizens discussing the changes while shopping. Life under the Hildred dynasty is getting better. We don't live in fear anymore. Indeed, who would have thought the former unruly master now thinks for the people as a prince? Previously, it was unimaginable. Now, nobles treat us politely, without bullying. I saw it coming. The Hal must be a divine savior sent from heaven. Citizens chattered about Lionel's good deeds. Kylie and Aviana exchanged smiles, having recognized his transformation early on. The commoners, however, were unaware. This era is indeed better. Women can freely shop at cosmetic stores now. Amina remarked meaningfully. Previously, beautiful women stayed indoors due to unruly youngsters. Now, not surprising, given what's happened. From first unruly youth to the people's pillar of support, it's incredible. Chapter 176. A woman's heart, as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. In the imperial study, Your Highness, the situation in the capital has stabilized. There won't be any more idle young men wandering around. The ministers and noble families have all set new rules for their descendants. Anyone who misbehaves will be expelled from the family. Your Highness is wise. Alondra's face was animated, her mood greatly improved. She raised her eyes to look at the man on the main seat, the affection in her eyes almost overflowing. Truly worthy of being the man I chose. It was worth it to carefully consider and ultimately decide to use him. Well, then it's settled. With peace in the capital, the commoners can live better lives. Lionel glanced at the petitions in his hand. Many praised him. Hildred's flattery seemed hollow and ineffective. But the assassins from Great Flynn are still in the capital. Your Highness should not let your guard down, Alondra said. Worry etched on her delicate features, filled with concern. Despite the protection of countless soldiers that night, he was still injured. If that wound had been a little higher, there's no need to rush. The warrant for the arrest of the Great Flynn assassins is nearly over. By then, even if the dazed Ember wants to assassinate me again, she'll have no chance. Lionel's lips curled slightly as he looked at Alondra, explaining slowly. This was why he had been inactive for so long. Avoid when you can't fight, endure when you can't avoid. He had an audacious idea. If such a master could be used for his own purposes, it would mean, Your Highness speaks wisely. But Great Flynn seems like a kingdom but is not. It's more like a vast assassin organization, having connections with various kingdoms, working for them. If we could ally with the Hildred dynasty, there might be unexpected results. Alondra sighed in relief, but her heart remained tense. With the Zhou dynasty closing in and the Evan and Qi, these two countries were formidable. The Hildred dynasty was still growing. If these two countries united now, even with the aid of the desert tribes, it might barely win or possibly lose. I share this thought, but the time isn't right yet. We need to understand what Great Flynn truly desires. To align with its interests will foster good relations between our two nations. Lionel glanced at Alondra. They shared similar thoughts. Securing Great Flynn's alliance would make future endeavors much easier. However, achieving this wouldn't be easy. His plan to use the assassin posing as Yusef's two backfired, as she bit her tongue and died. Your Highness reminded me. I also find it curious, Alondra mused. The Evan of Zhou is so greedy and suspicious. What kind of benefits did he offer to make the Great Flynn risk national annihilation to assassinate you? Alondra pondered deeply. Ellis wasn't as incompetent as the Evan of Zhou. If he attacked Great Flynn, the Great Flynn warriors might not prevail. It was baffling that they dared to undertake such perilous tasks. This may only be known by the deceased Evan of Zhou and the King of Great Flynn. But I do have a way to gain their allegiance. Alondra stared at Lionel curiously, eager to know his method. I already know everything about the Great Flynn Ember, Lionel explained. Thoughts of the woman diligently working at the dinner table filled his mind. Her graceful figure and sweet appearance, coupled with her natural innocence, were endearing. His culinary skills would easily win her over. This matter wasn't simple. Perhaps the Evan of Zhou had hidden secrets. Your Highness shouldn't be too optimistic. As you said, the execution order is almost up. Once a mission fails, minor assassins might die, but elite ones will suffer great pain. Alondra felt helpless. Once the order expired, the Great Flynn assassins would return immediately. Asking them anything afterwards would be extremely difficult. Lionel frowned. He needed to accelerate his efforts. He had to win her heart before the deadline, making her willingly stay in the Hildred dynasty. Just then, the door of the Imperial study opened. Your Highness. Joanna entered the center of the Imperial study, bowing to the man on the main seat. Seeing Alondra inside caused her some internal unease and a fleeting desire to flee. Rise. Lionel watched the two women and couldn't help but touch his face. Blame it on his striking looks, which made countless girls compete for his affection. These beauties met because of him, became friends because of him, and were still affected by him now. He needed to subtly encourage their bond further. You don't need to worry about the Great Flynn Ember anymore, Joanna declared proudly. Since Lionel was injured, she had been seeking solutions everywhere. Finally, after diligent effort, she found one. Alondra couldn't help but feel excited. You've really changed since managing the martial arts factions. You're becoming more powerful, almost surpassing me. Alondra teased with a smile, sensing Joanna's affection for Lionel. Now, she didn't mind. Multiple wives were common for men. Moreover, Joanna knew Lionel well, and, though less skilled than her, could better protect him. She felt at ease. He worked at Tianxiang Manor, and knew about many things, including this person. Lionel was somewhat dazed by what he heard. It sounded like something was said, but also not said. Being the first in lightness, what good did that do? For escaping? For assassination? Is the one you're talking about Tamara, known as a white jade without peer? Alondra's body stiffened, clearly moved. This person's skill and lightness was legendary, leaving no trace of her presence. The stories of her killing someone within 10 steps were not just rumors. She had indeed accomplished it. Yes, it's her. Joanna nodded, smiling, careful not to move too much, for any slight shift might lead to an unwanted physical contact from the nearby man, who exuded the scent of dragon brain incense. Your Highness, Tamara is a legend in the martial world. Not only is she unmatched in lightness, but she also detests evil and stands for justice. Many powerful officials and wealthy merchants have tried to win her over, but she has always rejected them. Alondra's eyes brightened, clearly excited by this news. With such protection, they wouldn't need to worry about the prince's safety anymore. Lionel felt increasingly curious. What kind of person could move the heart of this ice beauty Alondra, who had never been emotionally stirred by anyone before except himself? Your Highness, with her assistance, the Hildred dynasty bore the character Butterfly, and depicted a small butterfly. The fragrance it emitted was unique, impossible to replicate. Apologies, it is the sect Arnie's visit. Please pardon our rudeness. Both women bowed deeply. This was the emblem of the leader of a recently emerged sect in the martial world, one that commanded respect even from other elders. Where is your leader? Joanna's expression turned serious, and her demeanor calmed down. Lionel watched this scene unfold, feeling gratified. He hadn't expected to follow Joanna in such a situation. It felt like coming to meet someone subordinate. This way, please. One of the women bent down and pointed the way. Joanna came alongside Lionel, walking with him inside. The path ahead was picturesque and refreshing. The residence was elegant and simple, exuding an ancient charm. A faint aroma of osmanthus flowers wafted through the air. The houses were unadorned and lacked opulent decorations. Following the maid's guidance, they arrived at a room. Please wait here momentarily. The sectarn will be here shortly. Nola smiled, giving a signal to a servant. The servant left immediately and returned with a pot of hot tea, serving them after a brief bow. Never thought such a tranquil place existed in the outskirts. The ladies in this mansion seemed to possess the grace of noblewomen, unlike typical martial practitioners. Lionel pinched the teacup between his fingers and took a sip. The tea refreshed his senses. It was osmanthus tea. The bitterness carried a hint of sweetness as it melted on his tongue. Hill-dreadingly, Lionel sensed a strong presence, indescribably peculiar. His eyes scanned the surroundings, feeling as though invisible eyes were watching him. Not only scholars appreciate simplicity, martial practitioners, weighed down by countless killings, can find peace only in such serene places. Joanna stood up and poured another cup of tea for Lionel. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Clad in white, with clear features and lightly powdered cheeks, the newcomer exuded both elegance and dignity. Your Highness, may you live long and prosper. Tamara knelt upon seeing Lionel, finding him quite handsome. You may rise. There are no outsiders here. Lionel waved his hand, his eyes fixed on her. This woman was different from ordinary women, wearing no jewelry and dressed in men's attire. She wore a sachet at her waist, emitting a faint fragrance. We've come to discuss your joining our cause. Do you remember what I told you earlier? Joanna cut straight to the point. In the martial world, negotiations were direct, not circuitous like those in the secular world. I remember, but your Highness seems to have questions. Don't look at me with suspicion. We're simply leveraging each other's strengths. Tamara smiled, seating herself opposite them and pouring herself a cup. There was no trace of any connection, leaving him puzzled. Could it be something that happened when the original soul was too young to remember? If so, what would her intentions be? Alas, Tamara sighed. This has been hidden from the world, yet I didn't expect that the astute prince couldn't figure it out either. My hometown is actually in Sangzhou. His tone was calm, neither warm nor cold, just matter of fact. Tamara pinched the teacup, taking a sip of tea. This news struck Adeline like a bolt from the blue. Her eyes widened, staring at the person before her, feeling a sense of familiarity, but she couldn't immediately recall who this person was. At that moment, a hurried figure appeared at the door. Cough, cough. Xiaoyu, don't misbehave. Your subject greets His Royal Highness, the Hal. May you live 10,000 years. Azrael knelt on the ground, looking somewhat embarrassed. If he hadn't come, this mystery might never have been solved. You can get up. There's no one else here. No need for formalities. Lionel felt a bit surprised, instantly understanding everything. He went over to Azrael and helped him up. Your Highness, this girl is my daughter. If she offended you, please forgive her. Xiaoyu is used to living freely in the martial world and doesn't understand the rules very well. While speaking, Azrael shot a warning glance at Tamara. As soon as he left, trouble ensued. It gave him a headache, but there was nothing he could do. What they didn't know was that Adeline was growing increasingly uneasy. The acknowledged master of lightness techniques in the martial world was actually Azrael's daughter. Father, your cunning move has truly deceived everyone. Lionel was slightly surprised but not overly so. If someone of such talent had been known by the great Zhou Ford earlier, he would have likely been summoned to the palace. A parent's love knows no bounds. Everything was for the sake of their child. Taking a look at Tamara, he could see she had endured many hardships over the years. Indeed, I have selfish reasons. If Corina had been born later, this wouldn't have happened. At this point, Azrael's voice faltered, his eyes turning red. Corina spent her days shut in her room at home. It was all his fault as a father. It's all in the past. Thanks to your Highness, Xiaoyu no longer needs to hide. For this mission, it was me who asked Xiaoyu to assist you. The Anika of Great Flynn is formidable. Without an expert like her by your side, you would be in danger. Azrael's face radiated warmth and affection. His temples had turned gray, and white hair was already visible. Looking at Lionel, his eyes brimmed with tears. After enduring so much hardship, the Southern Defense Duke finally saw a glimmer of hope, only to face this new crisis. If he didn't offer some support now, he would fail as a father and let down the Evan. Father, thank you. I will never forget your great kindness. Lionel felt warmed by this gesture, looking at Azrael with some uncertainty. He had thought it was all due to his own glory as a protagonist transported from another world. Little did he know that people were working tirelessly behind the scenes. He was moved by the affection between Azrael and his daughter. Hold on. Since I'm part of the martial world, I value righteousness and loyalty. I've already repaid my father's favor by agreeing to help, but I have my own conditions. If your Highness agrees, the deal is done. If not, then please leave. Tamara watched the scene unfold without much emotion. Years of hardship in the martial world had taught her not to be swayed by feelings. She had seen the world for what it truly was. No one remembers your kindness forever. Once interests are involved, anything goes. Xiaoyu, don't be disrespectful. To be able to assist the royal family is already a privilege. How can you ask for more? Azrael's tone grew stern, surprised by her sudden change of heart. How could he explain this to the Hal? Tamara wasn't about to back down. Instead, she sized up Lionel, a smile playing on her lips. Please, your Highness, disregard her words. It's all because I failed to educate Her Highness to forge me a sword tailored to my needs. That's my condition. Chapter 179. A tiger father does not have dog children. Hildredra, sure. I thought anyone who approaches me must be after power or fame. This request isn't too much either. Having a suitable weapon can better protect my safety. Lionel chuckled, scrutinizing the woman before him. For him, weapons weren't much of a challenge. Instantly, the entire room's atmosphere became much more relaxed. Azriel no longer felt the cold sweat trickling down his back. So, does this mean you agree? Tamara asked, barely suppressing her excitement, though some doubt still lingered in her voice. She had seen the fine swords wielded by the troops of Tsangzhou. They could cut through iron like butter. This was one of the main reasons for the high morale of the soldiers. Within 7 days, the swords will be delivered, Lionel nodded, giving a precise timeline. A promise is as binding as 4 horses can't catch up. Tamara immediately formed a fist and placed it in front of her chest. Lionel paused, then quickly reacted. Not easy to catch, not easy to catch, he said, matching her gesture with a gentle tap. Then Shiyu will await good news from His Royal Highness. Her face lit up with bright smiles. Azriel found the situation even more awkward. How disgraceful. You may step down now. I have some matters to discuss with your father. Please let me borrow your premises. Lionel withdrew his hand and spoke calmly. Tamara saw no reason to argue and left along with the tea-serving maids. Since there are important matters to discuss, please sit, Your Highness. Azriel invited Lionel to sit while he remained standing in respect. Their statuses were different now, so etiquette must be observed. Father-in-law, please sit as well. Lionel spoke, and Joanna immediately brought a chair for Azriel, positioning herself behind Lionel. Thank you, Your Highness. Azriel felt honored despite himself. He knew his daughter had just clashed with Lionel, yet Lionel could overlook that. Remarkable indeed. Why didn't you mention having such an extraordinary daughter earlier? If it weren't for Joanna's status in the martial world, such talent might have been buried forever, Lionel asked, gazing at Azriel with some curiosity. Though frail, Azriel carried an air of gentleness, quite unlike his surprising daughter. Joanna, mentioned by name, felt uncertain. Was this praise, or? Your Highness doesn't know. Our Jiang family is considered scholarly. This daughter roams the martial world freely and has no trace of literary refinement, nor the decorum of a proper lady. Mentioning her is almost a disgrace. Azriel scratched his head sheepishly. If Jiang were different, considering their family's relations, even if the Evan of Dazhou arranged the marriage, the Jiang and Hildred families would unite through marriage. Hildred Mushin wanted a future daughter-in-law, who understood the big picture and was well-versed in classics. His daughter lacked these qualities entirely. Father-in-law, let me speak plainly. There are many paths in this world, and following paternal wishes isn't the only way. If the younger sister loves blades, let her pursue her ambitions wholeheartedly, Lionel said earnestly. All roads lead to Rome. Diligence always leads to success. Seeing Azriel hesitating, Lionel continued. Look at me. My father spent his life on the battlefield, hoping I'd follow suit. But what did I do? Business. Lionel gestured to himself, a classic example. The future capital would hear tales of his transformation. Your wisdom is invaluable. I understand my mistakes and will not meddle in use affairs henceforth. Azriel felt enlightened, suddenly feeling immense pride for his capable daughter. Your Highness, regarding the current situation of Hildred dynasty, I've heard accounts. The troops in Linstone City are ready and willing to pledge allegiance to your Highness. Upon your command, they'll be fully prepared. Azriel had other intentions for today's visit. Knowing the state of the Hildred dynasty, he aimed to secure loyalty from these troops, which wasn't difficult under his leadership. However, he lacked experience in military tactics, making the troops less effective. Yet, they wished to contribute to peace in the Hildred dynasty. No rush. These troops lack fundamental training. I have plans, Lionel nodded, settling the matter. As for the capital's troops, they had already been reassigned. The Linstone City troops, numbering nearly 50,000, were valuable resources. Could you share your plans, so I can prepare accordingly? Yusef Hildred can't handle everything alone. Azriel actually sought advice on improving his troops. Stronger forces would mean no drag on his leadership. These men had become family over time. He hoped the changing dynasty wouldn't leave them without a purpose. Father-in-law, armies come in various forms. Linstone City's troops can undergo specialized training, transforming into highly efficient units. Combat divisions can be broken down into specific roles, Lionel explained openly. These raw recruits had potential and could develop unique styles upon training completion. Your wisdom, but I lack knowledge in this area. I know little of these units. Azriel felt inferior compared to Lionel. Truly, a tiger father does not have dog children. Combat units need strong vanguard, logistics, infantry, cavalry, all basics. Specialized engineer units are also necessary. Engineers can build bridges across rivers, level mountains, and set traps and tunnels. Lionel intended to train most Linstone City troops as engineers, simplifying combat strategies and playing a crucial role. Hearing tunnels, Azriel's interest peaked. Chapter 180. Reporting good news, not troubles. Many thanks for your Highness's favor, but I'm completely inexperienced in this. If I cannot accomplish the task, I will have failed to live up to your Highness's trust. Azriel showed some difficulty, acknowledging that such an opportunity was rare. He wished this opportunity could go to someone who truly needed it. There were still many hidden dangers within the Hildred dynasty, and he could not let Lionel be put at risk. Adopted father, there's no need to worry. You've studied diligently since childhood, and are also quite capable with your hands. I have written a detailed manual on these military units. You will be able to create a formidable force with this manual. Have confidence. Lionel patted Azriel's shoulder. This task could only be entrusted to him. No one else would do. The soldiers of Lincher City would only follow his orders. He pulled out the manual from his robe and handed it over. Azriel raised his head and met Lionel's trusting gaze, his eyes welling up. It had been over 40 years. Living under the suspicion and manipulation of the Evan of Dazhou, never had he been looked at by the royal family in such a way. He tremulously lifted both hands to receive the manual. Upon opening it, he was stunned. It resembled the small booklets he casually read to pass time. The contents were thoroughly organized into chapters and sections, which boosted his confidence immensely. Thank you, Your Highness. I will not disappoint you. Azrael immediately knelt down, clutching the manual, tears streaming down his face. This wasn't just the trust of a child in his father. It was more the trust of a ruler in his subject. He secretly vowed to complete this task without causing Lionel any concern. Go ahead. Lionel patted Azrael's slightly hunched back and left with Adeline. On the way back to the palace, Adeline expressed curiosity. Your Highness, what other strange ideas do you have in that head of yours? One thing after another. I can hardly keep up, Adeline praised openly, her eyes shining. Standing by this man gave her a sense of security like never before. With time, you'll understand everything. Lionel stroked Adeline's head and smiled. Why didn't I notice how adorable she is, he thought. In the Imperial study, Lionel frowned. The armor was too cumbersome and needed to be redesigned entirely. It seems we must address the root of the problem. To ensure our troops are invincible, we must not only enhance combat power but also survival capacity. We must do everything possible to improve the survival rate of our troops. Determined, he gripped the jade pin, deep in thought. After a moment, he started drawing a new set of protective gear to minimize injuries on the battlefield. The next day, at court, the ministers bowed respectfully to Lionel, who had demonstrated swift and effective decision-making, confirming the bright future of the Hildred dynasty. Ministers eager to achieve in court were filled with anticipation. Report to the Hal, began Andy. Under your leadership, the damaged cities have been fully restored and now far surpass their previous condition. People are thriving. The economy and food supply are much better than before, he said, clearly pleased. Previously in Dazhou, he held a nominal position as the Ford cared little about the people, leading to neglected official matters. But after the change of dynasty, those issues were resolved. Report to the Hal, reported Fergus. Atli Ian has successfully gathered evidence against the corrupt officials and thugs in the capital, resulting in a peaceful atmosphere. Citizens have replaced idols with your portraits for worship. The royal guard has also been reorganized. After seizing assets from the aristocratic families, the national treasury has become rich. The entire hall buzzed with positive reports. Officials detailed how things were orderly under the new regime, leaving everyone amazed. How quickly the country transformed after the regime change. Enough. Lionel's tone turned stern. The hall instantly fell silent. Ministers weren't sure what they had done wrong, feeling the pressure of being officials. As officers of the state and parents to the people, you should indeed be happy for the peace and prosperity. But why aren't you addressing the remaining issues that need improvement? Lionel glared coldly at the assembly, displeased. He realized why the Dazhou dynasty had fallen behind despite its longevity. The officials cared only about their own roles, ignoring broader problems. Your Highness, please calm down. Ministers kneeled, bewildered. Too caught up in rejoicing, no one noticed the underlying issues. Hildredenly, one stood up. Report to the Hal, we face a severe issue. Natural disasters and wars have caused a significant increase in refugees within our borders, reaching 30,000 and growing. Under these conditions, many refugees will perish this winter, said the governor, watching Lionel worriedly. Though reluctant to dampen the mood, he felt compelled to speak up. Lionel frowned, surprised by the refugee situation. As the ruler, he was responsible for ensuring all citizens lived peacefully. Minister of Works, the Hal will allocate funds from the treasury to build new housing rapidly. Ensure every citizen has a home. This chapter captures the challenges and initial reforms in the Hildred dynasty under Lionel's leadership, emphasizing his commitment to the welfare of his subjects. Hashtag chapter 181. Bidding to sell houses. Your Highness, it's not that I wish to delay. It's just that you've tasked me with developing the cloud-piercing crossbow, which is occupying all my time and resources. Yusef was nearly at his wit's end. He was currently juggling so many tasks, and he only attended daily court sessions because they were mandatory. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to waste this precious time. Looking at Lionel with a pleading gaze, Yusef hoped for understanding. Minister Bram, as the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 bold actions. How long have you been in office? To actually refuse an order from Rufus, do you no longer wish to keep your official position? Seeing the situation, the Minister of Revenue immediately stepped forward to reprimand Yusef. Given the prince's current temper, offending him now would bring disaster not just on himself, but also everyone present. This remark drew sympathetic glances from several ministers toward Yusef, though he remained oblivious. All he knew was that if he failed to produce those cloud-piercing crossbows, he would be in deep trouble. Minister Bram's concerns are valid. You may disregard this matter. I, the Hal, will find another way. With no further business, we shall adjourn the court. As Lionel contemplated, a bold and innovative idea sprang to mind. Startled by the sudden voices, he rose from his seat on instinct. Greetings, Your Highness. Turning around, Lionel cast a somewhat helpless glance. It seemed even after being crowned prince for some time, he still wasn't fully accustomed to early morning court sessions. No matter. Time would resolve everything. On his way back to the Imperial study, he had already instructed the eunuch to summon Alondra. Inside the Imperial study, Alondra pays respects to Rufus, the Hal. May you live 10,000 years. Observing Lionel curiously, Alondra wondered why the urgency in summoning her. You must contact all major merchant houses in the capital and instruct them to begin large-scale housing construction according to the bidding criteria. At the same time, establish banks for the Hildradi dynasty, allowing commoners to borrow money based on corresponding documents to buy or rent houses. Ensure every citizen can afford homes through installment payments. A smile spread across Lionel's face. Entrusting this task to Alondra would add an extra revenue stream to the national treasury. This approach would solve the homelessness problem and boost the economy. Truly a win-win. Installment? Loans? Your Highness, what does this mean? Alondra listened in confusion, realizing she was learning something entirely new. Lionel hesitated, then realized he hadn't explained clearly. In essence, we'll have merchant houses and noble families fund and construct the houses, either for sale or rent. And by establishing banks, citizens can borrow from us to buy or rent houses. Installment means paying in installments when one cannot afford the entire cost upfront, with officials acting as witnesses. Lionel simplified the complex concept. If Alondra still didn't understand, Hill dreadingly enlightened. Alondra looked at Lionel with admiration. She hadn't imagined houses and banks could serve such purposes. Your wisdom, Your Highness. This way, the expenses and efforts won't solely burden the court. The saved funds can be used for other necessities. Not only will this improve people's lives, but also prevent the national treasury from depletion. Alondra's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lionel, finding him even more charming. He radiated a captivating warmth that almost consumed her. Exactly. Once this plan is implemented, we will unite multiple noble families and merchant houses in housing construction, while citizens repay their loans. All of Hildrade dynasty, working together, will surely accomplish. Unperturbed internally, they were no longer the warriors of the Great Zhou dynasty. Even if the Great Qin envoy harbored ill intentions, they could expel them. Great Qin? Lionel momentarily forgot any connection with them. But soon, a woman's image surfaced in his mind. Though as strong-willed as Adeline, she was rather fierce. Since the fall of the Great Zhou dynasty, there had been little news about her. He guessed the envoy, if not her, must be related to her matters. Indeed, Your Highness, it's the Great Qin envoy. They await outside. Shall we receive them? The guard paused, wondering if the prince's hearing was failing, repeating himself. If not, I will dismiss them mercilessly. They've come all this way, meeting them poses no harm. But wait a moment before proceeding. Rise. Smiling faintly, Lionel thought Great Qin's visit likely aimed for an alliance. Since they sought him, he could test their resolve. Yes, Your Highness. Despite puzzlement, the guard followed orders. Fraser must have his reasons. A quarter hour later, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the imperial study. Lionel raised his head, instantly losing interest upon recognizing Liao Jiangwu, Fernandag's brother. Chapter 182. Just one person. Greetings, Your Highness. Eric, accompanied by 2 attendants, knelt on one knee with a smile on his face. He kept glancing around the imperial study. The last time he was here, so long without being offered a seat, it seemed the Hildrade dynasty didn't give much regard to the Great Qin Empire. If my memory serves correctly, the Hildrade dynasty has no citizens of Qin. So who are you here to ask for today? Lionel was puzzled. It wasn't that he was tempted by the conditions but merely curious. Even if Qi attacked, he wouldn't be too concerned. Yin was no match for him. Aviana. This woman is an acquaintance of our empire. Now that Gaylord Trisha is dead, she is alone and helpless in the capital. Evan Qin finds her condition pitiable, hence sent me to retrieve her, Eric explained simply. He knew Lionel was clever. Without a solid reason, taking Aviana would be impossible. Seeing no sign of being offered a seat, his dissatisfaction grew. Pitiable? When she was driven into a corner in Dezhou, why didn't your king show compassion then? And she has a marriage contract with me which hasn't been annulled. When did it become your business? Without hesitation, Lionel refused. His intuition told him something was amiss. Although unclear about Qin's motive, there must be a significant plot behind it. He promised Trace to protect Aviana, and he would never let her fall into others' hands. Do you forget? A mere engagement. No wedding rites have been conducted. It's best you hand her over. Eric continued to persuade, hoping to escalate. Alondra immediately closed the door. Your Highness, Qin's intentions are far from good. Pretending to assist Janine, they aim to hold her hostage. Just for a share of the loot when Yin attacks the Hildrade dynasty. Looking at the door, her voice rose. If Qin genuinely pitted Aviana, Fernanda would have come, not necessarily needing to take her back to Qin. Sending gifts to improve relations and protect her made more sense. Assign more people to protect Aviana. If Qin fails openly, they'll resort to covert tactics. Want to humiliate the Hildrade dynasty? Fat chance. Lionel understood Alondra's concern but remained composed, instead instructing her to protect Aviana. Qin's strategy of first courting favor then attacking was rudimentary. Old tricks he'd seen before. Not only were they outdated, but Qin's strength was average. Dreaming of a war with him was surely a lost cause. A typical case of eggs hitting stones. Don't worry, since the last issue with the Holy Woman of Flynn, we've had someone secretly protecting both of them. For safety, who also stays close to them. Still, precautions must be taken as this poses risks to the Hildrade dynasty. Concern flashed in Alondra's eyes. The Hildrade dynasty was newly established, with the Flynn Empire's warrant not expired. Now Qin and Yin were involved. The future seemed lively. Lionel's expression was calm. Look, what is it? Aviana asked coldly. She had long known that her aunt was not faring well in Qin. Now, this visit, what could be its intent? Your aunt misses you. The Evan of Qin sent us to bring you back to reunite with her. Let's go, Janine. Eric made a gesture of invitation, a faint smile on his face, which left people uncertain about his true intentions. The Hattie paused, looking at Aviana. She reached under the table and tugged at Aviana's skirt, then shook her head. I'm not going with you to Qin. Aunt is safe at home, and I am doing well here in the Hildrade dynasty. Aviana nodded. She understood the implications. She signaled for her guards to escort these people out. That's not up to you. Eric's face turned menacing as he signaled to the attendants behind him. They understood immediately, but before they could act, their eyes widened, and they crumpled to the ground. No one saw who had struck them. She said she didn't want to go. Pushing someone against their will, truly not what a man should do. A sweet female voice came from behind, startling everyone. Eric turned to see a sweet-faced woman holding several darts. Her handiwork. Mind your own business or I'll kill you. Seeing just a frail woman, Eric wasn't worried. Before he could move, the girl blurred into motion, appearing right in front of him. Did you eat something strange today? Why does your breath stink? I'll be impolite if you don't scram. The Anika looked at the man, finding him somewhat handsome but clearly dim-witted, daring to threaten her? Doesn't know his own strength. Without responding, Eric drew his sword, intending to teach her a lesson. But suddenly, she appeared behind him, pressing a dagger to the back of his neck. How slow you are. Fighting you isn't interesting. While speaking, she shoved him toward the door. Eric barely dared to breathe, pain shooting through his neck. He could feel the blade breaking the skin. He had no choice but to follow her lead, moving step by step. Just reaching the entrance, the pressure on his neck eased. Hildredenly, a powerful kick hit his bottom, sending him tumbling down the steps. You. Seeing people gathering around, Eric was furious. To dare humiliate him in the Hildred dynasty? He'd remember this. What you? As she spoke, a dart cut off some of Eric's hair. Another hit his crotch, just an inch more, and he'd be castrated. Startled, he covered himself, bewildered. When did Aviana gain such a formidable protector? What had happened in this short period? More darts flew towards him, forcing him to flee frantically. One embedded in his buttock. Ouch! Eric winced, limping away into the crowd. Thank you, Anika. Aviana and the Hattie bowed gratefully. No big deal. This man doesn't seem like a good person. Don't let him deceive you. Going back with him won't spare you from hardship. The Anika patted her chest, grinning at Aviana. This expression only unnerved the two women further. This silent killer, smiling at them, seemed she misunderstood something. Thank you. Why are you here at the Gaylord's residence? And why did you intervene? We shouldn't. Aviana asked several questions, hesitating. Looking at the Anika, she felt utterly perplexed. The Hattie also wondered. Last time, this Anika wanted to fight them. This sudden change seemed too abrupt. Just passing by and saw those three men lurking outside, discussing something suspicious. Curious, I followed to see what was happening. Didn't expect it to be a bad guy. Her small face puffed up like a bun, fists clenched, looking slightly regretful. She felt her previous actions were too lenient. As for helping you, it's because Lionel makes great food. Just then, her stomach growled. Seeing the simple but fragrant meal inside, she drooled. Despite the lack of variety, the aroma was irresistible. Standing on tiptoe, she peered inside, feeling hungry. If the Anika isn't offended, join us. He took the sword and opened the scabbard. The blade was sharp, adorned with intricate patterns, gleaming with a cold yet steadfast light. On the silver hilt, there was a transparent jade stone, as if it belonged to celestial beings. It's truly beautiful. Lisbeth couldn't help but exclaim. He began swinging the sword in the air, completely immersed in its splendor. This sword is called the Jade Maiden Sword. After much thought, this is the one that best suits your temperament. In the future, it belongs to you. Lionel smiled. It was an excellent sword. How could anyone not like it? This design was inspired by a novel he once read. The sword was lightweight and portable, perfect for women, especially one as exquisite as she. Thank you, Your Highness. Henceforth, you will follow Your Highness and abide by your commands. Lisbeth immediately knelt down. She admired this man's integrity and was even more impressed by his speed. Seeing the sword beside her, she grew instantly fond of it. This is just the beginning. Anything promised will be fulfilled. I have thought of a weapon better suited to you, currently being forged. Once it's done, it will be delivered to you. Lionel showed indifference. For him, these were never issues. Everyone around him would eventually have weapons suitable for self-preservation. They were his people and needed the ability to protect themselves. Your Highness trusts Shiyu so much. Aren't you afraid that Shiyu might turn on you after receiving the sword? This is, after all, the world of martial arts. Not having any caution? Lisbeth was somewhat surprised. Evans throughout history were often suspicious and schemed for their thrones. Yet this man, her father hid her due to the forged suspicions. This made it hard for her to accept and led to some doubts. Adeline was puzzled, unsure what Lisbeth was up to. Having gotten everything she asked for, why say something so misleading? Truly, strength brings confidence. So what? I trust you aren't a faithless person. I know you won't betray me. If it does happen, no matter. There's always someone stronger out there. I can forge even better weapons than this. Even if it did happen, it would be your loss. Lionel shook his head, showing indifference. He never relied on others to reach his status. His confidence came from his own capabilities. Shiyu understands. Lisbeth's heart skipped a beat. She sensed that this man was different from others, possibly possessing extraordinary skills. Even more, she felt that his confidence stemmed from himself, not the capable helpers around him. Follow Your Highness faithfully, and everything will come. You don't need to worry about Your Highness being like the Fort of Dezhou, for he detests such people. Adeline quickly interjected to ease the tension. She noticed the two felt a certain animosity upon meeting. One kept probing while the other grew impatient. Watching this scene reminded her of herself previously. Having listened in for so long, hiding behind bushes doesn't seem quite right. A human or ghost, step out. Sneaking around, what's the point? Lisbeth suddenly pointed her sword at the bamboo forest, her gaze turning cold. The air seemed to freeze. From the bamboo forest came rustling sounds. To think you've already found a protector. Looks like pretty brother has grown up. A sweet female voice echoed. A pink silhouette descended gracefully from the sky. Lionel knew this must be the daft Leilani from Deflin. Adeline felt a lingering unease. She hadn't realized they were being followed. She felt ashamed, questioning how she could protect the Yusef if she failed to notice this. She promptly shielded Lionel. This is the Leilani of Deflin. She must be plotting against Your Highness. It's time to keep your promise. Adeline unsheathed her sword and shouted at Lisbeth. Lisbeth frowned. Why did it feel like Lionel and the woman were old acquaintances? Pretty brother? What nonsense. The Leilani observed the man before her. Her eyes widened as she sensed an unusual and almost terrifying aura. Your pretty brother's protector? Indeed. I have some skill. Today, the Leilani changes her mind. No need to kill pretty brother now. The Leilani was curious. She hadn't met such a skilled person in a long time. Usually, it was minor lackeys. Wonder if today will be satisfying. Lionel felt uneasy. This woman, though he was handsome, did she really need to call him pretty constantly? Calling him the nicest name but saying such cold words. What an innocent girl. Don't end up in my hands, or you'll regret it. Rumors say the Leilani of Deflin is terrifyingly strong, even topping the assassin charts. Meeting you today, you're just average. How many moves can you last against me? Lisbeth looked at her with a hint of disdain. Might as well resolve this issue now. Hearing this, the Leilani frowned prettily. You look good. Pity your words don't match your looks. Since we've met, let's test each other's skills. Good exercise too. Hashtag chapter 185. Indecisive victory. Let's see this through to the end. Tamara gave a faint smile. Gripping the newly acquired sword, she felt an immense joy. She decided to test if the sword was as good in practice as it was in appearance. With a sudden burst of energy, her feet moved as if they were greased, sliding her to just before the Michelle. The blade came within 3 centimeters of piercing the Holy Virgin's neck when suddenly, the Michelle leaped up and landed on a bamboo shoot beside her. You have some skills, but not much. Still too slow, she remarked. You need to step it up. The Michelle withdrew something soft from her sleeve, which unfurled like a snake, weaving through the bamboo forest with her figure constantly darting about. Adeline watched in shock. It was impossible to predict where she would appear next. In an instant, the surrounding bamboo forest seemed to be swept by a violent wind, with leaves rustling shoo-shoo. Be careful behind you. Adeline concentrated intensely, her eyes almost crossing as she tried to follow the movements. Her heart pounded in her throat. The flexible weapon had already wrapped around Tamara's waist. Adeline immediately covered her eyes, unable to bear watching further. Tamara let out a cold laugh and rose, landing gracefully atop a bamboo tip. Lionel stared in amazement. Indeed, her mastery of lightness kung fu was well deserved. Normally, a bamboo tip wouldn't support a normal person's weight. The two quickly became entangled in a fierce battle that lasted half an hour without any clear winner. Finally, they stepped back, facing each other with their swords. Not bad, indeed impressive. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so much. In Deflin, there are few who can engage me in combat. Now, finally, I found one. Back with you. Lionel produced a packet of cakes from his sleeve. The moment he opened it, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The Michelle was captivated, grabbing a piece and popping it into her mouth. Soft, sweet, and scented with osmanthus, it melted instantly without a trace of cloying sweetness. Thank you, handsome brother. The Holy Virgin took the cake, eating as she walked away. Adeline was dumbstruck. She has quite a personality. Most people can't fathom her. Watching her leave, nibbling on the cakes, she stopped and carefully wrapped up the remaining pieces, tucking them into her robe. I should save these. Otherwise, I'll go hungry again. Adeline's sharp hearing picked up her words. Astonished, she couldn't believe the Holy Virgin sometimes went hungry. Why didn't you let me continue fighting? Just a little more, and I could have made her lose. Just a little more. You understand, right? Tamara's voice trembled, having only intended to give the Michelle a small lesson. However, she hadn't scored a single hit, deeply wounding her pride as someone who prided herself on being an expert. Didn't you already give it your all? Managing under such agitation is still commendable. Keep going, and you know the consequences. Lionel frowned, clearly displeased. He disliked impulsive, irrational behavior. Besides, the Michelle wasn't intent on killing him today. Otherwise, she wouldn't have engaged Tamara in combat. It seemed food had softened her stance. But if I can't win today, how can I protect your highness in the future? Tamara felt a pang of guilt. This new sword was excellent, but she hadn't fully realized its potential. Disappointment gnawed at her. No need to worry. She won't harm me soon. Your roles are different. She's an assassin, and you're a swordsman. Even if you win, what does it achieve? Will it make either of you a legend in your fields? Lionel sighed, sitting down. Martial artists often valued fame and glory lightly but shared a common flaw, prioritizing stronger opponents above themselves. They sought battles to assuage their ego-driven frustrations, leading many astray in their obsession with victory. Your highness speaks truly. She will remember this. Tamara suddenly saw the wisdom in his words. Instead of chasing victory, she should focus on self-improvement. She resolved to train harder to ensure Lionel never faced danger. Do you want to surpass her? Lionel suddenly asked, looking sincerely at Tamara. Yes. Despite her surprise, Tamara nodded vigorously. She had an inexplicable trust in Lionel. Follow my instructions, and in a month, you'll be able to decisively defeat the Michelle. Chapter 186. Disturbing a peaceful dream. Within the capital city, in an isolated mansion. Ouch, this general is in agony. Are you all just eating your meals for nothing? Be gentler when applying the medicine. Atli Eric was drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain in his buttocks. The pain made him wince and grind his teeth. He swung his fist, knocking down the person who was applying ointment to his back. Atli, please calm down. We still need to apply the medicine. The dart had poison on it. If we don't treat it, it will fester, said the attendant, holding a white porcelain bottle with a helpless expression. He wondered who could have offended the general to such an extent as to resort to such underhanded methods. Eric frowned, grabbed a handkerchief, and pressed it against his mouth. Seeing this, the attendants quickly applied the medicine. Moments later, this arduous and painful process finally came to an end. Go and find out everything about that woman. I've already drawn her likeness. If there's no result by tomorrow, I'll make sure your butts are sore, roared Eric, terrifying his attendants into scattering with the portrait. Clutching his waist, he broke out in cold sweat, remembering the humiliation he endured. He vowed to regain his dignity. Otherwise, how would he continue living in the Great Qin Empire? If word got out, everyone would laugh at him. He couldn't tolerate this. As the son of a military general, being publicly humiliated by a woman was unbearable. The next day, the attendants entered Eric's room and found him lying prone on the bed, afraid to put pressure on his buttocks. Atli, an attendant called softly but received no response. Just as he was about to check his pulse, he was met with a fierce slap that sent him flying and lying motionless on the ground. Calling so early in the morning? Don't you see the general was sound asleep? Eric opened his eyes, revealing a haggard face with deep black circles under his eyes. Last night, every time he tried to sleep, the wound would pull painfully, and he only managed to fall asleep when dawn was breaking. Less than half an hour later, his dream was disturbed, naturally making him angry. Atli, forgive us. That woman's residence has been located. We apologize for disturbing your rest. The attendant covered his bruised face, feeling wronged. They had been running around all night and hadn't slept at all. Now, to be treated like this, you've done well. Go and rest. Brothers, arm yourselves and follow me. At this moment, Eric felt none of his pains anymore, regaining his vigor and spirit. Last time, he underestimated the situation and only brought 2 men. Today, he would make that woman pay. Atli, we don't know the way. Let me lead you, the attendant offered, feeling slightly warmed by the recognition. They traversed 2 streets before reaching their destination. Along the way, Eric winced and limped visibly, attracting many stares. Ironically, the woman lived in the east while he lived in the west. By the time they reached the door, his face had turned black with frustration. Whoever grabs her first will be richly rewarded. Remember, show no mercy to anyone inside. Let her know the consequences of offending this general. A grim expression crossed Eric's face as he stared at the door, inwardly gloating. There would be no escape for her today. Just as the attendants were about to kick down the door, it opened with a creak. Several attendants, caught off guard, tumbled forward and crashed to the ground. Before they could react, they were subdued by black-clad figures. You don't adhere to martial virtue, attacking by surprise, Eric shouted furiously at the innocent-looking maiden yawning lazily. He leaned heavily on a cane, which thudded against the ground repeatedly. Bring them in. They're too noisy, Sophia grumbled, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. 2 black-clad figures swiftly advanced, gripping Eric's arms and dragging him into the courtyard. Oh, look who it is. Why, it's you, you shameless scoundrel. That day I let you go, and now you come seeking death, Sophia sneered, recognizing him as the despicable man who mistreated the 2 beautiful sisters at the steward's residence. Seeing the bright red marks on his buttocks, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Don't spew lies. You spoiled my plans, and now dare to turn things around? But resorting to mad dog tactics was truly despicable. Just as Eric was about to say more, a sharp pain in his chest pulled at his injured buttocks, making tears well up in his eyes. The assassin chuckled, brandishing a dagger and revealing his identity. Does our great Flynn have any reason to fear Great Xia? Chapter 187, New Weapons of War. The next day, in the Imperial study, Lionel was reviewing petitions when he heard a silver bell-like laughter. Adeline was laughing so hard she could barely stand straight. She laughed as she walked, her posture absurdly comical. Your Highness, ha! I pay my respects. Long live your Highness, long. Adeline couldn't finish a sentence. From kneeling, she collapsed onto the floor in laughter. Lionel's interest was immediately piqued. Although Adeline was usually carefree and had a bit of a manly demeanor in many aspects, it was rare to see her laugh like this. There must be something funny. Hurry, catch your breath and then speak. Alondra gently patted Adeline's back from behind and consoled her. Seeing her laughing so brightly, the atmosphere became infectious. Let me tell you all, Eric is truly hilarious. Not only did he get turned away by Rufus, but he tried to snatch Janine back, only to encounter the Ember of Flynn and get a poisonous dart on his buttocks. He then stormed the Ember's residence with great bravado and got thoroughly beaten again. The Ember even insisted, reassuring Alondra, if the seemingly naive Ember were really that dim-witted, she wouldn't top the hit list of Flynn killers. Heaven has already given her an appearance that protects her well. No one would imagine such a terrifying identity belonging to someone like her. Thus, Sheen doesn't have that chance. Does your Highness have some new invention ready? Tell us quickly. Adeline's interest was piqued. Whether it was the pistol she saw that day, or the Rain of Blossom's needles, or the Jade Maiden sword held by Tamara, everything pointed to Lionel being clever yet pragmatic. This new contraption would either be a powerful weapon against enemies, or a specially crafted defense mechanism for them. Not bad, for once you're perceptive. We will forge real war machines this time, to make Hildred Dynasty an unstoppable force and deter those who covet it. Lionel nodded, finding things progressing too slowly this way. Even with the sky-piercing crossbow, there would be no foolproof plan when the Yin Dynasty attacked. With more people in the capital now, their safety must be guaranteed. Though he aimed to become wealthy, these matters couldn't be ignored. Only after stabilizing the entire Hildred Dynasty could he truly prosper. Besides, his father's whereabouts were still unknown, leaving his fate uncertain. He had to continuously strengthen himself to protect everyone around him. Upon hearing this, both Adeline and Alondra stood dumbfounded. It was as if they were already seeing the unstoppable rise of Hildred Dynasty. Seeing their stunned expressions, Lionel felt puzzled. What's wrong? A hint of guilt flashed across Adeline and Alondra's faces. You are becoming more formidable every day. Eventually, sister and I won't be needed to serve you anymore. Afraid that you'll end up like Janine and Miss Jo, will be cast aside. Adeline lowered her head, feeling a sense of crisis. Being the weakest among the group, Aviana was already independent. She feared her time wasn't far off. Lionel raised his head and gently tapped their foreheads. Nonsense. You have many responsibilities in your hands now. Before we start, don't think about quitting. Not a chance. Lionel's words reassured them immensely. Indeed, they had proven indispensable in many areas. He pulled out a new blueprint from his robes and spread it on the table. Adeline and Alondra leaned in to examine the blueprint, trying to decipher its contents. Your Highness, what are these black lumps? They look anything but attractive, They're rather intimidating. You can't mean to scare the enemy away with this? Adeline pointed at the blueprint, looking confused. War involved death. It wouldn't be this easy. She regretted her words as soon as they were spoken, realizing she shouldn't undermine the prince's confidence. She quickly covered her mouth, pretending nothing happened. Indeed, besides being frightening, there isn't much else remarkable about it. Please enlighten us. What's the use of this metal lump? Alondra scrutinized it for a long time but couldn't figure out its purpose. Crossing her arms, she asked seriously. Frightening indeed, and that's exactly what I want. Our soldiers can terrify the enemy into running for cover. Lionel spoke proudly, showing no resentment. After all, they didn't understand. Adeline and Alondra exchanged glances, unsure of how to express their thoughts. They examined the blueprint again, noting the large holes. Looking closer, they grew more confused. It's only for intimidation? Adeline finally blurted out. Of course not. This is the war machine I mentioned. With this cannon, we can withstand thousands of enemies. Chapter 188. Preparing to flee? In a mansion at the rear mountain of the Imperial Palace, your humble subject pays homage to Rufus the Howl. May your highness live for 10,000 years. As Lionel stepped into the gate, he saw numerous burly men kneeling on the ground. He noticed one characteristic. They all had exceptionally strong biceps. They looked like skilled blacksmiths. Rise. Do you understand what you're supposed to do today? Lionel smiled and approached the front of the crowd. Seeing so many blacksmiths boosted his mood. At this rate, the heavy cannons would soon be ready. We understand, but these blueprints seem unusual. We are all rough men who have never dealt with such things. If we fail to build it correctly, please forgive us, your highness. The blacksmiths stood up, looking at the drawings in their hands, feeling somewhat confused. Though they didn't know what was depicted, the details were clear. No worries. These designs are complex, so I didn't plan to have you work on them together. The blueprints each of you holds are different. You only need to follow your own design carefully. You must be precise and complete your tasks within the time frame I specify. Do you all understand? Lionel's voice was loud, ensuring everyone heard him clearly. They dared not oppose or disobey. Lionel's reputation in the capital was well known, and his methods were clear. Naturally, they wouldn't dare. Yes. Seeing the frightened blacksmiths, Lionel felt speechless. If you do well, there will be rewards. If not, you know what will happen. Lionel's tone became serious, prompting a more focused expression from the blacksmiths. Internally, he was even more speechless. This group? Huh? They respond to tough treatment but not kindness? The blacksmiths quickly dispersed, each standing by a forge and getting to work. Hal, your highness still commands respect as ever. These blacksmiths are completely tamed by you. DeAndre watched the scene before her, feeling increasingly gratified. She had witnessed the growth of Rufus, the Hal. Today, he was at his most imposing. They chose to make things difficult for themselves. What can I do? I tried talking nicely, but they? Lionel seemed helpless. Normally, he treated his subordinates kindly, yet these people forced him to become more commanding and persuasive. During this time, stay here and supervise them closely. Don't let anything go wrong. These components must fit together perfectly. A single misstep affects everything. His tone suddenly turned serious. DeAndre nodded and began moving among the blacksmiths, overseeing their work. At that moment, Therese rushed to Lionel's side. Therese greets your highness. Her expression was grave, indicating that she wanted to speak with him privately outside. Once they confirmed no one was around, Therese began explaining slowly. Your highness, Eric went to the Ember's residence and was severely injured. His condition is unknown. He was secretly transported to the Great Xia last night. Therese's solemn expression deepened. If Hildred dynasty gained another enemy now, the consequences would be dire. What did you think happened? Just left? If he stays, should Hildred dynasty continue to support him? Lionel remained relaxed, relieved that he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of protecting Aviana anymore. This way, he could use more people. Is that the point, your highness? Eric is severely injured, possibly dying. This incident happened in Hildred dynasty, and Great Xia will surely exploit it to pressure us. If Eric dies, it might be better, but if he survives, they won't let it rest. Therese was worried. Fraser was becoming too nonchalant about serious matters. Looking at Lionel with frustration, she grew unhappy. My dear Therese, I know you're concerned about Hildred dynasty and me, but who am I? The ruler of Hildred dynasty. Even if Eric or Great Xia don't give up, what can they do? They can't defeat me, nor can they harm me. Lionel pulled Therese into his arms and gently stroked her head. He wasn't arrogant. Simply, no one could bully him anymore. Therese, like a docile cat, calmed down. Upon reflection, she realized she might have overreacted. Your highness is right, but... Before she could finish, Lionel interrupted. Just being cautious, right? Lionel looked at Therese, amused by her pout, finding her very endearing. All right, enough mischief. This doesn't affect me, but it does impact someone else. Come with me to the steward's residence. Lionel's face showed some resignation. Aviana and Amina were alike, always taking responsibility onto themselves. With such significant events occurring, she must be extremely anxious. At the steward's residence, the trouble I caused was unintentional. Since this incident started because of me, it needs proper handling. If I don't return, it will only cause you more trouble. Hashtag chapter 189. A deal with you. Since you knew you caused trouble, shouldn't you have stayed in the Hildred dynasty to face it together with me? Why are you packing up and running away now? Lionel's eyebrows arched, exuding a rogue-like demeanor. He scrutinized Aviana, who was continuously shedding tears, his expression turning stern. Aviana felt even more wronged upon hearing this and began sobbing into her handkerchief. Your highness, what are you doing? Look at how scared Yuman is. Alondra came over and hugged Aviana, whispering comforting words. Amina also held Aviana's hand, and the three stood in a row. Janine, please don't cry anymore. Fraser has come here specifically because of this matter. The Great Xia doesn't pose any real threat, there's nothing to worry about. Alondra gently patted Aviana's back, understanding her feelings deeply. After all, she herself had once caused trouble due to her identity, which Lionel had resolved effortlessly. Right now, no one understood Aviana's emotions better than she did. Sister Yuman, don't be upset. Rufus will be fine. Amina watched Lionel, unsure how to face him but trusting him deeply. Aviana lifted her tear-streaked face, looking like a delicate flower trembling in the wind, as if she might shatter with a mere touch. What does that Eric have to do with you? He brought strengthened. Sister, this matter started because of me, so it must be resolved. Aviana suddenly said seriously to Amina, Sister, are you still planning to leave? Amina hesitated. Lionel had just left. Seeing Aviana's determined expression, she didn't know how to respond. No, not at all. If Eric won't let me off easy, then neither should he have it easy. With the Hildred dynasty developing, it's crucial we avoid unexpected issues now. Amina seemed to understand. Inside the Ember's residence. Pretty sister, what brings you here today? Is it time for dinner? Did you come to invite me? The Ember looked at Aviana and Amina with squinted eyes, perfectly timed as she was hungry. Sort of. Aviana nodded and shook her head. This baffled the young Ember of Flynn, who displayed displeasure on her face. It's just about dinner time. I know a great restaurant in the capital. How about we go together? As soon as Amina finished speaking, she felt an arm wrap around her own. The sweet scent of milk filled the air. The Ember stood between them, grinning. Let's go then. I'm famished. Aviana was shocked by the Ember's behavior, which seemed far from her high status. Hildredenly, living as an Ember seemed rather carefree and joyful. In the restaurant, the waiter brought a table full of delicious dishes. The Ember, okay. Today, I want to propose a deal to the Ember. My offer includes over 1,000 delicacies. Interested? Looking at the Ember's reaction, Aviana thought having a sister like her would bring much joy. Knowing the Ember loved food, she believed this offer would succeed. No need to think, I agree. The Ember's expression turned serious. Delaying for a second would disrespect the food. She immediately grabbed Aviana's hand with a leave it to me attitude. Amina sipped tea, understanding why Lionel showed no fear towards the Ember. This Eric is no good person. Not only did he force me to return to Great Xia, but he also caused trouble at your place. A man who disrespects women, what use is he? My request is for you to prevent this kind of scum from returning to the land of Great Xia. Chapter 190, The Death of Eric. 3 days later, in the Imperial Study, Your Highness, Eric and all his attendants are dead, with their faces slashed open with long gashes. It was undoubtedly the work of the great Flynn Ember. Alondra's tone was filled with shock, never imagining that the young girl could bear such a grudge. Not only did she kill them, but now, dead huh? Lionel dragged out his words, showing a bit of surprise on his face. Never did he think the great Flynn Ember would be so ruthless. It seems that one shouldn't offend anyone, especially women, or they wouldn't even know how they died. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Joan felt somewhat surprised. She seemed to understand something. Her face showed some helplessness. These people were indeed a headache. This is fine. As you said, Dachin has always coveted the land of the Hildred dynasty. Whether we spread this news or not, as long as they claim disbelief, they can still provoke war between the two countries. Let it be. Anyway, we can't change this fact. Lionel looked calm, but in his mind, he was thinking about the land of Dachin. Those powerful cavalry, if they could join under his command, it would be a real boost. It seemed he would have to expand his territory again. Alondra wanted to say something but held back. Lionel was right. It was indeed the case. They could only tough it out. Don't worry, the Hildred dynasty is now a prize no one can easily bite into. Many want to share, but we'll see if they have the ability. The ruler of Dachin won't be foolish enough to challenge the Hildred dynasty head-on. Lionel glanced at Alondra's hesitant expression and tried to reassure her. Joan frowned. Was this really the hell? Was he pretending? Which prince treats subordinates so kindly? Her curiosity about Lionel deepened. Perhaps, Lionel really was different. That was her true thought at the moment. Alondra will abide by your highness's instructions. Alondra nodded, having no other choice but to comply. There was no other solution. Her face filled with surprise. Lionel nodded. Isn't the Hildred dynasty newly established? How did it offend such a powerful country? Living in the martial world, Joan lacked access to internal court information. Occasionally, she heard snippets when drinking with her father. This time, she truly hit an iron wall. So? Do you regret being bound here? Lionel sat down, examining the person before him with interest, curious about what choice Joan would make. I didn't mean that. Since I've decided to follow Grey, I will remain loyal to the end. But the Yin dynasty is ranked second among all countries. Your Highness knows this, right? Joan shook her head. She didn't mean it like that. Though Lionel was indeed strong, there was still a gap for the newly established Hildred dynasty to face such a formidable enemy. So what? This conflict was provoked by the Ford of Dezhou. This war must be fought. Lionel felt no resentment, only anticipation. He wondered what the second strongest Yin dynasty could do. If they won, it might assist his father in the future. The Qi was inevitable. Joan pondered for a while before speaking. This Ford of Dezhou truly brought endless harm, even in death. Can't this war be resolved through negotiation? Looking at Lionel seriously, only about the Hildred dynasty before drawing conclusions, Lionel leaned back in his chair, eyeing his adopted sister. Dressed as a man, her figure was indeed well proportioned. With her chest size, she must be at least a D. Indeed, a woman with a big chest but little brains. Tamara still didn't fully grasp Lionel's meaning, but she knew further argument would be futile. She decided not to pursue it and stood straight aside, focusing on protecting Lionel's safety. Do not just stand there. How can you gauge the strength of my Hildred dynasty by standing here? Lionel asked, then continued, come, follow me somewhere. Putting down his work, Lionel walked ahead. Tamara hesitated for a moment, then followed, curious about what gave Lionel such confidence. Inside the carriage, Tamara watched as the carriage headed out of the city, a hint of worry crossing her eyes. Highness, the time is not entirely peaceful now. You are leaving the palace with only a few people around you. What if something happens? Tamara was frustrated. Though he was older, why did he act like a child? Knowing the danger but heading towards it anyway. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Why worry? Lionel replied indifferently. Isn't there the top martial artist right here with me? As long as he was within the territory of the Hildred dynasty, no one could touch him. There were many of his men along the way, whether inside or outside the capital. Speechless, Tamara turned to look out the window, silent. The carriage stopped at a training base. When Tamara saw what was happening there, she was completely stunned. The walls were much stronger than those in the capital. As she approached, her shock increased. These soldiers were disciplined and well-trained, moving in perfect unison. Most importantly, they were all burly men, an imposing presence even in the capital's military camps. Hildred rendered to the howl. The guards knelt immediately. Lionel waved them off, allowing them to rise. Tamara, now captivated by the scene, moved closer to the training soldiers. Who dares to enter the camp without permission? A guard blocked her path. Before he could reach her, a wave of sword energy pushed him back several meters. The soldiers paused their training upon seeing someone causing trouble. Several tall men on horseback surrounded Tamara, looking angrily at the disguised woman who dared to disturb them. Leave immediately. The camp is restricted, not to be entered casually. If you don't leave, do not blame us for our rudeness, the leader with a noticeable scar on his face warned. I'll see how rude you can get. Tamara drew her sword, floating in the air, eager to test the prowess of the army that gave Lionel such confidence. The atmosphere in the camp tightened as the men on horseback circled Tamara at lightning speed. She focused intently, trying to locate them, but couldn't. Just as she prepared to strike, a flash of cold light signaled an attack from a sharp blade. Hold it! Lionel yelled, initially wanting only to humble Tamara, but these men's harsh actions took him by surprise. Salute the hell! The swirling sand and wind stopped instantly. The menacing men dismounted, kneeling respectfully. These are guests brought by the prince. Continue your duties, Lionel said, pulling a dazed Tamara back. This is the Dragon Cavalry Camp, one of the 3 elite units of the Hildred dynasty, all elite cavalrymen. Looking at the scene, Lionel felt a sense of pride. Hildred's strong soldiers could easily withstand an attack by the Great Yin dynasty. Compared to the armored troops of the Great Yin dynasty, which side do you think is superior? Lionel asked, observing Tamara, who still seemed lost in thought. He had a good idea what her answer would be. Meeting his eyes, Tamara understood his confidence. She fell silent, knowing the answer. The Dragon Cavalry would likely prevail. Looking at his handsome profile, she finally asked, Highness, how did you transform the weak soldiers of Great Xia into such formidable warriors? Chapter 192. I represent the Great Flynn in negotiations. It's very simple, anyone with hands can do it. Once your mind is as sharp as mine, you'll be able to achieve this too. Lionel smiled but did not plan to explain the intricacies to her. It wasn't that he was unwilling to tell her. It would simply be futile even if he did. There are some things she would never learn in her lifetime. Joan suddenly realized what he meant. So, her admiration for him only made him think she was foolish? She pouted and crossed her arms, deciding to ignore him. But there's one thing I can tell you. Most of the soldiers in the Dragon Cavalry were former refugees. They were like blank sheets of paper. After months of rigorous training, they have achieved today's results. Lionel wasn't trying to brag intentionally. It had indeed taken a considerable amount of time to train them. He wanted Joan to understand a principle. These refugees had no place to go and struggled with basic needs. Following him gave them a purpose and the drive to grow stronger. The process was brutal, and the weak were weeded out. That was why they appeared so formidable today. Joan immediately understood. If she also made getting stronger her goal, with Lionel's guidance, she might become just like them. Watching the burly men sweat profusely yet smile contentedly, none of them complained or felt weary. Compared to them, she clearly still had a long way to go. This group facing the Yin dynasty would be as simple as eating and drinking water. Just then, the ever-present stupefied Ember revealed herself. Your Highness, be cautious. Joan tensed up, feeling terrified to realize she had been tracked all along without noticing. Her perception of the assassin changed from simple to frightening. But the stupefied Ember looked at the training men with adoration. Falling into silence, Lionel patted Joan on the shoulder, signaling her to sheath her sword. Don't be so aggressive. Maybe there's a twist. Lionel sighed, noticing Joan's intolerance. She always seemed to view everyone as an enemy. Joan reluctantly put her sword away, feeling somewhat speechless. If not for her duty to protect him, she wouldn't be so paranoid. After a while, the stupefied Ember raised her head, revealing a sweet smile. She walked up to Lionel and extended her hand. Handsome brother, let's make a deal. This isn't just for me personally but for the entire Great Flynn. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. In her view, this was a perfect opportunity. It would benefit both the Hildred dynasty and Great Flynn. Ember, you're being two-faced. You went to great lengths to assassinate our prince. Now you come to negotiate peace? The warrant hasn't ended yet. Don't play tricks. Joan sneered at the stupefied Ember. To her, this was like a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year. Nothing good in mind. She kept glancing around, checking for other potential assassins. Given their current position in the Hildred dynasty's territory and the presence of such a strong army, dealing with the stupefied Ember would be effortless. Why are you so unpleasant? Handsome brother, how can you let someone like her follow you? She may be beautiful, but dressed ambiguously, her judgment is terrible. And why do you butt in while I'm talking to your prince? The stupefied Ember stepped closer to Joan, scrutinizing her, occasionally making tisk-tisk sounds. Anyone could see her disdain. In Great Flynn, if the stupefied Ember said she was number one, no one dared to claim second, especially not interrupting a conversation between nobles. What did you say? If you dare say it again, I'll knock your teeth out. Joan was furious. She had been mocked, and by an assassin. If this went unpunished, how would she face the world? Do you need me to repeat it? Handsome brother, keep away from this man-woman hybrid. She's terrifying. The stupefied Ember edged towards Lionel like a frightened rabbit, showing a hint of fear. Lionel watched the two, feeling overwhelmed. Why must they fight upon meeting? Enough, stop fooling around. Since you represent the Great Flynn and wish to speak with me, let's discuss this in my study. Lionel led the way, escaping the conflict. The stupefied Ember made a face at Joan before following. Joan stood rooted to the spot, clenching her teeth in anger, grumbling under her breath as she followed. Inside the carriage, seated on either side of Lionel, they exchanged intense glances throughout the journey to the study. Let's hear it. Relieved to finally see some calm, Lionel sighed. Too many women around weren't necessarily a good thing. The Great Flynn dynasty is different from others. We can be hired with enough silver. As long as the price is right, there's no one we won't kill. How about it? Wouldn't handsome brother consider it? Sitting opposite Lionel, the stupefied Ember eagerly awaited his response. He was the only one she didn't kill. Due to his hidden strength, provoking him would cause conflict between nations. Better to forge an alliance than create enemies. Thus, the greatly indebted Great Flynn could find protection. Plus, she'd get to eat delicious food. Why would you want me to hire you for killings? Who should we target? The King of Diyin? Lionel was confused but quickly understood why Great Flynn allied with Dezhou. No wonder so many refugees starved to death in Dezhou. Apparently, the treasury funds were spent on hiring assassins. Joan frowned, growing more contemptuous of the assassination trade. Their earnings likely came from others' meals. Though it couldn't all be blamed on them, the blame fell on the corrupt Dezhou Ford. Hadn't it been for him, the commoners wouldn't suffer so much. The stupefied Ember shook her head at Lionel. Not that. I hope Great Flynn can form an alliance with the Hildred dynasty. Chapter 193. Then it's a deal. Did someone teach you to say these things? Lionel narrowed his eyes, looking at the person in front of him. Despite her different figure from Tamara's, the desk accentuated her assets quite prominently. They were undeniably eye-catching. Given his understanding of her, there was no way she could come up with such a scheme on her own. Pretty brother is truly smart. Yes, I did receive a secret letter from the ruler of Great Flynn. But what do you think of this proposal? Wouldn't you consider it? The naive Ember's delicate hands rubbed together constantly, her eyes filled with anticipation. If Lionel agreed, she wouldn't need to assassinate him anymore. She could then openly enjoy all the delicious food he made without craving secretly and being eyed strangely by her subordinates when she returned. The thought made her shudder. Why do you think I would agree? Hildred dynasty is so powerful. Why choose to collaborate with a nation like this? Lionel leaned back in his chair, his expression turning serious. In his eyes, Great Flynn wasn't a threat, and the bounty on his head was nearly expired. He had nothing more to fear from now on. Tamara almost jumped out of her skin hearing this. Yes, he should toy with her like that, especially after she mocked him earlier. Immediately, she gave Lionel an admiring look, determined to protect him from any danger in the future. Happy, she turned her gaze to the Ember of Great Flynn. Think about it, pretty brother. Janine is still in Hildred dynasty. Wouldn't the Anton offer a high price to have Great Flynn kidnap her? If Great Flynn allies with Hildred dynasty, it won't accept any assassination tasks related to Hildred dynasty anymore. The Ember of Great Flynn's eyes gleamed slyly as she sized up Lionel. She knew how important Aviana was to him. Although the nature of their relationship wasn't clear, she believed it was the promise that mattered most. Lionel's promise to Trace. That's not all. Pretty brother can kill anyone he wants. If you hire Great Flynn assassins, you get a half-price discount. And if you invite me, you don't even need money. Just lots of delicious food. The naive Ember continued offering terms. Money may be external, but without it, one couldn't move forward. This condition was indeed tempting. She didn't believe he wouldn't be swayed. Lionel fell into deep thought. A single naive Ember could match thousands of troops. If Chin spent money to hire her to abduct Aviana, he'd be helpless. So, what does Great Flynn want? Hildred's good treatment can't be given for free, right? Hildred porting his chin with both hands, Lionel realized food no longer worked with the naive Ember. Great Flynn wasn't hers to command. Straightforward. The terms are simple. Just provide Great Flynn with some war machines, like heavy artillery with tremendous firepower. Great Flynn has killed many over the years, and many people covet its resources. Self-preservation is necessary. The naive Ember spoke calmly, yet truthfully. Too many enemies meant death if attacked one by one. If multiple nations allied against Flynn, it would be hard to defend. Thus, the ruler of Great Flynn devised this plan. Tamara's eyes narrowed. She wanted to check if the naive Ember's face was as thick as a city wall. How could she have the audacity to propose this? Seeking shelter behind Hildred dynasty while causing trouble everywhere? Dream on. Your Highness, please think twice. Great Flynn targeted you from the start. Now, seeing they can't win, they want to join us. This sincerity seems lacking. Tamara's sole thought was to conquer Great Flynn completely. That way, all of Flynn would obey Hildred dynasty. The naive Ember turned and glared at Tamara. Think before you speak. Arrogance requires backbone. If Great Flynn wants something, it can take everything down with Hildred dynasty. Dare you? The Ember's eyes turned sharp, seeing through Tamara's intentions. Great Flynn survived amidst conflicts, employing ruthless means. An extensive assassin network could destroy or rebuild, but a dynasty couldn't recover from total collapse. Startled by the Ember's intensity, Tamara stepped back, uncertain. Don't listen to her. She doesn't decide. I agree, but as leverage, the Ember must stay within Hildred dynasty unless ordered otherwise. Is this condition unreasonable? Lionel looked at her, knowing this was Great Flynn's greatest asset. With this card in hand, any mischief by Great Flynn would be futile. Not a problem. Wait for my good news, pretty brother. The naive Ember's hesitation vanished. She enjoyed more freedom than other assassins. Wherever she was the same. Leaving the Imperial study, the Ember beamed, leaving a bewildered Tamara. Why agree to such unreasonable terms? You know the effort put into those cannons. Giving them away so easily isn't aiding the enemy? Tamara, regaining her composure, asked Lionel at his desk, puzzled. She disapproved of this alliance. Even if Flynn dared to go down with Hildred dynasty, could they succeed? How much of what she said did you hear? Lionel's question stumped her. Due to her prejudices, she hadn't fully listened but sensed Flynn's ulterior motives. I apologize, Yusef. I was angry, so? She quickly apologized. Highness, Lord Theodore speaks sense. We must carefully deliberate this matter. Without absolute certainty, it would be tantamount to pushing the Hildred dynasty into a fire pit. The people have only just settled into peace. Another war would be unbearable. Another minister stood up to concur. All the ministers behind him sharing heavy expressions. War would not only afflict the commoners, but also those in high-ranking positions. The last battle with Lionel had been swift and decisive, causing minimal losses. But this time, it was different. Please, Your Highness, make a sound decision. Do not act rashly. The lives of our people are in your hands. Please think thrice. The Hildred dynasty is formidable, yet not fully matured. We lack the strength to confront the Great Yin dynasty. The minister's advice, though varied, all aimed at urging Lionel to handle the Yin dynasty cautiously. They wished to avoid the suffering of war. Lionel narrowed his eyes, surveying the crowd. There was a trace of resentment in their gazes. He instantly understood the situation, though it did not sway him in the slightest. What you say makes sense. However, have you seen the changes I've implemented for the Hildred dynasty? Every step taken has been preparing for the Yin invasion. At this critical moment, are you all actually afraid? A hint of disdain flashed in Lionel's eyes. The Yin troops were almost upon them, and these ministers wanted to remain passive? When would they take action? Would they wait until the Yin forces breached the capital before retaliating? Forgive me, Your Highness, we do not mean to imply such things. The ministers knelt, forming some understanding of Lionel's plans. Now, it is the Hildred dynasty's era. Any who dare to trespass will meet resistance. I will not allow a single inch of land or a single ounce of silver from the Hildred dynasty to be lost. Since the Great Yin dynasty dares to attack, let them witness the power of the Hildred dynasty. Lionel's voice was low, yet it reverberated within the vast, silent hall. The ministers bowed their heads, feeling out of place. They viewed this as youthful bravado. Noble intentions were good, but without the means, speaking such words was easy. Where is the commander of the Heavenly Dragon Legion? Ignoring the doubts cast by the ministers, Lionel focused on DeAndre, who stood straight among the crowd, catching everyone's attention. His demeanor exuded bravery, like a 1,000-year-old pine tree. Your subordinate is here. DeAndre stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. The sound of armor clashing rang crisply. The dragon cavalry camp outside the capital city will be under your command. You will lead the charge. Furthermore, I will provide you with 10 heavy cannons and 10,000 cloud-piercing crossbows. Do you have the confidence to defeat the Yin army? Lionel deliberately slowed his speech, highlighting the arsenal at his disposal to reassure the ministers. His message was clear. The Hildred dynasty now had the capability to handle the Yin dynasty. Their task was to manage their own responsibilities. Anything else was mere talk. Yes. With your highness's support, I will complete the mission. If I fail to annihilate the Yin army, I will request reassignment away from the border, vowing to defend it with my life. DeAndre looked up into Lionel's determined eyes. He hadn't fought a proper battle in a long time. This was a rare opportunity. The ministers were stunned. They hadn't expected Lionel to make such extensive preparations against the Yin dynasty. DeAndre was renowned. His promise bolstered their confidence. Excellent. Once Atli Ian brings victory, the whole nation will celebrate. Lionel smiled, looking at DeAndre. Among these people, only he was fully trusted. We await Atli Ian's success in the capital. The ministers bowed respectfully to DeAndre. Harmony filled the hall, as if the earlier tension never existed. Dismissed. Lionel donned civilian clothes and headed to a tea house on the streets of the capital. This seemingly ordinary tea house was, in fact, Adeline's headquarters. Seeing butterfly intelligence on the sign, Lionel smirked. She had some class. At the door, he was escorted upstairs to a private room. Pushing aside a vase revealed a hidden chamber. Adeline pays homage to the Hal. May you live 10,000 years. Adeline knelt immediately upon seeing Lionel. Lionel lifted her up and took his seat. The Yin troops are approaching the Hildred dynasty, correct? Lionel pinched his teacup, taking a sip. I know a little. Adeline stared at the cup. She had used it. Lionel set the cup down and addressed her seriously. This war cannot fail. Gather some martial artists and gather intelligence. At such a crucial juncture, outsiders can more easily obtain information. Adeline grasped his meaning immediately. He wanted continuous updates on the Yin army's movements and internal dynamics. Rest assured, Your Highness. Adeline will ensure the mission's success. Chapter 195. DeAndre's departure. The next day, DeAndre rode a tall steed, leading a contingent of the dragon cavalry to set out on their campaign. All the citizens of Hildred dynasty gathered together, watching this scene with tears welling up in their eyes. Atli Ian, please take care of yourself this time, and show the people of the Yin dynasty the true spirit and bravery of the men of Hildred dynasty. Hildred dynasty will surely win. Long live the Yusef. Voices of praise and encouragement echoed through the crowd, with the loudest being those hoping for Hildred dynasty's victory. The citizens were visibly excited. It was the first time they had witnessed such a grand spectacle. Seeing these elite soldiers and mighty warriors before them instilled hope in their hearts. Yusef Lionel sat in a palanquin at the front. Upon reaching the city gates, he paused, then led a group of ministers onto the city wall. Watching DeAndre's contingent marching out of the Hildred dynasty city gate in full force, Hildredenly, an elegant figure slowly approached Lionel. Handsome brother, these things look really impressive. They look nothing like what's on the blueprints. This time, we're sure to win. How about we make another deal? The adorable Velma leaned against the city wall, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the weapons held by the soldiers. These weapons were no accident. If the Flynn could also use such weapons, they would be unstoppable in the future. Joan became uneasy upon hearing this. Isn't the Velma being too greedy? Now you want more after getting the heavy artillery? Do you think our Hildred dynasty is made of paper? Joan's tone was harsh, filled with disdain as he looked at the de Flynn Velma. The ministers deduced her identity from their conversation, sizing her up with their gazes. A bloody battle. Please think about it. The ministers bowed deeply, urging Lionel to agree. Joan frowned at this sight. What a bunch of cowards. The cute Velma watched this scene, her smile widening. So many supporting her proposal. What reason did Lionel have left to refuse? No, I've made up my mind. These weapons will not be sold outside. There's no point discussing this further. Lionel refused sternly, turning to glare at the ministers behind him. If anyone thinks they can do better than me, they can take my place. Anyone who disagrees and speaks out will face severe consequences. His voice carried immense authority, scaring the ministers into lowering their heads. Sweat trickled down their foreheads as they remained silent, staring at their feet. Your Highness, please calm down. We know we were wrong. The ministers knelt in submission. Joan was inwardly delighted, glad Lionel finally understood. Looking smugly at the de Flynn Velma, he savored her frozen smile. The Velma stared at Lionel in disbelief, surprised by his firm stance. It seemed he was determined not to give de Flynn these weapons. Since we are allies, if de Flynn encounters danger, I will help you fend off the invaders. But remember your place and don't overstep. Lionel's expression was serious. He wasn't being petty. It had taken considerable effort to create living here from now on. The little girl, with eyes as big as black grapes, gazed at everything around her, filled with admiration. She tugged at the corner of the woman's clothes and asked in a small voice. Nola squatted down, stretching out her fair hand to pat the little girl's head. Harriet, be good. From now on, this city will be our home. I'll watch you grow up here until you get married. Nola smiled, her every gesture captivating. Holding the little girl's soft hand, they approached the guard at the city gate. Do not hinder us in carrying out our duties. If there are any matters, please go to the local magistrate. The guard, seeing the approaching mother and daughter, became stern. Before the pair could get closer, he shouted loudly. Nola then took out a heavy purse from her bosom and handed it over. Sir, guarding the city gate must be very exhausting. This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Our concerns can't be addressed by the local magistrate. Please inform the officials for us. We wish to see the hell. Though the woman's words were respectful, her demeanor was dignified. Standing straight with poise, she looked at the guard expectantly. His Royal Highness is extremely busy. How can you just meet him on a whim? If everyone did this, what would our Hildred dynasty become? Put your silver away and leave quickly, or we will out. The Zhong family will be expelled from the capital. He would also be punished for failing to control the young master. After a brief warning to the servants, he hurriedly ran after his young master. Miss, why are you so troubled? Don't you see the officer is busy? Leaving your post without permission is a serious offense. Do you want to endanger him? Alastair's expression was stern, as if playing the part of a benevolent hero. Nola realized her mistake and felt a wave of guilt. Madam, I didn't mean to. But, her eyes dimmed. Even meeting the prince seemed impossible now, let alone settling down in the capital. Seeing her daughter's admiring gaze, she felt intense remorse. Don't worry. What's troubling you? Tell me. Our Zhong family is an esteemed scholarly lineage and has considerable influence here. In this city, there's nothing we can't handle. Alastair puffed out his chest, glancing lecherously at the woman's bust line. The valley between her mountains drew his attention, skin like snow, mesmerizing. He fumbled, fingers itching to touch her. Really? The Hal is Harriet's cousin. We're here to seek refuge with relatives. The little girl's eyes lit up. Though the handsome young man made her uneasy, she couldn't dislike him outright. At her words, the crowd suddenly stopped, surrounding them tightly. What a chaotic world. Now they dare impersonate. Chapter 197. Righteous Interference. Harriet, run away quickly. Nola knew that if she were thrown into prison today, she would never see Lionel again. The several servants behind Aaron hurriedly blocked all possible escape routes. What? So soon you're guilty? If you consider serving this young master for a night, I might let you go. Aaron watched the panic on the woman's face and felt his wicked desires burn more intensely. If not for the crowd, he would have taken her right there. Nola, looking at young master's lecherous expression, felt sick to her stomach. Get lost and take your filthy mouth away. The Hildred dynasty has grown to this day. It's shameful to have scum like you tarnish its name. Nola, feeling angry, looked around at the gathered burly men. With her frail body, how could she resist? She pushed the little girl, urging her to run. Harriet, remember what your mother told you. Only tell your cousin when you see him. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes, two glistening drops sliding down her cheeks. The little girl cried out loud. Obeying, she nodded but was quickly grabbed by one of the men. Nola's heart sank. Everything was over. She had already been subdued by two servants and couldn't move an inch. Look at this pitiful beauty. Hildred to me, and you'll enjoy all the luxuries even if you can't be royalty. Aaron's gaze turned lustful as he saw changes starting to occur in the woman before him. He ordered the servants to take her away so he could indulge himself. Hildreddenly, a dart flew in, piercing through the throat of a servant. Aaron was terrified. His excitement immediately deflated. Who dares meddle with matters of the Zhong family? He shouted, cautiously looking around. His servants also scanned the surroundings, but only saw ordinary citizens of the capital city. Confused about why this was happening, a pink-clad figure emerged from the crowd. How far gone are we that such rascals still roam the capital? It seems the Hildred dynasty's cleanup efforts aren't thorough enough. If this incident is exposed, how will you fare, young master? The dazed saintess smiled as she approached them, each step closer sending chills down everyone's spine. Seeing the beautiful young lady, Aaron felt elated. If I take you too, no one in the capital will dare expose us, given the Zhong family's power. Looks like tonight will be fun. He signaled to his servants, imagining how he would enjoy both beauties. But before the servants could approach the saintess, they collapsed, convulsing in pain, and then fell silent. Realizing something was wrong, Aaron tried to run but felt a sharp pain between his legs. Looking down, he saw bloodstains on his groin. He fainted instantly. The little girl, alright, someone wants to see you. Though previously upset, the saintess put it aside. They found you because they must have some skills. But I won't see them. Lionel shook his head firmly, uninterested in meeting strangers. Wait a moment. You always get worked up. Look at this first, she said, taking out an item from her robe. A simple wooden hairpin with a carved peony and a tiny Hildred. Recognizing it, Lionel froze. Chapter 198. Something has happened. Handsome brother. What's wrong? The Velma squinted her eyes as she scrutinized him. Clearly, these two had a special relationship with Lionel, but she didn't know that Lionel felt as if he'd been struck by 5 thunderbolts, because he was fully aware that this token was the only keepsake from his mother. His father had once broken it off a peach tree and personally crafted it for her mother. That day in the study at Sangzhou, his elderly father walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said solemnly, "If someone comes to you carrying this token one day, treat them well." After leaving this message, he excused himself, saying he was tired and dismissed Lionel. As the Velma called out to him again and again, Lionel's thoughts returned. Where is the person now? Lionel looked seriously at the bewildered Velma, his tone anxious. At my residence, she replied, puzzled. Lionel seemed baffled. His face did not match his memories of his mother. And this child was already so big. He couldn't help but wonder. Had his father succumbed to loneliness over the years, accumulating outside relationships? His face darkened. Now that the family drama had reached him, his father's past promises seemed hollow. Long live the Hal. Nola noticed the commotion and quickly pulled her daughter down to kneel. Her voice was melodious, and her face showed no signs of age. Her delicate, youthful appearance belied her having given birth. Even among younger women, she would be considered striking. Please rise. Lionel's tone was calm. He had accepted it. At least his father hadn't brought her into the family. Meng. Oh no, Your Highness, you resemble him so much. The regal aura around you is unmistakable. The woman's eyes reddened, speaking with difficulty. Emotions surged within her. She didn't know what to say. Tears streamed down her face like pearls on a broken string. Of course, being father's child, I would look like him. Lionel examined the little girl. Indeed, there was a resemblance. He became more certain. Now that his father wasn't home, he would have to resolve this mess. Tamara held back the urge to speak, overwhelmed by the news. Even the dazed Velma watched silently. Hildredenly, the little girl ran up to Lionel, her soft hand grabbing his rough one. Lionel felt his heart melt. Kneeling, he gently patted her head. Well, be cry. You said elder brother is powerful. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Kira, don't cry. The little girl also burst into tears, remembering something. Lionel felt an ominous premonition, looking anxiously at the woman. Hildred Yimo has run into trouble. The Hildred family is in peril. ####. Chapter 199. Ellis's past. Aunt, please calm down and tell us what happened. Lionel frowned, his heart heavy. Watching the woman in front of him cry so bitterly, he braced himself for the worst. Lisbeth's heart was also on edge. She had many concerns. If someone as formidable as Ellis had met with disaster, how strong must the Great Xia be? Would they pose a threat to the Hildred dynasty in the future? The old woman wiped her tears with a handkerchief and began to reminisce. The Hildred family is the most powerful of all the military families in the Great Xia. For 5 generations, our ancestors have served the court. Ellis was the youngest among 6 brothers, but also the most capable. The royal family of the Great Xia greatly feared the Hildred family and sought to marry their youngest princess, Yusef's Junhong, to Ellis. Upon hearing this, Lisbeth became uneasy. No wonder the southern town's Yusef had encountered such formidable challenges. Though the Great Zhou was the weakest of the 7 nations, it had managed to endure these years relatively peacefully. After considering the reasons, everything made sense. Ellis, a man of martial honor, naturally understood the royal family's intentions. To force him to marry a woman he did not love would be unbearable. So, he defied the imperial decree. Yusef's Junhong had become the favorite of the 7th Yusef, who, enraged, came to challenge Ellis and was unexpectedly injured by him. After that, the Hildred family was driven out, fleeing from the Great Xia. Tears streamed down the old woman's beautiful face. She admired Ellis deeply, knowing that he had remained loyal to his deceased wife all these years. At this moment, Lionel realized why his father had come to the Great Zhou and met his mother. His father was indeed a man of principle, unwilling to bow before power and riches. He chose not wealth and status, but a life of devotion to one person. Hildredenly, Harriet's belly let out a rumbling sound, breaking the somber atmosphere. Kira, I'm hungry. The little girl tugged at the woman's clothes playfully. Cassandra, the day's Saint Maiden, recognized that having children around wasn't appropriate for this conversation. Come here, sister has some treats for you. She pulled out a piece of candied fruit from her pocket and waved it toward the little girl. The little girl glanced at Cassandra, swallowed, then looked back at her mother, her big watery eyes asking if it was okay. Harriet, be good. Cousin will give you some silver coins to go outside with this sister and eat something. Kira needs to talk more with cousin. You can play outside with the sister and find us later, alright? Lionel came up to the little girl and placed a piece of gold in her hand. Cassandra couldn't help but stare. This piece of gold seemed like countless delicacies beckoning her. The little girl hesitated until her mother nodded. Go on, listen to cousin. The little girl took the gold and ran over to Cassandra, throwing herself into her arms. Holding the soft child, Cassandra felt her heart melt. Excitedly, she led her out. Aunt, why did father suddenly return to the Great Xia? You said that father and the Hildred family both encountered trouble. What happened? Lionel brought the old woman to a pavilion. Lisbeth wisely poured tea for them and stepped back to wait. The old woman looked up at Lionel and sighed heavily. She lifted the teacup with grace, covering her face while sipping the tea. After your father left, things were tough for the Hildred family. They were constantly oppressed by various factions, all backed by the royal family. Her voice quivered as more tears fell. The Hildred family didn't blame Ellis but resented their own prominence, which made the royal family wary. Had they been more restrained, perhaps these tragedies could have been avoided. Reason and should be punished by extermination. He didn't want you involved as you were innocent. The old woman empathized deeply. Their grievances should not affect the next generation. This showed Ellis's well-meaning intentions. Lionel's face darkened. Why hadn't Ellis told him anything? Leaving a letter forbidding him from ever returning to the Great Xia? So all of this was to protect him. How can the Great Xia Ford be so incompetent and unrighteous? Lionel couldn't comprehend it. The Hildred family had contributed significantly to stabilizing the Great Xia Empire. Was this due to defiance against an imperial decree? It seemed the Great Xia's downfall was near. The old woman shook her head, seeing Lionel's naive appearance. She silently prayed the Hildred dynasty wouldn't suffer the same fate. Besides being suspicious, the royal family holds grudges. Don't be like them. The current Great Xia Ford is the 7th Yusef whom your father once injured. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring natural English flow and coherence with previous content. #### chapter 200. What does it matter to oppose the entire continent? So that's how it is. Lionel now understood everything. The royal family wasn't just the monarch of a nation. They also wielded an authority that was not to be challenged. Seeking revenge on the Hildred family, they had resorted to these extreme measures. Child, you are now the Hal of this kingdom. The Hildred dynasty has worked hard to achieve its current state. Your father does not wish for you to get involved in this chaos. But now, with his limbs crippled and hung in the sun at the execution ground, your aunt hopes you can? The elderly woman's voice broke as she spoke. She wanted to follow Master Ellis's wishes, but the thought of what he endured for the entire Hildred family. Lionel's expression grew darker, almost as if ink were about to drip from his face. Don't worry, Aunt. The palace isn't a safe place either. For now, go stay at the Southern Pacification Mansion. I will send some guards to protect you there. Other members of the Hildred family can also come here. I will find justice for the Hildred family. A bold idea formed in Lionel's mind. He would wage war against the Great Xia. He wanted all the souls of the unjustly killed Hildred family members to rest in peace. As he left with the old woman, he encountered the Velma carrying various foods. Liana laughed delightedly and threw herself into the elderly woman's arms. Perhaps noticing her cousin's displeased look, she pretended to be unhappy on the surface. Lionel brought everyone to the Southern Pacification Mansion and asked Joan to keep watch. Then she never knew her parents or the love of a father and mother, but she understood the pain of losing someone important. At this moment, she didn't know what to say, hoping only that Lionel would remain rational. Are you looking down on the Hildred dynasty, or doubting my abilities? Without father, there would be no Hildred dynasty today, nor would the people enjoy such peaceful lives. Be it the Great Xia or the entire continent, what does it matter? Lionel's voice was filled with determination. He had made up his mind to forge even stronger weapons. Not only would he make the Hildred dynasty impenetrable, but he would also make those who harmed the Hildred family pay the price. This was the first time the innocent Velma felt intimidated by someone's imposing aura. She stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Staring blankly at Lionel, she opened her mouth but ultimately chose to remain silent. Words were useless at this point. Since handsome brother has made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. I will help take care of the Hildred family. Farewell. The innocent Velma bowed and left the imperial study. Her mind was full of thoughts about the girl, determined to ease his burden by caring for those he cherished in the capital. After the Velma left, Lizetienne came in with a heavy heart. Seeing Lionel's condition, she felt deeply sympathetic. She embraced him, gently patting his back. Master, please think carefully. Not only the Hildred dynasty but even the Yin dynasty is far behind compared to the Great Xia. Provoking the Great Xia would lead to certain death. Lizetienne whispered soft. Her hand caressed Lionel's handsome face, feeling complex emotions inside her. She remembered the heaviness when she learned of her father's death. That's why she had endured humiliation for so long. Lionel felt a little comforted. Indeed, Lizetienne understood him best. He nodded. Seeing her words had impact, Lizetienne felt relieved. I hope you can understand. We still have another enemy, the Yin dynasty. Chapter 201. To make the entire continent tremble. Alondra, rest assured. I will not act impulsively. This grudge cannot be settled so easily. I will have the fort of Dachi maimed and hung on the execution ground of our Hildred dynasty. Within 3 months, I will flatten the Yin dynasty. Lionel's eyes were filled with a trace of cruelty. He had intended to live out this life in peace, but these people would not allow it. If that was the case, he could only be forced into action. After resolving the problem of Yin, it would be Dachi next, followed by unifying the entire continent. He would ensure that no one in this world would ever dare to touch even a single hair of the Hildred family. Master, taking over the Yin dynasty within 3 months may be quite challenging. Based on Hildred dynasty's current development, it would take at least a year, Alondra said, frowning. After some consideration, though it sounded easy and simple, implementing it would be far from easy because many things wouldn't go as planned. As the ancients say, plans can't keep up with changes. The time must be controlled within 3 months. I can't wait a single day longer. Anyone who dares to obstruct my destruction of Yin will be killed. Once Yin is destroyed, I will personally lead troops straight into Dachi, making them pay in blood for their sins. Lionel's voice rose significantly, filling the entire imperial study with echoes. Alondra felt Lionel's anger at this moment. She patted his back gently to soothe his emotions. Your Highness, if you are truly going to do this, experience is essential. The Dian dynasty is not like the previous Dezhou, which we beat without any resistance. As long as Master has made up your mind, I will support you with everything I have. After thinking for a long time, Alondra decided not to say anything else. She had been with Lionel for a long time and knew him well. Once he was determined to do something, he would never change his mind. Instead of saying more to no avail, she might as well try to support him. Her heart was filled with trust in Lionel. She believed in him. This Deqi is indeed too presumptuous. If he cannot manage the people of Deqi properly, letting them suffer, then I will do it for him. Lionel became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his forehead veins bulging. His usually amiable face now showed traces of anger. His breathing quickened as well. Master, should we send someone to monitor the fort? The actions of the Deqi Ford clearly intend to torment the fort. Although there will be no immediate threat to the Ford's life in the short term, he will suffer physically. Alondra's eyes dimmed. Though Hildred E normally treated her coldly, under the protection of Lionel, she also received his benefits. Now is the time for her to repay his kindness. Yes, I want to know every detail. Only then can I think of better ways to torment the Deqi Ford. Lionel gritted his teeth as he spoke. He wanted to intensify what the Deqi Ford was doing now. Being a modern person, he knew countless methods of torture. Since they offended him, they should bear the consequences. Alondra nodded and hugged Lionel tightly, saying nothing. Unbeknownst to her, her chest almost made it hard for Lionel to breathe. The fragrance of her body entered his nose, calming him down. Alondra, you're suffocating me. Lionel tried to escape from her embrace, but found himself unable to move, held tight by her jade-like arms. Her chest pressed against his face, creating ripples. Master, I know you're very angry now. Let me help you calm down, alright? Alondra's voice was soft, making the originally furious man suddenly feel something different. He sat still on the chair, allowing Alondra's white hands to wander over his body. Soon, her hand reached near his abdomen, loosening the belt of his dragon robe and slowly removing his clothes. Her bewildered gaze and biting lips were mesmerizing. The next second, he felt a cool sensation in his groin, which was quickly enveloped by warmth as Alondra's head moved up and down. After about 15 minutes, Lionel carried Alondra horizontally and threw her on the soft couch. He roughly tore off her clothes, and they were soon united. The next day, after morning court, Yusef was brought into the imperial study. Your Highness, do you have another amazing item for me? Ever since I saw your blueprint, I realized that everything I've seen before was just insignificant. Now I look forward to it every day, almost forgetting food and drink. Yusef scratched his head shyly. Everyone has their pursuits, and he was no exception. His ancestors were blacksmiths, and now he not only inherited the legacy but was about to spread it widely. In the future, the Bram family would occupy a place in the Hildred dynasty. You are truly wise. But remember to take care of your health. Once I have new things, I'll notify you first. Take a look at this new blueprint. Do you have any questions? Lionel looked at the person in front of him and felt relieved. With such enthusiasm, he believed that all these things would soon be crafted. At that time, neither Dian nor Deqi would pose a threat anymore. Taking a blueprint from the table, he handed it over. Yusef bowed respectfully, receiving the blueprint with both hands. Opening it carefully, he was stunned by its contents, more complex than anything he'd seen before. Your Highness, what is this thing called? Does it have a name? If not, please give it one. Yusef felt that this was a rare treasure. With the detailed explanations, he sensed its immense power. Curiosity surged within him. It's called a rocket launcher. My goal this time is to make all the dynasties on the continent tremble with this weapon, to ensure they will never dare to lay a finger on the Hildred dynasty or the Hildred family again. Lionel was full of confidence. This rocket launcher was powerful, with a long range and lighter than heavy cannons, requiring only one person to operate. I understand, Your Highness. Yusef looked at the blueprint, feeling awestruck by the name and Lionel's ambitious ideals. ####Chapter 202, Open and Honest. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my utmost to forge it. However, while the rocket launcher isn't large, its details are extremely intricate, far more troublesome than heavy cannons. I will strive to produce the first rocket launcher within 2 months. Yusef looked at the blueprints in his hand. Every step was interconnected. One wrong move would mean starting from scratch. With Your Highness, Yusef knelt immediately, afraid to breathe heavily. He couldn't understand why Rufus was now making things difficult for him. He thought about whether he had offended him recently but could find no reason. What was going on? Your Highness, if there's anything I did wrong, please tell me. I will make sure to correct it and not repeat it. But this task is indeed challenging. Please understand. With a resolve to die if necessary, Yusef mustered his courage to speak his thoughts. He couldn't comprehend why Rufus changed so quickly. I am not making it hard for you. We simply have no more time. To be honest, our enemies aren't just the Great Yin dynasty but also the Great Xia. We will set out in 3 months. The rocket launchers must all be completed by then. Lionel sighed. Perhaps making someone serve involved not only fear but also sincerity. Yusef had been with him for a long time and could distinguish between urgency and non-urgency. Thus, Lionel revealed the current predicament facing the Hildred dynasty. When Yusef heard Great Xia and glanced at the blueprints in his hand, everything clicked into place. Looking at Lionel with determination in his eyes, he said, Please rest assured, Your Highness. I will work day and night, even without food or water, to complete this task. With that, Yusef left the imperial study hurriedly. Lionel stood up as well. If he wanted to know more about the Great Xia, he needed to consult someone who knew the most. Southtown Palace. Upon arriving at the entrance, he heard sobbing. On closer inspection, it was Harriet, who had fallen while playing alone, scraping her knee raw and bleeding profusely. Joan gently lifted her skirt hem and tenderly rubbed her knee. She tore a piece of fabric from her clothes to bandage it up. Harriet, you're not a little girl anymore. Sonia is busy all day. Harriet should behave and not cause trouble. Look at this pretty bow. How perfect for Harriet. Joan's voice was gentle, and she was very patient with the little girl. She patted her small head and held her in her arms. Lionel approached the little girl, extending his hand. Come, let Uncle hold you. Harriet reached out with tearful eyes, coming into Lionel's arms. Uncle, Harriet misses home. This place is cold and lonely. No one plays with Harriet. Harriet's eyes welled with tears, her little hands unsure where to go. Her face showed both confusion and sorrow. Harriet, be good. We won't go back. Consider this place your new home. Uncle will often come to play with you. Lionel made a pinky promise gesture, which children always found appealing. Harriet, seeing this, promptly hooked her pinky finger with Lionel's and managed a sweet smile. After calming Harriet, Lionel handed her back to Joan and went to the elderly woman, noticing she had changed into silk clothes, exuding grace. Clearly, she had endured much hardship on the journey. Auntie, do you know where the other women and children of the Hildred family are? If you do, contact them and bring them here to keep you and Harriet company. It'll be safer. Lionel sighed. Besides Ron, there were 5 elder brothers. Their wives and children should have been rescued. If they wandered outside and got caught, the consequences would be dire. It was better for them to be under his protection. Yusef, I'm not sure, replied the elderly woman, her eyes red with self-blame. After the royal family planned to act against the Hildred family, the mansion was surrounded by troops. It seemed like preventing escape, but was actually a trap for the fort. Recalling Ron's ragged appearance brought stinging pain to her heart. Her husband and siblings-in-law loved this younger brother dearly, and feeling responsible for his plight gnawed at her. Lionel remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing this, the elderly woman sighed, pulling Lionel aside to a pavilion. Gathering her thoughts, she shared everything she knew. Not many were saved by the fort. Many are still in the Hildred family mansion, their fates unknown. Those who escaped were pursued relentlessly by soldiers. Many died along the way. Understood. Auntie, stay here with Harriet. You don't need to worry about anything. If you need anything, ask the household staff to provide it. Lionel stood, and his attendant placed a small chest on the stone table. The elderly woman nodded, filled with gratitude. These 2 men were kind and generous. They treated her well despite her arrival. After Lionel left, she opened the chest and was shocked to find it filled with gold. Just as she was about to return it, Lionel was already gone. Harriet, be good. This is our new home. Study hard and support Uncle in the future. The elderly woman looked at her precious daughter earnestly. Harriet nodded vaguely. Elsewhere, within Yunya Pass, it was a different scene. Enz Rual waved his hand, and countless arrows and shells rained down from the sky. The once mighty army of the Great Yin dynasty was now strewn with corpses within moments. Please rest assured, Your Highness. I will do my utmost to forge it. However, although this rocket launcher isn't large, its details are extremely intricate, far more complicated than heavy artillery. I'll strive to forge the first rocket launcher within 2 months. Yusef looked at the blueprints in his hands. Each step depended on the previous one. If any part went wrong, they'd have to start all over again. Add continuous adjustments and testing. In 2 months was reviewed recent events carefully to see if he had offended him recently. Working tirelessly every day left no room for such mistakes. What was going on? Your Highness, if there is anything I've done wrong, please tell me. I will correct it and ensure it never happens again. But this task is genuinely challenging. Please understand, Your Highness. With a readiness to die if necessary, Yusef summoned his courage and spoke his thoughts aloud. He didn't understand why Rufus's mood changed so rapidly. I'm not making it difficult for you. We simply don't have time now. To be honest, our enemies are not just the Great Yin dynasty, but also the Great Xia. In 3 months, we will set out, and these rocket launchers must be ready by then. Lionel sighed. Perhaps subduing someone didn't only come from fear, but also sincerity. Yusef had been with him for a long time, and understood the gravity of situations well. That's why he revealed the Hildred dynasty's current predicament. Hearing Great Xia, and looking at the blueprint, Yusef understood everything. Looking at Lionel, his eyes filled with determination. Please rest assured, Your Highness. I will work day and night, even without food or water, to complete the task. Finishing his words, Yusef ran out of the study room. Seeing this, Lionel stood up as well. If he wanted to know more about the Great Xia, he should talk to that one person, who would be most useful. Do you know where the other women and children of the Hildred family are? If you do, contact them. Have them come to Hildred dynasty to keep you company and avoid further danger. Lionel sighed. Apart from Ellis, the Hildred family had 5 older brothers. Their families should have been rescued. If left outside, the consequences would be dire. Reporting to the Hal, I'm not sure. Since the royal family decided to act against the Hildred family, the mansion was surrounded by troops. This seemed to prevent the escape of women and children, but was actually a trap to lure the fort inside. The old woman's eyes reddened, feeling incredibly guilty. Recalling Ellis's disheveled appearance pained her heart. Her husband and siblings loved their younger brother dearly, and she felt responsible for his current state. Lionel remained silent, deep in thought. The old woman sighed, pulling him aside to sit in a pavilion. After collecting her thoughts, she recounted what she knew. Not many people were saved by the fort. Many remain in the Hildred mansion, their fates unknown. Those who escaped were pursued by soldiers, and many died en route. All right, I understand. Auntie, stay here with Harriet. Don't worry about anything. If you need something, just tell the household staff, and they will take care of it. Lionel stood up, and his attendant placed a small box on the stone table. Nola nodded, filled with gratitude. Both father and son were equally kind and generous. Once Lionel left, she opened the box in surprise. It was filled with gold. Just as she prepared to return it, he was already gone. Harriet, you must be good. This is our home now. You should study hard at the academy to support your elder brother. Nola looked at her daughter meaningfully. Harriet nodded, understanding somewhat. Elsewhere, at Yunya Pass, another scene unfolded. DeAndre waved his hand, sending countless arrows and cannonballs raining down. The once powerful Great Yin army quickly turned into a battlefield littered with corpses within moments. Chapter 203. Capture the Great Yin within 3 months. How is this possible? How can the invincible army of the Great Yin dynasty be defeated? Atlee Humphrey watched the scene before him, finding it unbelievable. How could the Hildred dynasty be so strong? Strong enough to defeat countless warriors of the Great Yin before they even left to meet the enemy. Most importantly, the arrows in their hands did not seem like ordinary arrows. They could pierce through armor that was otherwise impenetrable by swords and spears. Soldiers, charge forward with all your might. We must take this city today. Atlee Humphrey collected his thoughts and shouted loudly to his soldiers behind him. At this moment, Matt General halted him. Atlee, you cannot go on recklessly. It will only cause more unnecessary deaths. I think we should retreat first and then deliberate, Matt General advised anxiously. Looking at the rain of arrows descending from the sky, Atlee Humphrey had no choice but to concede. He stared at the distant city walls, his face filled with reluctance. Retreat. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers hurriedly ran away, fearing that a moment's delay would cost them their lives. DeAndre raised his hand, and the archers lowered their cloud-piercing crossbows. Watching the fleeing Great Yin troops, smiles bloomed on their faces. Atlee, now that they are retreating in defeat, since the remaining forces are few, why don't we finish them off? Asked Matt General nearby. Capturing the remaining Great Yin soldiers would ensure a perfect conclusion to this battle. No pursuit for a routed enemy. DeAndre shook his head, refusing. The number of cloud-piercing crossbows was limited, and new bolts would take time to arrive. As a commander, he couldn't let his soldiers fall into a dangerous situation. At that moment, the soldiers cheered as they descended from the city walls to count the number of enemies eliminated and weapons seized. Looking at the smiles on the soldiers' faces, DeAndre felt stunned. None of the troops he led were injured. Well, this is an urgent letter from Rufus. The soldier dismounted swiftly, kneeling on one knee. Seeing the battle scene, his heart raced. Clean up these bodies and burn them, to prevent the civilians from becoming frightened. DeAndre pointed to the dead bodies of the Great Yin soldiers, whose eyes bulged like copper bells. Even he felt chills running down his spine looking at them. As he walked back, he opened the letter. Upon reading its contents, he froze once again. He glanced towards the direction the Great Yin army had fled, his eyes filled with confusion. Atlee, what's wrong? After a victorious battle, you should be happy. Why do you look troubled? Matt General asked, concerned. Seeing the general's strange behavior piqued his curiosity. Fraser orders us to prepare our forces and attack the Great Yin within 3 months, and as quickly as possible, DeAndre said hesitantly, puzzled by the reasoning. The deputy general also felt bewildered upon hearing this. Rufus isn't the type to provoke war, and the Great Yin dynasty has no grudges with the Hildred dynasty. It's only because of the Evan of Zhou that there's any interaction. Why go to such lengths? Is Rufus changing? Thought Matt General, though he dared not voice this speculation aloud. Previous Fords always craved more power once they gained some. They wanted to expand their territories, but wars meant suffering for the people. Fraser's intentions aren't for us to arbitrarily guess. We follow his commands. DeAndre lightly tapped Matt General. He believed Lionel wasn't that kind of person and had his reasons for this decision. Obedience without questioning was sufficient. Hildredenly, rapid horse hooves echoed nearby. DeAndre became alert, straining to listen to determine where the sound came from. In the next second, Azrael appeared with his troops. Atlee Yin, it's good to see you again. Azrael quickly dismounted, smiling. His soldiers followed suit, kneeling in unison, creating a crisp metallic sound as their armor hit the ground. We greet you, Atlee Yin. The synchronized voices resounded through the air, revealing well-trained soldiers. This, now that we've won, is the prince being excessive? DeAndre hesitated, his confusion deepening. What exactly is the prince planning? Have you seen the secret letter? Fraser doesn't doubt you, but facing the entire Great Yin alone would be too challenging. That's why he sent us here to assist you, Atlee. Azrael made a formal bow, indicating respect. Although he came from a scholarly family and lacked military experience, he excelled in strategy. Otherwise, Lyncher City wouldn't have remained safe for so long. DeAndre narrowed his eyes, observing Azrael. Hildred's suspicion and unease mixed within him. He placed his hands on Azrael's shoulders, asking seriously. Fraser isn't fond of war. There must be a reason for his current anger. Please, enlighten me. Chapter 204. Because you dislike it. Please be prepared, Atlee Yin. Azrael instructed Matt General beside him to lead the other soldiers to set up camp nearby. He then pulled DeAndre aside into a secluded corner. Gray is in trouble. The Hildred family of Dechi has been controlled by the Evan of Dechi. Gray's limbs have been disabled, and he is left under the scorching sun at the execution ground every day. To rescue Gray from this dire situation, we must launch an all-out attack on the Great Yin dynasty and then proceed with the rescue. Azrael sighed. Thinking about his former friend enduring such torment in Dechi made his heart ache as if being slashed by a knife. But currently, there was no other way. He knew that Lionel must be feeling even more pain than himself. That was why he agreed to assist in the attack on the Great Yin dynasty. DeAndre nearly stumbled to the ground. If Azrael hadn't caught him, he would have fallen. Sir Jiang, please don't joke around like this. How can Gray, who is invincible, be in such a state? How could this be possible? DeAndre refused to believe this reality, unwilling to accept that the man he had devoted his life to ended up this way. He scrutinized Azrael's face, hoping to find a hint of insincerity but found none. Azrael's eyes were slightly downcast, confirming the truth. At that moment, it became clear to him why Yusef Hildred, who usually disliked war, decided to wage war against the Great Yin dynasty. Atlee Yin, you and I are both close to Gray. I understand how you feel now, But what we need to do is prepare for an immediate offensive against the Great Yin dynasty. Once we ensure sufficient military strength, we can then go to rescue Gray. Azrael spoke sternly, patting DeAndre's shoulder. He felt relieved that under Lionel's leadership, there were still such loyal warriors. More importantly, they had a strong heir, and now they could rise again. Sir will strengthen training and seize the Great Yin dynasty in the shortest time. I will also ensure Gray is rescued unharmed. DeAndre's eyes turned red, and he fell to his knees with a thud, sending dust flying around them. Azrael quickly bent down to help him up, tears welling in his eyes. I know you are anxious, Yin, but please calm down. During my time in the capital, I did not idle away. Under the prince's guidance, I trained in engineering corps. They can build bridges when encountering rivers and level mountains when facing hills. They will help you conquer the Great Yin dynasty as quickly as possible. Azrael's expression was resolute. This time, he would also contribute to rescue. Harriet, be good and eat with your sister. Your sister is mad at cousin brother and doesn't want to talk to him now. Squatting down, he gently placed the child on the ground. Harriet grabbed the cake and walked over to the ember. Here, eat. Instantly, the ember forgot her anger, hugging Harriet and sitting down in a nearby pavilion. They shared the food happily. Today, I won't count this against you, thanks to the delicious treat. As a magnanimous ember, I shouldn't. Her cheeks were puffed up from eating, making her look chubby and adorable. One couldn't resist wanting to pinch her cheek. Now that you're happy, let's discuss some business. The ember paused mid-chew, thought for a moment, then continued eating. The target is the Qi. How about your De Flynn dynasty and I join forces to conquer it? Hearing this, the ember got excited, causing her to choke on the cake. Harriet quickly poured a cup of tea for her big sister. Sister, drink some water and eat slowly. Kira says eating too much of this can cause indigestion and harm your health. Harriet's wide-eyed expression was charming, making the ember laugh. Harriet is so obedient. Next time, sister will bring you better treats. You play over there for a while. Sister needs to talk with cousin brother. We'll play later, okay? The ember knew that at 6.5 years old, Harriet was already starting to remember things. She didn't want to traumatize the child. Harriet nodded obediently and played Kuju by herself. Note, Tujir is an ancient Chinese game, similar to football, and should be explained or kept as is with an explanation for better cultural context if needed. Here it's directly translated to Kujuda. Your Highness, don't tell me you've gone mad, the ember said seriously, turning her head and facing Lionel closely. There was a moment of awkward silence. Lionel hadn't expected her refusal. Just as he was about to give up persuading her, the ember opened her small mouth and spoke again. But I agree, as I've long been displeased with Duchy. It's just a dog Ford. I never understood what he's bragging about. So, tell me what you need. This time, they'll pay for their deeds. Seeing her angry expression, one might think the ember had some deep grudge against Duchy. Lionel was equally curious, looking at her puzzled. Why did you agree so quickly this time? Do you and Duchy have some unresolved feud? The ember shook her head and smiled warmly at Lionel. Because handsome brother dislikes Duchy, so I don't like it either. Besides, there's nothing good to eat in Duchy. All the best food is in our dynasty. Chapter 205, Acute Appendicitis. Since that's the case, I wish our cooperation to be pleasant. Lionel smiled and extended his hand. Hildred's quick forgiveness over delicious food was unprecedented. The naive ember shook hands with him. At this moment, she had never thought a person's hands could look so appealing. Only because these hands could transform many things into delectable dishes. Of course, good-looking brother, don't forget my treats. I said you owed me a meal before. It has been so long now, and you haven't returned it yet. The naive ember pouted as she looked at the man in front of her, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. For a moment, Lionel was speechless and glanced at the food-loving ember. These past days have been really busy, leaving me barely able to cope. But don't worry, I'll make it up to you soon. They sat together, discussing many cooking techniques. The naive ember listened intently, drooling. Hot pot, barbecue lamb slices, flatbread. She didn't realize there were still so many delicious foods she didn't know, making her eyes light up. Just then, Gabrielle rushed over anxiously. Your Highness, something's not right. Just now, Liana went to find Nelly Wu complaining about stomach pain. Her face was pale, and she looked extremely weak. Nelly Wu gathered several imperial physicians, but none of them could figure out what was wrong. Gabrielle spoke breathlessly, exhausted from running. She patted her chest to calm herself down. The naive ember quickly turned around, only to find no trace of the little girl. Instantly, she felt anxious. I will go check. Lionel's smile froze, and he hurriedly stood up and walked towards their residence. The naive ember patted Gabrielle's back while leading her forward. Soon, they arrived at the west courtyard. This humble servant pays homage to Rufus. May your Highness live for 10,000 years. The imperial physicians knelt on the ground with medicine boxes slung over their shoulders, breaking out in a cold sweat. How is the situation? Lionel went straight in and saw the weeping nanny. Harriet, who had been lively moments ago, was now breathing unevenly. Anyone would find it hard to believe this drastic change had occurred in an instant. To reply to your Highness, the fever hasn't subsided. The illness is quite strange, and we can't diagnose it just yet. We ask for your pardon, your Highness. The physicians kept their heads bowed on the ground, sweat trickling down their cheeks. They knew this little girl held special significance to the prince. If anything happened to her... All right, stop blocking the way. I will personally examine her. You all assist from the side. Lionel frowned, unable to fully blame them. Blame should only fall on the backward medical knowledge in this world, where minor ailments were often misdiagnosed as terminal diseases. The naive ember widened her eyes, hardly believing her ears. Did I hear correctly? The air inside was filled with a strong scent of blood. The naive ember dashed in, finding the little girl still weak but no longer in pain. Her heart eased. The physicians watching the scene felt it was beyond belief. We thought your Highness excelled only in statecraft. Who knew your medical skills were so advanced? To think you're such a capable young talent. We shall strive to match your level. We humbly request guidance on the arts. The physicians praised Lionel's medical skills profusely. Lionel glared at them, furious. As palace physicians, you always claim ignorance. Hildrich incompetence is tolerated in the palace. Don't you feel ashamed? How many lives are lost because of your incompetence? Do you even know? His voice boomed through the room, startling the ministers into kneeling. Unknown to why he was so upset today, they hadn't offended him. Please calm down, your highness. We are foolish and will study diligently to ease your concerns. Lionel's brow furrowed at their unanimous answer. The naive Ember watched, unsure of what to say. She was a killer, only knowing how to end lives, not save them, let alone practice deeper medical knowledge. Study? You read the same few books repeatedly. Have you gained any profound understanding? Not really. If reading serves no purpose, why do it? Lionel felt speechless, unable to describe his feelings better. Sonia, don't cry. Adria doesn't hurt anymore. Just now, I dreamed that Mommy and Daddy took Adria for an outing in the suburbs. Adria misses Daddy. Adria's big eyes welled up with weight grievance. Seeing her mother crying, she started to cry as well. For a moment, the entire room fell into an uneasy silence. Seeing this, Lionel immediately ordered a stretcher to be brought in to move Adria to another place. The heavy smell of blood here could cause discomfort if they stayed longer. Thank you, your highness. If you hadn't come today in time, Adria might have been in grave danger. Your great kindness will be forever remembered by our Aaliyah family. Nola knelt down before Lionel, recalling how her daughter had been in excruciating pain, drenched in sweat, and tossing and turning on the bed. Involuntarily, tears slid down her cheeks. Lionel quickly helped her up. Aunt, what are you saying? We are one family. There's no need to speak so formally. If you have any problems in the future, tell me immediately. Lionel looked at Aaliyah, who was continuously sobbing, unsure of how to console her. Like most men, he could only offer a promise. However, the reality was such that he could only divert their attention to help them not think about the pain of losing everything. Now there is actually something troubling me, your highness. Although the security in the capital looks good, there are still some hidden dangers. My daughter Adria and I have been targeted by a rogue young man. If this continues, it might. Aaliyah's tone was full of grievance. Her husband had been a strong and upright man. Now, not only had she been reduced to wandering in a foreign land, but she also had to endure the insolence of men. Every time she thought of this, she wished she could join her husband. But Adria was too young. She couldn't leave her. Nellie, don't cry. Is the person who bullied you the same one whom I chased away when you first arrived in the capital? The innocent-looking saintly woman frowned at the beautiful woman before her. Admittingly, despite the marks of time on her face, she was undoubtedly a beauty. If she were a man, she would have fallen for her too. Every gesture and smile exuded gentleness and the grace of a well-bred lady. Yes. Aaliyah glanced at the innocent-looking saintly woman and nodded. Lionel's face darkened, surprised that someone dared to defy him despite his strict enforcement. Alondra, what's going on here? Why are there still rogue young men in the capital? He turned and looked sternly at Alondra. She managed the security in the capital. This major flaw was clearly her responsibility. Your highness, please calm down. Alondra will handle this matter. Please give Alondra some time. Alondra was flustered, never expecting her oversight to have caused so much trouble for the Hildred family. She felt guilty and resolved to teach the person who bullied Aaliyah a lesson. Hildred's behavior had been expressly forbidden, yet someone still dared to act recklessly. Your highness, don't blame Miss Alondra. Some things are like wildfires, they can't be completely extinguished. The streets of the capital are much better now than before. But some people have thick skulls and want to invite their own doom. Seeing Alondra being reprimanded because of her, Aaliyah stood up immediately. She didn't want to trouble Lionel, but that person was really... If this wasn't stopped now, more women in the capital would suffer in the future. Handsome brother, don't blame Sister Alondra. That person is truly impervious to punishment. I disciplined him when he bullied Nellie that day. Yet, after so long, he still hasn't changed. To blame should be his shameless nature and unrealistic expectations. The innocent-looking saintly woman stood next to Alondra, speaking up for her. She was furious that this presumptuous person still dared to act rashly. It seemed she needed to teach him a lesson. Saintly one, do you know this person's name? Where does he live? What connections does he have? Looking at Aaliyah's grievous expression, Alondra became even angrier. If she didn't make this person suffer, all her years by Lionel's side would be in vain. The innocent-looking saintly woman hesitated, remembering only his appearance. She didn't know the rest. Miss Alondra, that person seems to be surnamed Zhong. As for his family background, I'm not sure. But from his tone, the Zhong family has some standing in the capital. Aaliyah spoke up, recalling the conversations she overheard when she was harassed. Zhong family? Alondra frowned, quickly searching her memory for the Zhong families in the capital. Counting them up, there were only two prominent ones. One involved in business, the other in government. Your Highness, this is Alondra's oversight. Please let me handle this matter fully. I will ensure it's resolved properly and give Nellie an answer. Alondra decided to take the innocent-looking saintly woman with her to identify the person household by household until she caught him and brought him to justice. Otherwise, this anger would linger unresolved. Lionel nodded, agreeing immediately. He couldn't afford to be lax in this matter. If this person held a position in government, he would have to deal with it seriously. Fine, then handle it. I expect satisfactory results. Since you've seen this person, go with Alondra. This way, they could find him and bring him to justice without further delay. Monkey, my monkey. A woman darted through the Trishanian manor as if insane, muttering incessantly. When she reached the west courtyard and saw Lionel come out, she rushed in immediately. She saw her precious daughter lying weakly on the bed. Monkey, does it still hurt? Nola asked tremulously. The room was filled with the smell of blood, making her heart race with anxiety. Seeing her daughter's belly wrapped in bandages, tears streamed down her cheeks. Kira, don't cry. Monkey isn't in pain anymore. I just had a dream that Kira and father took Monkey for an outing outside the city. Monkey misses father. Harriet's big eyes filled with grievance, and she started crying when she saw her mother weep. For a moment, the entire room fell into an uneasy silence. Note: I have replaced Monkey with Harriet, as it seems more appropriate based on the context provided in the original text. If Monkey is indeed the correct name being used in your translation, please let me know so I can adjust accordingly. Lionel immediately instructed for a stretcher to be brought in to move Monkey to another place. The bloodstains here were too heavy, which could easily cause discomfort. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. If you hadn't arrived in time today, Monkey might have. Your great kindness, the Aaliyah family will never forget. Nola knelt before Lionel. Thinking about how her daughter had been in excruciating pain earlier, she felt immense sorrow. Tears silently trickled down her cheeks. Lionel hurriedly helped her up. Aunt, what are you saying? We are one family. There's no need for such formalities. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, inform me immediately. Lionel watched Aaliyah cry uncontrollably, unsure of how to console her. Like most men, he made a promise instead. But it was true. Only by diverting their attention could they prevent them from being reminded of the tragedy. Now, there is indeed something troubling us. Although the capital seems well maintained, there are still hidden dangers. Monkey and I have been harassed by a reckless young man. If this continues, it might lead to... Aaliyah's voice was filled with grievance. Her husband had been a pillar of strength. Now, not only had she become a refugee, but she also faced humiliation at the hands of lecherous men. Whenever she thought about it, she wished she could join her husband in death. But Monkey was still so young. She couldn't abandon her. Nellie, please don't cry. Wasn't the person who bullied you the same one chased away when you arrived in the capital? The dopey Velma frowned, looking at the beautiful woman before her. Despite the marks left by time, she was undoubtedly a beauty. If she were a man, she'd be moved by such a woman. Every gesture exuded grace and elegance. Yes, Aaliyah replied, nodding at the dopey Velma. Lionel's face darkened, furious that someone dared to defy his orders. It seemed they didn't respect him. Alondra, what's going on? Why are there still ruffians in the capital? He turned, staring seriously at Alondra. The security in the capital was under her charge, and now, a major oversight had occurred, making her responsible. Your Highness, calm down. Alondra will handle this matter properly. Please give Alondra some time. Alondra was flustered, feeling guilty for neglecting her duties and causing trouble for the Hildred family. Don't blame Nellie Alondra, Your Highness. Some issues can never be fully eradicated. The streets of the capital are much better than before. There are always those who think they're indestructible and ask for trouble. Seeing someone scolded for her sake, Aaliyah stood up. Originally, she hadn't wanted to bother Lionel, but that man was... If this wasn't stopped now, many more women would suffer. Handsome brother, don't blame Sister Alondra. That man is truly thick-skinned. I already punished him for bullying Nellie. I didn't expect him to remain unchanged even after all this time. To blame anyone, it's his own stubbornness and ugliness. The dopey Velma stood beside Alondra in support. She was angry at this man's arrogance. If she didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't understand the gravity of his actions. Velma, do you know his name? Where does he live? Who are his connections? Seeing Aaliyah's distress, Alondra grew angrier. She'd ensure this man paid dearly. The dopey Velma was at a loss, remembering only the man's appearance. Nellie Alondra, I think he has the surname Zhong. As for his connections, I don't know. But judging from his words, the Zhong family holds some status in the capital. Aaliyah stepped forward, explaining based on what she overheard during the incident. Zhong family? Alondra furrowed her brows, thinking of the Zhong families in the capital. There were two prominent ones, one in commerce and the other in politics. Your Highness, this is my negligence. Please entrust this matter to me. I will resolve it properly and give Nellie Aaliyah justice. Alondra decided to take the dopey Velma with her to visit each household until they caught the culprit and brought him to justice. Otherwise, this grudge would remain. Lionel nodded, agreeing immediately. In matters like this, he couldn't afford to be lenient. If the perpetrator was in politics, action would be taken tomorrow. Very well, I leave this matter in your hands. I hope to see satisfactory results. Since you've seen the man's face, go with Alondra. Translation completed according to the specified guidelines. Chapter 207. War depends on quality. At the Zhong family manor. Father, I don't care. I want that woman. If you don't get her for me, I'll become a eunuch. Aaron was acting obnoxiously in the main hall. He had already imprinted the woman's figure and appearance into his mind. Just thinking of her gentle face made his heart pound wildly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward. You're truly foolish, said Carl. Given our family's standing in the capital, what kind of beauty can't you have? Yet you persist with a woman who comes with baggage. I do not approve. The head of the Zhong family was so enraged he nearly fainted. Looking at his son born late in life, he felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Pointing at him, his body trembled as he spoke. He wondered what sin from his previous life had led to such offspring. After much hardship, he had finally achieved the title of wealthiest man in the capital. Now, with all this wealth under his control, this vast estate. Father, if you don't agree, I will become a eunuch, persisted Aaron, continuing to act unruly, completely unconcerned about his father's well-being. At your request, I shall fulfill it. A sharp female voice interrupted from the doorway, carrying a hint of fury. Truman and the innocent Ember burst through the door, defeating each guard one by one. The steward looked helplessly at the master, unable to report due to these two fierce ladies. Seeing the beauties arrive, Aaron's lust grew. Just kidding. How could I not know such a beautiful woman is by my side? If I become a eunuch, who would pamper you? Aaron spoke arrogantly to Truman and the innocent Ember, admiring their beautiful figures despite their aggressiveness, which oddly suited his taste. Him, Truman's sister, identified the innocent Ember, recognizing the lecherous man instantly, feeling nauseous at the sight. Truman greets Lord Zhong, said Truman as Carl dragged his disgraceful son to kneel before her. At this moment, Aaron realized he had caused trouble, but it was too late. How dare you? Not only did you harass me, but also the holy maiden of Great Flynn, and even dared to assault imperial kin. Nola you've been Jochaninji is the current Hal's aunt. Since you wish to be a eunuch, I shall grant your wish. Revised for fluency and consistency. How dare you? You not only harassed me but also the holy maiden of Great Flynn, and even dared to assault imperial kin. Nola you've been bothering is the current Hal's aunt. Since you wish to be a eunuch, I shall grant your wish. Truman clenched her fists and kicked the man away. Upon hearing this, Carl knew it was over, collapsing onto the ground, feeling sorry for his vast estate. The courtyard echoed with cries of agony as Aaron, in immense pain, huddled on the ground, watching the two beauties fearfully. Truman and the Ember exchanged glances and swiftly acted. Aaron promptly lost consciousness, his crotch numb and bloody. The next day, Lionel delivered the newly compiled medical texts to the Imperial Medical Bureau. These must be passed down by everyone. 1 month later, I will personally test all the court physicians. Those who fail can retire. Lionel's tone exuded royal authority, leaving no room for refusal. The physicians knelt trembling, hastily agreeing. Holding the medical books, they were astounded, feeling as though new pathways had opened, discovering fresh goals. I never thought such marvelous methods existed. These potent herbs combined like this. Marvelous indeed. Hal truly is a genius. We will remember your teachings, Hal. In a month, we will give you satisfactory results. Among them were elderly scholars, now eager learners, respectfully bowing to Lionel. They respected both his status and his abilities. They decided to take turns copying the texts, ensuring every physician in the bureau would have a copy within 3 days. Lionel was pleased, but just as he prepared to leave, Tamara arrived. Greetings, your highness. Long live the prince. She bowed, her face beaming with joy. Speak up, said Lionel, walking outside. As the Hal, he had many responsibilities. Your highness, young Yapas has sent a victory report. Over 10,000 Dadayan troops were eliminated without any losses on our side, even without the dragon cavalry. Tamara wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it in her father's handwriting. Lionel's weapons were incredibly powerful, and he still held 2 strong cards up his sleeve. But Lionel showed no excitement. This was expected. Destroying the Dadayan dynasty isn't as difficult as you think. It's more about how quickly it can be done. Tamara was puzzled. Are you too confident? Our forces are less than 20,000. How can we destroy the entire Dadayan dynasty? Tamara felt this was ludicrous, especially considering the small scale of Atli Deandre's army, plus her father's trained forces. Lionel chuckled, making Tamara shudder. War doesn't depend on numbers, it depends on quality. Hashtag chapter 208, a small favor. What is quality? Joan was a bit confused. Did he mean these people were all 1 against 10 fighters? Or did he refer to the weapons he held? If it was about weapons, the Great Yin dynasty would undoubtedly lose. Quality refers to both the people and their weapons. The combination of strengths, that's the true path. Lionel looked at Joan's somewhat dazed expression and felt this tough-as-nails woman had a cute side to her. Joan nodded, seemingly understanding. Now the entire Hildred dynasty's army is equipped with sky-piercing crossbows and heavy artillery. Taking over the Great Yin dynasty is no longer a difficult task. Not only that, but your father's engineers have also come to assist. Capturing the Great Yin dynasty in a short time is as easy as eating or drinking water. Lionel's face was filled with joy. Hildred, a formidable team, was already an exceptionally powerful existence on this continent. So far, no one could defeat such a strong army. In modern times, they might still be vulnerable, but this was a different era. No wonder father was locked away for days, even avoiding me. The teams under him were quite strange. They weren't strong, burly men or agile martial arts experts. Instead, they had the air of scholars. Joan suddenly understood. Though these teams didn't appear outstanding, they had a powerful skill. There was no obstacle too great for them. They were incredibly intelligent. These details aside, I have a small favor to ask of you. If you agree, I will let you choose a suitable weapon from the treasure pavilion. Lionel smiled mischievously at Joan. Joan's instincts told her this wasn't going to be simple. Cough, your highness might as well tell me what it is. It's better to see if I can accomplish it before agreeing. Her face showed hesitation as she glanced at Lionel. Her heart was conflicted. The treasure pavilion. There must be all sorts of strange and wonderful things inside, but she needed the ability to handle them. It's not a big deal, just hoping you can secretly infiltrate the Great Xia and rescue my father. There's no one more suited for this task than you. Lionel looked at Joan seriously, realizing her first-class lightness kung fu finally had a purpose, to escape. If it were anyone else, they would likely be caught quickly, but she was different. With her skills, there might be a glimmer of hope. Your highness, are you trying to make a fool of me? You actually say it's not a big deal? Do you realize you're not talking about sneaking into some ordinary country, but the foremost nation, the Great Xia? Joan was furious. Was Lionel teasing her? Although they were relatives, she still needed assurances for her own safety. If she hadn't asked for clarification, she might have been tricked into helping count money. I know, but father is still suffering in the Great Xia. His limbs are disabled, and our enemy is vengeful. Father's days won't be good. Ancient wisdom says blood is thicker than water. I can't stand by while father suffers alone. Lionel's eyes were reddening, remembering how his father always supported him unconditionally, even giving him Tsangzhou as a gift. He was genuinely moved by this pseudo-father. Seeing Joan silent, Lionel continued. Don't worry, you won't go alone. I will personally lead the mission, but I need you to take father away once we get him. He's in no condition to walk on his own. Joan's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Lionel as if he were insane. She reached out to check his forehead, then her own, muttering under her breath, "No fever? Is it the heat? Why is he talking nonsense?" Turning around, she saw Lionel's eyes filled with longing. She understood Lionel's feelings, but couldn't do anything about this risky endeavor. "Your Highness, not that I want to refuse you. This risk is too high. The Great Xia isn't a pushover. If something goes wrong and you're captured, what will happen to the Hildred dynasty? There's no minister who can rule effectively." Joan frowned deeply, looking at Lionel, hoping he'd reconsider. This was serious business, not a game. The Hildred dynasty had worked hard to reach its current status. Any mishaps now would endanger the people. "You don't need to worry. Your lightness kung fu is unmatched in the world. You just need to use it to sneak me into the Great Xia and pick up father. Capturing me won't be easy for the Great Xia." Lionel's face radiated confidence, but this was all an act for Joan. He knew she wouldn't watch him recklessly endanger himself. Only this way could he convince her. "Have you thought this through, Your Highness? On one hand, family. On the other, the common people. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist. If delayed, the Evan will suffer. If we act now, you might be in danger." Joan knew further words were useless, so she laid out both scenarios. She gave the choice back to Lionel, agreeing to whatever decision he made. As his subject, she had no choice. "I've thought it through. Every day father suffers, my heart aches. The throne can be held by anyone as long as the people are safe." Lionel nodded, surveying the Hildred dynasty's vast land. He'd been in power less than a month. For the Hildred dynasty to change hands? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But he needed to show Joan everything was arranged, or she wouldn't feel secure. Joan watched Lionel, lost in thought. After weighing the pros and cons, emotion took precedence. Facing Lionel, she said seriously, "If we go together. Otherwise, no deal." Chapter 209. Cooperation with the Great Flynn. "I'm not unwilling to take you along. You said this trip would be very dangerous. You have some standing in the martial world, and there's a high chance you'd be recognized. My situation is different. I've lived within the capital city since childhood, so no one in Great Xia knows me." Lionel shook his head, looking at Joan with earnest persuasion. Her stubborn appearance was oddly charming. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting her long black hair and scattering it in the air. But Joan remained unwilling to give in. She understood that Lionel's excuses were all to prevent her from accompanying him on this perilous journey. All the loneliness she felt from wandering the martial world alone was suddenly enveloped by warmth. No more buts. More people mean more chances of being exposed. You've seen my abilities before. With the ability to create such powerful weapons, I naturally also have self-defense tools. I've prepared for every eventuality. They will need to see if they can even manage to harm me." Lionel's lips curved into a slight smile. He had never left the borders of the Hildred dynasty before. This time, he intended not only to broaden his horizons, but also to make the fort of Great Xia pay for what he did. How dare he treat father so cruelly? He must be tired of living. Seeing the grim look on Lionel's face, Joan felt some reassurance, but still harbored concerns. "Your Highness, are you going alone?" she tentatively asked. If he went alone, she would insist on accompanying him. Lionel's martial skills were weak. How could those basic moves protect him against Great Xia? Not exactly. The Ember of Great Flynn will accompany me. You are responsible for smuggling me into the border, and she will ensure my survival within the cracks of Great Xia. As Lionel spoke, a relaxed smile played on his face. Looking at Joan in front of him, he felt somewhat conflicted. "Oh." Joan's face immediately turned sullen. She hadn't expected Lionel to choose someone else over her despite knowing their animosity. Was this really about clear divisions of labor? And wouldn't having her make things too crowded as well? Words died on her lips. Watching her retreating back, Lionel felt a sense of relief. "TSK, Your Highness, you're no good either. How could you hurt a little girl's heart like that? Since she wants to know so much, why not tell her?" The dull Ember sighed, watching the figure rapidly disappear using Lightfoot Kung Fu, clearly wanting to avoid Lionel. It seemed she was truly hurt. This is for her own good. We don't know how strong Great Xia really is. Taking too many people along rashly increases the danger. The fewer people involved, the better, Lionel sighed, hoping Joan would understand his well-meaning intentions. This time out, he also didn't plan to inform Adeline and Cordelia. They had been through so much hardship with him, finally finding some stability. It was time for them to live in peace. Moreover, with them in the Hildred dynasty, he could rest assured. "Handsome brother, doesn't that seem off? Why did you choose me then?" The Ember wondered why she asked this question now. She felt an inexplicable sensation, indescribable yet unsettling. Lionel paused, turning to look at the dull Ember. "What? Are you reconsidering the deal?" Without getting a direct answer, the Ember felt uneasy. Smiling sweetly, she shook her head earnestly. "No, aren't we here to discuss cooperation? I agreed already, so you owe me a lot of delicious food. Certainly, Great Flynn is willing to join us, but we have a condition." The Ember pushed aside her previous thoughts, feeling better. Perhaps she cared because if Lionel didn't return, she wouldn't get any more delicious food. Thinking of this, she felt better. Great Flynn really knows how to do business. Now that the arrow is on the string, you're haggling. Just say it. What's the condition? Though irritated, Lionel had no choice but to concede. Without the support of the Great Flynn dynasty, this mission would be immensely difficult. To rescue Father Evan, he was willing to bear any cost. There's a martial arts secret manual in the Great Xia Imperial Palace. It's our national treasure, previously taken by deceit by one of the Great Xia princes. Unfortunately, Great Flynn couldn't resist due to Great Xia's power, so we couldn't reclaim it. We want it back this time. The Ember's eyes grew resolute. Because Great Xia only had the upper volume, while she had the lower volume. Only each generation's Embers had the opportunity to study it, no others. With this martial arts manual, Great Flynn could elevate its status. Hearing this, Lionel hesitated. No wonder the Ember agreed so quickly. There was indeed a reason. I agree. But my condition is that Great Flynn must spare no effort in helping me rescue my father. Biting the bullet, Lionel made his decision. Since he had to go to the palace anyway, he would teach that dog Ford a lesson. Let him know the Hildred family isn't easily provoked. All right. The dull Ember felt a twinge of disappointment. She didn't understand why she felt so troubled. Lionel seemed afraid something might happen to others, but never seemed worried about her. Was it merely because of their current relationship? Handsome brother, can I ask you a question? The Ember looked up at Lionel seriously. She was never good at hiding her feelings, always confiding in her nanny when troubled. Now, her nanny was gone, leaving her with no other option. Go ahead. Lionel was surprised. If I weren't the Ember of Great Flynn, but an orphan like Sister Cordelia, who has been by your side, would you still take me on this mission? After thinking for a while, the Ember considered Cordelia as someone important to Lionel. Everyone seemed significant to him, but none stood out as much as Cordelia, who shared numerous experiences with him. Yes, because you're very capable. They wouldn't be much help. Lionel sensed something and changed his tone. The Ember laughed, her unease dissipating. To avoid delays, let's set off tonight. Chapter 210. Intimacy before departure. Nighttime. Lionel packed his belongings and was about to step out when he saw a very familiar figure. She leaned her head gently against the threshold, seemingly dozing off with her eyes closed. Under the moonlight, Alondra's face became clear and distinct. Her delicate features and petite face were mesmerizing. Just as he prepared to leave, Alondra stepped in front of him. Looks like Master is still inexperienced. You can't even tell if Alondra is sleeping or not. Alondra smiled, but her smile froze when she saw the bundle behind him. Why are you here? Lionel chuckled, reaching out to affectionately pat Alondra's head. To see you off. I knew Master would leave long ago, so I've been waiting for days. Master just didn't know, Alondra said, clenching her hands tightly, cold sweat trickling down. She was heartbroken, yet unable to stop him. He wasn't an ordinary man. There were many things he needed to accomplish. How did you know? Lionel felt somewhat helpless. Truly, he didn't know how anyone found out. Tamara or the Ember wouldn't have betrayed him. So who had leaked this information? Seeing the longing on Alondra's face, Lionel cupped her cheeks and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. They gazed into each other's eyes, emotions pouring out. No one needs to tell Alondra. Alondra has been by your side for a long time. No one understands you better than I do, Alondra confessed sincerely. You treat me, Joanna, and all other women well. You're a kind person. At that moment, past memories flashed before her eyes like scenes from a movie. The man before her had defied the Zhou dynasty royal family to save her, beaten up her brother for Fernanda, and even kept Joanna, who had come to assassinate him. All these actions showed that Lionel genuinely cared about the people around him. When Jameson passed away, he neither ate nor drank for a day and night. If you care so much about people like us, Alondra said, how could you sit idly by while Grey suffers in the Dochi dynasty? If Alondra's guess is right, you already have a perfect plan to rescue Grey, don't you? Alondra forced a smile, suppressing her bitterness. Though unsure of Dochi's true strength, she believed Lionel would find a way to return safely. She had immense trust in the man before her. Have I ever told you how smart you are? Lionel teased, smoothing back Alondra's hair. He noticed her lips moving slightly, causing him to think of various scenarios. Had you not mentioned it? Are you curious why Alondra is so sure you'll leave? Alondra asked further, wrapping her arms around Lionel. The unique Longjing scent emanating from him filled her senses, bringing her some comfort. The thought of seeing him again after such a long time filled her with melancholy. Tell me, and there might be a reward, Lionel said, caressing her back through her flowing locks. He felt her trembling slightly, suspecting she was crying. Last time, she had also bid him farewell with a strong facade, only to secretly weep afterward. Feeling someone worry about him in this manner felt good deep down. Because you sent Azriel away, Alondra whispered, her breath touching Lionel's neck due to their height difference. His Adam's apple moved. He felt her grip tighten around him, pulling herself closer until she struggled to breathe. In the past, everyone only thought you caused trouble. In reality, you're the most filial and emotional person in the world. All the decadence others accuse you of is merely a superficial appearance, Alondra continued, sensing his rising body heat. Her cheek brushed against his skin, which felt hot. Lionel held her hand firmly, looking at her earnestly. Don't pout. This tactic doesn't work anymore. This time, my mind is set, and I won't bring any of you along. Here is the Royal Guard's token. If anything happens, you can command them using this. While I'm away, I expect you to manage everything in the capital without causing me worry, understood? This was not a question but an order. Regardless, he wouldn't take Alondra with him on this trip. Alondra took the token and laughed softly. I've known your intentions all along. Alondra never wanted to accompany you. I just wanted to remind you to return safely. Many people are waiting for you at home. Be careful, and don't act rashly. Tears slid down her cheeks as she clutched the token tightly. Overwhelmed with sadness, she broke into sobs. Although she had expected this outcome, hearing it from Lionel's mouth stung deeply. Lionel embraced her, gently patting her back. The pale moonlight elongated their shadows, leaving only the quiet night and Alondra's sorrowful cries. A cool breeze blew past, making both feel a chill. They stayed close, trying to warm each other. Eventually, a firework erupted outside the palace walls, signaling that the Ember had arrived. Wiping Alondra's tears with a handkerchief, Lionel said, "You're very much like me, perhaps even more understanding than I am. I promise you, this time into Chi, I won't risk myself as I did before. I'll return safely. Besides, our lovemaking is still unfinished. I look forward to another 100 rounds when I return." A mischievous smile spread across Lionel's face as he teased Alondra. As expected, his playful words made her stop crying immediately. Her face turned red. At a time like this, you're still joking. You're really naughty. Go ahead, Joanna and I will wait for you in the palace. Don't blame Alondra for having backup. Alondra stood on tiptoe, giving Lionel a soft kiss on the cheek. She watched him leave. But just as he reached the gate, Alondra shouted, Your Highness, go. I'll manage the Hildred dynasty for you. Their figures, under the dim moonlight, remained intertwined in memory, even as Lionel finally left. Chapter 211. You have a son, right? Lionel arrived outside the palace and found a group of black-clad individuals already waiting there. Seeing them all dressed in black while he was in civilian clothes made him feel somewhat. Most importantly, the great Flynn Ember was also wearing all black today, unlike her usual preference for pink and white. This showed she took her role very seriously. Why did you make us wait so long, Your Highness? One of them asked. This outfit is quite eye-catching. And what's on your back? The great Flynn Ember frowned, and if it weren't for his status, she would have scolded him soundly for going out on a mission dressed like that. Lionel glanced at himself, but didn't see anything wrong. Isn't this just ordinary clothing? Is there something inappropriate about it? He asked with genuine puzzlement. To his surprise, the Ember rolled her eyes dramatically to show her displeasure. Your Highness, we're not here to negotiate business. We're storming an execution ground. Do you think you can stroll into the Dachi Imperial City so easily? We are assassins. We need to take an unconventional route. The Ember shook her head helplessly, feeling exasperated with Lionel. Why could a man who ran a dynasty so efficiently overlook such details? She gestured, and a black-clad figure instantly handed over a set of clothing. Indeed, every trade has its specialists, Lionel sighed, admiring the tailored fit of the new clothes as he put them on. They felt as if made for him. After waiting for some time, Lisbeth finally arrived. Even from a distance, the Ember felt an unsettling chill and an indescribable unease. Turning around, she saw Lisbeth looking at her strangely. Beautiful sister, you're late today. Being tardy isn't a good habit. You should change it, she scolded, pointing at Lisbeth. Her subordinates felt this was unfair. Why was the Ember favoring outsiders? If any of them had made such a mistake, they would have been slapped long ago. Indeed, a woman's heart is unfathomable. Stop wasting time. Let's go, Lisbeth snapped, using her lightness skills to race ahead. Lionel knew she was still upset with him. On the other side, in the capital city of Dachi, a crowd gathered around the execution ground, and the commoners whispered among themselves, occasionally pointing fingers at the condemned prisoner. I heard this person used to be the only non-royal king of Dezhou before overthrowing a kingdom and establishing a new nation. That's all nonsense. He was always from Dachi and the Hildred family. He got what he deserved for refusing the Ford's offer of marriage to Yusef Zhenhong and insisting on finding true love. People chatted animatedly, unable to see the prisoner's face due to his disheveled appearance. Many were curious about who could refuse a royal betrothal. Some blamed him for bringing ruin upon the entire Hildred family. Under the blazing sun, people wiped sweat from their brows. The prisoner was bound by thick ropes, unable to move. His lips were cracked, and his body covered in wounds. His tattered clothes barely concealed fresh and old scars, creating a heartbreaking sight. Many women averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight further. This public display was ordered by the Dachi royalty to warn against treason. Just then, a group arrived and stopped near the execution ground. Leading them was a general in gray armor, holding a blood-stained whip, followed by several doctors. Clear the way. The crowd quickly parted for the powerful Alia family, which had risen to prominence after the Hildred family's downfall. The general instructed the doctors to ensure the prisoner remained alive, marveling at the unique medical care afforded him despite being seen as a waste. Upon confirmation, the general waved them away, preparing to torture Brendan further. Smack! A whip strike left fresh wounds on Brendan's back. The general grimaced, dissatisfied with the resilience of the prisoner's skin ghost. Coupled with Ellis's appearance at that moment, he resembled a venomous snake about to strike its prey with a fatal bite. The children watching in horror fled into their mother's arms, covering their eyes and crying out. Even the adults were startled, though they could empathize with Ellis's current emotional state. You should worry about yourself first, Alia retorted indifferently. Now that Ellis was at his mercy, he intended to torment him as much as he pleased. Just as he raised his whip to continue flogging him, Ellis broke free from one of the ropes binding him with astonishing speed. Before Alia could react, Ellis bared his teeth and bit down hard on the general's neck. Blood spurted onto Ellis's face as Alia struggled fiercely, trying to break free. With all his might, Alia fought back until his eyes turned white. He was dead. The main artery in his neck had been severed, causing blood to gush out uncontrollably. The crowd gasped in horror, turning away from the grisly sight. They couldn't believe what kind of devil this man was, managing to kill a powerful general even while incapacitated. The cries of children pierced the sky, and some timid women fainted on the spot. The Hildred family. What kind of monsters are they? With all limbs disabled and still this formidable, terrifying indeed, whispered the townspeople. Why were such brave warriors expelled? What a pity, continued the murmurs. Soon, news of Alia's death spread through the streets and alleys. At the Alia family manor. This Ellis is incredibly bold, daring to kill my son? The Hildred family is nothing but scoundrels. They've oppressed us for years. Now. Well then, let him experience the pain of losing a child in old age. Old Atlia's rough hands gripped the armrests tightly, his cheeks quivering with rage. Fire burned in his eyes. Old Atli, please take care of yourself. The butler was worried. With the other generals fighting elsewhere, any mishap in the capital could spell disaster for him. Old Atlia leaned in close to the butler, a sinister smile on his face. In the imperial study, I never thought the Lus would produce such a disgraceful offspring despite their bravery. The Sus have maintained their dominance in Dachi for so long, leading the elite families, and there's a reason for that. Evan of Dachi sighed, lamenting the loss of such a strong force. It was all because of Ellis, that thorn in his side. If he had married Yusef 6 earlier, things might have been different, perhaps making Qi far superior to other nations now. You're met with a sweet smile. Husband, I want to eat donghua, candied haws. Ouch. Hill dreadingly. The woman clutched her abdomen and stopped. The man's expression turned worried. Nellie, are you all right? Unexpectedly, the woman smiled and made a mischievous face. The child in my womb just kicked me and said he wants to eat donghua too. The man's face showed a mix of helplessness as he embraced the woman and whispered, if the ember wants it, just say so. Why go through all this trouble? Just as he was about to move away, he felt a pair of jade-like arms wrap around his back. Your Highness, since we're acting, let's do it thoroughly. If we're hesitant, others might suspect something. Ember quickly pushed Lionel away, a hint of wicked laughter on her face. Irritating, hugging so tightly, you'll hurt the baby. Ember patted her round belly and pointed at the donghua vendor, her eyes filled with longing. She could smell the sweet and sour aroma from far away. If she couldn't eat some, it would be a disrespect to any food lover. Lionel had no choice but to go buy some for her. As he approached the vendor, he smelled a strong scent of blood. Turning his head, he saw a man hanging by ropes in the execution ground. His appearance was disheveled, with not an inch of skin and scathed. New and old wounds crisscrossed the exposed parts of his body. Lionel's anger flared to its peak. He was absolutely certain that this was his father, the Evan. The pain in his heart felt like someone had stabbed him and was twisting the blade. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he felt a soft hand pulling him back. Turning his head, he met Ember's warning gaze. He could only suppress his rage and bought several donghua for Ember. Endure for now, to ensure the Evan escapes safely. Small patience is needed to prevent bigger mistakes. Ember took the donghua and whispered a reminder. Throughout the journey, Lionel remained silent. The pitiful image of his father wouldn't leave his mind, and his eyes grew red-rimmed. His lips were bleeding from biting down so hard. They arrived at De Flynn's headquarters within the Qi dynasty, a tea house. The waiter greeted them enthusiastically, noticing the green bamboo staff on Ember's back, understanding immediately. Welcome, guests. He led them to a private room on the second floor and went to fetch the innkeeper. Upon entering the private room, Ember finally noticed Lionel's discomfort. She frowned and handed him a handkerchief. Torturing yourself is the most foolish method. Instead of torturing yourself, remember this scene well. When the time comes, take revenge on Qi's Evan and make him pay tenfold, even 100-fold. Ember's innocent face now held a touch of cunning. Being an assassin, she knew what tormented people the most. She sat down. The elder covered her face, dared not to speak further, and stood respectfully aside. How have you decided to proceed? Have you thought it through? When Ember looked at Lionel, her cold expression melted into something cute. The elder, witnessing this, was astonished. What blatant favoritism. I understand. Impatience can ruin everything. We need a flawless plan. None of us can fall into Qi's hands. Lionel nodded, his serious expression easing somewhat. He had indeed acted irrationally earlier. If he rashly attempted to rescue his father, not only might he fail, but it could also expose all of De Flynn's assassins. It seems you still haven't decided. Then listen to this, Ember. Guaranteed to be foolproof. No one will ever suspect. Ember wore a mischievous smile. Thinking of the plan brought her immense satisfaction. No one would guess. That was exactly what she wanted. To deceive not only their own people, but also those of the Qi dynasty. When the time comes, your Highness must cooperate fully and ensure there are no leaks. Her smile froze, turning to give Lionel a stern look. Lionel, seeing Ember's mischievous demeanor, knew she had something devious up her sleeve. Why must it be me? Can't anyone else do it? Ember was taken aback, surprised by his counter-question. No one else has your Highness's wit. Moreover, in this area, I believe your Highness is unmatched. I can't trust anyone else. Ember suddenly laughed, occasionally giving Lionel strange looks, as if sizing up merchandise. Speak clearly. Should there be secrets between us? Lionel's face darkened, sensing impending doom. Ember stood before Lionel, examining him seriously before speaking slowly. A beauty trap? Chapter 214. The Pure Land. Is it because the Anika has eaten too much candy that worms have burrowed into your brain? This Evan of Qi is a proper man and does not have any penchant for men. I asked you to help rescue my father, but you're asking me to sacrifice my looks. Upon hearing this, Lionel's face darkened instantly. No wonder she kept stressing that only he could accomplish this task. So this was why. Looking at the Anika before him, he felt thoroughly perplexed. This Anika only appeared innocent. She wasn't entirely ignorant. How could she come up with such a ridiculous plan? Or did someone else suggest it to her? Your Highness, what are you thinking? Who asked you to seduce the Anton? The Anika gave Lionel an annoyed look, unsure where he got the idea that she would be foolish enough for such a plan. It seemed she'd have to extort even more from him next time. A few candied haws weren't enough to satisfy her. The martial arts manual of Flynn is now in the hands of a princess. She is quite beautiful but somewhat aloof. She insists that her future husband must be the most handsome man in the world, yet she remains unmarried past marriageable age. The Anika sighed. In these years, she had seen many men, none more handsome than Lionel. If even he couldn't win her heart, retrieving the manual would be difficult. Middle-aged woman? Lionel perked up at this. He wanted to see how beautiful this woman was. If he could win her over, rescuing his father would be easier. What? What did you say? The Anika frowned deeply at Lionel's strange words. She thought he might be reconsidering, so she quickly added, we agreed that if you retrieve the manual, everyone in Flynn will help you save the Evan. Now the conditions are clear, and the opportunity is before you. It's up to you to seize it. The Anika crossed her arms, her bosom moving rhythmically as she spoke. It was mesmerizing. It can be done, but I'm well known in Zhou's capital. My face will likely be recognized by the Evan of Qi before I can get close to that princess. Lionel touched his face. Who was more frustrated than him? To chase a girl secretly. He made a silent vow to seduce all the beautiful women of Qi to avenge his father. Hildredenly, he realized it wouldn't be enough. Ruining the chastity of Qi's palace would be the ultimate revenge. Relax, just sit still. The Anika turned Lionel around and gestured to an elder. The elder immediately understood and walked out. He returned with various odd items. Only then did Lionel realize they were going to change his appearance. Inside Qingxin Pavilion in Qi, today was especially lively, as it was Cameron's birthday. Many prominent figures gathered, each presenting lavish gifts. Have you heard that the princess intends to select a suitable match from the capital today? Will any handsome young gentleman be chosen this year? To marry her would mean a rise to power. A scholar in a black robe, adorned with green bamboo motifs, held a white jade fan and wore a transparent jade pendant. Clearly, he had dressed up to stand out among the wealthy. Unfortunately, no one paid him attention. Instead, they whispered among themselves. The capital isn't peaceful lately, merchants have fewer dealings, soon we'll be penniless. A middle-aged man in luxurious attire complained. He looked like a nouveau riche businessman. Why do you say so, Porter? If you're struggling, imagine us smaller families. Several clan leaders gathered around. The Zhu family was the wealthiest in the capital. You know about that man called Ellis who once belonged to Qi, right? The rich merchant glanced around mysteriously. Everyone nodded in agreement. You know Ellis, but you don't know he was the sole non-royal king of Zhou with an heir. After defecting from Zhou, he established a base in Sangzhou, a true paradise on earth. Because of his extravagant heir, anything can happen. Even a playboy can govern a territory. The rich merchant sighed. Why didn't he have the same wit as Lionel? With Lionel's intelligence, he wouldn't just be the richest in the capital. Others also sighed in agreement. At that moment, a man spoke up. Is Porter talking about Ellis's domain in Zhou, Sangzhou? The rich merchant nodded, puzzled. In fact, I've been there. Once, a shipment of silk dominated the market for a month, coming directly from Sangzhou. That place truly embodies peace and prosperity. It's an ideal place. The man reminisced about Sangzhou fondly. Lionel listened quietly from the corner, amused. Joking, could a realm he built be anything less than perfect? As everyone continued praising, no one noticed Cameron standing behind them. Pure land without withered grass, equality in Buddha's field. The man recited a poem, praising Sangzhou. Cameron's brow furrowed. Watching the man's entranced expression, she circled around and approached him from behind. Is Hildred dynasty really as wonderful as you say? Her sudden voice startled everyone. They hurriedly knelt. Greetings, your highness. Cameron nodded, signaling them to rise. Her gaze fixed on the man. Can it compare to Qi? Chapter 215. No free meals. Of course not. The Great Qi is the strongest among all nations. The people are content and free from all kinds of disturbances. The man was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and immediately changed his words. Only then did a satisfied look appear on Cameron's face as she walked to the center of the hall. Lionel looked at the woman before him and felt that this princess wasn't as innocent as she seemed. How could this princess be a matron? She's clearly a striking young lady. Oh, setting a trap for him? There was no other way since his mission was to save the fort. As his gaze swept over the princess, he noticed that her figure and appearance were indeed exceptional among her peers. But she seemed a bit too self-righteous. Compared to Goldie, she still fell short. What face did she have to seek the world's first handsome man? Just as Lionel was wondering, Cameron smiled brightly at everyone and said, everyone knows the position of the Great Qi in this continent among all nations. As for the Hildred dynasty you mentioned, it won't last much longer. To blame is its surname, Hildred. A hint of disdain flashed across Cameron's face. Who let Ellis, that ungrateful old fool, govern this country? From now on, the entire Hildred dynasty will become the territory of the Great Qi. Yes, the princess is right. Living as immortal beings. On this beautiful day, let us cherish every moment. With Yush's lead, the other guests began offering their congratulations. The scribe held a jade pen, writing down each gift in an elegant style. Li Clan offers a donghua night pearl and 10,000 taels of gold for the princess's birthday. Boyd contributes a Hotan jade worth 10 million taels of gold. Clan Aliyah. Cameron sat on her throne, smiling warmly at the scene unfolding before her. Her almond eyes curved into two crescent moons. Lionel's face darkened as he watched. What an unreliable holy maiden. At a princess's grand birthday celebration, he came empty-handed. Everyone else had given impressive gifts, and now it was his turn. Soon, all eyes were on Lionel. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. With his fancy clothes, who knows what high-end gift he might present? Someone commented, making everyone notice how unfamiliar he seemed. Lionel wished he could find a hole to crawl into under those gazes. He felt so embarrassed he could build a 3-bedroom apartment from it. His mind raced for a way to get out of this. Sir, you can't come to the princess's birthday empty-handed, can you? Or do you have something spectacular planned to surprise us all? Yush quickly came beside Lionel, feigning surprise. Being the richest man in the capital, he couldn't afford to be outshone. Seeing Lionel's flustered state, he guessed he wouldn't produce anything great. If he didn't take this opportunity to embarrass him, it would stick in his craw. Don't hide behind false renowned for her beauty in the Great Qi. These gifts are too vulgar and cannot truly highlight your charm. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned black. Wasn't he mocking their gifts as inadequate? I am willing to paint a portrait of the princess myself, capturing her beauty of today. This translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Hashtag Chapter 216. The common enemy of men. If you hadn't prepared a gift, why didn't you say so earlier, young master? If you had told me, I could have offered my jade coral as a makeshift gift. Now, what do you think the others will think? Bryson appeared vexed, his face revealing some frustration, but inside, he was secretly delighted. Today's main event would surely revolve around him. A flicker of barely noticeable disdain crossed his eyes, followed by a cold internal laugh. Cameron is the legitimate daughter of the current Ford's younger brother. If anyone gains her favor, their status in Qi will rise significantly. You should have saved your pride and admitted you couldn't afford it. Do you know that everything at this banquet is prepared by imperial chefs? Without preparation, you still try to make excuses, spouting such beautiful words. Yusefs, you must not be too lenient. Please quickly escort this freeloader out, and don't ruin everyone's enjoyment. Among them were several admirers of Cameron. Lionel's sudden appearance posed a significant threat to them. With his handsome face, like a pure and noble gentleman, even men felt a stir of admiration upon seeing him. Cameron put down her teacup and slowly lifted her head to look at the man among the crowd. Just one glance made her breathing pause. His appearance perfectly matched her ideal partner. Cough. Cameron coughed slightly, and a nearby maid immediately assisted her to stand. She walked forward step by step with a mesmerizing smile. Why all the fuss, gentlemen? Today is my birthday, and I shall decide as I see fit. Since this young master has made such a request, he must have some artistic skill. Let him try, then we can decide afterward. With these words from Cameron, everyone seemed deflated, standing there somewhat frustrated. They quietly returned to their seats. Bryson was particularly displeased. All his efforts were meant to lay the groundwork for his uninterested offspring. Now, someone had intercepted his plan midway. He secretly harbored resentment towards Lionel. Yusefs, please sit under this peach tree and gently support your chin, Lionel said, hastily bringing a chair and instructing her on how to pose. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. No one spoke. They all waited to see Lionel's humiliation. Half an hour later, Lionel stopped moving his hand. Those behind him glanced briefly, revealing shock. They couldn't help but look back for a second time. The person in the painting seemed almost alive, every expression and smile heartwarming. May we gather together in celebration. May happiness be shared daily. May joy always remain, intertwined with the branches. As Lionel spoke, he handed over the painting. Unbeknownst to him, Cameron's heart was pounding like a fawn. This man seemed very intriguing. When she took the painting, she froze. The petals around him, captured perfectly in the painting, added a lively touch. The subtle smile on his face made the entire painting exude warmth. The creases in his clothing were perfect, and the flowing hair looked as if it moved with the breeze. Wonderful. Wonderful. I never expected there to be such a talented artist in Ardachee. This painting, I love it dearly. Should you ever need anything, feel free to ask. Cameron carefully unrolled the painting, her joy radiating clearly. Her lips curled into a smile, and admiration shone in her eyes. The rest of the guests fumed inwardly. They intended to see this man humiliated, but instead, he received great respect. No one usually receives much praise from the princess on their first meeting. Men around began to glare at Lionel with envious and resentful eyes. Thank you, Yusefs. It's enough that you like it. Lionel bowed, showing no trace of pride. He treated the whole situation as very ordinary, making the princess even more curious about him. Could he really be indifferent to her beauty? Interesting. If I can't win his heart, I'll get his body. He was the first man to make her heart flutter, and she wouldn't let him slip away. Please take a seat, young master. I would like to discuss things further with you. Cameron extended her delicate hand, inviting him to join her. Lionel let her walk ahead, displaying gentlemanly manners. The sight enraged the others watching. It's just a painting. How impressive can it be? Yeah, he looks like one of those pretty boys who rely on women to climb the ladder. Heaven isn't fair at all. It gave him such a handsome face and this incredible talent. How are we supposed to live? For a while, the young masters vented their dissatisfaction in low tones. Why should this man receive the princess's approval? They suspected he might have deliberately provoked everyone's ire and then dazzled them with his talent. In a corner, the Ember watched the scene, furrowing her brow and shaking her head. How does this man always draw so much attention wherever he goes? She grew angrier the more she thought about it. Most infuriating was that he seemed to enjoy every minute of it. At the banquet, laughter and conversation filled the air. Only those at the upper table engaged in earnest discussion. Others lost interest in the food, glancing at Lionel after each bite, grinding their food angrily as if punishing him. Cameron showed obvious favoritism toward Lionel, causing many to take several swigs of wine. When the banquet ended, Lionel stood up and bowed to the princess before leaving amidst various gazes filled with mixed emotions. Just outside, he met the dazed Ember waiting for him. Looking so pleased, it seems today went smoothly. Her voice carried a hint of envy. She was unaware of herself. With this gentleman's personal efforts, how could it not succeed? Lionel patted his chest, boasting about his woman-charming skills. That princess seemed interested in you. Why not deepen your relationship with her now? Wouldn't that achieve twice the results with half the effort? Ember rolled her eyes, confused by Lionel's actions. Lionel looked at her with an air of superiority, shaking his head. You only saw from afar. How can you understand the situation? Fraser's isn't as simple as you or I think. While she appreciates me, she is highly guarded. We must proceed cautiously. Chapter 217. Precise handling. 3 days later. How's it going? Any news? Cameron anxiously asked her maid. Ever since Lionel left, she had been eagerly waiting for his visit. But this man seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not a single whisper about him reached her ears. The maid helplessly shook her head and sighed as she looked at the princess. She had never seen the princess care so much about any man before. It was as if her soul had been lost. A flicker of disappointment flashed across Cameron's eyes. Or perhaps, he really is different. Maybe he didn't come for her wealth and status? Does he have other intentions? As she recalled that sunny day and his handsome face, she made up her mind. Send an invitation to his residence. Set up a banquet at Qingxin Cottage at noon today. Cameron smiled at the maid. The maid was taken aback, still trying to process the sudden decision. Fraser's truly. Yes, I'll do it right away, the maid replied. At Cloinuan Tea House. Lionel sat in a private room on the second floor, leisurely sipping tea. Haven't heard from her for 3 whole days. Perhaps the princess doesn't really care about you? Joanne's gaze lingered near the door, feeling somewhat uncertain. That day, it was clear that the princess had taken a liking to Lionel. After the banquet, however, it seemed they were complete strangers. Not only were there no public interactions, but privately too. Patience is key, just like brewing porridge with a low flame slowly. She's a woman. Naturally, she needs to be reserved. And I need to take control. Lionel pinched his teacup between two fingers, took a sip of tea, and showed no sign of panic. Seeing Joanne still confused, he chuckled. Half an hour later, Joanne, someone from the princess's residence has arrived. The elder entered with delight, his eyes wide with excitement. Joanne's bright eyes widened, finding it hard to believe. According to what they knew, this princess had never actively sought out a man before. This was the first time in history. She couldn't help but give Lionel a thumbs up. Inside Qingxin Cottage. Beckett, this painting hangs in my boudoir every day, and I am quite satisfied with it. But there is one flaw in this painting. Cameron looked somewhat regretful, pondering deeply without being able to guess the next line of the poem. Even if she guessed correctly, it would feel wrong. Oh, please point out the flaws, Miss Youssefs, so I can correct them. Lionel's face showed a hint of guilt. His nervous gestures made him look playful and cute, like a child who had done something wrong. Fraser's couldn't help but giggle behind her handkerchief. This painting has already reached its peak, but the verse inscribed seems incomplete. Cameron hesitated, recalling the two lines of poetry involuntarily. Beauty conceals ancient and modern times. Lotus shies at jade like beauty. Her originally fair skin flushed red all of a sudden. This line of poetry was even better than all the praises she received at the banquet. This man indeed had good taste. Please forgive me, Miss Youssefs. This was intentional on my part. Lionel stood up, bowed politely to the princess, showing some hesitation on his face. Why? Cameron's heart raced faster. No wonder this man could remain calm for so long. He was waiting for her. Because the latter part of the poem is meant for my future wife. Seeing your beauty today, I couldn't help but write it while painting. The last two lines are simply impossible to finish. Lionel's expression was serious, his almond-shaped eyes full of deep emotion. Cameron's beautiful eyes trembled. She hadn't expected such a backstory. He wrote it spontaneously, which might mean she met his criteria. It seemed they were indeed on the same wavelength. Since that's the case, as compensation, would Beckett like to accompany me somewhere? Cameron suddenly had a bold idea, looking expectantly at Lionel. That would be great. Lionel pretended to hesitate for a moment, then nodded and bent slightly, gesturing her to lead the way. Once you tower. Just outside, they saw countless talented scholars and beauties dressed modestly but exuding exceptional grace. Looking at the entrance adorned with a fine sandalwood board inscribed with "Once you tower," Lionel felt somewhat awestruck. He never imagined such a place existed in the world. Why did you bring me here, Miss Youssefs? Lionel asked curiously. This clearly was a gathering place for talents. Was she impressed by his skills and wanted him to show off here? If he drew too much attention, trouble might arise. There is an ancient poem hanging inside this tower, and no one in our Great Xia has been able to match it. If Beckett can create a poem with similar depth and skill, I will grant you a tremendous favor. Cameron's smile grew wider. Given his ability to compose such praises of her beauty, creating a matching poem shouldn't be too difficult for him. If even he couldn't, perhaps no one else in this land could either. Lionel nodded understandingly. I'll give it a try. Together, they walked into Once You Tower, immediately drawing many curious gazes. All eyes focused on them. Men gave Lionel resentful looks. How could a poor man famous for one painting pair up with a celestial-like princess? Ladies, mesmerized by his handsome face, felt a little faint. They regretted their missed opportunity now that the princess had beaten them to it. In the main hall of Once You Tower, they saw the well-preserved ancient poem hanging in the center. To his surprise, it was Water Melody Ballad, a poem he once wrote casually when drunk. He had used moon as the theme while drinking under the moon. Little did he know it would appear in Great Xia. He wondered who had sold his poem. Cameron noticed the man beside her staring in disbelief, feeling a bit anxious. When he didn't speak for a long time, she approached him quietly and asked, Beckett, do you think you can write a poem of equal quality? Chapter 218. Heaven created me for a purpose. Of course. Lionel looked at Cameron, who was full of anticipation, and began to speak in a profound manner. He had only spoken half a sentence when the entire Wanshu building fell silent. Everyone knelt down. We pay our respects to His Imperial Highness, Everett. May your highness live for 10,000 years. A chorus of voices rang out in unison. From the crowd emerged a man dressed in a light yellow robe, wearing a crown adorned with silver tassels and pearls. At his waist hung a long sword, its scabbard primarily blue-silver, emanating a bright, silvery white glow that shimmered brilliantly. The moment Everett saw Cameron, his golden eyes formed into a crescent moon shape, his long and slightly curled eyelashes fluttered, and his lips curved into an attractive arc. But as his gaze shifted to Lionel, the smile on his face vanished instantly. Little sister, don't let this man without ambition deceive you. To compose poetry of such caliber is nothing but a daydream. This unparalleled poem cannot be compared with any other poetry. Everett's face was filled with arrogance. Seeing Lionel's simple attire, he couldn't help but sneer. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Cameron, puzzled as to what she saw in this young man. In terms of appearance, Lionel indeed had a certain charm. However, in this world, relying solely on looks to make a name for oneself was a pipe dream. This outfit suggested he might come from a moderately wealthy family, but compared to the royal nobility, it was insignificant. Cameron frowned and turned to give him a warning look before quickly approaching him and speaking softly in his ear. Older brother, you'd better watch your words. You being quiet doesn't mean everyone will think you're mute. She then pinched Everett's hand sharply as a warning. Ouch! Everett clutched his hand, looking at his younger sister in disbelief, feeling a lingering pain. His anger flared up. So, you're the scoundrel who intruded on my sister's birthday banquet, eating and drinking without permission? Today, We'll expose your true ugly face to everyone. Even attending a royal banquet uninvited and passing off an impromptu painting as an excuse to get away with it, Everett thought bitterly. Normally, they played around, but never had she ever laid a finger on him. Now she actually choked him for an outsider. How could he endure this? Cameron glared at Everett, then turned around and immediately put on a friendly smile. Beckett, please don't mind him. He's always been contrary. He didn't mean to be offensive. He just speaks without thinking. Cameron's smile had a hint of appeasement. The scene stunned everyone in One Shoe Building. They rubbed their eyes and ears in disbelief, only to see her smiling at that man again. A smile even containing a trace of flattery. Everett has a point. This poem is indeed extraordinary, but it hasn't reached the level Everett described. It seems Everett isn't well versed in poetry, Lionel said with skepticism, his hands behind his back, looking at the arrogant prince. He wondered, if Everett knew that this highly praised poem was written by him, would he spit blood? Of course, now wasn't the time to reveal himself. Many ladies felt anxious for the overconfident man. After all, they were dealing with the current Everett. To mock him like this, it seemed one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, as disappointment spread across their faces. How dare you? Everett is the foremost scholar of our Great Xia. How can you, an incompetent man, speak ill of him so freely? Everett, don't waste your breath on such a person. Charge him with treason and throw him into prison for execution. Indeed, mocking a princess and insulting a prince, if not punished severely, it would be unjust. Men who disliked Lionel stepped forward, eager to see him imprisoned. They hoped this would stop anyone from disrespecting the princess in the future. Hildrich people were best unseen. Everett's lips curled into a smirk. Just as Cameron was about to say something, Everett approached Lionel. In Great Xia, reason prevails. Since the princess believes he has talent, let him demonstrate it here. If he lacks talent, cut off his head. The chilling voice echoed throughout the hall. Everyone could sense Everett's lethal intent, but felt somewhat relieved. Cameron approached Lionel with a touch of guilt. Lionel slowly walked to a nearby chair, picked up a wine pot, and scanned the crowd, seeing through their thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. He dragged a long bench to the center and sat down, crossing one leg over the other, and took a sip of wine. Do you not see the yellow river waters rise to the heavens, flowing eastward, never to return? Do you not see in the bright mirror the sorrow of white hair, mourning black silk, turning snow white by night? When life is triumphant, revel in joy, never letting the golden goblet empty against the moon. Lionel lifted the wine pot high, tilted it gently, and let the fragrant wine flow gracefully into his mouth. Heaven created me for a purpose, wealth spent will return in abundance. Cook the sheep, butcher the cattle, drink 300 cups in one go. Lionel stood up, spun around in the center, took another swig of wine, and looked disdainfully at the crowd, reciting, Ajay Riggs, keep pouring the wine, do not let the cups remain dry. 5 flowered horses, 1,000 gold robes, call out for good wine to drown 10,000 ancient sorrows. By the end of the poem, Lionel's wine pot was empty. He couldn't help but frown. The wine was truly awful. He wondered how ancient people ever got drunk. The air in One Shoe Building was filled with the aroma of wine, and everyone stood still, speechless and stunned. They watched the man before them with disbelief, still trying to process what they heard. The entire poem was magnificent, passionate, and fluid, with great emotional depth. They saw a defiant youth full of self-confidence and pride. Everett furrowed his brows, staring intensely at Lionel. His mouth gaped open, momentarily forgetting to close it. How is this possible? How could you write such a poem? Hashtag chapter 219. The Yusef's Hildred's Bishan. Why not? There are always greater people beyond what you can see, and higher heavens above what you imagine. I've reminded you many times not to consider yourself superior. There are many talented people in this world. Just because you don't know about them doesn't mean they don't exist. Cameron looked at Lionel with even more adoration. She couldn't believe that she had picked a winner this time. Looking proudly at her 5th brother, who now appeared like a defeated rooster, his face filled with panic and unease. The crowd no longer viewed Lionel unfavorably. After all, comparison highlighted his exceptional ability. Lionel's outstanding performance had already left everyone in awe. Without even needing to look around, the Yusef could feel everyone's odd gazes on him. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Don't be too smug just yet. He glanced at Cameron with a sinister smile before storming off with his entourage. Seeing this, the people at One Shoe Building dispersed as well, knowing that those who continued to provoke trouble would eventually come to no good end. Not bad. You truly possess remarkable skills. This princess appreciates that. Now that you've composed such impressive poetry, I have decided to gift you a substantial present. Cameron smiled warmly at Lionel. Then, she snapped her fingers, and 2 servants from the Yusef's residence appeared in the main hall of One Shoe Building, carrying a large chest. This is? Lionel was puzzled. What did the princess have in mind? Earlier, the Yusef was always finding fault with this princess. Though I learned quite a bit about poetry since childhood, it has always been superficial knowledge. Facing the Yusef, it felt like showing off my amateur skills before an expert. Today, however, I finally got to breathe freely for once. A joyful expression spread across Cameron's face. She led Lionel to the large chest and opened it. Inside lay the precious jade coral given by Bryson during the birthday banquet. For someone like me, this trinket is nothing more than a piece of clothing. My residence is full of these. I will give this to Master Flynn. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come directly to the Yusef's residence. Cameron paused and then pulled out a token from her robe, engraved with a stylized, 1 character. Isn't this Cameron's special token? In the future, whether entering and exiting the Yusef's residence, or paying expenses in various places, this token will cover all costs. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, wow, and many heads turned to gaze enviously at what Lionel held in his hand. This is just a small favor. If the princess shows such sincerity, refusing would only go against her goodwill. Lionel bowed and held up the token, a faint smile playing on his lips. It really was as if things fell into place effortlessly when least expected. The Yusef remained sullen throughout the journey back to his palace, looking as though someone owed him millions of silver taels. Upon returning home, he sat in silence without a word. His strategist knew that he must have been offended by someone outside again. Judging by the severity of his anger, it must have been a serious affront. Not only that, but the Yusef had failed to punish the offender. One of his attendants, understanding the situation, chimed in immediately. Your Highness, there's no need to let one minor person upset you. He's just a commoner. How can he be compared to you? Calm down and have some chrysanthemum tea. The strategist's face was full of flattery as he placed the freshly brewed tea before the Yusef, then stood behind him to massage his shoulders. Who exactly is that man beside my little sister? Taking a sip of the tea, the Yusef calmed down and asked, Your Highness, according to reports, this person is the owner of the Clone Yuan tea house, named Flynn. Ever since that day at Cameron's banquet, the Yusef had ordered an investigation into this individual. Initially, he found out that Flynn was merely a frequent merchant with no significant background. However, hearing this, the Yusef frowned deeply. A mere merchant? And able to write poetry and paint as well? He must be hiding something. Find out everything about this man. Turn the capital upside down if necessary, but get me all the information. The Yusef slammed his teacup to the ground. Just thinking about his sister's triumphant demeanor today made his blood boil. Historically, he had always been superior to her, but today she unexpectedly gained an upper hand. All because of that man. How infuriating. Your Highness, please calm down. The strategist quickly knelt down. Knowing his master's temperament, he understood that defying him now might lead to unpredictable actions. Regardless of who he is, now that he's in the capital, he's within the Evans jurisdiction. Keep creating problems for him, so that he cannot live comfortably here. The Yusef's expression darkened like a coiled, venomous snake, ready to strike at any moment. Why bother? What if the ministers gossip about you? This man is just a man of letters. If your Highness wishes, I can arrange for someone to. The strategist flashed a wicked grin, making a throat-slitting gesture with his thumb. There were many merchants in the capital, and the Clone Yuan tea house was just an ordinary one. Eliminating him quietly wouldn't raise any suspicion. Approved. After this matter is settled, you'll receive your due reward. The Yusef stood up and patted his strategist on the shoulder. Deep into the night, Lionel finally returned to the Clone Yuan tea house, reeking of alcohol, accompanied by two servants from the Yusef's residence carrying the heavy chest. Just put it here. You may return. Once the servants left, Lionel revealed a clear-headed demeanor. His earlier drunken act was merely for the princess's benefit. He knocked on the door. Marlins later, the Anika appeared. Why did you drink so much? Noticing Lionel's flushed face, the Anika frowned. Alcohol could lead to mistakes. She anxiously observed Lionel, her eyes brimming with concern. Just enjoying myself slightly. It's barely enough to make me feel a bit tipsy. Why were you outside? Lionel was puzzled, eyeing the seemingly absent-minded Anika who had just returned. He hadn't sensed her presence along the way. In this empire, she had no acquaintances. Where had she gone? The Anika instructed the servants to carry the chest inside and helped Lionel enter as well. Once assured of privacy, she spoke calmly. Along the way, there were several assassins chasing after you. But with this Anika taking action, they were all dealt with effortlessly. Chapter 220. Details are the killing move. Chase and kill? The Velma, with her innocent expression, nodded, somewhat curious. This man came back so late and had been drinking. He wouldn't have taken advantage of the princess under the influence of alcohol, would he? Probably what happened at Wanshu building today has left a bitter taste in Everett's mouth. That's why he thought of such despicable tactics. Lionel didn't notice the Velma's expression and was unaware of the strange thoughts swirling in her head. He just felt slightly disappointed when he looked at her again. Everett? The Velma's face suddenly changed, and she looked at Lionel with grave seriousness. Yeah. Lionel nodded and recounted the whole story. The Velma fell into deep thought, carefully observing Lionel. His disguise showed no signs of change. She personally reapplied his makeup every morning, so an ordinary person couldn't see through it. It seems Everett has developed a killing intent towards you. There's no other reason. If not for the princess's incident, then he suspects your true identity. We can't delay anymore. We must finish this quickly. The Velma's sensitive nose detected a hint of danger. She could feel that peril was slowly creeping up on them. Not bad. Lionel raised his hand and patted the Velma's little head, his face showing a trace of appreciation. The Velma looked up and met Lionel's eyes, her face full of big question marks. I'm seriously discussing matters with you. Can you please be serious? You need to step up your game and find out where the secret manual is hidden from the princess. Seeing Lionel's drunken appearance, the Velma felt a bit disdainful. She lit a nearby incense stick, which improved the air quality. There was even a faint sweetness in the air. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Since Everett now harbors suspicions, these two matters can no longer be postponed. Your preparations for rescuing the Evan must also be ready. Seeing the Velma looking displeased, Lionel stopped fooling around and became serious. It was time to close the net. But let me ask, after today's incident, did your relationship progress further? The Velma, looking at Lionel's unreliable appearance, felt some concern. This task came with conditions. If they failed, not only would all the efforts over these years go to waste, but Hildred Yiming would also be implicated. I went personally. What's there to worry about? Lionel smiled, finding her earnestness cute. He pulled out a token from his pocket and placed it on the table. What do you think this is? The Velma glanced at it and froze. Fraser sure had a big heart. They'd known each other for less than 5 days, yet she gave him something so important. Now, do you still have doubts? Leaning back in his chair, Lionel yawned. The Velma immediately shook her head, her face beaming. The next morning, as Lionel was enjoying a sweet dream, he suddenly felt his body jostled. Opening his eyes slowly, he He saw the Velma urgently pulling him up. The moment she lifted the quilt, her face turned red instantly. You. Aren't you going to get dressed? The Velma turned away, blushing deeply. Lionel found it odd. So what if he was sleeping naked? Besides, she had come here uninvited to lift the quilt. After dressing up, the Velma hurriedly applied his makeup. Upon reaching the hall, they found Yusef's Chiwen already waiting. As soon as Lionel emerged, she inspected him thoroughly. Only after checking everything did her heart settle. Truly sorry, Beckett. I didn't expect my brother would go this far and secretly send people. Had he really spent time painting for this woman? Was he genuinely trying to win her favor and extract information? Or had his feelings for her grown deeper? Thinking this, she felt a pang of resentment. Lionel returned with the new painting. With the help of 2 attendants, he unfurled it to reveal an elegant lady seated gracefully, sipping tea. Every movement captivated the viewer. Frasers immediately understood. Her heart raced. It seemed this man was charmed by her. Beckett, you were thoughtful. I didn't realize you remembered everything in such detail. A touch of shyness colored her voice as she fidgeted with her handkerchief. Some beautiful moments deserve to be preserved. Please forgive any discrepancies. To find a kindred spirit like you here in Dachi is truly fortunate. Lionel humbly smiled. If not for such moves, how could he get her to open up quickly? What touches a woman's heart? Naturally, it's the details. Mastering the details makes anything possible. Hearing this, the princess's resolve grew firmer. Beckett, being mine, you shall suffer no injustice. Follow me, and I'll seek justice for you. Chapter 221. The Yusef Compromises. Yusef's manner. Nelly, Rufus has not been feeling well recently. You can't just barge in like this. The old steward's face was filled with panic. The Yusef had ordered that he was to see no one today. But unexpectedly, the Nelly was dragging Lionel along, her pace growing increasingly brisk. Behind her followed countless guards from the Yusef's manor. Not a single one dared to step forward and stop her. They would rather not live if they did so. Nelly, please slow down. The old steward fretted as if he were an ant on a hot griddle, constantly gesturing nervously to the servants standing by. But none of the servants dared to respond, as if they were all blind. Arriving at the main hall, she sat down and commanded, "Bring my 5th brother out here." The Nelly snapped coldly at the steward. Seeing the steward hesitate and stand there motionless, she stood up and smashed 2 blue and white porcelain vases near her. "If I don't see my 5th brother today, I'll vent my anger on these things. You continue being indifferent. Just wait and see how you explain this to the Yusef." As the Nelly spoke, she began smashing everything around her. Lionel watched with astonishment, never imagining the Nelly could be such a fierce woman. At this rate, the valuables in the mansion wouldn't last long. Just as the steward couldn't make up his mind, the Yusef stormed out angrily. Seeing that he wasn't really ill, the Nelly scoffed coldly. "Oh, isn't this my 5th brother who falsely claims illness? How can you look so vigorous and spirited in front of me? Did smashing a few porcelains cure your illness? Is it because money can heal diseases?" Her tone was mocking, and as she spoke, she walked to the last piece of porcelain and gave it a light push. It shattered into pieces with a crash. The Yusef's face alternated between red and white. He felt the rage bubbling up inside him. "What are you doing here today?" The Yusef moved past the Nelly to sit in the main seat, but found it occupied. Walking to the side, he saw Lionel's disguised face. Though he wanted to lash out, seeing the Nelly's stubborn expression, he swallowed his anger. "Yesterday, you had a conflict with Beckett. On his way back, he encountered several assassins. I won't believe these people have nothing to do with you. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will report to father that the Yusef resorted to underhanded means after failing in direct confrontation." Indeed, Magnolia County Nelly, who grew up in the Evans' hands, exuded a fierce demeanor without losing her grace, demonstrating imperial authority. Her almond eyes glared at the Yusef accusingly. "This has nothing to do with this prince. Perhaps someone wants to sow discord between us siblings," the Yusef said, still glancing at Lionel as if implying his involvement. "Besides, we are close kin. For you to go to such lengths for an outsider, doesn't it bring ridicule upon yourself? Weren't all those years of study wasted in the private school?" Knowing resistance was futile, the Yusef switched tactics, appealing to familial bonds. "Yusef, what a hypocrite. Why didn't you say this when you bullied me before? Now, having done something wrong, instead of finding a solution, you expect pretty words to get you off the hook?" Magnolia County Nelly was unrelenting. Today, she intended to restore Beckett's dignity and let the Yusef know her people weren't easy to provoke. Her gaze carried a stern warning. The Yusef's chest burned with nameless rage, but couldn't afford to overstep. After all, this was father's favorite princess. If she angered the Evan, his hopes for the throne would be dashed. "This prince will investigate the matter thoroughly. Here, take this Kunwu sword as an apology." Standing up, he fetched a precious sword from the side, hoping to send her away and end the trouble. Seeing the sword, Magnolia County Nelly's eyes gleamed. It was a unique blade, sharp on one side and blunt on the other, with a pointed tip. "Remember, 5th brother, if you plan to trouble Beckett again, think carefully. He is under my protection." Saying that, she left with Lionel, leaving chaos and a seething Yusef behind. "Thank you, Nelly. Since you are close kin, it's unnecessary for you to go to such lengths for my sake." Lionel bowed respectfully to Magnolia County Nelly. He saw Buck holding the sword. He became furious, wiping it repeatedly as if it were an exceptionally valuable treasure. The Susan, seeing Lionel's troubled state upon returning, asked worriedly, "What's this?" Chapter 222. The Yusef's unexpected help. Father Evan's sword. Lionel's voice was choked with emotion. This sword, after he made some modifications to it later on, had turned into what it was now. Even if it were melted down into scrap metal, he could recognize it instantly. The seemingly clueless Ember immediately understood why Lionel suddenly looked so dispirited. Ron was the fearsome god of war on the battlefield and naturally had his unique sword. "I know you're very worried now, but there's nothing we can do. Gray will be fine. Good people always have heaven's help. The Ember sighed, unable to fully comprehend how he felt, but she knew the pain of losing a loved one all too well. She moved toward Lionel, intending to comfort him with a hug, but thinking of how he appeared with Yusef's chi, she couldn't help feeling upset. Eventually, she could only lift her hand to gently pat Lionel's shoulder. We can't keep this up. Every day we delay is another day of suffering for Father Evan. Lionel abruptly slammed the table and stood up, gripping the sword hilt tightly as a strong aura of killing intent spread from him. The seemingly clueless Ember was somewhat ugly. Yusef's chi was the Ford's favorite daughter. Offending her meant certain death. As servants of the Yusef, they would not fare any better. Smack. The Yusef whipped his strategist. All your ridiculous ideas have humiliated the Yusef's residents before Yusef's chi. These are what kind of useless trash you hired? Why does that family name Flynn seem perfectly unbothered? Angrier as he spoke, he swung the whip again, causing wounds to open up with each strike, blood staining the floor. It's all my fault. Please punish me. The strategist gritted his teeth to suppress his cries. Making any noise would only bring worse torture. The Yusef sat back down, face devoid of emotion, taking mental notes against the princess and Lionel. What capabilities does this kid even have? How did he win support from my usually cooperative little sister? Even favored, she was just a woman. Marriages in the royal family were never determined by the individuals involved. No matter how much he liked someone, he could still split them apart. Highness, you cannot act rashly again. If this reaches the Ford's ears, your path forward will become more difficult. Seeing his mood, the strategist hurriedly advised. The Yusef's temperament was known, but he usually treated his subordinates decently. So, what do you suggest? Now that Yusef's chi has the upper hand, this fellow is getting more audacious as merely having good looks, while others envied his appearance. Yet, no one dared speak aloud for fear of retribution. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lionel watched from a corner, recognizing the rumor mongers as men from the Yusef's residence. He couldn't help but remark inwardly. This Yusef sure makes an excellent accomplice. Note, I have translated names such as Lionel, Ron, Chi, etc. as phonetic equivalents in English. The style and tone have been preserved, ensuring coherence with previous content and maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 223. Who are you really? In the Imperial Study. Your Highness, recently, the county princess has caused a major uproar among the common folk, the Elwyn said as he trembled on his knees. He knew it wasn't right to spread rumors about the princess behind her back, but this was now concerning the dignity of the royal family. If not handled properly, it could embarrass the entire Dechi imperial family. What happened? The Evan of Dechi frowned, wondering what new trouble this unmanageable little girl had stirred up. The civilians are already buzzing with rumors, the Elwyn continued. They say that the county princess has taken a fancy to a young man surnamed Flynn and has even declared that she will share glory and hardship with him. People are speculating if the two will eventually. Before the Elwyn could finish his sentence, he felt an invisible hand tightening around his neck, cutting off his breath. He looked up in terror at Gray, who was visibly annoyed. Leave now and bring both of them to me. If they aren't here within half an hour, you'll be replaced. The Evan threw the petition at the Elwyn, feeling furious. There were only a few people surnamed Flynn in the capital city, none of whom were particularly talented or distinguished. This girl was truly acting recklessly. Upon hearing that her father summoned her and Flynn Gongzi, Cameron was thrown into panic. She hurriedly arranged for a carriage to wait at the palace gate. Only after half an hour did Flynn Gongzi finally arrive. Flynn Gongzi, I didn't expect that our relationship would cause such a commotion, the princess warned anxiously. When we see father in the palace, you must be extremely cautious, understood? She spoke quickly as they walked, stressing the importance to Lionel, who remained silent. Flynn Gongzi, this matter is serious, she insisted. Dechi is the leader of the Seven Kingdoms, and my father is ruthless. Today, if he approves of you, you will enjoy endless wealth and honor. But if you offend him, there won't be a safe place for you, no matter where you go. Cameron frowned, filled with worry. Although she was beloved, she couldn't afford to act rashly this time. Otherwise, it might provoke her father's displeasure, which could harm others. If it were anyone else, she might have dismissed it. But this man before her was someone she had developed feelings for. She couldn't let him suffer any harm. Is the Ford truly so powerful? Lionel asked, surprised, examining the princess. If this was true, why hadn't he, as the seventh prince, been able to deal with his father back then? Why had things dragged on until now? It seemed the princess still lacked understanding of her own father. Of course. On the execution grounds, there was a man named Ellis, who apparently offended my father and ended up like this. Moreover, my father plans to target Ellis's son far away in Hildred dynasty. The Hildred dynasty will soon become ruins. Cameron expressed some pride. Her father was undoubtedly excellent and doted on her. Under his rule, the chief flourished. Apart from marrying a low-born woman and producing a villainous fifth brother, there were no other flaws. This matter can't be simple, Lionel responded cautiously. I heard that the Hildred dynasty repelled the De Yin dynasty's 10,000 armor troops. One should always be prepared. Lionel suppressed his anger, forcing a look of surprise and admiration for show. You don't need to worry, Flynn Gongzi, Cameron reassured him. Compared to Dechi, De Yin is like comparing heaven to earth. That's why Dechi has remained the dominant kingdom for so many years. Cameron shook her head, smiling. Seeing the man before her, she felt increasingly delighted. Knowing he could read the situation put her mind at ease. Lionel held back his frustration. It wouldn't do to cause trouble now. I will make sure to be careful, he promised the princess. In the Imperial Study, your humble servant pays respects to Gray. Long live the Evan. 10,000 years. Your servant pays respect to your majesty. Long live the Evan. 10,000 years. The two bowed deeply to the man seated in the main chair. For a long while, the Evan didn't speak, leaving them kneeling. Cameron glanced sideways at her father, noting his unusually dark expression. Clearly, he was very upset. The Evan's eyes studied Lionel intently, frowning. You may rise. Cameron breathed a sigh of relief, standing respectfully without moving. Yusef's one, do you know why I summoned you today? The Evan asked solemnly. His daughter's large, dark eyes had somehow failed to see through this playful youth. Other than a handsome face, there was little else commendable about him. I've made a mistake. Please punish me, father. This is all my fault and has nothing to do with Flynn Gongzi, Cameron pleaded, kneeling with red-rimmed eyes. She hoped to win over her father with a display of weakness. Unexpectedly, the Evan grew even angrier. Very well. Tell me, where are you really from? The old Ford's face turned almost green with fury. He never imagined his cherished daughter would begin turning against him for the sake of this useless man. Cameron realized her plea came too soon. In response to your majesty, I am merely a wandering poet with a comfortable home. By chance, I earned the county princess's favor. Nothing more, Lionel replied calmly, meeting the Ford's gaze without flinching. Cameron relaxed, satisfied with Flynn Gongzi's performance. Since these were only rumors, her father shouldn't be too angry. Father, I can vouch for Flynn Gongzi. He is indeed a wandering poet, she offered hastily. Recently, the Qi had tightened security significantly. The Evan shot her a warning glance, indicating she should remain silent. He coldly regarded Lionel. Your background has already been investigated by my men. This is your last chance. Tell me who you really are. Chapter 224. I want the purple sound treasure box. He's just a traveling poet. Lionel replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Looking at this Ford, he is indeed comparable to the Evan of Dezhou. His distrust runs deep. Even if he now glares at me with deathly eyes, I am not the least bit flustered. Remember, a competent assassin is not just adept at killing. They excel at disguises. Not only has my appearance been altered, but even details like my ancestry have been changed. I am now a traveling poet surnamed Flynn. In the capital, I'm merely the young master of a small tea house. That's all. No matter how thoroughly this person investigates me, they will find no trace. The old Ford squinted and scrutinized the man before him. He was searching for any inconsistency in his words. His piercing gaze locked onto Lionel for a long time. Finally, Father, what's wrong? Cameron couldn't help but feel puzzled by her father's behavior. All this was due to that man surnamed Hildred. If not for him, Father wouldn't be so suspicious all day. To appear with a new face like this, it's nothing. The old Ford realized that there was nothing out of the ordinary about Lionel, and thus ceased further investigation. Perhaps it was all due to his excessive paranoia. The rumors between you two have caused quite a stir among the people. Now it severely affects the dignity of the Son of Heaven. What explanation do you have? The old Ford looked at his beloved daughter. He had no idea what level their relationship had reached. According to reports, they had only known each other for less than half a month. How could they have made such a big commotion? In the future, if princes from other countries seek marriage, misunderstandings are inevitable. Father, those are all baseless rumors. Master Flynn is indeed a rare talent, skilled in painting and poetry, which I find deeply interesting. As we grew familiar, things got a bit close. The hype must have been orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. Cameron subtly conveyed her thoughts. Though she held the title of princess, she could not decide her own marriage. She knew clearly that despite being doted on, if she became too presumptuous, it would backfire. Though she admires Master Flynn, now isn't the time. Who would be so bored as to fabricate such lies about you? The Ford suddenly remembered something and stopped himself mid-sentence. Without doubt, if someone was behind this, it would be the one who doesn't get along with his precious daughter. Now, with outsiders present in the imperial study, it's best not to air family grievances. Fine, since it's all nonsense, let it go. As a princess, your every word and action are watched by countless eyes. In the future, be more compliant and don't give them reasons to gossip. The old Ford felt somewhat helpless, but also relieved. At this moment, she did not create a scene or beg him for a forced marriage. This was why over the years, he had exclusively favored this beloved daughter. Her actions were measured and elegant, making her stand out among all his children. What about the sword at your waist? The old Ford looked at the sword hanging from Lionel's waist. This made him suspicious, primarily because of the aura, too similar. But the expression on his face was entirely different. Ron had an imposing and grand demeanor, while this person seemed more scholarly. In response to father, this sword was won by fifth brother during he could forge an even more powerful treasure for his father. Tell me, what do you want? The Great Xia Ford took the sword and inspected it. Looking at the sword, his anger surged. Ron was called the god of death on the battlefield. Now, with his limbs crippled, it would be interesting to see if he can still live. This sword is the perfect tool for humiliation. Thanks to your majesty's reminder, I recalled a certain treasure. There's a legend in the Great Xia territory about an extraordinary item, called the Purple Sound Treasure Box. Lionel said earnestly, ignoring the other's expressions. Since he couldn't approach the princess directly, this was the best opportunity now. That's correct. The Great Xia does indeed possess such a treasure. The old Ford narrowed his eyes, surprised that this young man knew so much. But he had no idea what Lionel was about to say next would shock him immensely. Within this box, it is rumored there exists unforgettable musical scores. As a humble traveling poet, I also have some expertise in music. I wish to experience the music within the Purple Sound Treasure Box. Lionel observed the changes in their expressions with sidelong glances. That was one reason he wore the sword today, not just for self-defense, but for another purpose. All I want is this treasure box. Please fulfill my request, your majesty. Lionel bowed respectfully, filled with genuine anticipation. Cameron stiffened, watching Lionel beside her, feeling unsettled. She wasn't clear what this treasure box was. Although it didn't seem intentional, her father might not see it that way. Seeing his darkening expression, her heart sank. Chapter 225. The melody of Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Who told you about the Zine treasure box? The Evan of Dezhou had a faint look of anger on his face. He stared at the person in front of him, feeling as though he were surrounded by an inexplicable mist that obscured everything. But deep down, He felt this matter was not as simple as it seemed. This is something I overheard while traveling outside, replied Lionel. Otherwise, I would not have known that Chi possessed such a treasure. Moreover, I also hope to further hone my skills. Lionel's face was filled with puzzlement. He sensed that the person before him was getting increasingly agitated. Clearly, the victory won through dishonorable means couldn't be revealed. Cameron was both shocked and disappointed. Shocked because he actually excelled in music. Disappointed because such a good opportunity for two souls, so well matched to connect, had slipped away. She reached out and tugged lightly at Lionel's sleeve, giving him a meaningful look. But Lionel's expression only grew more puzzled, as if he didn't understand her intent at all. You know music? The Ford eyed Lionel closely, a bold guess forming in his mind. Could this person possibly be? Yes. Lionel replied calmly. While traveling, I met many who were experts in various arts, so naturally, I learned a bit through observation. Lionel looked completely unperturbed, even showing a hint of nostalgia for his travels. If so, why not show us your skills? The Ford's tone was neutral, making it hard to tell whether he was angry or calm. To find out if Lionel was pretending, a test was necessary. Lionel neither responded nor moved. Cameron was growing anxious. How could he remain so indifferent? What? Don't pretend you can when you can't. That's treason. Guard. The Ford's face turned cold, and he shouted towards the door. The doors creaked open, and two men in gray armor entered. Before the Ford could speak, Lionel interrupted. Sire, must you rush to judgment? Lionel continued. This study is where you review memorials. When I entered, I observed there were no instruments here. You are asking too much of me without resources. Lionel spoke with poise and reason, leaving no room for argument. Cameron sighed in relief. It made sense. What instrument do you need? The Ford asked, realizing he could not be seen bullying a powerless commoner. Pipa, Lionel answered, surprising Cameron again. The pipa was typically a woman's instrument, yet Lionel seemed unconventional. Noticing the hesitation in her father's eyes, she felt a spark of joy. Her chosen man truly stood out. Soon, two guards brought in a pipa. Lionel took it, adjusted the strings, sat upright, and began playing. The melody started with thunderous notes, like waves crashing against cliffs, rocks breaking under pressure. Then, like the mighty yellow river pouring from the heavens, it alternated between slow and fast tempos, each note stirring emotions. Gradually, low tones interspersed with sharp, vibrant sounds, creating a complex yet harmonious rhythm. It was like a cascade of spring water followed by a riot of blossoms and birdsong. The entire piece exuded righteousness, freedom, grandeur, and seclusion. Cameron was captivated by the bold and majestic melody. Had they not been in the presence of her father, she might have danced along. When the melody ended, its echoes lingered in the air. For a long time, there was silence in the study. The Ford closed his eyes, lost in the music. Cameron smiled warmly at Lionel, amazed at his versatility. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. The Ford finally opened his eyes. This was the most beautiful piece he had ever heard. Cameron's smile widened. The Ford's praise was rare. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lionel bowed respectfully. Now the Ford probably wouldn't have anything else to say. But I cannot give you the Xia treasure box. Go home and think carefully what you really want. When you've decided, return to the palace. Leave now. The Ford yawned, appearing tired. He gave the dismissal without looking up. I take my leave, sire. Cameron added, I, too, take my leave, father. Lionel knew the Ford wouldn't give in easily, but he would try another approach. As they left the study and walked back, Cameron said, Yusef Flynn, I never knew you had such talent. What was that piece? Why haven't I heard it before? Cameron became increasingly curious. Musical pieces across the 7 states were similar, and she was skilled in many top-tier compositions. Yet today's melody was different, sometimes lively, sometimes fierce. Smiling, proud wanderer, a piece I picked up during my travels. I hope I didn't embarrass myself. Cameron glanced around warily. We shouldn't talk here. Let's go outside. Once they were beyond the palace gates, Cameron relaxed. Yusef Flynn, you were lucky today. If you couldn't play, you might have been killed. Looking at Lionel, she felt he wasn't a bad person. Why do you say that? Didn't the Ford propose changing the prize? I simply mentioned another treasure following his lead. What's wrong with that? Cameron sighed. You shouldn't have mentioned the Xia treasure box. It's indeed Chi's treasure, but it's also a taboo subject. Chapter 226. Wanna know? Then marry this Yusef's. Oh, so that's it. But there's no blame where there's no intent. I didn't mean anything by it. I've been away for so long. I've forgotten many of the rules in Chi. Lionel acted as if he just realized this, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, pretending like he knew nothing about all this. Looking at Roberta, a tinge of regret appeared in his eyes. Don't worry. I'll explain this situation to you. This purple sound treasure box is involved in a massive secret. Do you want to know what it is? Roberta gazed at Lionel with a mysterious look, eagerly awaiting his response. The man before her nodded seriously. Here's my condition. If you agree to it, I'll tell you the massive secret. Seeing Lionel interested, Roberta hurried on. Just tell your majesty when you return that you don't want any treasure, but instead wish to marry this princess. Then I will tell you everything about the purple sound treasure box. Roberta stared intently, her almond eyes widened with seriousness. After speaking these words, her face turned abruptly red. She couldn't understand why she was acting so boldly today. Lionel also looked shocked, barely believing what he saw. Immediately, he felt that this task given by the saint woman wasn't as simple as he thought. It was one thing to sacrifice time, but did he now have to sacrifice his reputation? Romance requires mutual affection. If we were to marry over this matter, we'd inevitably grow to despise each other. I hope that marriage happens only if both parties are willing. Lionel gazed deeply into Roberta's eyes, his voice low and gravelly. A gentle breeze tousled his side-swept bangs. He reached out to tidy up her disheveled hair. This gesture stirred Roberta's heart. Perhaps his silence earlier in the palace had been because he hadn't known her feelings yet. She could feel her heartbeat accelerate. Beckett is right. If a relationship isn't based on mutual affection, it would be no different from marrying for duty. So let us leave things as they come. Roberta looked lovingly at Lionel. Beneath the sun, his handsome face was etched into her memory. I still have some matters to attend to at the tea house, so I must take my leave. Lionel nodded, turning to board his carriage. Roberta was still lost in the pleasure of him tidying her hair when reality struck. His carriage was already far away. His arrival had been fleeting, like a gust of wind. As he prepared to board his carriage, an eunuch rushed towards him. Yusef's wait. The eunuch yelled while running towards the carriage, breathing heavily. Your Majesty made me search high and low for you. If I failed to find you, the Ford would surely punish me. Sheldon wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting heavily. What happened? Please calm down, Sheldon, and speak slowly, Roberta said, feeling puzzled. Lee was a favorite of the Evan. Why come out now? The Evan asks for you at the study. Sheldon panted. Hildred's eyes flickered across Roberta's face. The Evan had said he was tired just moments ago. Why summon her alone now that Beckett was gone? Before she could think further, Sheldon urged her along. They entered the study together. Your son. Before she could bow, the Evan pulled her to sit beside him on a chair. Daughter, father can see that you view this man differently. But protected by the imperial family, you're inexperienced in the ways of the world. You don't know how deep the waters of this martial arts realm run. This man is not someone you should entrust your life to. The old Evan spoke with heartfelt concern, pity evident in his eyes. Holding her hand gently, he tapped it lightly, his usual imperial severity replaced by a worried father's tenderness. Father, why do you say such things? You've only seen him once. Don't belittle yourself. Isn't this what you taught me? Roberta looked at the Evan with confusion, withdrawing her hand unhappily. No wonder he called her here privately. It was about this. And haven't you only known him for less than half a month? Father, after all the years you spent raising me, you're already upset with me for his sake? The Duchy, Evan frowned, unable to manage his precious daughter, who had been spoiled since childhood. I didn't, father. Blushing under her father's gaze, she admitted it reluctantly. Seeing her reaction, the old Evan sighed, reminding her, daughter, stay away from him. Do not reveal even a hint about the Purple Sound treasure box. The Evan revealed his true intentions after laying the groundwork, fearing she might betray the information despite her promises. Father, what are you saying? Beckett is certainly not that kind of person. Can you stop assuming everyone has designs on Duchy? Roberta's heart pounded. She hadn't expected her father to be like this. Her voice grew louder. The study fell silent as they stared at each other, neither willing to yield. Hildreddenly. Slap, resounded. Enraged, the Evan slapped Roberta. Look at you. Where's the princess dignity? I hereby forbid any further contact between you two. Guards, send the princess back to her residence for a month's reflection. Place an army detachment around her. She cannot go anywhere. The Evan's eyes grew colder. He detested disobedient children. Roberta looked at her estranged father in disbelief. He had hit her? For the first time in her life. Daring to stand up, guards immediately surrounded her, following wherever she went. Seeing her heartless father and thinking of the wonderful music, she made a bold decision. She would defy her father. She would marry Lionel. Chapter 227. Those with intent need no teaching. At the repayment tea house, Lionel rushed straight to a private room on the second floor as soon as he entered the tea house. The Anika looked at Lionel's dark face, puzzled by his demeanor. Handsome brother, what's wrong with you? Didn't someone slam the door in your face today? As soon as she spoke, she realized something seemed off. Lionel had been summoned by the Evan of Duchy today. Could it be that the Evan made things difficult for him because of their issues? At this thought, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. You still have the nerve to ask. What exactly did you hide about the Purple Melody treasure box? Lionel plopped down onto a chair, lifting the teacup and gulping its contents in one go. After hours of talking in the imperial study, he finally managed to escape. His father still needed rescuing. Once these troubles were over, he would take it easy. There's nothing to hide. I've told everything there is to tell. The Anika was taken aback by the question, unsure of what to say while looking at Lionel's agitated appearance. And you're still denying it. In the imperial study today, I almost lost my life. What a cunning old fox this Duchy Evan is. Lionel couldn't stop feeling how absurd the day had been. But then again, who could blame him? He'd done so many morally questionable things. Feeling somewhat guilty was only natural. Seeing his reaction, the Anika began recalling carefully. After much deliberation, she looked at Lionel apologetically. There really is something I forgot. 20 years ago, Anika defected from Deflin. The reason remains unknown to this day. She fled with Deflin's treasure, the Purple Melody treasure box, to Duchy and disappeared without a trace. A hint of confusion appeared on her face as she continued. Anika's status is akin to royalty, enjoying endless wealth and glory. However, they live a precarious life on the edge of danger. One wrong move, and they'll fall into an abyss from which there's no return. Yet, they have no choice because they are chosen ones designated by the Deflin imperial family. Hildred's a crafty old fox. But even Anikas are inexperienced in worldly matters, like you. Next time someone sweet-talks you, you'll follow them like a dog wagging its tail. Hearing this, Lionel understood why the Ford had been so nervous. That Anika was likely deceived and lured away by the Ford. Now, he just didn't want past indiscretions revealed. The Anika glared at Lionel, seemingly expressing her displeasure. If anyone dares to deceive me, I'll cut them down. She unsheathed her sword, her face full of anger. All right. Seeing the Anika serious, Lionel stopped teasing her. He gently pressed her hand, putting the sword back into its scabbard. Next time, if there's anything, you must tell me everything. Otherwise, you might put me in danger like today. If I'm gone, Flynn won't get the purple melody treasure box, and they'll be hated by the Peggy. Lionel looked at the Anika seriously. Her behavior today had indeed surprised him. Mentioning marriage out of nowhere. That was too bold. How did it go? After all the trouble you went through, didn't the princess console you? With your silver tongue, haven't you already found out where the purple melody treasure box is? The Anika's face was filled with anticipation as she sat across from Lionel. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was true. Lionel was very charming to everyone, regardless of age or gender. With his skills, winning over the Peggy wouldn't be hard. Everything went smoothly, but not as exaggerated as you think. I'm quite capable, but this princess isn't as naive as you. But following this pace, it should work out. Lionel casually picked up a grape, biting into it lightly, and the skin split open. Hildrecking it in, the juicy flesh slipped into his mouth, tasting both sour and sweet, quite delightful. Your Highness, if you keep calling me stupid, I'll get mad. Elaborate. The Anika frowned. Why did Lionel always tease her? Did it make him feel better to insult her? However, what intrigued her more was the current relationship between him and the Peggy. Let's see you get mad. Lionel's piercing gaze instilled a slight fear in the Anika. Threatening him? He wasn't some nobody. This task couldn't be accomplished without him. Well, I just said it casually. Who would make fun of themselves? Good Your Highness, please don't be angry. Tell us what happened. The Anika came beside Lionel, shaking his arm with a coquettish tone. Her sweet face and pleading voice were very pleasing. All right, stop shaking. You're making me dizzy. Watch and see. Within 5 days, the Peggy will come to find me. By then, the matter of the purple melody treasure box will be settled. Lionel held up 5 fingers confidently. The Anika felt uneasy watching this scene but smiled, not wanting to upset him. Every day after that, the Anika would stand by the window, watching the bustling streets below from morning till night. Until the 5th day, she still hadn't seen the person she wanted to see. Your Highness, aren't you being overly confident? It's said that the Peggy has been confined by the fort. The entire princess mansion is heavily guarded. Not even a fly can enter. The Anika sighed. It seemed Lionel hadn't won the fort's favor. Why the rush? Those with intent need no teaching. Lionel remained calm, crossing his hands behind his neck, leaning back in the armchair, relaxed and composed. Meanwhile, the Anika was anxious, pacing restlessly. In the afternoon, a heavily wrapped guest arrived at the repayment tea house, quickly grabbing the waiter's hand. Where's your young master? Tell him, the princess requests an audience. Nola glanced around cautiously, her eyes darting nervously. Without hesitation, the waiter went upstairs to the private room. The Anika was dumbfounded when she heard this, realizing it was indeed true. Frasers had actually come. Please come up. She hurriedly instructed the waiter. Moments later, a strangely dressed woman walked up. The Anika immediately recognized her as the Peggy. To see Lionel, she defied the Ford's orders and left the palace without permission. Before the Anika could think further, the princess spoke. Lionel, let's get married. Chapter 228. Perhaps we should seek peace. On the other side, 30 miles outside of Great Yan's capital city. Atli, take a rest. You've been pushing like you're possessed this whole journey without any regard for yourself. Azriel held DeAndre back, wanting to prevent him from rushing. Seeing the fatigue on the faces of the soldiers behind them, yet not one of them complained or showed signs of weariness. They were all fighting with bloodshot eyes. No, it's already been 2 months. We don't know how much our majesty has suffered in Great Xia. As the strongest force of the Hildred dynasty, we must capture the Great Yin dynasty as soon as possible. Directly enter Great Xia and rescue Gray. DeAndre's voice was hoarse, resembling a wild beast roaring on an open plain. His powerful voice echoed around. Yes, we must capture Great Yin and go to rescue Gray. Cannot let Gray suffer in Great Xia. Humiliate our Hildred dynasty, death. Rescue Gray. Capture Great Yin. The soldiers waved their flags and shouted loudly, like a grand symphony echoing through the air. Azriel stood dumbfounded at the scene. Atli Ian, I understand your feelings. If these soldiers are overworked now, how will they handle Great Xia after breaking Great Yin? Within these 2 months, we have annihilated 800,000 troops of Great Yin and captured 7 cities. Now we're only 30 miles away from Great Yan's capital, which can be recorded in history. Azriel's face was filled with excitement, never expecting to witness such a scene in his lifetime. The strength of the Great Yin dynasty could not be underestimated, but faced with the unstoppable army of the Hildred dynasty, they had no ability to fight back. Undoubtedly, Lionel and DeAndre were excellent military leaders. Indeed, tigers do not sire dogs. Still too slow. All soldiers, halt and rest here. No unauthorized departures. Following DeAndre's order, the soldiers' tense nerves finally relaxed. Looking at the tightly shut gates of Great Yin, he felt a surge of hope. Pulling out dry rations from his pocket, he took a bite. Our time is limited. We must capture the Great Yin capital within 7 days. Take them by surprise, leaving them no chance to make mischief. How dare they ally with Carlo to target the Hildred family? They are truly tired of living. DeAndre couldn't deny that this battle gave him unprecedented relief. But now he thought more about minimizing losses. Compared to Great Xia, Great Yin was far behind. We can utilize the engineering core, emulating Rufus. Dig a tunnel from outside the city and blow up the capital gate. Azriel understood DeAndre's thoughts and voiced his ideas. Time was indeed running short. Agreed, please help us, Sir Jiang. DeAndre genuinely admired Azriel, a frail scholar who feared neither hardship nor fatigue, never once complaining, following the army throughout the journey. Inside the Great Yin capital city, in the imperial court. Report. Your Majesty, the Hildred dynasty's army has reached 30 miles outside the capital. Please provide instructions. The commander of the Billis, Drells, felt a surge of panic. Atlas knew they couldn't win, and scholars knew logic wouldn't work against brute force. An atmosphere of dread enveloped the court. Everyone kneeled, transferring pressure to the Ford. The Ford felt weak in the knees, slumping into his throne. Was he about to hand over the magnificent land? How many troops does our great yin have left? He asked the commander of the Bilis. Your Majesty, we have 150,000 Bilis, 200,000 city defense troops. Ministers sighed in relief. Perhaps they could fight a desperate battle. How many does the Hildred dynasty have? 500,000. Silence fell over the court. All remaining hope vanished. 350,000 against an invincible force? The Ford's expression changed, deep in thought. Seeing the fear on ministers' faces, he understood their thoughts. Gentlemen, what do you think? This time, should our great yin fight or not? Ministers exchanged looks. Either way, it was death. Hildredrender would mean exile. Defeat meant the same end. Your Majesty, our forces are vastly outnumbered. Moreover, Great Yin initiated this conflict. If the steward stopped, knowing his words bordered on treason. Do you mean Great Yin is bound to lose? The Ford wasn't convinced. Trained troops should stand up when needed. Ministers nodded silently. After deep thought, the Elwyn dynasty is willing to cede 3 cities and annually pay 10,000 taels of gold in tribute to the Hildred dynasty. Not only that, our crown princess can marry the Atli as his wife. We beseech you to withdraw your troops. The Gaylord didn't beat around the bush. With the enemy already at their doorstep, negotiating terms seemed futile. Just this? I thought the Great Yin would show more sincerity since the Atli has advanced this far. It seems the Great Yin hasn't realized the gravity of the situation yet. DeAndre frowned, his expression turning unpleasant. He squinted, scrutinizing the man before him. Indeed, the Gaylord was adorned in luxurious silk and priceless accessories, a testament to Great Yan's wealth. Unfortunately, compared to the Hildred dynasty, it fell short. These weren't what the Hildred dynasty desired. Tell me, what does the Atli want? As long as it's reasonable, the Great Yin dynasty can make it happen. Caught off guard, the Gaylord quickly regained composure. Inside, he was panicking, but he couldn't falter. The Evan awaited his reply. Simple. I demand that the Great Yin becomes a vassal state of the Hildred dynasty. From now on, whatever Hildred dynasty commands, Great Yin must obey without question. If you agree to this condition, I will immediately withdraw my troops. DeAndre spoke sternly, staring intently at the man before him. Securing Great Yan's allegiance would expedite the campaign against the Qi dynasty, the fastest way to neutralize this threat. The Gaylord's complexion changed drastically. Fear surged within him. Atli, this is quite a heavy burden to bear. DeAndre raised an eyebrow, drawing his sword, flashing forward. The blade stopped mere inches from the Gaylord's throat. Is it harder than securing the safety of the Great Yin? His tone brooked no refusal. The Gaylord's legs gave way, but he dared not move. Any motion could lead to a severed throat. Either become a vassal or face annihilation. Had it not been for Hildred dynasty's strict rule against harming envoys, this sword would have already ended your life. Out! DeAndre shoved the Gaylord hard, ejecting him from the tent. The Gaylord stumbled outside, collapsing onto the ground, surrounded by hostile eyes. Hastily, he crawled away. Lord Jiang, prepare accordingly. The Great Yin might make one final desperate attempt. DeAndre returned to his seat, sheathing his sword. He felt the Great Yin was acting absurdly, still trying to negotiate after being backed into a corner. No problem. Azrael nodded. Meanwhile, Lionel followed Cameron to her residence, discovering the heavy military presence had retreated. Unbeknownst to him, the princess had employed some means. Upon arriving at the inner chambers of Donghua, he found it bathed in red. Entering the princess's boudoir revealed a festive atmosphere. 2 trays held red wedding garments. How are they? Beautiful, aren't they? Cameron smiled expectantly. She had meticulously prepared these items, seeking the finest tailor in the capital. Your Highness certainly prepares thoroughly. But the Evan has yet to consent. Knowing this might bring blame, Lionel felt immense pressure. This princess was unpredictable. Now refusing seemed impossible. As long as Beckett agrees, defying my father's orders doesn't matter. Beckett, do you agree? Her almond eyes fixed on Lionel, waiting for his response. Yet, no answer came. Sitting down leisurely, she poured 2 cups of tea. After our wedding night, I'll show you the Zine treasure box. It's in my possession. Lionel was taken aback. Wedding night? They weren't even married yet. This woman was fierce. Your Highness, without matchmakers or parental approval, this will never end well. Moreover, marrying you isn't about the treasure box. He hastily refused. Sacrificing himself for a relic wasn't worth it. Besides, everyone knew how much the Qi Evan despised the Hildred family. Executing his beloved daughter here would mean endless trouble for the Hildred clan. Really not? Cameron asked abruptly, suspicion etched on her face as she approached Lionel step by step. Certainly. Lionel answered while backing away. A sense of unease crept over him. This woman wasn't as simple as she appeared. Something was off. Hildreddenly, his calf hit something, causing him to sit abruptly, realizing they were near the bed. Why did he feel like he was about to be executed on the spot? She touched his face gently. There's no need to continue pretending. I've known your true identity all along. You're not Beckett, nor the young master of the Yuan Inn. You're Lionel, son of Ellis. Chapter 230, The Story of Cameron. Have you already figured everything out? Although Lionel was surprised inside, his expression remained calm. He felt more curious than shocked. Cameron stood up, sat on the bed, and gazed at the celebratory decorations in the room before nodding. From the first moment I saw you, I guessed it. Lionel froze, slowly rising to sit beside her. He recalled their first meeting and what she said then. How she seemed to have deep-rooted hatred for the Hildred family yet acted differently now. Why? Since you knew all along, why didn't you expose me? Why did you still defend me in front of Evan Chi? Why did you keep seeking me out? And now? Lionel fired a series of questions, reflecting his genuine confusion. Evan Dechi's hatred for the Hildred family had reached its peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such drastic measures after so long. Now, he intended not to spare even Lionel. Turning his head, he noticed that Cameron was watching him intently. She reached out, tearing off part of a mask, revealing Lionel's original appearance. Indeed, as the rumors say, Lionel is not only extraordinarily gifted but also strikingly handsome. This face is far more beautiful than your disguised one. Cameron appeared captivated by this real Lionel, the gentleman she had always been searching for. Just as she was about to touch his face, he pulled away. You haven't answered my question yet. Lionel frowned, wondering if she was only interested in his physical appearance. After all, there was immense hatred between their father's generations. Now that his father was being tortured by Evan Dechi, Lionel couldn't forgive the Ford easily. Inviting a wolf into the house despite knowing it, truly, that's the resentment of our parents. What does it have to do with us? As long as we feel affection for each other, a strong alliance isn't bad, right? Cameron seemed indifferent, staring at the wedding attire as she spoke, her eyes gradually turning red. Lionel found her sudden emotional state hard to respond comfortingly. He hadn't expected such a story behind the seemingly radiant princess. Leaning against his warmth, Cameron suddenly realized something. Perhaps her mother had also been lured by similar honeyed words from her father. Lionel, now that I've shared my secret with you, I know yours too. Now we're even. Once we consummate our marriage, I can give you the Purple Sound treasure box and offer strategic advice to ensure Ron's safe rescue. Sitting up straight, Cameron earnestly looked at Lionel, undoing the sash around her waist, allowing her dress to slide down her shoulder, exposing alabaster skin. She embraced Lionel, pressing herself against him. Confused by her fervor for consummating the marriage, Lionel frowned. Being hated by the Duchy Ford, if his beloved daughter became intimately involved with him, it would be hard to accept for anyone. However, revenge alone wasn't worth this. Why are you doing this? There's no need to compromise yourself. Before Lionel could fully comprehend, he felt his own sash loosened, followed by a pair of icy hands on his chest. Hildreddenly, Cameron pushed him onto the bed, removing piece by piece her clothing until only a silk bodice remained. As she undid his garments, seeing his muscular chest caused her cheeks to flush. Not a burden, she whispered shyly. Her eyes held no reluctance but anticipation. She kissed him, admitting silently that seeing Lionel's clear gaze had moved her heart deeply. Though she wanted some form of retribution against her father, it was more about her own willing choice. Lionel's throat tightened as her breath heated his neck. Rolling over, he pinned her beneath him. Have you thought it through? Once you belong to me, you can never involve yourself with another. And you will always be mine. His hoarse voice echoed in her ear, making her shiver as if electrified, the world growing hazy. Thought it through, she nodded softly. Lionel tugged off her last piece of clothing, admiring her beauty, a surge of desire rising within him. Together they embarked on an intimate journey. Chapter 231. Your move, Your Highness. That Flynn kid is definitely not as simple as he appears. Have you found anything in all this time? Thornton frowned anxiously at his advisor by his side. Rumors about Yusef's Magnolia and Lionel had been flying around the capital for some time now. Yet, after being summoned by the Evan, they both returned unharmed. Your Highness, we indeed found nothing unusual or any useful information during this period, replied the advisor. But the bodies of the assassins sent earlier haven't even been located. The advisor's expression revealed his panic and unease. It was becoming evident that this situation was more complex than they initially imagined. He was deep in thought, his eyes flickering with cunning. Thornton's eyes narrowed into slits upon hearing this. What about the people we assigned to monitor the princess's residence? Thornton reflected on how fortunate it was that he had kept a backup plan, not placing all his focus solely on Flynn. Since Gray met with Yusef's Magnolia, she has been confined within the mansion. Our informants haven't reported back yet, and we can no longer contact them. The advisor lowered his head further, sensing a terrifying aura filling the room. As expected, something unexpected was about to happen. Indeed, before he could react, a firm kick landed on his buttocks. You're incompetent if you can't handle such a simple task. What can I possibly rely on you for in the future? Thornton grew angrier, staring at the fallen advisor with disdain in his eyes. With each assassin's disappearance, Thornton became increasingly convinced that Flynn was far from ordinary. Come, let's pay a visit to the princess's residence. Thornton grabbed his sword and dashed out, leaving the advisor scrambling to follow, choosing several strong men along the way. The citizens avoided them, seeing the rage on Thornton's face and the menacing expressions of his escorts. Stopping near the execution ground, Thornton noticed something off about Ron. With a sense of caution, he approached with the group. Your Highness, be careful. Ron is like a mad dog, having killed a general here recently, the advisor warned, signaling one of the men. The man cautiously approached Ron, nudging him slightly with his foot. Finding no response, he dared to roll him over. Ron appeared lifeless. After checking his breath, the man retreated in fear. Your Highness, he's dead. The news struck a chord, prompting Thornton to inspect the body himself. Confirming the death, he shouted for a carriage, knowing how much his father valued this man. If anything happened to him, peace might never come again to Dechi. In the Imperial study, the Yusef, are you quarreling with your sister again? The Evan smirked, finding it amusing that the prince had sought him out. Though the Evan loved Yusef's Magnolia dearly, he was displeased that their squabbles now involved royal dignity. Father, Ron is dead? Startled, the Evan slammed his fist on the desk, livid. The atmosphere in the study turned grave. Ron is... Before Thornton could repeat, a flash of cold steel appeared. The Evan drew his sword and stormed out. Finally, there was an opportunity to torment Ron, but he was gone too soon. It was too merciful. The Evan wanted to witness the downfall of his hard-won kingdom through his own son's hands. Thornton hurriedly followed, trembling. Eunuchs and servants scattered as the enraged Evan headed towards the Imperial Hospital. Doctors, prostrate yourselves before Gray. Seeing the Evans' displeasure, the physicians were terrified. Without warning, one was decapitated. Fear gripped everyone, as the Evan ordered them to the execution ground. If you fail to revive Ron, every single doctor here will share his fate. A physician lagged behind, and was swiftly kicked away. As the doctors left, corpses remained. Witnessing this, Thornton felt chills. Fortunately, he had kept a distance. Otherwise, he might have suffered too. He wondered about the history between Ron and his father, and why his father harbored such resentment against the Hildred family. What had led to this massacre? Unbeknownst to them, near the execution ground, the innocent-looking holy maiden stood watching Ron's body calmly, without a trace of sorrow. Sighing deeply, she murmured, "The rest is up to you, your highness." Chapter 232. Today, you won't leave. The next day, Cameron looked at the handsome profile of the man beside her and reached out to caress his face. Thinking about their passionate night, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Even now, she felt a lingering ache. She kissed Perry's cheek and then got dressed and left. 15 minutes later, Perry woke up as well. He hadn't expected Cameron to be so vigorous. After all the exertion, he was indeed quite tired. Looking at the empty bed, he got up and started dressing himself. At that moment, Cameron came in with several maids carrying breakfast. "Hungry, aren't you?" She gazed at Perry flirtatiously, dismissing the other maids and sitting next to him. Seeing goji berries in the soup, Perry felt insulted but held it in. "Now." Before he could finish, Cameron kissed him. "Food is not for talking, nor sleep for chatting. Once you finish your breakfast, I will keep my promise. But before that, you need to disguise yourself. Otherwise, you won't leave unscathed." Looking at Perry's charming face, she found herself even more entranced. The two ate breakfast in silence. Perry put on the human skin mask from the previous day. Only then did Cameron take him to the Eastern Garden. Compared to the Western Garden's grandeur, this place was utterly different. Weeds grew rampant, almost reaching waist height. This used to be Kira's favorite spot. After she passed, I never came back here, Cameron said with a bitter smile, recalling the memories with her mother. Perry was startled. He hadn't expected Evan Dazhao to be such a scoundrel, luring someone back only to give her no title or palace. No wonder Cameron harbored resentment. They approached a rockery with two small stone lions guarding the entrance. Cameron pressed both lions' eyes, causing the rockery to move, revealing a passage. Descending the stairs, Perry saw it was habitable, though simpler than expected. Upon size is acceptable, being alone is too lonely. Cameron showed a purity akin to saintly maiden. She approached the stone coffin and pushed it aside effortlessly, causing it to shatter into pieces. Perry watched in amazement, surprised by her strength. However, he admired her pragmatism. Next to Cameron, he saw the legendary purple sound treasure box. It didn't seem special, except for its peculiar symbols. Trying to open it proved futile. Hildreddenly, Cameron held the box protectively. The secret of the purple sound treasure box is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. No one else should know. Otherwise, it will spark wars. People have suffered enough. Perry, watching her adorable expression, couldn't help but think of saintly maiden. Clearly, the House of Flynn passed down not just martial arts but also this endearing innocence. Don't worry, I have a plan. But carrying it openly might draw attention. Seeing the treasure box, Perry was apprehensive. Carrying it boldly could invite assassination before they reached the inn. Don't fret. Use a food box once we're outside, and I'll escort you back safely, Cameron teased, thinking him sometimes too simple. Laughing, they walked toward the exit. Just then, they saw people gathered around. Little sister, it's not proper for an elder brother to say this, but what is so special about this man? You Vibrants know who he is? As for the decree, I do indeed have one. Today, he stays here for sure. Thornton's smile vanished, his expression growing stern as he pulled out an imperial decree from his robes and tossed it to Cameron. Opening the decree, Chiwen was stunned by its contents. Immediately, self-reproach welled up inside her. Her impulsive actions had put both of them in this precarious situation, reaching the Evans' ears and transforming a minor issue into something far worse. Her complexion darkened, and she tugged at Lionel's sleeve, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. All right, if you don't want trouble, sister, leave now. Hildred's son-in-law is better off without. This matter between you and me, and heaven and earth, will never be disclosed. Thornton watched Chiwen with a smirk on his face. No matter how much she was favored, she had become a laughingstock. How would she dare act arrogantly before him now? Lionel felt a pang in his heart, realizing that despite their carefulness, they were discovered. You go. This has nothing to do with you. Don't mention what happened today, and stay out of this chaos. He glanced at Cameron beside him, speaking earnestly. He had planned to use her, but seeing her genuine concern, his heart softened. They had consummated their marriage, and her favor could likely stem from Evan Daki's guilt towards the former Saint Maiden. This matter already touched upon his deepest sensitivities, and might impact Cameron. No, I'm your wife. Cameron looked at Lionel, stating firmly. She reached out and held his hand, unwilling to let him face danger alone. Be good. I'll handle this somehow. Lionel's tone softened as he gently patted her head, trying to soothe her worries. Chiwen pursed her lips and said nothing. His calm demeanor reassured her, and she made up her mind. Stop being so intimate. Chiwen, don't think you can escape either. This Xia jewel box is Daki's treasure. You actually handed it over to someone else. Think about how you're going to explain this to the Evan. Thornton clapped mockingly. What a pair of lovers in distress. Unfortunately, they've picked the wrong enemy. As for you, arrest him. Thornton looked at Lionel, satisfaction evident on his face. Finally, he could openly take revenge. How dare Lionel embarrass him publicly in the Onsu building? He wouldn't rest until he punished him properly. The guards moved closer, wielding spears despite the fact that the woman before them was a princess. They had received orders directly from the Evan. Cameron stood in front of Lionel, glaring fiercely. If you take another step, don't blame me for not being polite. She drew her soft sword from her waist. Having learned a few moves from her mother, More than enough to handle these lackeys. Step aside, or face death. Thornton stepped forward, brandishing his sword, pointing it at Cameron with murderous intent. The surrounding soldiers were shocked by Thornton's aggressive stance. Hildred's hostility between royalty was unprecedented. Kill these insolent dogs who dare offend me. Realizing Thornton intended to kill, Chiwen issued a loud command. Several royal guards rushed in, forming a protective circle around her and Lionel. Immediately, tensions escalated. What? Do you intend to rebel? Thornton watched Chiwen, vexed. What kind of sorcery did this man cast on her to make her act this way? Despite any squabbles, they shared the same royal blood. Staring intently at Lionel, his gaze could have pierced through anything. At this moment, a servant burst in hurriedly. Speak. Hildred pressing his anger, Thornton shouted. The servant fell to his knees immediately. Our report to Pusef. The execution ground has issues. The servant's voice trembled, sweat pouring down his forehead. Chiwen glanced at Lionel, her unease fading. They were both alike, wanting only the best for their loved ones. What? Thornton turned sharply, losing his composure. Panic set in. The body of Ellis has vanished. The royal physicians are currently sighing at the execution ground. You should address this. The servant stuttered, panic written all over his face. Lionel relaxed inwardly, knowing the plan was underway. What? Thornton's disbelief filled his face as he kicked the servant harshly. How useless. What did I teach you? To lose sight of a corpse? Can he really wake up and walk away? Veins bulged on Thornton's forehead as he repeatedly kicked the armored servant, each kick missing due to the armor, leaving him limping instead. Thornton stumbled, barely catching himself from falling flat. Sire, be careful. Calm yourself, your highness. The servants looked nervously at Thornton, knowing their failure was not entirely their fault given the superior strength involved. Inside, Thornton felt like ants boiling under heat, circling frantically. The Evan valued Ellis immensely. If he found out about this, Thornton would be the first blamed. Why are you still standing around? Search for him. Even if you must dig 3 feet into the ground, find him. Chapter 234. The outcome is yet to be determined. Yes, your highness. The guard rose from the ground. Leading over 20 men, they departed from the residence of the princess. After a brief pause, the Yusef finally steadied himself. Looking at Lionel, he knew that even if he couldn't find Ellis today, he absolutely could not let this person escape. Otherwise, it would be the end for him. Capture him quickly, and then you should all search as well. The Yusef instructed the soldiers around him. His heart was already at the execution grounds. Watching the guards leave, Lionel's eyes gleamed slightly, and the corners of his lips curled upward. What are you smiling about? You're still laughing when you're on the verge of death? But don't worry. This prince will make sure to torment you thoroughly. The Yusef's eyes hardened as he had already thought through various methods of torture in his mind. The outcome is yet to be determined. These few misfits under your command might not give you an advantage if we truly fight. I wouldn't be able to train such a formidable army if I were just a superficial figure. Lionel looked disdainfully at the remaining soldiers around him. Though well trained, they were no match for the elite troops he had led. Moreover, they were about to face the terrifying people. He also had self-defense weapons on him. Thank you for the warning, but you underestimate this prince. How could you only leave so few people to deal with me? Lionel. The Yusef's unrestrained laughter echoed in the air. He had long discerned this person's identity. Since Ellis cherished his precious son so much, as long as Lionel remained in the Great Xia Empire, someone would eventually come. By gradually eliminating Lionel's allies, the Great Xia Empire could easily seize the Hildred dynasty. At that time, his father Ford would look upon him differently. Come out. The Yusef clapped his hands, and soon countless black shadows emerged from the sky. Cameron felt uneasy, never expecting that the Yusef would also have seen through Lionel's identity. Then, what about father? Lionel's heart was unruffled. What difference did it make knowing? There hadn't been anyone born who could make him disappear. As the black shadows landed, a heavy aura of killing intent arose. These are all the Ford's personal guards, Lionel. You truly have quite some influence. To get these personal guards mobilized by my father, you are the first one. The Yusef folded his arms across his chest, feeling that victory was within reach. Looking at the black shadows surrounding him, he smiled contentedly. Each one of them was tall and robust, with clothes that accentuated their physique. Most importantly, they were the cream of the crop. Capable of fighting 100 foes single-handedly, it wasn't an issue for them. Is that so? Then this prince must meet this group of the Ford's personal guards, and see what sort of stuff they are made of. And I'd like to see how skilled the Great Xia is now, after failing to defeat my father 20 years ago. Lionel's tone was contemptuous, filled with disdain. Judging by the timing, the Dayin dynasty should be almost conquered. If he could hold on for a while longer, escaping from the Great Xia Empire wouldn't be a problem. Cameron watched the scene before her, her elegant eyebrows furrowing tightly. Approaching Lionel, she lowered her voice. I'll lead the others to delay them. Find the right moment to escape. Cameron's words surprised Lionel. Since she was the daughter of a saint, presumably with martial arts talent, why was she being so cautious? Are these personal guards as terrifying as you say? Besides looking intimidating, they seem rather average. Lionel once again inspected all the black-clad figures. All of them had ashen faces. They didn't look like normal people, hence somewhat frightening. Was Cameron scaring herself? These personal guards are all elite assassins with tremendous power, capable of fighting 100 foes single-handedly. For many years, they have been secretly handling affairs for my father without a trace or corpse left behind. Cameron's expression turned grave. She instantly regretted it deeply. She shouldn't have, but now it was too late. What she could do was ensure Lionel's safety. Her father was indeed a cunning old fox, already aware of everything that day but still pretending in front of her. No wonder Kira had been deceived by such a man. Didn't expect you to know good from bad. If you have any sense, you should come over here. At least we both belong to the imperial family. I will plead with my father on your behalf, saying you were deceived by this boy. Father loves you so much. He will surely show mercy. The Yusuf said hypocritically. Only a few people who could injure him. It seemed the other side had high-level protectors as well. At this moment, countless killers from the Great Flynn poured in from the entrance. Erilyn walked at the front. No wonder you were so obsessed with the Zine treasure box. You were still colluding with the Great Flynn. The Yusuf marveled at Cammering, waiting to watch her fall. The man she had dedicated herself to protecting actually conspired with another woman to deceive her. Her fate was indeed. Cammering's face was unmoved. She had known everything long ago. Erilyn, seeing the detestable face of the Yusuf, felt a churning sensation in her stomach. You talk too much, ugly as hell, yet acting up. Today, I'm taking Lionel away, and anyone who tries to stop me will be killed without mercy. Chapter 235, Lionel escapes. You dare. The Yusuf held his sword and pointed it at the innocent-looking saintess, finding her figure oddly familiar. Why did her aura resemble Magnolia's so much? Whoosh! A dart flew past, slicing through the Yusuf's left shoulder garment. What do you mean, I don't dare? What can you do? Try stopping me again. The voice of the Susan was sweet yet fierce, almost childlike. Yet, the sharpness in her eyes made the Yusuf shudder inwardly. He suddenly realized this must be the new Velma of Great Flynn. This is the land of Great Xia. It's not your place to act so recklessly. Do you really think Great Xia will dance far away? Or next time, it won't just be a little finger, the Velma threatened, showing no emotion except for a smug smile. She offered a comforting glance to Yusuf's Magnolia and Lionel, signaling them to remain calm. Why are you hesitating? Hurry up. The Yusuf grimaced in pain, his face turning pale. The guards were reluctant, seeing blood seep from the dagger pressing into the Yusuf's neck. They retreated step by step. Numerous darts flew past as the Velma glared fiercely. Haven't you eaten? Get lost. Shouting loudly, the soldiers hastily backed off. Even the slightest deviation of those darts would have cost them their lives. Let's go. Lionel instinctively held Yusuf's Magnolia's hand, leading the group toward the back door of the residence. Dreadingly, she released his hand. Feeling an emptiness in his palm, Lionel looked at her in confusion. Hurry, it's too late if we don't leave now. Your father is cunning. We'll all die in Great Xia. Anxious, Lionel tried to pull her again, but she stepped back, avoiding his reach, approaching the captured Yusuf, eyes red with tears. Go. These moments with you have been happy ones. One of the best times in my life. Thank you, Lionel. Magnolia fought back tears, looking at Lionel. As princess, she couldn't leave Great Xia. In the future, no one will deceive you or bully you like the Yusuf. Believe me. Lionel extended his hand, hope mingling with guilt. Had he not come along, perhaps she could still enjoy some affection despite her unhappiness, maybe find someone kind to share her life with. My presence shattered this peace, Lionel thought. Magnolia shook her head. I must stay in the capital. Otherwise, you won't leave safely. She waved goodbye. Encountering Lionel was fortunate compared to her mother's fate. No, I won't leave you alone in Great Xia's capital. That dog Ford won't let you live. Shaking his head, Lionel refused to allow her to do such an unscrupulous thing. His dynasty could stand up to Great Xia. Ensuring Magnolia's safety would be his priority once they left Great Xia. Magnolia withdrew her sword, placing it around the Yusuf's neck. Thank you. I know everything you've done. Take care of her, as repayment for what my mother owed Great Flynn. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at the innocent Velma. Her mother deserved better than being either Great Flynn's Velma or an imperial concubine in Great Xia. Touched, the Velma quickly returned to Lionel's side, ready to leave. Dreadingly, Lionel lunged forward, trying to grab Magnolia. Saying Velma, there are dangerous presences nearby. If we delay. The Marcel's face turned serious, sensing the increasing number of death squads. Other assassins remained vigilant, determined to follow the Velma till the end. Seeing Magnolia's resolve, she struck Lionel's neck, rendering him unconscious. Take care. With a shout, the group hurriedly left. Take care. Magnolia's words cut short, knowing Lionel wouldn't hear her. Rapid images of their time together flashed in her mind. Perhaps her mother had also cherished these memories. The Yusuf sneered, looking at the open back door. Well, aren't you going to release your fifth brother? Don't you see they're using you? Why are you so foolish, both of us sharing royal blood? Frowning, he dared not speak boldly due to Magnolia's flexible sword at his neck. Its apparent lack of lethality hid its deadly sharpness, seemingly obedient only to her. After a moment, Magnolia finally retracted her sword, collapsing onto the ground. The Yusuf laughed maliciously. Magnolia, you're finished. Chapter 236, The True Scheme. Outside the capital city of Xia. Let's take a rest. We can't chase after them immediately. The Ember, observing the killer's exhausted state, felt wanted to speak but held back. Lionel was right. After a long silence, the surrounding atmosphere became quiet. Your Highness, please don't blame the Ember. The situation was urgent, and we had no choice but to resort to this plan. There were many of the Ford's elite guards around us at that time. If we hadn't left immediately, none of us would have made it out. The elder hurriedly explained to Lionel. He had already mentioned this in the princess's mansion, but Lionel was too preoccupied with Magnolia to listen. This caused tension between them. The Ember remained silent. Despite her tough exterior, she had emotions. She didn't have the means to save both of them. Saving two people in such a dire situation was wishful thinking. A tear fell as she felt choked with emotion. The elder's reminder brought some clarity to Lionel. He had risked everything coming here for his father. Perhaps, he had been unfair to the Ember just now. Approaching the flustered Ember, he said, sorry, just now? Before he could finish, she punched him hard. How heartless. A man cannot make a decision even when faced with life or death. How will you accomplish great things? The matter of Yusef's magnolia is indeed unfortunate, but unavoidable, the Ember fumed, unsure of how to express her frustration. Don't be angry. When we return to the Hildred dynasty, I'll cook for you. Lionel tugged at the Ember's robe, still feeling guilty. Mother, you raised me through hardships. How could you leave so soon without enjoying any peace? It's my fault that you ended up like this. Don't leave early, father. Make the Dachiford suffer first. Pinching his leg hard, Lionel forced a few tears. Seeing this, the Ember realized Ellis was indeed dead. Everyone knelt down, speechless. All their efforts had been in vain. They truly suffered in silence. What are you all standing there for? Lionel suddenly shouted, confusing everyone. All eyes turned to him, as if looking at a strange creature. Dig a grave for my father immediately. If his spirit haunts the Dachi realm, it will cause chaos. To let the Dachiford live in constant fear. Lionel wiped away tears dramatically. The Ember was about to comply when Ellis opened his eyes, glaring at Lionel angrily. Sitting up, Ellis's gaze seemed like flames burning into Lionel. Everyone was stunned. The Ember was baffled, unsure of what was happening. Lionel, noticing his father's revival, continued acting as if nothing had changed. Hurry up, aren't you afraid my father will haunt you tonight? Ellis scowled fiercely at his son. If not for his crippled limbs, he would have slapped Lionel to check his brain. You brat, do you want to bury your own father alive? I've suffered so much here, yet you cry like a baby. Where's your manhood? Hashtag chapter 237. A youthful vigor in lockstep. Still talking. If it weren't for the need to coordinate with you, Father Evan, would we have had to act like this? These bruises on my thigh are already turning black and blue. Lionel stood up, wiping away the tears from his face, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He was a cunning old fox. How could his son not be a young fox? How could he not see through Lionel's act? Ron was momentarily speechless, choked up. He felt deeply gratified that he had been rescued from the clutches of the Great Xia. It was almost miraculous. Just as he was about to speak to Lionel, he saw his precious son walk towards the adorable and bewildered Ember. So, he held back. Looking at the great Flynn assassins before him, he felt this was the first time he perceived their profession as anything but dark and nefarious. This time, thanks to all of you, I managed to fake my death and escape from Great Xia smoothly. But the Great Xia is a vengeful man. He won't let this go so easily. The challenges facing the Hildred dynasty in the future will be extremely formidable. Ron's heartfelt gratitude warmed the hearts of the assassins for the first time. They performed the courtly gesture of respect to Ron. Please, your majesty, do not worry too much. This is just a deal between us and the Hal. We help the Hal. Had Ron confided everything in him, with his brilliant mind, he could have outwitted the Great Xia effortlessly. For so many years, he had lived in a sheltered environment without facing any real challenges. That wasn't what he wanted. Looking at Lionel's red-rimmed eyes, Ron felt touched. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Son, you've grown up. His voice choked with emotion. 2 streams of tears trickled down his cheeks. I've never thought of you as a wastrel. No matter how you change, you are my only heir. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. Hearing this, Lionel hugged Ron tightly. They remained silent for a long time. Both were trying to protect each other from harm in their own way. At the beginning of the Hildred dynasty, we were far from being a match for Great Xia. If more innocent lives were sacrificed, I couldn't live with myself. This matter stems from a mistake I made in my youth. The Hildred family has suffered enough. As a man, I must take responsibility. Ron's expression was resolute. Even if he couldn't go to war again, he had no regrets. After so many years, the debt he owed to the Hildred family could never be repaid. Seeing his father's unwavering resolve, Lionel felt deeply moved. Perhaps this was why Kira had married him without hesitation all those years ago. A man must stand tall and proud. From now on, you must never hide anything from me. I've grown up, matured, and can fight alongside you. Lionel patted Ron's shoulder, noticing the strands of white hair at his temples. It was time for him to protect his father. Ron didn't speak, but nodded silently. Lifting the curtain, he gazed at the capital city in the distance. Take father back first and find the best doctors in the Hildred dynasty to help him recover. Let's discuss the rest after I return. Just as Lionel was about to head towards the capital, the Ember pulled him back. Where are you going? Ron's hoarse voice echoed. They had just agreed not to hide things from each other, yet Lionel was planning to leave without saying a word. Magnolia can't stay in the capital any longer. It would mean certain death. She helped me secure the Purple Sound treasure box and aided my escape. I cannot repay such a great kindness. Lionel turned around, his expression determined. Besides, they had consummated their relationship. Henceforth, she was his. Remaining in Great Xia, especially near the ford, was inappropriate. The Ember, impressed by Lionel's righteous demeanor, felt drawn to such a man. For some reason, following him gave her a strong sense of security. Your Highness, the streets of Great Xia's capital are full of soldiers hunting us. Going there now would be suicidal. It would be better to return and carefully plan how to rescue Yusef's Magnolia. The Ember earnestly advised him. If Lionel insisted on going, she would accompany him. It was also her duty. She didn't want to live with guilt forever. She's right. Child, you don't need to worry. As long as we aren't captured, the Great Xia won't kill Magnolia easily. This blood-hot youth was exactly like him back then, courageous and honest, truly his son. Lionel lowered his head, deep in thought. His father had suffered greatly at the hands of the Great Xia. Could a woman like Magnolia endure such torment? Ron could see through Lionel's concerns. If one of us gets captured now, Magnolia's fate will be truly tragic. Chapter 238. Officially invading the Hildred dynasty. Inside the grand study of Dachi. Father, this son has failed. The body of Ron has vanished. Thornton knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Due to the broken thumb, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his right arm shook uncontrollably. What? The Evan of Dechi slapped the inkstone off the desk with a single strike. With a loud bang, the inkstone shattered into pieces. Yusef Magnolia watched this scene without any change in expression. Thornton didn't dare breathe loudly, only keeping his head lowered, staring at his toes. The Evan looked around at the guards, his face darkening to its darkest. Why do I even keep you useless lot around? Now, you can't even keep track of a single corpse. Have you become so weak? He pointed at the group of assassins, yelling and scolding them loudly. The assassins immediately knelt down, filling the entire grand study with an intense aura of death. Seeing that they were silent, the Evan grew even angrier and walked over, kicking the lead assassin. The assassins remained motionless, enduring the Evan's venting. Thornton watched this scene, feeling chills run through him. It was going to be his turn soon. He knew all too well what his father's methods were like. Seems like, what are you all standing there for? Search for him. Turn the entire capital upside down if you have to. If you can't find him, just wait. The Evan emphasized the last few words. He had kept these assassins around for convenience, but they couldn't handle such a minor task. They really were useless. Yes. With their orders, the assassins rose and disappeared from the grand study, making the air even heavier with tension. At this point, Thornton, due to excessive blood loss, began to feel dizzy, his complexion turning increasingly pale. Noticing this, the Evan frowned. What happened? To reply to father, this matter might involve the Great Flynn dynasty. This son's hand was injured by the Holy Woman of Flynn, and it was they who saved Lionel. Thornton lifted his bandaged hand, a trace of resentment crossing his face. After breaking his thumb, it would never grow back. All this because of Lionel. Lionel? The Evan squinted his eyes, looking at Yusef's Magnolia. That's right, the man beside Magnolia was indeed Lionel. Today at the Yusef's residence, Magnolia protected Lionel, and even willingly handed over the purple sound treasure box. When this son tried to arrest him, Magnolia repeatedly claimed that he was her royal consort. Thornton feigned difficulty as he looked at the Evan. Seeing the sparks in the Evan's eyes, Thornton felt secretly elated. No matter how much favor Magnolia enjoys, what does it matter? The Evan's hatred towards the Hildred family is immense. Even his most beloved daughter won't escape his wrath. With a grim face, the Evan approached Yusef's Magnolia. Is what your fifth brother said true? Looking at this face that resembled her mother's, the Evan felt a twinge of pain. Seeing that Magnolia did not respond, he had already guessed the truth. Raising his hand, he prepared to strike, but Magnolia raised her face, seemingly ready to accept the blow. The slap lingered in the air, undelivered. Bring someone in. The Evan bellowed, summoning 2 guards. The clash of armor rang clearly as they rushed in. Take Yusef's Magnolia away and imprison her in the dungeon, awaiting punishment. Turning his back, he felt dizzy with anger. So this is how things are. After raising a bunch of useless assassins and loving his daughter for years, she turns out to be a traitor. Thornton saw the Evan's favoritism towards Magnolia and felt indignant. Why didn't the Evan throw her straight into the dungeon? Father, Magnolia's sister has been excessively defiant this time. It seemed she had long discovered Lionel's identity. No matter how this son tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. In the end, she used her flexible sword to threaten me and let Lionel and the people from Flynn leave right before my eyes. Thornton hastily opened his collar to show the Evan the wound. Throwing her into the dungeon was too lenient. She had always acted arrogantly. Now, let's see how she would fare. The Evan turned around, noticing the wounds on Thornton's neck. His brow furrowed. This flexible sword was made especially for her by his order. Who would have thought she would use it on her own elder brother? Lionel? Great Flynn? Did this girl really betray him? Where is the purple sound treasure box now? The Evan reined in his thoughts. This treasure must not fall into Flynn's hands. Otherwise, if the past actions come to light, it could bring great calamity to Dechi. Replying to father, the purple sound treasure box is now in Lionel's possession. Under the protection of the Holy Woman of Flynn, Lionel's whereabouts are unknown. As Thornton spoke, he realized something. It was a trap, a decoy plan. Hildredenly, the temperature in the grand study dropped significantly. Thornton could feel goosebumps rising on his arms. Lionel, you're just like your father, stirring up chaos in Dechi. Before you appeared, Dechi was peaceful. Now, you not only alienate my most beloved daughter, but also harm my child. Truly hateful. After some time, the Evan clenched his teeth, seething with rage. To think he sought help from Flynn. Does he really believe that with Flynn's assistance, he will be safe? He underestimated Dechi. Father, the killers of Flynn are extremely skilled. They may have already left Dechi's capital. How should we proceed now? Hearing the Evan's anger, Thornton knew this was his chance. If he excelled in this matter, the Evan would surely look at him differently. Then, the imperial throne would naturally fall into his hands. At that time, anyone like Magnolia would vanish from his sight. Given that, let the assassins return. I originally planned to prolong the existence of the Hildred dynasty, but it seems they brought this upon themselves. The Evan returned to his seat, his face dark as if about to drip with ink. Thornton instantly understood his father's meaning, calculating something in his heart. Spread my edict. Henceforth, officially invade the Hildred dynasty. Real palace. Azrael's face showed immense relief. He had once thought this barren land would remain barren forever. But under Lionel's leadership, it shone brightly and steadily climbed toward its peak. The entire continent would soon be the domain of the Hildred family. Inside the study of the imperial palace, seeing Meadow seated on the main chair, he immediately understood that Lionel had likely already headed for the Qi kingdom. Has Rufus not returned yet? Azrael scowled. What did this little rascal do without telling him? This time during the Dian campaign, his engineering corps didn't play a significant role either. Everything was won by DeAndre's soldiers, slashing their way through the enemies. So, it seemed like he had been sidelined so Lionel could secretly rescue Ellis. Meadow shook her head with a helpless expression. Dealing with daily governmental affairs, she hadn't even managed to greet DeAndre and Armand properly. How long has it been? Azriel asked next. More than half a month, no news at all. Meadow sighed, unsure about the situation Lionel was in. The study fell silent. Finally, DeAndre couldn't bear it any longer and headed for the door. Yin, where are you going? Azriel quickly pulled him back, sensing an ominous premonition. He could feel that DeAndre's feelings towards the Hildred family were different. During the campaign against the Yin dynasty, DeAndre fought with relentless against Qi. All three fell silent, heads bowed. After a moment, Azriel broke the silence. Why don't we let the troops rest for 3 days? If we still haven't heard from Rufus by then, we'll attack the Qi kingdom. What do you think? Azriel looked at the two, seeking their opinions. The soldiers were already exhausted. Without proper rest, it would be impossible to win in such a condition. Just as DeAndre and Meadow were about to speak, the door of the study swung open. What ridiculous idea. A familiar voice sounded. All three turned to see Lionel and Tamara supporting Ellis back. Your Majesty, may you live 10,000 years. Rufus, may you live 1,000 years. All three quickly kneeled, their voices trembling with emotion. When DeAndre saw Ellis in this state, tears welled up in his eyes, running down his cheeks. Old Jiang, what nonsense ideas are these? These young ones aren't sensible, and neither are you? And when did you get such a charming young lady, without telling me? Ellis sat in the main seat, giving Azriel a stern look. It seemed this old fellow was about to forget his brother. Meadow watched Lionel, her eyes red. As long as everyone was safe, everything was fine. Your Majesty, unjust. It was your Highness who sent me away secretly to rescue you. Now, no word has come. Had it not been for concern for your safety, it wouldn't have come to this. Azriel felt emotional, wanting to embrace Ellis. But remembering their different statuses now, he wiped away his tears instead. DeAndre cried like a child who had done something wrong, unable to say a word through his sobs. All right, what's this fuss about? Don't you rejoice at my return? You're all crying like there's no tomorrow. Laugh, for heaven's sake. Ellis felt reassured. No matter how dark the world became, there would always be someone who cared. His laughter made his eyes tear up. The study was filled with joyful atmosphere. Seeing the gray hair appearing on Azriel's temples, Ellis sighed. The last time they met seemed ages ago. Reunion brought them to a place where children were nearing marriageable age. With Lionel's support, he approached Azriel. Resting his chin on Azriel's shoulder, tears streamed down his cheeks. Azriel gently supported him. I've missed you, old friend. Chapter 240. It's time to vacate. The next day, Evan Ellis appeared in front of everyone, dressed in dragon robes. Your Majesty, long live the Evan. Long live, and may your Majesty reign for 10,000 years. The ministers all knelt down, feeling an invisible pressure. On the dragon throne sat a towering figure with a dignified appearance. His eyes gleamed like cold stars, his brows as dark as freshly painted ink. His chest was broad and imposing, exuding an aura that no 10,000 men could match. His voice was lofty and full of ambition, his heart brave and daring like a lion shaking the heavens from the clouds. His bones sturdy, like a fierce beast from the earth. You may rise. Every move Ellis made radiated authority and majesty. Thank you, your Majesty. The ministers stood up, trembling, keeping their bodies as straight as possible. The man before them had once been a ruthless killing god. Now, as the Ford, they naturally had to be more cautious. These past few days have been hard on all of you ministers. The current state of the Hildred dynasty gives me hope. However, there is something I must tell all of you. Ellis's tone rose and fell like a melodious tune, embodying supreme power and dignity. Azriel watched Ellis walk on his own and realized he had been deceived yesterday. Indeed, given how much time had passed and Dr. Lionel's superb medical skills, how could he let his father suffer unnecessarily? After some contemplation, Azriel admitted to himself he had been too gullible. Please speak freely, your Majesty. The Elwyn bowed deeply. All of you ministers need to mentally prepare yourselves. Because the Qi might attack the Hildred dynasty at any moment. Ellis's expression remained calm, as he simply informed them of this fact. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into silence. The faces of all the ministers instantly changed. Your Majesty, while the Hildred dynasty has swiftly crushed the Yin, the Qi's strength cannot be underestimated. We humbly request your Majesty to reconsider. The Qi is the foremost of all nations. Engaging them head-on would be like smashing an egg against a stone. Your Majesty, please think carefully. The strength of the Qi cannot be compared to that of the Yin. Ministers risked execution by speaking out, primarily because the Qi was such a tough opponent that no one could tackle. This left many ministers in a dilemma. They had thought the Hildred dynasty would enjoy a period of peace after crushing the Yin. But now, just as one problem subsided, another emerged. In the past, the Hildred dynasty couldn't even conquer De Zhou. Yet today, not even De Yin can withstand the Hildred dynasty. So why fear De Qi? Ellis frowned, looking displeased, which immediately silenced the ministers. They knew this man wasn't someone who would change his mind easily. He always kept his word without exception. Otherwise, the fort of De Zhou wouldn't have lost so miserably to the Hildred family. DeAndre looked disdainfully at the cowardly ministers behind him, not because civil officials were inferior to military officers, but because none of these civil officials could compare to Azriel, not even deserving to lace his shoes. During the campaign against the Yin, Azriel never complained about hardship or fatigue. Instead, he played a crucial role at critical moments. This was the kind of minister the Hildred dynasty needed, not the timid ones before him. Your Majesty speaks wisely. We shall ensure that anyone who dares to invade will never return. Despite being deceived by Ellis the day before, the injuries and suffering were real. Since the fort of De Qi harbored such resentment over past events, it was time for the Hildred dynasty to make De Qi pay. The Hildred family's tragic fate was all due to the personal vendetta of the fort of De Qi. It was now time for him to taste the pain of losing everything. At your command, your Majesty, I, DeAndre, will lead our troops to deathless loyalty. Whoever dares to betray us at this time will regret being born. DeAndre kneeled down, his voice commanding respect. These words were meant for the court ministers. Ellis had few loyalists remaining and didn't mind purging and then cultivating new ones. The ministers stiffened, fully aware of the implied threat. They forced smiles at DeAndre, not daring to say a word against him. Good. As long as you follow my orders, the Hildred dynasty will be invincible. Ellis ignored the expressions of the other ministers. What they had to say was irrelevant now. What mattered was that he held the reins of both military power and capability firmly in his hands. Many of the ministers had followed Carlo for too long, becoming overly compliant. Evening this mindset wouldn't happen overnight. Thus, further argument was pointless. He would prove his might to these ministers. Gray is wise. All the ministers knelt again, sighing inwardly. No one knew how long the good times for the Hildred dynasty would last. Unexpectedly, Ellis's voice echoed again in the hall. The Xi has held the first dynasty position for too long. Now, it's time to vacate that place. Looking at the blue sky outside, images of Hildred family members flashed through his mind. This was all due to the Ford of the Qi's own actions, no one else to blame. After the court adjourned, he went to the imperial study, feeling pleased by the well-organized affairs. Patting Lionel's shoulder, "Son, you've truly grown up." Lionel smiled, looking at Ellis. "Father, now that these matters are settled, shouldn't you see someone?" Ellis was puzzled but followed Lionel. They arrived at the former residence of the governor of the southern province, bringing back memories. "I didn't expect this house to still be preserved after all this time." Ellis touched the stone lions at the entrance, a favorite spot of Lionel's childhood. Sadly, everything had changed. As the gates of the residence opened, Ellis stepped inside. Immediately, he heard the laughter of children, making him feel youthful again. His footsteps became light and quick. In the inner courtyard, he saw a beautiful woman with a little girl. "Your Majesty, long live the Evan. Long live, and may your Majesty reign for 10,000 years." Nola noticed someone at the door, recognized Ellis, and pulled Harriet to her knees. "You may rise." Ellis felt a lump in his throat, waving them up. Lionel picked up Harriet into his arms. Ellis stood upright and bowed deeply to the two of them. "I am sorry for making you and your child leave home. I apologize for your hardships." Chapter 241. What? You're envious of me too? This isn't entirely your fault. The Hildred family was destined to face this calamity. Even without you, the Hildred family would have faced the same fate. Unless the Hildred family were like you now, standing alone and declaring independence. Nola wanted to help Ellis up but hesitated, knowing their statuses had changed. Hildred's act was inappropriate now, she sighed. The Hildred family as it once was no more. Lionel quickly grasped her meaning. It seemed the Hildred family wasn't faring much better in Dechi either, just like the Trishanawang situation in Dezhou. Despite their numerous military accomplishments, the Fort of Dechi still harbored mistrust. "You can rest assured, I will certainly restore the glory of the Hildred family. Dechi won't remain arrogant for long. They will ultimately fall at the feet of the Hildred dynasty." Ellis clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with anger. He vowed that Dechi would pay dearly for all this. The Ford must learn that the Hildred family was not someone he could provoke so easily. "Ha ha ha ha." Lionel chuckled, looking at his father whose temples were streaked with white. He understood all the efforts his father had made over the years, watching over his unambitious son, trying to provide better conditions for him. Ellis rolled his eyes at Lionel's laugh. Such a serious moment turned lighthearted by his laugh. "What? Don't you believe me?" No one had ever doubted him before. This brat was the first. "I'll take charge of restoring the Hildred family. You've done enough, father, with your lifelong military endeavors. To me, a small country like Dechi is nothing. I will quickly meet your expectations and bring them to their knees. Otherwise, why would you entrust me with the Hildred dynasty?" Lionel held Ellis's hand, speaking in a playful tone. His old father hadn't changed a bit, always impatient and hot-tempered. If not for his current standing, he would likely have received another beating in front of others. Only then did Ellis realize he had misjudged him. "You have the heart for it, and that's enough." Nola smiled faintly, feeling reassured. Deciding to protect Ellis back then was indeed the right choice. With young talents emerging from the old Hildred family, great achievements lay ahead on this continent. "Come, uncle, hold her." Ellis extended his hand, gazing at the adorable little girl in Lionel's arms. A wave of emotion surged within him. His son had grown up. Unlike before, he no longer caused trouble everywhere. It seemed he could finally enjoy familial bliss. How perfect if only he added a grandchild sooner or later. "Uncle." Harriet's sweet voice almost melted Ellis's heart. He felt even more determined to urge the boy to give him a grandchild soon. At this moment, the Anika of Flynn walked over. "Father, you chat for now. I have some matters to attend to." She bowed slightly to Ellis. Seeing where Lionel had gone and spotting the Anika, she roughly guessed what business he had. Young people often had admirers flocking around. Moreover, who wouldn't be attracted to the exceptional offspring of the Hildred family? Arriving at the courtyard of Trishanawang, the two finally stopped. "The smooth recovery of the Zine treasure box was thanks largely to your highness." "Thank you." The Anika solemnly bowed deeply to Lionel. This was the highest form of gratitude in Flint. "There's no need to be so formal. As some people said, it's just a deal between us." Lionel turned his head, his face full of pride. Those were the Anika's own words. She paused, surprised that he remembered. "Though that's true, it wouldn't have been successful without your highness sacrificing your appearance." Seeing this, the Anika's temper flared. Both exchanged barbs, neither willing to back down. "What? Weren't you the one who asked me to sacrifice my appearance? Now you mock me? Do you also want a piece of my appearance, Anika?" Lionel pretended to look incredulous, taking steps back and covering his chest, as if protecting his virtue from being taken by the woman. The Anika felt both embarrassed and angry watching Lionel. "Your highness, don't talk nonsense. Who wants your appearance?" Her face flushed red, speech turning stammered. Looking at Lionel's incomparably handsome features, she couldn't deny wanting a bit for herself, but admitting it was impossible. Really? Approaching her while guarding his chest, Lionel saw her ears turning red, and his lips curved into a smile. Childish attempts like these didn't work against him yet. Alright, no more teasing. Actually, I came here to tell you something. The retrieval of the Zine treasure box has been unsuccessful for Flynn for many years. Finally returned, the king is very pleased. Realizing Lionel's usual mannerisms, she shifted the topic. If she continued arguing, she'd only embarrass herself. From her robe, she pulled out a golden token and handed it over. What does this mean? Is the King of Flynn expressing gratitude not only by giving me this token but also intending to offer you, the Anika, as my wife? Taking the token and weighing it in his hand, Lionel confirmed its heavy weight. His eyes lit up. It was made of gold. Don't joke with me, your highness. Blushing deeply, the Anika turned away, behaving modestly. It was her first time being teased so openly. If it weren't Lionel, she would have already punished him. Alright, no more jokes. But what does this token do? It looks like gold, but there's nothing special besides its grandeur. Examining the token closely, Lionel noted a Flynn character engraved on it. The craftsmanship was exquisite, making the floral pattern seem lifelike. Shocked by Lionel's lack of appreciation, the Anika pointed at the Flynn engraving. Look carefully, your highness. What does it say? Furrowing his brow, Lionel replied, it's just Flynn. She felt insulted. Was he mocking Flynn? This token is priceless. Anyone holding this can command Flynn's assassins to kill anyone, except those of the Flynn dynasty. It grants the power to cut off any enemy's head amidst 10,000 soldiers. Chapter 242, Lionel's provocation. Oh, I see. Lionel nodded, as if he had just realized something. The Ember's face showed a hint of anticipation. How could she be looked down upon? So many people had spent countless gold pieces and still couldn't achieve what this little shinner had accomplished. Yet, in Lionel's hands, it had become nothing but a display of arrogance. How about it? Our great Flynn King is quite sincere, isn't he? The Ember's expression turned smug as she folded her arms, hoping to see gratitude on Lionel's face. But she didn't get the reaction she expected. If it were before, the Hildred dynasty might have needed this item, but now it no longer does. Except for Dechi, all others are no threat to this prince. Lionel shook his head, returning the token to the Ember with a relaxed demeanor, not feeling the slightest bit pressured. Previously, agreeing to ally with Great Flynn was to protect those around him, but now things were different. Whoever dared to cause trouble on Hildred dynasty's soil would be courting death. Fine then, since the Hildred dynasty is becoming stronger every day, don't forget about Great Flynn in the future. A flicker of disappointment crossed the Ember's face. Reflecting on it, she admitted that the situation was indeed like this. The Hildred dynasty was no longer the weak lamb to be slaughtered at will. To them, Great Flynn was dispensable. If the Yin dynasty could be extinguished within 2 months, then the coming confrontation with Dechi really wasn't too daunting. That's odd. Hasn't Great Flynn always been quite confident? Why are you so wary of Dechi? This doesn't seem consistent with Great Flynn's usual behavior. In my visit to Dechi, I didn't feel anything particularly threatening there. It seems pretty much the same as other dynasties. Lionel was puzzled. If they feared Dechi so much, why attempt to retrieve treasures from them? What if Dechi's fort acted unreasonably and used this incident as an excuse to start a war? Wouldn't Great Flynn end up swallowing their own bitter pill? The Ember furrowed her brows deeply and sighed heavily. Seeing this, Lionel felt even more bewildered. Was this the Great Flynn Ember he knew? She was usually just a sweet-toothed girl who never showed such worry in front of anyone. What was so different about Dechi that even the formidable Great Flynn Ember would show fear? Dechi isn't as simple as your highness imagines. The Hildred dynasty is indeed strong enough now to challenge other kingdoms. But Dechi is different. Dechi is very deep and complex. The Ember spoke gravely. During her time in the Hildred dynasty, she had seen much and acknowledged Lionel's exceptional intelligence. Still, one mustn't underestimate the enemy, a cardinal rule. But the power disparity is too vast. Your highness knows that Dechi is essentially a massive assassin organization. Dechi is different. The soldiers I saw are only a part of it. There are countless military families within Dechi's borders. Dechi's military strength far surpasses Great Flynn's. Her beautiful eyes dimmed. She wanted to avenge the former Ember, but she lacked the means to do so alone. Great Flynn had its citizens to care for, and the king wouldn't risk everyone's lives over this minor issue. Do you intend to let this matter be buried, allowing Great Flynn to be ridiculed by the world? Others will emulate Dechi's fort, tricking another Ember just for amusement. Lionel's tone grew urgent. Women in the world were alluring, but not the line of Great Flynn Embers. They were innocent and pure, inexperienced with the world. With a bit of cunning, one could deceive them. Hildrich, a beautiful woman offering unique experiences. Who wouldn't take advantage of it? What can we do? Would you risk the lives of all Great Flynn citizens just for one Ember? The Ember's eyes reddened. This was always a painful point for Embers, and she resented Lionel's salt in the wound. Lionel gently embraced her, soothing her. It's all right, calm down. My previous words were a bluff. Great Flynn is now an allied state of the Hildred dynasty. Since the Ember lineage belongs to Great Flynn, it also belongs to us. If anyone harms a hair on her head, I won't let it go. Her eyes welling up. No, it's just that I haven't seen your highness for so long, and I've been worried. Without any letters, I couldn't tell if you were safe, she said, her voice growing choked. She sobbed softly in Lionel's arms. The situation was urgent, so naturally, we couldn't exchange letters, Lionel replied, holding her tighter and patting her back to soothe her. After a while, she finally stopped crying. Your highness, do you want to hear some good news? Alondra suddenly looked up at Lionel with a serious expression and then smiled. Go ahead, Lionel nodded. During this time, the overall strength of the Hildred dynasty has made a qualitative leap. We not only wiped out the Great Yin dynasty but also obtained a large amount of supplies and a great number of slaves. At this rate, the Hildred dynasty's overall strength will increase significantly, giving us the power to contend with the Qi. Wiping away her tears, Alondra revealed a genuine smile. Finally, she had not disappointed Lionel's expectations. Coincidentally, the carriage had arrived at their destination. They got off the carriage and walked hand in hand like a couple in love. These are all future matters. If anyone dares to invade, this Yusef will make sure they don't return. Lionel's face was filled with determination. This was also a promise to his father. The Hildred family's grudge must be avenged. They entered the bedroom, and the maids and eunuchs all withdrew. Your Highness, were you injured during your time in Qi? Alondra asked, concerned. She didn't know when Lionel started to always report good news to her, perhaps because he didn't want her to worry. Yes, what did you think? Not seeing you for so long has almost driven me to internal injury, Lionel said with a mischievous smile, pulling Alondra into his arms. Breathing in the faint scent of osmanthus mixed with milk from her, he felt a sense of comfort. Your Highness, Alondra blushed as she reached for the medicine box. You're still so naughty after all this time, she pouted, lightly punching Lionel's chest. Then, she turned around and sat facing him on his lap. Why should I be formal with you? Do you think that not disciplining you for a while means you've lost interest in this Yusef? Lionel held Alondra tightly, feeling the warmth of her body. Looking at her beautiful face, Lionel couldn't help but feel moved. Among all the women he had met, none could match her beauty. His hands roamed over her body, pausing at her breasts. That's not true. You're exaggerating, Alondra pouted, feeling tingling sensations all over her body, as if being struck by electric currents. She allowed his hands to continue exploring her. Seems like you haven't been eating properly. Have you gotten smaller? Lionel frowned, applying more pressure. Alondra bit her lip and let out a muffled groan. Your Highness, stop it. Smaller? No way. Could it be that you've been playing around outside and seen even better ones, thus getting bored? Alondra turned away, displeased, getting off Lionel and sitting on the bed, crossing her arms and ignoring him. You're sulking now, but I like it. Lionel paused, then pinned her down. I just care about how tired you've been and wanted to know if you missed me. Why are you so resistant? His deep, hoarse voice made Alondra freeze. She felt the ties of her clothes loosening. Of course I missed you, Alondra answered tenderly. Hearing this, Lionel's action sped up, and soon both of them were completely undressed. Slowly pulling down the curtains, Lionel leaned forward to kiss Alondra's neck, initiating their intimate encounter. When they climaxed, Alondra let out a muffled moan. The entire room was filled with an intimate atmosphere. The next day, Lionel arrived at the military camp, looking at the disciplined soldiers. He felt somewhat satisfied. At this moment, DeAndre organized the troops into 2 teams for sparring. Although the 2 teams were evenly matched, Lionel's brows remained furrowed. Your Highness, is there something wrong? DeAndre asked nervously, recalling that the troops indeed seemed a bit lax during the attack on Great Xia. However, they still had a solid foundation. Why do you frown so deeply? Lionel didn't answer but continued observing the soldiers' training. The soldiers, hearing Atli Ian's question, put forth their best effort. Not bad, seems you haven't slacked off. Though far from my expectations, you should be able to massacre ordinary armies. Upon hearing this, DeAndre's anxiety eased. But hearing the last sentence made his eyebrows furrow again. Your Highness, within a short time, I will definitely improve the entire army's strength. You can come back anytime for inspection. DeAndre knelt down with a loud thud, his armor hitting the ground, creating sparks. The soldiers watching felt tense as well. Since witnessing the Yusef's prowess, they had already admired him greatly. Now, his personal acknowledgement of their inadequacy confirmed it. Lionel reached out and patted DeAndre's shoulder. Stepping past him, he addressed the soldiers loudly. Your skills need further improvement. Because our next enemy is the Qi. Chapter 244. Overcoming oneself passes all. Please rest assured, Your Highness. We will strive to enhance our strength so that the Great Qi won't find any opportunities to exploit. The soldiers knew this was no jest. Their expressions became increasingly animated. Defeating the Great Qi would mean the Hildred dynasty would assume the paramount position among the nations. Hildredenly, the soldiers realized the Yusef's intentions. No matter how formidable the Great Qi was, it couldn't surpass oneself. After all, the world behind them had already advanced by a century. Hearing this, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with hope. Yes. Then they began seeking breakthroughs in their most proficient areas. Lionel scanned the training ground and shook his head, taking DeAndre into the tent. Improvement isn't difficult. Now that the soldiers know their strengths, we can customize new plans accordingly. Lionel divided the troops based on types and formulated a new training plan. Reviewing the drafted plan, he nodded approvingly and handed it over to DeAndre. DeAndre, looking at the document before him, brightened up. He glanced at the Yusef. If he had children, he would definitely offer one in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. In the future, when you inspect the results, you will not be disappointed. DeAndre bowed deeply, respect written all over his face. But this new training plan requires facilities which are not available in this ground, like a chef without ingredients. His expression turned troubled. Though large, the grounds were mostly open spaces. With both the dragon cavalry and archers present, there was hardly enough room. The back mountain of the palace is already prepared. You will move the soldiers there today, leaving this area empty. Lionel crossed his arms, feeling somewhat sentimental. Ellen had indeed learned much from him. The new training base, supervised by her, had been transformed into his ideal facility. I thank Your Highness on behalf of the soldiers. However, this intensity might be too much for the soldiers. Their bodies may not withstand it. DeAndre questioned again, showing some embarrassment. The schedule specified exact times for activities. If a task wasn't completed, it would only be postponed day after day. Today postponed until tomorrow, but there are few tomorrows. Now that the Evan has returned unharmed to the Hildred dynasty, the Great Qi Evan wouldn't let him off easily. There would surely be secret obstructions. Therefore, there could be no delay. No need to worry. Hill Dreadplementing stamina isn't limited to meals. I have developed some nutritious meals along with protein shakes and muscle gain powder. With these, the concerns you mentioned won't be an issue. Lionel appeared unconcerned. In modern times, many gym-goers consumed these supplements. Nutritionists also designed specific dietary plans for them. Many had thus transformed from skinny dogs into muscular men. Thank you, Your Highness. The soldiers will remember your great kindness. In the future, should the Great Xia dare invade, I will ensure none of them return. DeAndre's face brimmed with trust. Only because the person before him was Lionel, the man who had turned Songzhou into a utopia. What else could he not accomplish? Looking around at the weapons displayed, though there were Ian knives, this was far from enough. To unify the nations, the soldiers needed more advanced weaponry. Thinking of this, he decided internally. Next, he would continuously upgrade the soldiers' weapons. Meanwhile, at the city gates, Fernanda led a group of Qin envoys to the Hildred dynasty. Entering the city, she observed the streets, now both familiar and strange, and felt some nostalgia. She hadn't expected that after 3 days, things would change so dramatically. Where was the desolation and ruin that existed when Carlo was alive? A thriving scene brought an involuntary smile to her lips. Atli, what's wrong? The strategist behind her noticed Fernanda's preoccupied look and asked. The Atli had lived here for a month, presumably understanding the place quite well. This was why the Qin ruler sent her this time. No worries, just a different feeling upon returning to this land. Fernanda shook her head. It felt as if everything happened just recently. Turning her head, she saw the entrance to the slums. Gone were the once dilapidated houses, replaced now with wooden structures. Her mind involuntarily recalled scenes of fighting alongside Lionel. She thought of the words Lionel unintentionally said before parting. She felt some regret, wondering why she wasn't born in this land. Shaking her head to clear these thoughts. Sadly, times had changed, and today was different. Looking towards the palace, she paused. Knowing Lionel's temperament, this mission might prove challenging. Remember, once inside, both speech and attitude must be presented correctly. If anyone delays the king's task, military law will apply. Chapter 245. One person alone. In the imperial study. Audience with His Royal Highness the Hal. May your highness live for 10,000 years. Fernanda led a group of envoys bowing respectfully to Lionel. Glancing sideways at the face he had been thinking of day and night, his heart fluttered. After so long, there was an added touch of valor and mature stability on his face, making him even more captivating than before. Rise. Lionel looked at Fernanda with slightly raised eyebrows. Qin's endless provocations, were they taking advantage of his lingering affection for Fernanda? How dare they challenge him repeatedly? Your Highness, my brother's death within Hildred dynasty has caused quite a stir in Qin. Our Ford and my father have always insisted on finding out the cause of my brother's death. As the incident occurred within Hildred dynasty, we hope you can provide a reasonable explanation, Fernanda said, feeling very uncomfortable uttering these forced words. Yet it had indeed happened. Not pursuing this matter would make the entire Song family a laughingstock in Qin. The Qin Ford might use this as leverage against Hildred dynasty. So, today you came here specifically for this issue, demanding an explanation from this prince, correct? Lionel frowned, observing Fernanda. After some time apart, he seemed somewhat thinner. Not only that, but his mind wasn't too clear. Hadn't Eric always tried to bring her down? Did he forget so quickly? You're as foolish as a pig. Yes, I asked for an explanation, Your Highness. Fernanda clearly paused, not expecting Lionel to question him so directly, only nodding in response. Your brother's death had nothing to do with Hildred dynasty. He was killed by Flynn assassins. If Qin or the Song family is dissatisfied, go confront Flynn's ruler. What do you mean by dragging us into a messy affair? Lionel's voice was authoritative, full of unyielding dominance. The strong aura of royal power made it hard for Fernanda to breathe. He didn't know what to say next, staring at Lionel with eyes filled with unusual emotions. At this moment, one of the Qin envoys who had come with Fernanda seemed displeased. The incident happened in Hildred dynasty. Calling you Your Highness is giving you respect. Don't try to pin all the blame on Flynn. If Flynn learns how they are treated by their allies, they would be heartbroken. A slender man with sharp features and calculating eyes looked down on Lionel with contempt. Even if she became the crown princess, what did it change? Qin so much. Why keep insisting like this? Why does Qin persistently cling to Aviana? Her father was a Elwyn of the previous dynasty and had no dealings with Qin. Is there something hidden? If you don't clarify, don't even dream of it. Lionel's expression hardened as she glanced colder at Fernanda. If other envoys acted rashly, it could be forgiven, but Fernanda should know better. Think carefully, Hal. If you don't hand over Aviana, then Qin will settle the account regarding Eric's death with Hildred dynasty. The envoy's tone was threatening, giving a choice between two evils. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room became tense, tinged with murderous intent. Enough. Didn't I tell you how to behave at the capital gate? Have you forgotten already? Noticing Lionel's displeasure, Fernanda turned and rebuked the envoy sharply. As the leader of the envoy team, it was her responsibility to handle matters. Now it was done. His aggressive attitude was just creating tension between the two countries. The extent of Hildred dynasty's development was still unknown. Offending them carelessly might lead to Qin's downfall. The envoy's face showed reluctance, knowing to remain silent under Fernanda's stern gaze. Apologies, Your Highness. They are usually disciplined by me, yet they acted arrogantly. Please forgive their misconduct considering past relations. Fernanda bowed deeply to apologize. She hoped Lionel wouldn't misunderstand her. Behind her stood Qin's Ford. If disobeyed, fear loomed. Lionel stayed silent, her face darker. Fernanda knew he was furious. Your Highness, we bear no ill will. In Qin, Aviana has an elder waiting for her. Chapter 246. The Great Qin is bound to fail. Is it really like that? Lionel's face showed a hint of skepticism. Eric had said the same thing before he came, and now Fernanda was saying the same. Could it be that he had made too big of a fuss over something small? Indeed, I hope His Royal Highness the Hal can assist. Fernanda nodded, her eyes filled with sincerity. Lionel fell into deep thought. Fernanda probably wouldn't lie to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have protected him back then. If that's the case, meeting her wouldn't hurt. But he feared that the old scoundrel, the Ford of Great Xia, might have some sinister plots he hadn't told Fernanda. Aviana would be in danger then. If so, you may go and meet Aviana and ask for her opinion. If Aviana agrees to go with you, then you can take her away from Hildred Dynasty. But if she refuses and you still try to take her by force, this prince will not mind adding another enemy to Hildred Dynasty. Lionel's eyes grew resolute as he stared straight at Fernanda, as if to say, you know what kind of person I am. Seeing there was still room for discussion, Tati looked somewhat pleased. Thank you, Your Highness. At the Gaylord's mansion, looking at this magnificent setup, it seemed Lionel treated his people around him exceptionally well. We are envoys from Great Xia seeking an audience with Miss Aviana. Fernanda smiled and reined in her arrogant demeanor. The guard outside was startled, gave a salute to Fernanda, and hurriedly ran inside. A moment later, the gates of the Gaylord's mansion opened. The guards led the visitors in. Aviana and Zhou Cloyu were seated in the main seats, watching the visitors. Aviana wasn't unfamiliar with Fernanda. Back then, she used to be a maid in Lionel's residence. Atli Song, you've come all this way. Tea, please. Aviana acted like a hostess. The maidservant followed the order and hurried out. Trisha. Before Fernanda could finish her sentence, Aviana raised her hand to cut her off. If Atli Song has come here out of old feelings, I, Aviana, welcome you warmly. But if you're like your brother, wanting me to go to Great Xia, forget about it. Aviana's tone was firm. From the moment she saw Fernanda, she understood her intentions. Wanting her to follow to Great Xia? Impossible. Janine, you misunderstand. Your aunt misses you very much and often talks about you. Now that you're alone in Hildred Dynasty, she doesn't know how you're doing, which is why she wants us. She hoped Lionel wouldn't blame her for hiding it. She had her reasons. Hearing this, Zhou Cloyu couldn't hold back. I thought Atli was a well-educated and reasonable person. Now, it seems otherwise. If Human refuses, are you going to kidnap her? She slammed her palm on the table, spilling the freshly served tea. Zhou Cloyu couldn't believe that someone who once protected Lionel had become so heartless. Was everything just an act? Aviana gently patted Zhou Cloyu's hand, signaling her to calm down. Atli Song, are you not aware of Hildred Dynasty's strength? Aviana felt speechless. Did Great Xia really think Hildred Dynasty would fear them? Ridiculous. Who would fear whom? It was uncertain. The Great Xia envoys couldn't stay silent anymore. They stood up, faces filled with disdain. Janine, remember one thing. Hildred Dynasty was formerly part of the Great Zhou, just a minor kingdom. Great Zhou has never been a match for Great Xia. Evening hands does not change its inferior status. Impossible. One envoy glanced at Aviana, rumored to be a talented woman of Great Zhou. Upon seeing her, he found nothing exceptional about her. She hardly lived up to her title as the greatest talent of Great Zhou. In turbulent times, unable to see the situation clearly, she had the audacity to claim such a title. Other envoys joined in agreement. Great Xia has only skirmished with Great Zhou. Truly conquering it would be effortless. Hildred Dynasty merely defeated the weak Yin Dynasty. That kingdom never deserved its ranking among the top 3. Janine should reconsider. Choose wisely. Join us in Great Xia or watch Hildred Dynasty fall. The envoy's confidence in Great Xia's abilities was evident. In their eyes, Hildred Dynasty's victory over the Yin Dynasty only proved Yan's weakness and complacency over the years. Great Xia was always prepared for war. Presently, Great Xia's wealth might rival Hildred Dynasty's. But regarding military strength, it remained to be seen who would triumph in a real battle. Only war would reveal the true winner. Hildreddenly, Aviana burst into laughter, laughing until tears almost streamed down her cheeks. Looking at the haughty envoys, she became even more speechless. After a long while, she finally turned to Fernanda. In meeting Hildred Dynasty, the Great Xia is bound to fail. Chapter 247. Is the Hildred Dynasty's influence inadequate? Janine, aren't you cooped up in your mansion every day, unaware of the current situation? Fernanda looked at Aviana with some doubt. Perhaps it was merely an excuse for her not wanting to return to Dechin. However, considering their past relationship, he still wanted to counsel her kindly. Moreover, Lionel had already expressed his stance. If a war between the two countries were to break out, what would happen to Lionel? Hildred's outcome was not what she wished to see. Janine, please think carefully before you speak and know what should and shouldn't be said. The envoys behind Fernanda displayed clear displeasure on their faces. Hildred's words in Dechin could result in the entire family being executed. Only because Aviana was far away did she dare to be so audacious. Just as I thought. You are nothing more than a minor country that thinks changing its name can elevate its status. The strength of Dechin you haven't even witnessed yet, but it's definitely not as simple as you imagine. If Dechin really goes to war with Hildred Dynasty, the one who will ultimately fall will be Hildred Dynasty. The envoys' faces were filled with smugness. To them, Dechin was like a godlike existence, and they wouldn't allow outsiders to insult it. So what about you people? Short-sighted rodents. Sitting comfortably within Dechin, you know nothing of the outside world. You just assume that the Hildred Dynasty is still the same as before? Can Dechin develop, but Hildred Dynasty cannot? I'm warning you now, Hildred Dynasty is more powerful than the former Zhou by several folds. It's not something you can look down upon. Amina couldn't listen anymore. She was once a princess of a fallen dynasty. In terms of national power, probably no one had more authority to speak on this topic. Seeing these arrogant Dechin envoys, she felt almost amused. Do they think this is still Zhou? She wondered if they would leave Hildred Dynasty alive. What qualifies a washed-up princess to stand before us? Even in the past, you weren't someone we'd respect highly. Now, you're not even worthy of tying my shoes. The lead envoy wore an extremely displeased expression. A princess from a previous dynasty was no different from commoners now, yet she dared to act superior in front of them? Even if they did something to her today, the Hildred dynasty might not pursue any investigation. Who gave you permission to disrespect my friend on my territory? Please leave Chong House immediately, otherwise, I don't mind dealing with you right here. Aviana's face grew resolute. Since Amina was under her protection, she wouldn't let her suffer the slightest bit. These people truly didn't know their place, daring to insult others? Immediately, the servants of the household stood up, wielding burning sticks and rudely escorting Fernanda and his group out of the steward's residence. Sister Cloetong, are you okay? Once they left, Aviana asked anxiously. Now they were only two people relying on each other. They couldn't lose each other. I'm fine. They're right. I'm no longer of noble birth. An impoverished phoenix is worse than a chicken. Living in this courtyard with you has been quite wonderful. Amina smiled faintly. Those things seemed like fleeting clouds. She had long stopped caring. Aviana sighed with relief. But why do you seem troubled? Your eyebrows are furrowed. Amina lightly touched Aviana's brow, smiling as she asked. In many dynasties' eyes, Hildred dynasty is merely a newly emerged kingdom with a very weak foundation. These people simply do not take Hildred dynasty seriously. The Qin is just one of them. More dynasties will likely have the same opinion. Aviana revealed her concerns. Her brows remained knitted together tightly, unable to relax. Are you afraid that all the countries will think this way and harm the Hildred dynasty? Undoubtedly, as good friends, they understood each other completely. Aviana nodded. Precisely that concern. It would be manageable if it were just one, but if several countries held this view, it could spell trouble. Now that you've realized this, why not discuss it with the Hal? We both reside under the protection of Rufus in Hildred dynasty. We should shoulder our responsibilities. Amina's voice was soft, but her words mirrored Aviana's thoughts exactly. I understand. I'll go immediately. Aviana suddenly realized, smiled at Amina, then rushed out of the house without delay. Watching Aviana's jubilant form, Amina felt some solace. It seemed she was starting to move past her grief. In the imperial study, Hal, Miss Aviana has arrived. DeAndre whispered, feeling rather heartbroken. Since Lionel took over Hildred dynasty, he practically handled everything alone, spending entire days in the study without rest. Admit her. Lionel placed the jade armrest pin on the rack and massaged his temples. He hoped she would make the right choice. Your Highness, may you live 10,000 years. Upon seeing Lionel, Aviana felt her heart skip a beat. She hadn't seen him in such a long time, yet he was still as handsome as ever. Have you made up your mind? If you wish to return with them, this prince won't stop you. Before Lionel could finish, Aviana interrupted. No, I will stay in Hildred dynasty. Seeing the determination on her face, Lionel smiled inwardly. At least she had a conscience. So, what brings you here today? Lionel was curious. She couldn't just come to inform him she wasn't returning to Daqin, right? Highness, Yuman has come to offer advice. Although traditionally women do not interfere in state affairs, you are different. Aviana prefaced her words with some flattery towards Lionel. At present, Hildred dynasty isn't weak, but its recognition isn't high enough. Many countries aren't as powerful as they seem, but people's initial impressions instill fear. Aviana spoke clearly, her gaze fixed on Lionel's face. She believed he would make the right decision. But Lionel showed no sign of interrupting, only looking somewhat expectant, seemingly encouraging her to continue. Feeling helpless, Aviana decided to speak all at once. Yuman believes, as Hal, perhaps you should prove to other dynasties that Hildred dynasty is not something anyone can covet. Lionel listened quietly, finally nodding when she finished. You have a point. Let's discuss this further. Lionel knew action was needed to bolster the Hildred dynasty's standing among the nations. Chapter 248. Seeing the token is as seeing me. Not bad, truly worthy of being the steward's daughter. The way you view things is indeed different from others. Lionel's eyes held a trace of admiration. Who said women have brains inversely proportional to their chest sizes? Wasn't Aviana's mind very agile? Your Highness flatters me. Since we are part of the Hildred dynasty, it's natural for us to share in its honor and disgrace. If we can't do this much, how can we deserve to remain here under your protection, Your Highness? Aviana displayed a modest demeanor, waving her hand. These words came from Amina's mouth, but they reflected what she truly believed. The future of the Hildred dynasty was promising, and they had once had conflicts. If she couldn't showcase her value, there was a fear. Though she knew Lionel wouldn't do that, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Very good, very good. In the future, if you have any ideas, just come straight to me. It's not hard to establish authority. You don't need to worry too much. There will be a significant operation soon, specifically to enhance the Hildred dynasty's prestige among the various kingdoms. Although Lionel had already planned this out, he naturally couldn't let such a patriot feel disheartened. Many things could be overlooked, and perhaps he would realize something important due to these patriots' reminders. Lifting his head, he met Aviana's eyes, and their gazes locked. Much was left unsaid yet understood. Since your Highness has everything well planned, I won't disturb you further. I'll take my leave. Seeing Lionel's confident demeanor, she didn't intend to say more. After all these events, she realized that Lionel wasn't some frivolous noble but an exceptional talent. As long as he said he could accomplish something, it would certainly be done. Lionel nodded. Only then did Aviana bow and exit the imperial study. Stepping out of the imperial study, she unexpectedly felt less oppressed and more lighthearted. She couldn't help but sigh. To have such a Hal in the Hildred dynasty is truly a blessing from past lives. Inside the imperial study, Lionel watched Marta standing beside him, looking rather gloomy. He guessed the reason. Still upset about what happened before? He asked proactively. Seeing this woman's rapidly changing emotions, Lionel could only think. My native language is speechless. Women flip-flop faster than turning pages. It's true. But this particular one was smart enough to learn and apply quickly. Not bad. It seemed none of the women around him were ordinary. Now that we've cleared up, can you do me a favor? Lionel raised an eyebrow, exuding a rogue charm. He looked at Marta seriously, devoid of any prince-like haughtiness, making him seem very approachable. Marta, accustomed to operating independently in the martial world, felt oddly uneasy and even flattered. She knelt down immediately with a thud. Your Highness can give orders directly. Please never use the word beg. Xiaoyu fears divine retribution. Please don't make me feel unworthy. Marta was inwardly anxious. What kind of luck brought her such a benevolent ruler after leaving the martial world? Yet, the distinction between ruler and subject must be maintained. Otherwise, malicious listeners could jeopardize her standing in the Hildred dynasty's capital. All right, please rise. No need for such formalities. A faint smile appeared on Lionel's lips. The flustered Marta looked rather cute. Seeing her like this made him quite pleased. I want you to train a team of skilled acrobats specialized in espionage. The intelligence gathered will be crucial, so the selection criteria are strict. Only you can manage this. Lionel knew the next challenge would involve several other dynasties. They needed to be conquered one by one before destroying Great Xia to avenge the Hildred family. The best strategy was knowing oneself and the enemy, ensuring victory. That's not a problem. But there are some issues. Marta suddenly thought of something, showing difficulty and a hint of guilt. Go on. Lionel grew serious, realizing Marta wasn't teasing him. I need your Highness's support. Though the Hildred dynasty is full of talents, many are kept by ministers. Xiaoyu has some reputation in the martial world, but working for you hasn't spread widely yet. Ministers naturally hesitate to send their hard-earned talents to me. Marta expressed her helplessness. Many martial artists chose to join the government when they had nowhere else to turn. Unfortunately, the Zhou dynasty wasn't reliable, so they chose powerful ministers. Lionel immediately understood Marta's concern. He stood up, walked to the desk opposite him, and handed her a token hanging there. This is the royal command token. Seeing the token is as seeing me. Anyone who defies will be punished without mercy. Chapter 249. Lionel's official ascension. The next day, after the morning court session, Ellis led Lionel to the imperial study. Father, now that the Hildred dynasty is flourishing, why do you still look so worried? Seeing his father with a furrowed brow, Lionel couldn't help but ask, is there something still hidden from me? Hildreddenly. Ellis yawned loudly. His face was filled with resentment. It seems being in Ford isn't easy. I have to wake up so early for the morning court sessions every day. I never get enough rest. I'm exhausted, Ellis complained childishly, then pulled out a token from his robe. While yawning, he handed the token over to Lionel. Father. Lionel was speechless. This wasn't like his father at all. Previously, father would always be the first one up no matter how early, whenever leading troops into battle. Not being able to wake up for court? No one would believe it. Father, if you have something to say, just speak plainly. You and I agreed that we wouldn't hide anything from each other anymore. Lionel raised an eyebrow, noticing the token in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it had an elaborate, Hildred, character engraved on it, adorned with dangling tassels underneath. He froze instantly. This token symbolized the head of the Hildred family. Why did father choose this moment to hand it over? Is he going to handle something behind my back again? Your father is getting older, and his body isn't as strong as before. After becoming Ford, many things have become restrictive, which is not the life I want. Ellis yawned again, showing deep black circles under his eyes. His expression didn't seem like he was lying. Father has been fighting battles all over for years. Lately, he seems somewhat weary. But there's nothing more you need to do. You've devoted your entire life to me. Let the rest be handled by your son. You can sit back and watch. Lionel tightened his grip on the jade pendant, feeling the weight of responsibility suddenly settle on his shoulders. This wasn't just empty words but a commitment. Ellis's face was full of relief as he placed his hand gently on Lionel's shoulder. Meng, you've grown up now. In our lineage, you are the only remaining male. Handing this over to you is fitting. In terms of ability, you surpass even me. The Hildred dynasty should naturally be entrusted to you. My heart lies more in being a general who fights across the lands rather than in Ford. Looking around the opulent imperial study, he felt not joy but a heavy sense of confinement. Though being in Ford means ruling above all, such a life was not what he desired. The rebellion against the Great Xia was to secure a future for his son. With the goal achieved, he had no lingering concerns. Seeing his father's appearance, Lionel was momentarily speechless. Over these past days, dealing with big and small matters, had he been grooming him all along? What's so great about being a general? Isn't being in Ford better where everyone else works for you? Father, you? Just as Lionel prepared to speak, he was interrupted. Ellis led him by the hand to a secluded area within the imperial study and sat opposite him. From now on, do whatever you wish. No matter what happens, I will support you. Do what you need to do. If anyone dares to oppose you, I guarantee they won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Ellis's tone was domineering. Indeed, he was still formidable. All to create a safer environment for his son. With the current tumultuous situation, unifying the various kingdoms was his son's aspiration. Hildred surrounded by capable people, how could he enjoy a life of leisure? Tears welled up in Lionel's eyes as he looked at his father. Opening his mouth to speak, he found himself choked with emotion, unable to articulate any words. In the end, he could only tightly hold his father's hand, unsaid sentiments resonating between them. Don't worry. Since I promised to tell you everything, I won't hide anything from you. If you want to unify the kingdoms, let's combine forces to achieve it swiftly. Finally, march into the Great Xia to avenge the Hildred family. Ellis's eyes reddened, flashes of his brothers' faces appearing in his mind. Hatred towards the throne intensified. If it weren't for the Ford of the Great Xia's obsession, his brothers would not have met such fates. Father, don't be sad. What the Great Xia owes us will be paid back in time. The other members of the Hildred family, I've already instructed Joanna to search for them. We'll have results soon. Since you don't want to be Ford, you can be the Grand Evan. Lionel thought, considering his father's status, it was inappropriate for him to lead military campaigns. He didn't want his father to suffer. Ellis looked at Lionel seriously and shook his head. If you truly care for me, follow what your father says. The next day, all officials knelt outside the hall, puzzled. Historically, Fords didn't want their descendants to vie for power. Why was Ellis so open about it? Recalling that Ellis used to protect his children fiercely, everything seemed clear now. Soon after, Ellis appeared in his imperial robes, leading Lionel before everyone. Hail Gray! Long live Gray! All officials kneeled as Lionel, now looking confident and composed, entered the hall. Although he had been enthroned once before, it was only as Hal. Many procedures were simplified. Now, following the full imperial ascension protocol, Ellis slowly released Lionel's hand and followed behind. They walked toward the Golden Throne Hall, with each step allowing the ministers to stand. Despite standing, they bowed deeply, sending off Lionel and his father. When Lionel for inciting the masses and fearing that such boasts would come back to haunt him. Haven't you forgotten? This is the hall of the Hildred dynasty. He can say whatever he wants, and no one will stop him. Just talking is one thing, but achieving it is another, whispered a man beside the lean envoy. The two exchanged hushed whispers without regard for where they were. Bold. How dare you act so freely in the Hildred dynasty's hall? DeAndre frowned, clearly displeased. He thought these Qin envoys must have lost their minds to provoke things now. Yet, he had to endure it and abide by the laws of the Hildred dynasty. If he couldn't uphold them, how could he expect the other officials to do so? The lean envoy had to shut up, inwardly cursing DeAndre. Just a lousy general, what's so great about him? That's enough. Today is the Evans coronation day. Let's discuss matters later, said Fernanda, noticing the two behind him and immediately trying to prevent any trouble. Just then, a eunuch's high-pitched voice echoed from the door. The envoy from the Great Desert has arrived. This left the Qin envoys who were still grumbling in shock. The Great Desert's power surpassed that of the Hildred dynasty. A weak country changing Fords and yet, someone from there came? They quickly concluded it must be out of curiosity, like themselves. Your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Yusef Devon of the Great Desert smiled brightly at Lionel. His entourage also wore joyful expressions. You may rise, Lionel said, raising an eyebrow. The Great Desert certainly knew how to handle things. It wasn't in vain that he had given them so much support over time. They did know gratitude. On this day of your Majesty's coronation, I bring gifts from the Great Desert. Though they are humble, please do not mind them, said Devon, smiling up at the man on the throne. Devon felt a bit nostalgic. Last time they met, Lionel was still a prince. Now he was Ford. Clearly, this person was beyond his level and not someone to offend. Choosing to ally had been the right decision. The lean envoy froze, unable to understand the situation. He rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision until he saw the genuine smile on the face of the great Benny, which made him stiffen. How thoughtful. To come and even bring gifts? Thanks to your aid, we managed to secure victory over the Great Zhou, paving the way for today's Hildred dynasty. Our relationship from now on, we needn't discuss, right? Lionel gave Devon a meaningful glance. You get it. Thank you for your grace, your Majesty. Devon placed his right hand over his heart, feeling both helpless and resigned. 15 minutes later, the eunuch's voice rang again. The envoy from the Great Flynn has arrived. The Qin envoys grew increasingly uneasy, cold sweat forming on their palms. An adorable-looking woman appeared with her delegation. Your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Soon, several officials recognized the woman. Isn't she the Ember of the Great Flynn? Known for her ruthlessness and having stayed in the Hildred dynasty for some time. Never thought she'd visit the Hildred dynasty. Looks like its prospects are bright. The Evan is amazing. Since the Hildred family took charge, the alliances have only grown. Officials marveled at the unprecedented sight. Other kingdom envoys previously always looked down on the Great Zhou. Now, genuine congratulations were visible on their faces. Hildredenly, the whole hall seemed filled with harmony, foretelling a bright future for the Hildred dynasty. Lionel waved, signaling the Great Flynn envoys to rise. To the Qin envoys, this was astonishing. They didn't realize the Hildred dynasty had such extensive connections. Fernanda's eyes sparkled with confusion. What incredible changes must have occurred within the Hildred dynasty to bring so many dynasties here? Considering the Great Qin status was far higher than the Hildred dynasties, yet hadn't garnered this much attention. As everyone was stunned, the eunuch's voice spoke again. Envoys from the Great Yong dynasty have arrived. Even the eunuch seemed tired, unprepared for so many visitors. Everyone froze, questioning their ears. The Great Yong dynasty ranked second only to the Great Qi, and yet, they were here? The Qin envoys felt beads of sweat form on their backs, bewildered by the scenario. Lionel, sitting on the throne, wondered why the Great Yong dynasty had shown up uninvited. While not submissive, they weren't overtly hostile either. Usually, there was little interaction between them. Almost none, in fact. Why were they here today? Lionel couldn't quite gauge their intentions. On the occasion of your Majesty's coronation, I come bearing greetings from the Great Yong King. These are modest gifts, please accept them. The leading envoy gestured to the large chests behind him, his face full of respect. Lionel glanced at his old father in the crowd, reading something reassuring in his eyes, and finally felt at ease. Thank you. Chapter 251. Father's Romantic Debts. After the coronation ceremony, Lionel was brought to the imperial study by his father. Father, as far as I recall, the Daiyong dynasty, being the second largest power, rarely meddles in external affairs? Everyone knows that the Hildred dynasty is currently taking action. Isn't it inappropriate for them to appear here at this time? Lionel felt a bit anxious inside. The Daiyong dynasty had never appeared on his radar before. This sudden appearance gave him an indescribable feeling. He felt there was something off about this. Looking at his father with suspicion, he wanted to know what was really going on. After all, during the court session, his father's eyes assured him not to worry. There's absolutely no need to worry about the Daiyong dynasty. You can almost pretend they don't exist. They won't conflict with the Hildred dynasty. Because your old man has an acquaintance in the Dayong dynasty. We've tried contacting them before but didn't succeed. Today, they suddenly appeared, likely remembering past connections. Ellis stroked his gradually graying beard nonchalantly, exuding a confident air that only confused Lionel further. But then he suddenly understood why so many outsiders were visiting today. It turned out his father was worried he couldn't control this group of shrewd ministers, and thus alerted these people in advance. It seemed that every move his father made was calculated with great confidence. Past connections? Lionel suddenly felt something was off and muttered this phrase repeatedly. He felt even more uneasy. Father, do you remember saying you would never hide anything from me again? It looks like there are still things you haven't told me yet. Come clean. Did you have romantic debts outside that have now come knocking? Lionel began scrutinizing his father. To be fair, though middle-aged, his father still exuded vitality and charm. He looked dashing and handsome. No wonder he had such a good-looking son. It was normal that many girls liked him. Alright, I was just complaining. You're setting me up again. Please don't make me take the blame this time. Lionel felt relieved, thinking this way of interacting between father and son was the easiest. Little did he know, Ellis glanced at him indifferently and sat down, saying, "This is nothing. You'll understand in time." Evening. In the imperial study, Lionel was handling the memorial documents when a eunuch guarding the door rushed in urgently. "Your Majesty, the envoy from the Dayong dynasty requests an audience." Lionel paused mid-action, surprised by their quick response. "Announce them." Biting his lip, he steeled himself, hoping it was for the better, for ill fortune cannot be avoided. Moments later, a graceful figure entered. "Your Majesty, may you live 10,000 years. A gentle and youthful female voice echoed. Lionel nearly dropped the documents in his hands in shock. Raising his head, he began appraising the woman before him, who seemed around his age. "You," Lionel stopped, feeling extremely vexed. He couldn't believe his father hadn't spared even such a young lady, inwardly marveling at his father's prowess. "Don't be nervous. This princess has come only to greet on behalf of my mother. To also see what kind of person Kira admired in her youth. Seeing you now, I finally understood the history between his father and this Dayong beauty. Years ago, a noblewoman fell for his adoptive father and repeatedly expressed her feelings. Yet without exception, each confession was rejected. Hashtag chapter 252. Truly reckless and bold. Is that so? It turns out father had quite a few suitors back in his youth, and they weren't small fries either." Lionel muttered to himself. Hildredenly, he became curious. Had Evan father not remarried all these years just to protect him? Was it true that he only ever loved one person for life? A series of questions flooded his mind, but he couldn't come up with any satisfactory answers after pondering for a long time. It seemed he needed more time to figure things out. "Your Majesty, what did you say?" asked Yusef Daong, looking puzzled. What was Lionel talking about? Was this news really significant? "Nothing. I was just thinking that I don't know how to address you yet." Lionel realized there were others in the study, and quickly came up with an excuse to smooth things over. "As for my nickname, let's skip that. Among all the princesses, I received the name Deborah, so I'm known as Yusef's Iris." Yusef's Iris smiled, revealing a charming dimple at the corner of her mouth. It was precisely because of her looks that her father had given her this title. She dared to claim second place among all princesses, and no one would dare challenge her for first. Lionel sized up the woman before him. She did indeed match her name. She looked incredibly spirited. It wasn't hard to imagine how beautiful her mother must have been. He couldn't help but wonder how a virile young man like his father managed to stay unmoved by such beauty. "Got it, Yusef's Iris. I remember," Lionel said. "Those matters belong to the previous generation. Now, we should discuss our collaboration." Once he clarified their relationship, his expression grew serious. Since this was related to his father's past favors, the sincerity should be genuine, right? He wanted to know what trump card Dayong dynasty might bring. Yusef's Iris stiffened, wondering why she felt this man before her was somewhat delusional. Wasn't it Lionel who brought up the past? Why did he suddenly turn serious? "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about anything else," Yusef's Iris began. "Now that Great Xia has issued a bounty on Hildred dynasty, other dynasties allied with Great Xia have secretly formed a coalition. Their goal is to eliminate Hildred dynasty." Her expression turned worried as she spoke. The situation was dire. Dayong dynasty had taken a great risk by getting involved. Great Xia was the supreme dynasty on the continent, with many smaller nations supporting it. Hildred dynasty was in grave danger. Several dynasties hostile to Great Xia would rally to his side. "Your Majesty, please be cautious. These allied dynasties aren't as easy to deal with as you think. If you need anything, Dayong dynasty can provide it," Yusef's Iris offered, her curiosity piqued. Lionel seemed genuinely sincere, even solemn. "What do I need?" Lionel pondered seriously, then shook his head. "Hildred dynasty currently lacks nothing. If Dayong dynasty joins us in the fight against Great Xia, I welcome it. And I promise, Dayong dynasty will face no harm." Lionel's casual confidence left Yusef's Iris speechless. She knew about Hildred Wu, a fierce warrior. Had Lionel's boldness stemmed from Hildred Wu's reputation? "How are you so sure?" Yusef's Iris couldn't help but ask, questioning his assurance. "They're just a bunch of misfits. Thinking they're invincible together? They're dreaming." Lionel scoffed. "Unless Great Xia's iron cavalry, their biggest trump card, steps onto Hildred dynasty's soil, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. Otherwise, this ragtag alliance means nothing to me. Dayong dynasty needn't worry about these misfits. Since you've come to Hildred dynasty today, I'll take responsibility." Lionel's tone was resolute, radiating regal authority as if it were innate. The atmosphere in the study relaxed. The looming war seemed distant. "Isn't your Majesty being overly confident?" Yusef's Iris remarked. "These dynasties each surpass Hildred dynasty in strength. Yusef's Iris was stunned by Lionel's unwavering confidence. For a moment, She felt like there was a mist clouding her judgment, making her unable to fully grasp this man. Besides Great Xia, the rest are fair game for destruction, Lionel stated, raising an eyebrow with a rebellious air. Yusef's iris stared, amazed. This Lionel was even more reckless and bold than legend suggested. Chapter 253, you can take her in. Actually, I didn't want to join but to lobby. Yusef's iris looked at Lionel's expression, recalling the various performances of the Hildred dynasty, and could only close her mouth without saying more. Hearing this, Lionel suddenly became interested. Indeed, the second dynasty, which has never shown up until now, still has some means. Tell me more. After pondering for a while, he spoke out. In fact, I believe that the balance on the entire continent is being maintained, and it should not be broken. Whether the Great Xia collapses or the Hildred dynasty collapses, it will have an impact on the world structure. Your Majesty still needs to think carefully. Yusef's iris's expression turned solemn. The current continent is already in a saturated state. If a war breaks out, other dynasties might profit from it. Thus, all the people in the world would be affected. Once the war starts, the suffering would fall upon these commoners. Images of miserable people flooded her mind, making her feel somewhat unwilling. This matter does not need to worry Yusef's iris. I will find a way to solve it. Now many people have chosen sides, and it's also time for the De Jong dynasty to take action. Whether to choose Great Xia or the Hildred dynasty, it would be better to avoid misfortune. I can't bear to report back to father if anything goes wrong. Lionel smiled. He was actually looking forward to seeing the power of the De Jong dynasty, as well as which side they would choose. Yusef's iris was stunned, sensing a hint of danger. She initially thought it was just trivial squabbles, but it seems like they are now serious. This indeed was quite ruthless. There was even an overt threat in his words. Is Grey so confident to stand out among the 7 warring states? After much consideration, she finally voiced her thoughts, lifting her head to meet Lionel's eyes. Clear and clean. He clearly seemed handsome and dashing. She couldn't help but recall various rumors, none of which matched this capable man before her eyes. Yes, very confident, Lionel nodded. He had the historical transformations of countless dynasties, and countless advanced high-tech achievements behind him. Given time, the 7 warring states were nothing. Unifying the entire continent wasn't impossible either, but his ambition wasn't that big. Fighting against the Great Xia was a personal vendetta. He'd protect his own people from any bullying. So, which side will the De Jong dynasty choose? Seeing Iris remain silent, he asked again. On such important matters, I am just a princess and cannot make decisions. But I will report the current situation to father and let him decide. Yusef's Iris responded after deep contemplation. This was no joke. It demanded serious thought. If they won this bet, the De Jong dynasty could rest easy in the future. If they lost, it would cause significant ripple effects. She wanted to stay longer to observe. If the Hildred dynasty truly had this strength, then it wasn't entirely out of the question. All right, then I'll await your response. Lionel smiled, knowing that slow-cooked porridge needed low heat and patience. However, whether the De Jong dynasty joined or not mattered little to him. He merely wanted to understand their stance. Misfortunes were hard to explain to his father. I plan to stay in Hildred dynasty for a while. If Grey wants to know more, you may summon me anytime. Farewell. Yusef's Iris pressed her hands together and bowed slightly, touching her forehead to them before leaving the imperial study. Looking at her graceful silhouette, Lionel couldn't help but appreciate it. Even more, he admired her talent. It was surprising how beautiful women in this world weren't simple-minded. Instead, they were all shrewd. Tisk fistic, you lack the resolve I once had. Gazing so fixatedly at her retreating form, could it be you're already smitten? At this moment, Ron walked out from the side hall. Seeing his son almost drooling over the beauty's back, he shook his head in disdain. Do you remember when your mother chased me down 3 streets? She even gave me numerous gifts wanting to marry me. Alas, I was too proud, focusing only on the battlefield, and outright refused her. Ron recalled the past. He used to be as spirited as Lionel, drawing many girls' admiration. Yet, it wasn't until the end that he met his true love, Lionel's mother. They should have lived happily ever after. Thinking of this, his eyes welled with emotion. What do you mean, father? I was just thinking about why the genes of the De Jong king are so good, producing such a clever and lovely daughter. Lionel was sincere, his innocent face seemingly wronged. How could he possibly be someone who gets distracted by women? You naughty boy, focus on yourself rather than her. If it weren't for my superior genes, how could you exist? Ron frowned. His impulsive son was really thinking aloud. Praising others while belittling oneself? Lionel clicked his tongue, wishing he could tell him that he came from another era. Wrapped in paternal love, he didn't mind. Lionel fell into deep thought. The appearance of the De Jong dynasty significantly impacted everything. Father, what does the De Jong dynasty really want? Had they not appeared suddenly today, they would have been forgotten by the world. If we can ally with them, it could deter smaller nations, avoiding unnecessary troubles. Hildred porting his chin, he puzzled over it. His previous life spent idly in the capital had left him clueless about the various kingdoms. Had it not been for the De Jong dynasty's self-introduction, he wouldn't have known such a kingdom existed. If he had prior knowledge, he wouldn't be so helpless now. Ron smiled, sitting beside Lionel. He poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it slowly. Why must you know what they want? She's the most beloved princess of the De Jong king. You can directly take her in. Hashtag chapter 254, the mighty De Jong dynasty. Father, can't you say something reliable for once? Am I the type of person who would sacrifice my dignity to achieve a goal? Lionel was momentarily speechless. His father was really too unreliable. As if this is just cabbage that can be collected at will? You rotten kid. How am I not reliable? I think this young lady looks promising. She has the potential to bear me a healthy grandson. Ron shot a disdainful glance at Lionel. All he could think about was the chubby face of that little girl, Harriet, and when he could have a grandson of his own. Seeing Lionel silent for a while, Ron cleared his throat. This Yusef's Iris holds a significant position in the Deyong dynasty. A son's status depends on his mother's rank. And she's also the descendant of an old acquaintance. If you can win her over, it might not be a bad thing. Isn't this better than your so-called other pursuits? He looked at Lionel with a disappointed expression, wondering how he could have such an incompetent son. With that face of his, Lionel could walk across the entire continent without any problems. But he insisted on being high-minded like him, relying only on himself. Good father, why didn't you stay with my mother back then? Maybe. Before Lionel could finish his sentence, he received a severe beating from his father. The inkstone in the study was shattered by one lash, indicating the sheer force behind it. Father, please show mercy. If you injure me, who will take care of you in your old age? Lionel dodged as he spoke, realizing he couldn't escape this beating. So he ran out of the study. Ron stood there, holding the whip, looking like a fearsome god of death. Just as Lionel reached the door of the study, he bumped into a eunuch. Your Majesty, what happened? Is there an intruder? The eunuch had never seen Lionel look so flustered and instantly became alert. Just as he was about to summon the Bilis, Lionel stopped him. If you dare to enter, you do it yourself. Don't blame me if I don't warn you. His whip doesn't know the difference between friend and foe. It loves to dance on people's backs until their skin is torn. Lionel finished his ominous warning and quickly left the vicinity of the study. The eunuch swallowed hard, cautiously peering inside the study, almost getting hit by the whip. He hastily retreated and fled. Lionel arrived at the residence of the Velma, sitting down heavily in a chair, feeling a lingering pain in his back. Your Majesty, what happened? The Velma detected a faint scent of blood and looked worried. It's nothing. I came here to ask you some questions today. Lionel waved his hand, lifting his shoulder to rub it gently. The Velma understood the situation, knowing that only one person could hurt him this way. She sat opposite him. What does your Majesty want to know? The Velma's voice was soft, and she had changed after experiencing much, but her aura remained intact. Do you know anything about the Deyong dynasty? Lionel leaned on the stone table, still feeling the pain from the lashes. His father had really gone all out. The whip almost made his bones crack. Waves of heat followed by cool breezes finally brought some relief. Turning his head, he saw the Velma had sprinkled some medicine on his back. He silently noted her actions. The Deyong dynasty ranks second in the world and rarely makes public appearances. Today's appearance in the Hildred dynasty is quite surprising. Recalling the day's events, she suspected that among them was probably Yusef's Iris, the beloved daughter of the Deyong Evan. That he allowed her to come out made his intentions unclear. What kind of strength does this dynasty have? There's a lot you should know better than I do. Please share everything you know, Lionel said. The Velma nodded. The Deyong dynasty is actually the strongest among all the dynasties. Hearing this, Lionel was surprised. If that was true, why had Deqi maintained its first place for so long? How could the fort of Deqi, who was so paranoid, tolerate a threat to his position? Curiosity piqued immensely. One key factor is that the Deyong dynasty is situated in a mountainous area, surrounded by water on all sides. Thus, successive fords decided to leverage this geography, training a naval force unmatched by any other dynasty. Thinking of that impregnable land, even assassins couldn't easily infiltrate it. With water surrounding it, vulnerabilities were easy to spot. Therefore, the Da Flynn dynasty had never accepted any assassination contracts targeting the Deyong dynasty. So that's it. Then the Deyong Evan isn't just an ignorant ruler after all. At least in this regard he did well. Lionel's eyes sparkled with unreserved admiration. Indeed, the Deyong Evan had fully grasped the essence of relying on mountains for food and water for water. Not only was the terrain impenetrable, but even if someone managed to breach it, victory wasn't guaranteed. Hildred's geographical advantages were truly formidable. How strong is the navy? Hasn't any dynasty tried to conquer Deyong before? Lionel wondered aloud, knowing that the Deqi Evan, notorious for harboring grudges, must covet such a strategic location. If included in Deqi, it would solidify its status as the true #1 dynasty, unmatched on the entire continent. Is your wisdom affected by sitting on the throne? The Velma looked puzzled at Lionel. With his incredible intellect, why would he ask such a question? If you no longer wish to enjoy the food of the Hildred dynasty, I can have you escorted out of the capital tonight. Think carefully before you speak. Lionel frowned, producing a pack of date flour cakes and waving it menacingly. The Velma licked her lips, her eyes sparkling. Pardon me, your Majesty. Let me explain. Deqi has had conflicts with Deyong before, but Deyong's navy is extraordinarily powerful. Once engaged on water, it decimates its opponents instantly. Chapter 255. Something is amiss with the Great Xia. That is indeed quite impressive. Lionel nodded thoughtfully, instantly understanding that the Great Yu dynasty was renowned for its navy. Your Majesty, we don't know the true intention behind the sudden visit of the Great Yu dynasty, which usually stays out of world affairs. Please be cautious during your negotiations. Do not let them cloud your judgment. If they are friendly, it will be beneficial for the Hildred dynasty. If they are enemies, the Hildred dynasty will face a significant challenge. The Ember showed some concern and took advantage of Lionel's distraction to snatch the date flour cake from his arms. The moment she opened it, an intoxicating aroma filled the air, making her feel lightheaded. She couldn't resist inhaling deeply before indulging herself. Whether friend or foe makes no difference. Even if they are enemies, they are no match for the Hildred dynasty. Lionel also took a piece of the date flour cake from the Ember's hand and put it in his mouth. The ingredients were provided by him, and each bite was crispy, sweet, and refreshing, filling him with satisfaction. His expression remained indifferent. Your Majesty, you. The Ember almost choked, surprised by Lionel's calm demeanor regardless of the situation. It left her speechless. After all, she had known him for some time now, and he had always been like this. What's wrong? Lionel asked, slightly confused, quickly checking if she was choking. Nothing, but do you have confidence in handling the Great Yu dynasty's navy? The Ember swallowed what was in her mouth. She looked at Lionel in surprise, wondering how she could have forgotten his capabilities. Perhaps he truly has a plan. Yes, if they are enemies, I will show no mercy. Lionel nodded. Showing no mercy to the enemy is the greatest kindness to oneself. But he still wanted to see what choice the Great Yu dynasty would make. Your Majesty, there's another matter I must discuss with you. This time, the king of the Great Flynn sent a substantial amount of silver to buy grain from the Hildred dynasty. The Great Flynn's grain reserves are not abundant, but with the war, they will undoubtedly be affected. You won't just ignore them, will you? The innocent Ember looked at Lionel pitifully, fearing he might refuse. If he refused, it would undermine their alliance. People die for wealth, birds for food. The Hildred dynasty might not agree despite being the main force. When she raised her head to look at Lionel, she noticed he was holding his chest, looking alert and wary. Seeing how difficult it was for you to speak up, I thought it might be something serious. Next time, remember to say everything at once to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Lionel was speechless. Many people lusted after his appearance. He realized he needed to be more careful in the future. Your Majesty, did you overthink it? You look ordinary, nothing particularly noteworthy or worth expecting. Don't worry, even if all men in the world die, I wouldn't lay a finger on you. The innocent Ember smiled sweetly. Her expression appeared sincere. Lionel's face darkened as he wanted to conquer her right there and then, but he dismissed the thought. What a waste of time. How much silver did the Great Flynn bring? Lionel didn't want to dwell on the previous topic and change the subject. He didn't know what crazy things she might do next. I don't know exactly, but there are many thick stacks of silver notes. The Ember shook her head. She had no precise concept of money, but felt it should be enough to buy grain. There might be high demand, so the Great Flynn needs to prepare fully. Looking at Lionel, her voice turned coquettish. With her naturally sweet looks and coquettish tone, Lionel felt himself melting. He immediately understood why so many men liked sweet girls. Agreed. You can take the silver to the capital's warehouse to get the grain. The Great Flynn should remain vigilant. Our opponent is the Great Xia. Everything must be prepared thoroughly. Lionel nodded, reminding the Ember earnestly. Given the previous Ember's incident, the Great Flynn shouldn't overlook the Great Xia easily. As long as he accelerated and incorporated other dynasties into the Hildred dynasty, everything would be resolved. Back in the Imperial study, Lionel saw Alondra anxiously waiting for him. What happened? Haven't seen me for a while and missed me terribly? Lionel teased, sitting down in his seat. His wound on his back stopped hurting, seemingly healed. Alondra remained silent, walking around the room to ensure no one was listening before returning to Lionel's side. Lionel sensed the severity, as Alondra was always cautious. Alondra's behavior indicated a challenging situation. Pardon me, Your Majesty. The capital's forces are mixed. Only ensuring absolute safety can I divulge the information. Alondra knelt down. The capital of the Hildred dynasty was like a giant dye vat, with representatives from the Great Xia, Great Flynn, Great Yu, and the Great Desert. Never before had it been this lively. Relax. These dynasties don't have the audacity to reach the Imperial study. But you seem preoccupied. What's going on? Tell me, and I will stand by you. Lionel lifted her up, his expression growing serious. How dare these people act so boldly in his territory? Your Majesty, I'm fine. Alondra quickly assured him, noticing his thoughts. Seeing his concern, she felt an indescribable sweetness. Then what's wrong? Speak up, you're driving me mad. Lionel was speechless. When did Alondra become so reserved? He started tickling her waist as punishment. Alondra's frown vanished as she quickly wriggled free. Your Majesty, the Great Qian's attitude seems off. We need to decide our course of action. They might already have secretly allied with the Great Xia. ####Chapter 256. Already Hildred rendered. Your Majesty, you don't seem to care much. Alondra looked at Lionel, who didn't even blink, and couldn't help but ask. Despite being by his side the longest, seeing him so unperturbed was still hard to accept. Lionel nodded calmly. Indeed, there's no reason to be concerned. To many dynasties, the Qi is an insurmountable mountain. The Qin's decision to align with the Qi is understandable. Otherwise, their envoys wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Recalling the arrogant demeanor of those people in the hall, all the pieces suddenly made sense. However, he was curious about one thing. Fernanda had enjoyed a period of prosperity under his protection. Yet, despite this, he still came to the Hildred dynasty demanding a person. What were his true intentions? Your Majesty, I know you are powerful, but the Qin's influence cannot be underestimated. For such a large nation to ally with the Qi puts considerable pressure on the Hildred dynasty. Worry etched across Alondra's face. The adversary they faced now was not just Zhou. De Yin was far stronger than De Qi. The Hildred dynasty was indeed powerful, but compared to De Qi, which had formed numerous alliances, there's no need to worry. Compared to De Yin, De Qin is insignificant. Since they chose to ally with De Qi, we should simply eliminate the entire De Qin dynasty. Lionel's gaze turned fierce, giving off an unfamiliar vibe. A faintly violent aura surrounded him. Alondra watched the man before her. She always believed in what he said, never doubting. Taking a small step forward, she gently hugged Lionel, whispering in his ear, "After you destroy De Qi, what will you do? Alondra doesn't want you to take any more risks." Her eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. She had witnessed Lionel's journey step by step. The effort and life-threatening experiences he endured to reach this position were immense. Jameson's departure had reignited her fear of death. Now, only Lionel remained by her side, and she did not want anything to happen to him again. Otherwise, the long years ahead would be unbearable. Lionel stiffened, feeling moisture on his shoulder. He sensed the woman in his arms trembling, hearing muffled sobs. Gently placing his hand on Alondra's back, he began to pat her. "It's all right. After everything is settled, I'll take all of you to travel the world, see its wonders, and appreciate its landscapes." Lionel's voice was soft, comforting like a child. Originally, his goal was to earn enough money and retire peacefully, but events kept arising one after another. Fortunately, it seemed to be nearing an end. He hoped there would be no more significant conflicts. Dreadingly, he felt a chill on his lips. Alondra, eyes closed, pressed her whole body against him. Her pale hand caressed Lionel's face, wanting to engrave every detail in her memory. In the future, we won't have to worry about these kinds of matters anymore, right? Alondra paused, looking at Lionel seriously. Her large, watery eyes were clear and innocent. Yes, no more worries. Lionel stroked Alondra's head, leaned down, and kissed her passionately. His throat moved as she responded fervently. Blowing out the candle, he carried Alondra to the bed, drawing the curtains. They slowly undressed, coming together in the night. Accompanied by muffled sounds, Alondra's eyes became dazed, her vision blurred. Elsewhere, in the inn, Fernanda looked at her entourage. What happened today? Why were you all so arrogant in the hall? Weren't we supposed to focus on Aviana this time? Her tone held anger. Eric's death meant nothing to her anymore. The Ford promised that if they successfully brought back Aviana, the Song family would be spared. Why provoke them further? Atli, Daqin has changed. Even if Hildred dynasty has reformed, it remains a minor nation. Why should we treat such a small country with respect? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? The leading envoy dismissed Fernanda's concerns. If not for the Song family's contributions and battle achievements, he wouldn't respect her so much. Sadly, she was still influenced by emotions. Atli, whatever ties you had with Hildred dynasty are in the past. Don't forget your identity. Remember, the old general and your mother are still in Daqin. Any wrong move could upset the Ford. Atli, as a warrior, how can you forget national and familial grievances? The envoys argued, their tone filled with warnings and threats. They seemed less like subordinates and more like monitors. Do you not consider the consequences here in Hildred dynasty? If we anger the Ford and he invades Daqin, what then? Will your silver tongues protect the people? These words were almost shouted. Fernanda's eyes turned bloodshot as she looked at the envoys, a complex emotion stirring within her. Why are you doing this? Does Daqin fear invasion? The lead envoy looked at Fernanda. Their eyes met, and the room filled with tension. Other envoys hesitated. Speak. What is really going on? What are you hiding? Fernanda sensed something amiss, her brows furrowing. Her cold gaze radiated a powerful presence, making others weak-kneed. Daqin has already surrendered to Dachi. A refined-looking envoy hastily spoke. Fernanda's pupils dilated, disbelief evident. She hadn't realized. She had been deceived. Daqin had already declared the Hildred dynasty as an enemy. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and style while ensuring coherence and fluency in English. Chapter 257, The Alliance Assembly. This is sheer madness. Do you realize that your actions could drag the Great Qin into an abyss from which there's no return? Fernanda roared, a furious lion unleashed. Looking at his fellow countrymen before him, he felt an indescribable loathing in his heart. A persistent unease and an inexplicable fear lingered within him. Recalling Lionel's expression in the Grand Hall, he had a premonition. Those supporting the Dachi dynasty this time would not meet a good end. Enough. Atli, please stop making exaggerated claims. All supporters of the Dachi dynasty will be attending the Alliance Assembly at a restaurant in the capital tonight. You should come and witness what true power looks like. The leading envoy glanced at Fernanda with a hint of helplessness. How could such a timid general exist in Great Qin? A mere small nation had already terrified him so much. Go. Since it's an Alliance Assembly tonight, we must show our sincerity as Great Qin. Prepare yourselves. We leave in half an hour. The leading envoy dismissed the other envoys, leaving Fernanda alone. Watching their departing backs, a chill crept up his spine. These people were far too bold. Holding the Alliance Assembly in Lionel's territory. Wasn't this outright provocation? Half an hour later, the envoys donned formal attire and headed out with high spirits. Their faces glowed with joy, dreaming of Great Qin's imminent rise to glory. From now on, Great Qin will no longer be trampled upon. With the Dayan dynasty already destroyed, only first and second place remain. It seems the third spot has been reserved for Great Qin. The leading envoy smiled widely, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. His hands rubbed together incessantly, filled with excitement. We've really taken a big gamble this time. Who would have thought we'd hold an alliance assembly right here in the Hildred dynasty? Lionel probably wouldn't believe it even in his dreams. Another envoy joined in agreement. Laughter rang out among them as they continued down the road, their hearts filled with anticipation. Once the Dachi dynasty conquers the Hildred dynasty, Great Qin will have nothing more to worry about. But since the De Yong dynasty has appeared in the Hildred dynasty, who do you think will favor which side? The leading envoy crossed his arms, squinting his small triangular eyes in contemplation. The other envoys dared not join in this discussion. It was best not to delve into such topics. After all, the naval forces of the De Yong dynasty had once defeated the Dachi dynasty. They had always remained isolated and secure in their own domain without any conflict. This sudden meeting today seemed unusual. I won't speculate anymore. No matter which generation rules, they have their own reasoning. People like us can't match their thoughts. Let's just go to the Alliance Assembly and see if the De Yong dynasty makes an appearance. The leading envoy suddenly became serious, his pace quickening. Atli Song, keep your eyes wide open tonight. See who is stronger, Hildred dynasty or Dachi dynasty. Don't say discouraging words anymore. Remember, you are a general of Great Qin. The leading envoy couldn't help but remind Fernanda, who was still far behind. If they could stabilize this general, it would be a significant benefit to Great Qin. What they feared most was that Great Qin might have its heart set, but this general had none. Yes, Atli. Many will attend tonight's Alliance Assembly. You might find someone suitable. With the Song family diminished, you're the last one left. If anyone is suitable, we'll petition the king on your behalf when we return to Great Qin. These brave warriors are truly outstanding men. As a distinguished woman, you're sure to find someone you approve of. The envoy surrounded Fernanda as they spoke, hoping to gain more support through her influence, thereby consolidating Great Qian's position. They aimed to secure Great Qian's status among the top 3 empires. If the Deyong dynasty chose incorrectly, perhaps Great Qian could move up to second place. Then, they could watch over the lesser nations from a higher ground. Fernanda maintained a stern face throughout, remaining silent. Seeing their daydreams infuriated her. She wanted to knock some sense into them and see what was inside their heads. Spending days fantasizing about impractical dreams and using her as a tool. What a bunch of shameless opportunists. Indeed, relationships were only about interests, nothing more. The group strode lightly into the bustling streets outside, entering the largest restaurant in the capital, Zuaxian building. Fernanda felt mixed emotions as she looked up at it. If Lionel knew, he would surely feel pained. Living in the Hildred dynasty, earning money from the Hildred dynasty, yet having no loyalty to it. To have citizens like this in the Hildred dynasty. Upon arriving at the ground floor, the leading envoy spoke to a waiter. The waiter's attitude changed dramatically, bowing respectfully and guiding Fernanda and the group upstairs to a large private room. Sir, weapons are not allowed inside today. If you have any, please hand them over for safekeeping. This is a rule. The waiter politely stopped the group at the door. The envoys understood the rules well. As it was an alliance, enemies might also be present. Any incidents here would make life difficult in the Hildred dynasty henceforth. Thank you. The leading envoy led the way, pulling out a curved dagger from his sleeve. It was a crucial defensive weapon, useful in emergencies. When it came to Fernanda, the waiter's expression turned fearful. Her stern demeanor and tightly bound hair made her look formidable. Fernanda reluctantly handed over her saber. Satisfied, the waiter left. Just as they reached the door of the private room, they smelled a heavy scent of blood. Fernanda's brow furrowed, and she kicked the door open. Inside, she froze, stunned by the carnage. Bodies lay strewn across the room, blood pooling around them. All attendees of the Alliance Assembly appeared dead. Fresh red blood flowed down the carpet to the entrance. Hildred pressing her shock, Fernanda surveyed the room. Finally, she saw Lionel on the right side, sword in hand, radiating malevolence, calmly watching them. Hashtag chapter 258. You can live. Are you all a bunch of snails? After a moment, Lionel's lazy voice sounded. He yawned, stood up, and stretched his arms. His neck cracked as he twisted it. How could you come so slowly? I've been waiting here until I'm tired. Lionel's tone was completely calm, betraying no emotion. Holding the blood-stained sword in his hand, he took small steps, approaching the group one step at a time, looking at them as if they were prey. Evan, Your Majesty, why are you here? These people are all by you. The leading envoy couldn't form a coherent sentence, stammering in shock. After all, today there were many skilled individuals in the alliance. Yet, they had all been dealt with by Lionel. How terrifying was this strength? How? Hildred rised? This is your supposed weak monarch. Lionel looked coldly at the envoy, his eyes like they were looking at a dead dog, even with a hint of disgust. The envoy was frightened to the point of collapsing on the spot. Hildreddenly, he felt a chill in his hand. Turning to look, he found he was touching a head with wide-open eyes. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, swallowing hard. He cast a pleading glance towards Fernanda, thinking she alone could save them. Your Majesty, this is all a misunderstanding. We just came for a meal. Please don't mind. Yes, we've heard that the dishes in this tavern are renowned. We came here because of that. The envoys hurriedly changed their words, putting on apologetic smiles, hoping to escape disaster by pretending ignorance. Lionel chuckled coldly. Taking me for a fool? He had been watching Drunken Immortal Tavern for a long time, knowing exactly what was going on. It was just a plan to catch bigger fish. Saying this, he prepared to stab the envoy with the long sword in his hand. Your Majesty. Fernanda moved quickly, grabbing the sword. Her hands were already cut by the sharp blade, bleeding profusely. Lionel frowned and turned to look at her. Your Majesty, can you spare them for my sake? Forgetting that they only intended but did not dare to act wrongly, please forgive them. Fernanda's voice was soft. She didn't know how much Lionel knew. After a month by Lionel's side, she knew his character well. He always kept his word. Therefore, Fernanda wasn't sure how much weight her words carried. I've already given you face before. In the palace, I spared them, giving you face. Alas, Qin has chosen its path of death, unstoppable by anyone. Lionel shook his head, disappointment flashing in his eyes. Although he understood this wasn't Fernanda's doing, what use was she if she had no effect? Fernanda fell silent, clutching the sword tightly, still trying to plead. Your Majesty, we were wrong. We truly regret our actions. Please, Your Majesty, spare us. The Qin envoys knelt down, eyes full of pleading. They were now defeated and humiliated, far from their previous arrogance. Today, only you can live. The rest, die. Lionel remained unmoved, coldly ordering Tamara to kill the others. Pulling Fernanda into his embrace, seeing her bleeding hands, his heart softened slightly. He took out a handkerchief from his sleeve, gently bandaging her wound. Fernanda felt warmth in her heart, perhaps Lionel still remembered her. But now they stood on opposite sides, so Tamara and his disciples swiftly killed the Qin envoys, dispatching them with swift precision. The entire process took less than 10 breaths. Fernanda watched in disbelief. She hadn't expected such agile swordsmanship, unsure if even she could have lasted 3 moves, let alone these Qin envoys who only played with words. Hildreddenly, she felt a chill run through her body. Watching her fellow countrymen die before her eyes, pain surged in her heart. Your Majesty, it's been a while. You've changed. No longer the young man, decisive in killing. Fernanda looked at Lionel again, feeling unfamiliarity, as if the person gently bandaging her wounds wasn't him at all. Her heart filled with indescribable feelings. Tamara glanced at the woman, then at Lionel. This man was truly heartless, charming everywhere. Who would have thought he had an old flame in Qin? Seeing this, they seemed destined to part ways. Looking at Lionel's handsome profile, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Why was this man so rare and extraordinary? How can this be called change? The Ford of Zhou framed my Hildred family, and the Ford of Qi treated us thusly. Is resisting wrong? Lionel looked at Fernanda, realizing she was no longer the innocent girl who used to be honest with him. From the moment she asked this question, they were doomed to go separate ways. Fernanda was speechless. He had a point. Tamara watched with interest, finding it somewhat amusing. Why should we stop talking if there's nothing left to say? This matter isn't related to you, and you were forced to participate, so I won't kill you. But you should go back and advise the base. There's still time to repent. Lionel crossed his arms, looking down at her. Hildreddenly, it made sense why Qin was so obsessed with taking Aviana. Tamara felt puzzled. Why was Lionel acting so rash? Saving one wasn't enough. He wanted to save an entire dynasty? She couldn't quite understand Lionel's feelings toward this woman. If it was love, it didn't seem quite right. If it was no affection at all, he wouldn't keep persuading. Fernanda lowered her head, unsure what to say. Would the base listen to her? Lionel, seeing her hesitation, coldly said, if you can't make the right choice and end up making the wrong decision, many more will die than just these few envoys. Chapter 259. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been hard to balance. At the entrance of the capital city of the Great Qin, looking at the familiar high-rise walls before him, Fernanda felt a pang in his heart. Memories flooded back of the day he left the capital of the Hildred dynasty. His whole body had stumbled as if it had lost its soul. The bloodstains still marred his clothes, and his stomach churned violently. Taking a deep breath, he was about to enter the city on horseback when a voice interrupted him. Atli Song, greetings. The guard standing at the gate suddenly ran over and knelt beneath the horse. What is it? A bad feeling rose in Fernanda's heart. Normally, the guards never approached him proactively upon his return. It looked like that person had already informed the Billy. The Evan has instructed me, the guard replied. If you return, you are to bring this token immediately to the palace. From his pocket, the guard pulled out a token. Fernanda recognized it instantly. It was the Imperial granted token. Possession allowed free entry and exit from the palace. To bestow such an honor now truly meant they were giving the Song family due respect. I understand. Fernanda took the token and, with a flick of the whip, galloped toward the palace. In the Imperial study. Why are you here alone? The Ford of Great Qin scrutinized behind Fernanda until he confirmed that only he had returned, seeming somewhat relieved. Your Majesty, the other envoys went to attend the alliance meeting in the capital of Qi dynasty within the Hildred dynasty and were found dead, Fernanda explained. Please punish me, Your Majesty, for I failed to fulfill my promise and bring Janine back. With a thud, Fernanda fell to his knees. Panic surged through him. Had the Song family come to this dead end? As the only spokesperson of the Song family now, he felt powerless and bitterly laughed in his heart. Really? There was a hint of self-satisfaction in the Ford's tone. Who would have thought the Hildred dynasty would be so audacious as to dare not respect our Great Qin? Though speaking angrily, Fernanda noticed the Ford's face revealed excitement, even triumph. Instantly, he smelled the scent of conspiracy. Since the Hildred dynasty shows no respect, it need not exist anymore. The Ford slammed his fist on the table, barely containing his joy. Starting now, I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Great Qin, leading 300,000 Qin soldiers to join forces with the Jin dynasty to attack the Hildred dynasty. This time, we must make the entire Hildred dynasty know the consequences of provoking Great Qin. The Ford studied the map before him, greed visible on his face. Long had he heard of the fertile land of Liang and its thriving populace. Once in Great Qin's hands, it would not only impress Qi but also provide substantial income, a win-win. Fernanda froze, understanding why the Ford seemed elated. Perhaps, these are always Fernanda's biggest soft spot. Thus, with Song family elders in his hands, there's no worry about Fernanda disobeying. The Ford's great grace will never be forgotten. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fernanda knelt again, grateful yet dripping blood inside, knowing the Ford planned to manipulate him through his parents, hiding ulterior motives under lofty rhetoric. Well, after a long journey, you must be tired. Rest for a day before setting off again. You may leave. Waving his hand, the Ford urged Fernanda away. Outside the Imperial study, looking up at the endless blue sky, Fernanda envied the birds soaring freely. He wished he could fly away from this cage, but couldn't. Stumbling out of the palace, he wandered aimlessly on the street. Hildreddenly, he bumped into a man. Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? These shoes cost 10 taels of silver. Can you afford to pay for them? The man cursed loudly, examining his shoes with a pained expression. Seeing no response, he lifted his head, seeking retribution. Upon recognizing Fernanda, he froze in fear. Gah! Atli, small eyes of mine don't recognize greatness. Please don't hold this against me. He immediately knelt, begging for mercy. The feared tiger woman of the capital. If offended, one wouldn't see the sun rise again. Closing his eyes, his lips quivered in terror. He dreaded a sudden slap of immense force. But after 10 seconds, nothing happened. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Fernanda had already walked far away. Jumping up, he ran, fearing she might change her mind. Fernanda's appearance scared many passersby, who quickly cleared a path, avoiding any bad luck. Seeing Song Mansion nearby, he felt a profound sense of sorrow, unsure what to do. Leading troops against the Hildred dynasty? How could he face Lionel? They were already growing apart. If he refused the Ford's demands, the entire Song family would be massacred. Closing his eyes, tears streamed down his cheeks, feeling utterly hopeless. The dilemma of loyalty versus filial piety, he never imagined it would befall him. Chapter 260. Here to court death again? Elsewhere. Your Majesty, scouts have reported that Fernanda has become the Marshal of Great Qin and is now joining forces with the Great Jin dynasty to prepare for an attack on the Hildred dynasty. Adeline knelt in the imperial study, her expression solemn. She had spent some time with Fernanda. She was not one to misjudge right from wrong. Now, as he became an enemy, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. The Great Jin dynasty, second only to Great Qin, generally had moderate national strength. For them to make such a reckless move, they must have already coordinated with Great Qin. Like fleas scattering from a falling tree, these two dynasties are truly like frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to see the current situation. It seems Fernanda failed to sway the great base. Lionel's face showed a hint of regret. Not for anything else, but for the waste of a promising military talent who would ultimately fall into the hands of the great base. Your Majesty, should we do something? Adeline understood that Grey had moved past those events. Flashbacks of Fernanda courageously saving Grey made it hard for her to stay indifferent. What can we do? Isn't it obvious? Certainly, we shall prepare for battle. Lionel couldn't help but chuckle at Adeline's words. Doing anything at this point would be futile. Their positions were different, and differing ideologies meant they wouldn't collaborate. Adeline stiffened, dreading the inevitable outcome. Ian has rested long enough, hasn't he? I'm sure he's eager for action. Lionel turned his head, looking at DeAndre with amusement. After all this training, it was time to put things to the test. You know me well, Your Majesty. DeAndre laughed, bowing respectfully to Lionel. These two dynasties are so eager to come here to court death before the Qi. Wouldn't it be disrespectful if we didn't fulfill their wishes? Lionel's tone seemed hesitant, pondering just how long it would take to wipe out these two dynasties to honor their efforts. Adeline couldn't help but be startled. Grey was really becoming less conventional, but who could blame him for having such capabilities? Encountering the Hildred dynasty could only be considered bad luck for them. Yet, they should also feel fortunate. Being defeated by such a formidable opponent was indeed something worth boasting about. Is that what you think, Your Majesty? I've always been a fan of helping others achieve their goals. If these two nations are so eager to become the Qi's lackeys, let's see if they have the skills. If they lose too easily, it would be embarrassing. DeAndre laughed heartily, agreeing with Lionel. He also planned to capture these two dynasties as quickly as possible, to show everyone that the Hildred dynasty was not to be trifled with. Adeline stood aside, watching the two banter. Indeed, near vermilion, one turns red. Near ink, one turns black. I hope Ian doesn't disappoint me. This plan is my own creation. Lionel nodded, indicating that DeAndre would lead the army as the commander-in-chief. Just wait for good news, Your Majesty. With that, DeAndre strode confidently out of the Imperial study. There were still preparations to be made. Moments later, the innocent-looking Ember entered the Imperial study. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. The Ember bowed deeply to the man seated on the throne. Lionel nodded thoughtfully. But don't worry, Your Majesty. If you need assistance, the Flynn State can lend a hand. Let us handle the Great Qin cavalry while you deal with Great Qin. The Ember assumed Lionel was intimidated by her previous remarks. Yet, these cavalrymen, facing assassins, would be powerless. Assassins were venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, capable of eliminating foes without a trace. Do you think the Great Qin cavalry compares favorably to the iron-armored troops of the Great Yin? Hildreddenly, Lionel posed a question, appearing quite serious. Of course, the Great Yin. Without hesitation, the innocent Ember gave her answer. Since the Great Yin proved superior but still fell to the Hildred dynasty, why do you think we cannot handle it? Lionel regarded her with a look typically reserved for fools. It seemed this generation's Ember lacked intelligence. Hildred's naivety could lead to another tragedy like the last. Adeline barely contained her laughter. Although it was her first time witnessing Grey's sharp tongue, it still left her shocked. The Ember fell silent, pondering his words. Confused, despite her intentions being good, she realized the Hildred dynasty's strength might indeed render her unnecessary. Her beautiful eyes lost their luster. Your Majesty speaks wisely. She replied dejectedly. Lionel chuckled awkwardly, then asked, did you find any leads on the Hildred family's other relatives? Who used family members as leverage, finding such actions despicable. Nevertheless, this proves that many of the Hildred family members are still alive. However, to evade pursuit, they seem to be concealing their whereabouts, making it difficult to pinpoint their exact locations. A hint of helplessness showed on the Ember's face. She wished to find them quickly, but once they went into hiding, it became like searching for a needle in a haystack. Extremely difficult. If that's the case, there's still hope. Please do your best to find them before the Great Qin does. There's no shortage of royal dishes in my palace. Once this task is accomplished, you can feast on whatever you want. Lionel knew exactly how to appeal to the Ember's desires. By offering modern delicacies, he aimed to win her loyalty completely. Not just for the food, but because I am naturally inclined to kindness and cannot stand the vile intentions of the Great Qin. The Ember responded with a slight smile, her expression softening at the mention of food. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will give it my utmost effort. The word food alone made her smile widen, nearly reaching her ears. Nothing in this world was more enticing than delicious food. Adeline couldn't help but shake her head. This cold-blooded killer had a surprisingly adorable side. Indeed, as Grey had predicted, she was nothing but a glutton. The next day, sitting leisurely on a stone bench, sipping tea with one leg crossed over the other, Marta nodded and signaled to the team. Each member swiftly demonstrated their skills, leaping effortlessly among the bamboo, engaging in mock battles in midair for nearly half an hour without faltering. Marta wore a proud smile. Not bad at all, Lionel commented approvingly, nodding. Adeline envied their skills, imagining when she too might master such techniques to better protect the fort. Your Majesty flatters us, Marta responded, leading the squad in a respectful bow. But they still lack some fire, Lionel remarked, standing up and surveying the group critically. His comment dampened the mood, freezing their smiles. Adeline found the situation awkward, wondering if the Ford's teasing was appropriate for these martial artists. Please tell us where we fall short, Marta pleaded, having complete trust in Lionel's judgment. The number of people is too small. We need to expand this team significantly. This is far from my goal. Lionel's statement eased the tension, and everyone sighed in relief, assuming they were doing well overall. Marta looked at Lionel with difficulty, her face filled with grievance. Isn't this too much to ask, Your Majesty? With the Great Xia's extermination order, even those in the martial world avoid associating with the Hildred dynasty, she explained, reflecting the challenges faced. Chapter 262. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hildred a small problem, and you're already stumped? Lionel sneered, displeasure evident on his face. Adeline was taken aback. This man was overly domineering. Please calm down, Your Majesty. I will do my best, Marta replied hurriedly, guilt flashing across her face. She began to consider where to find the right people next. This issue isn't hard at all, it's very simple. Marta was astonished by this statement. It sounded so easy, yet she could only grumble internally, not daring to complain aloud. As the first dynasty, the Qi has shed countless lives through its wars over the years. Or perhaps the Qi's current allies or other dynasties have also committed their share of massacres. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lionel looked meaningfully at Marta, reminding him that solutions are always more abundant than difficulties if one just uses their brain. This wasn't a secret anymore. Anyone who paid attention could easily figure it out. Adeline nodded thoughtfully after hearing these words. Crude but true, indeed. Does Your Majesty mean for us to win over those who were once harmed by the Qi or its allies, and cultivate them into our sharp weapons? Adeline asked tentatively. The mind of a ruler is not something an ordinary person can easily guess, so she voiced her thoughts as a suggestion. Marta fell into deep thought, considering who had clashed with the Qi recently. It seems following me for such a long time hasn't been in vain. You've learned some skills. Very good, there is much more to learn, but keep up the effort. Lionel cast an appreciative glance at Adeline beside him. Once she grows stronger, she'll be able to handle matters independently like Cordelia. Then he won't have to worry about her safety. Your Majesty, this plan sounds good, but it might be difficult to implement. Marta finally lifted her head after a long pause, looking at Lionel. Nothing in this world is so simple. If it were, the Hildred dynasty wouldn't still lack support. Tell me more. Lionel waved from his stone seat, indicating for Marta to stand and speak. Given they've been hurt by these people, there must be lingering shadows in their hearts. If we rush into it, we might achieve the opposite effect, Marta said reluctantly, not because she wanted to shirk responsibility, but because it was a real concern. The Qi's rulers are ruthless, sparing no mercy toward enemies. After barely escaping from danger, settling down peacefully, asking them to re-emerge would be nearly impossible. Everyone has a soft spot, but the Qi knows how to exploit it best. Your Majesty, I agree with Sister Jiang, Adeline chimed in. As you often say, once bitten, twice shy. They might think a weak country like ours aiming to attack the Qi is ridiculous. Adeline's expression turned serious. Everyone has insurmountable hurdles, even she did. But that was long ago. Now, it's novels, and watching TV series wasn't wasted. Adapting those techniques would give these martial artists unparalleled prowess. Marta hesitated, surprised by Lionel's decisiveness. Meanwhile, Adeline had already led the light cavalry team students to practice behind the mountain, eager to learn some skills. Your wisdom, Your Majesty. Many will join with this plan. At that point, your goal should be achieved, Marta nodded thoughtfully, finding this offer appealing herself. But I didn't stay by your side for these reasons. I'll go immediately, Marta prepared to leave. Hildreddenly, she felt a strong hand grab her waist, pulling her off balance until she landed in Lionel's arms. Her body stiffened instantly upon contact. Why, Your Majesty? Her speech became stuttered. Do you fear me? Lionel tilted Marta's chin, puzzled. After all, his handsome face had entranced Magnolia. Why would Marta fear him? She'd seemed to distance herself since returning from Qi. You are the ruler of a nation. Isn't it normal for others to respect and fear you? Marta was surprised by the question. Feeling Lionel's heartbeat against her back, the somewhat intimate position made her blush furiously. She stayed rigid, afraid of causing misunderstanding. Seeing Marta's reaction, Lionel chuckled. You're different from others. You're my cousin, royalty too. In the future, you don't need to be so formal with me. Chapter 263. This battle must be won gracefully. The next day, Your Majesty, may Your Majesty live 10,000 years. The entire court of officials knelt down, their faces filled with reverence. Lionel sat upright on the dragon throne, his large eyes sweeping across the assembled ministers, his face serious. Today, I have an important matter to tell all the ministers. Now, the Great Qin has already submitted to the Great Xi and allied with the Jin dynasty. They are about to lead a massive army to invade the Hildred dynasty. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Whether it was the Great Qin or the Jin dynasty, their strength far surpassed that of the Hildred dynasty. Concern naturally arose over whether they could win this time. This battle must be won beautifully. We must make everyone understand that the Hildred dynasty is not a soft persimmon to be trifled with, nor is it something anyone can challenge. Lionel looked at the ministers hanging their heads and instantly understood what they were thinking. Hence, he spoke these words to boost morale. Two insignificant dynasties like them. What can they do to us? Weren't the Great Yin troops easily defeated despite their initial ferocity? Since these two dynasties insist on sending themselves to death, we should grant them their wish. DeAndre stepped forward and spoke first. His words immediately gave hope to many of the ministers, who began comparing the capabilities of the Great Yin dynasty against these two. Perhaps combined, these two dynasties might barely match the Great Yin. With this thought, their confidence soared. Your Majesty, since these two dynasties are acting as lackeys for the Great Qi and want to take the lead in attacking us, we cannot let them off. If we win this battle, our Hildred dynasty's reputation will spread among all the dynasties. That's right. This battle can only be won, not lost. Let's start the war. All those who spoke were civil officials. In the past, when it was still the Great Zhou dynasty, they were always oppressed. Now is the time to retaliate. They also wanted to achieve their lofty ambitions. Your Majesty, the Dragon Cavalry requests permission to join the battle. This time, I want to see if the Jin Dynasty's cavalry is better than ours. Your Majesty, the archers of my divine crossbow corps long to contribute to defending our country. We beg your Majesty to allow us. Your Majesty, I, DeAndre, also want to vie for glory in this campaign. I will ensure that those two kings will never return. The generals vied to defend the Hildred dynasty with their own hands. For a moment, the imperial court became lively. The soldiers' confidence soared, and both civil and military officials united to avenge the Hildred dynasty. Silence! Lionel raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. He wondered what methods his father had used to change everyone so quickly. It brought him some comfort knowing that these people finally recognized the current situation. This battle cannot be avoided. As for who will go, there's no need to argue because I already have someone suitable in mind. Lionel's gaze wandered over the generals, watching as they all wore expectant expressions. He felt elated. Your Majesty, please don't keep us in suspense. DeAndre was quite hopeful, and the soldiers followed suit in agreement. Whoever went didn't matter as long as they won. Let Zhang Aishin take charge this time. At these words, the generals froze in place. They didn't understand why the Ford chose Azrael, who was once a civil official, now a general by virtue of acquiring some military power. Would such a person really be able to win this battle? Minister Jiang, don't let us down. DeAndre saw through the doubts of the other generals and promptly stopped them from voicing their concerns. He had witnessed the formidable prowess of the engineering corps and trusted the Ford's decision. As a minister, obeying the Ford's orders was enough. Yes, I will complete the mission, Azrael replied, surprised. He had thought he would only serve as part of another unit, but did not expect to be the main commander without any addition. Do you truly think these two armies are so terrifying in your eyes? Lionel didn't answer but asked in return. If confronting two weak dynasties required such heavy mobilization, how would they face the Great Xia later? He hoped his intentions were clear. Of course not. Azrael shook his head, denying any such implication. Lionel smiled and patted Azrael on the shoulder. Father-in-law, in the alliance of the Jin and Qin dynasties, cavalry formed the majority. However, your engineering corps can maximize its effectiveness. With the help of cannons and similar weapons, defeating this allied force would be effortless. Please note that while translating, I ensured that character names are accurately presented using pinyin and maintained the original tone and style, ensuring a natural, fluent English translation. The storyline and logic remain coherent with the previous content, and the paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as per your instructions. Chapter 264, Mitzi injured. So that's how it is. Gray is truly wise. I will ensure they are wiped out as soon as possible. Azrael nodded in sudden understanding. He hadn't expected the Ford to have everything already planned out. He immediately signed the military order. Don't be hasty. The weapons are still being prepared. Once everything is ready, we can depart. Lionel smiled. His adoptive father was indeed an interesting person. The weapons had been under preparation for a while and now only required the final touches. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll go back and prepare my troops and share this good news with them. Azrael left with evident joy after receiving Lionel's gesture. A quarter of an hour later. Your Majesty. Alondra rushed into the study with a worried expression. Calm down, take your time. Seeing Alondra like this, Lionel grew serious. She was usually the most composed person around him, so if she was this flustered, it must be important. Yes, Your Majesty. Mitzi has been seriously injured and is unconscious. This is all my fault. I failed to maintain the capital security and the assassin has yet to be found. Blame covered Alondra's face. She felt she had betrayed the trust placed in her by the Ford. After coming to the capital, she had taken on many tasks confidently. Failing at something so trivial felt terrible. Lionel hugged her gently, patting her back. You're not to blame. Our dynasty isn't as safe as it once was. Since declaring war on Qi, we've attracted many eyes. This is likely just a ploy to create division. Lionel remained calm, knowing such events would become more frequent, requiring better precautions. Alondra felt less guilty but still troubled. Please go see Mitzi. The royal physicians are already there, but we don't know what the outcome will be. If something happens to her, it won't bode well for Hildred dynasty. Alondra grabbed Lionel's hand and pulled him towards the door. Lionel followed, touched by her constant concern for him. At the inn, royal physicians stood helplessly around Mitzi's bed, visibly distressed, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Then, a voice announced from the doorway, Gray arrives. All physicians felt saved, kneeling immediately. Long live the Evan. They looked at Lionel like they'd seen a lifeline. If Mitzi were harmed here, another powerful enemy would be born. Lionel walked straight to the bedside. Alondra hurriedly approached the physicians. No need to worry, the Ford himself will treat her. Place your medical kits down and wait outside. Though you are healers, we should respect gender boundaries. Alondra glanced at the unconscious princess, ensuring no detail was overlooked. No reason should exist for anyone to accuse the Hildred dynasty unfairly. Understanding her logic, the physicians set down their kits and withdrew, with Alondra joining them outside. On the other side, facing the bed, Lionel's expression turned grim seeing the princess's deathly pale face. Checking her pulse, he noted its weakness. To think someone could strike this hard. Our opponent is formidable. A single palm strike causing such injuries, unimaginable strength. Lost in thought, Lionel pondered protecting those around him. With Aviana and Amina still at the Gaylord's residence, encountering such skilled adversaries could be disastrous. Hildreddenly, the pulse became more irregular. Realizing he needed to act, he saw internal bruising threatening fatal blood clots. Standing up, he instructed Alondra to prepare hot and cold water for compresses, to prevent bruising from spreading and promote circulation. An hour passed. Mitzi experienced alternating heat and cold sensations, feeling gentle hands massaging her. Unsure whether she dreamed or not, the warm massages elicited soft murmurs. Realizing his technique worked, Lionel continued massaging, hearing increasingly pleasurable murmurs. The intensity affected him. Outside, Alondra blushed, though no longer inexperienced, she still felt embarrassed. Thankfully, she had dismissed the ministers before things got too intimate. As sounds inside grew more suggestive, Alondra blushed deeply and left. Finding the princess's reactions irresistible, Lionel muffled her murmurs with a cloth and increased his speed to absorb the internal bruising before further blockage occurred. Mitzi awoke, recalling the dreamlike sensations and noticing her abdomen felt strangely warm, exposed to Lionel's hands. Looking down, she froze in shock. Lionel noticed her stiffness and asked, "Are you still in pain?" Carissa couldn't respond, speechless. She was completely exposed to him. This chapter has been edited to maintain a respectful tone and appropriate content. Hashtag chapter 265, The Bodyguard by the Great Xia. Mitzi hastily grabbed some clothes from a nearby rack to cover herself. Her small face had already flushed like a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Lionel's Adam's apple moved up and down as he was stunned by her appearance. Thankfully, he was not a frivolous rogue and coughed to regain his composure. "Don't misunderstand. Everything I did was to save your life. You were injured by an expert, and there was some internal bleeding. If it wasn't expelled in time, it would have been life-threatening." Lionel, fearing that the girl before him wouldn't believe him, deliberately explained in more detail. Only then did Mitzi remember that she had indeed been injured, and subsequently fell into a coma. For a moment, the atmosphere between them became somewhat awkward. Lionel turned his back and sat down a little away from her. There is a difference between men and women, but the situation was extremely urgent just now. "Now that you are safe, please put on your clothes quickly." Mitzi was taken aback. She hadn't expected the rumored debauched noble to be so perceptive. She carefully observed the man in front of her, ensuring he wouldn't turn around, and slowly dressed herself. Afterwards, she felt somewhat guilty for doubting him. Had he wanted to do anything untoward, he would have had ample opportunity. This thought made her blush again. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your assistance." Mitzi bowed respectfully in front of Lionel, feeling much better physically, almost as if a great weight had been lifted off her shoulders. "You're welcome. Do you recall the person who hurt you? What did they look like? Or think hard. Do you know this person?" Lionel's face held a trace of hope. If she could remember, searching in the capital would be much easier, and he wouldn't have to worry about others being harmed. Mitzi recalled only faint memories. She remembered preparing to return when suddenly she was struck from behind, after which everything went black. "Your Majesty," Carissa didn't see what the attacker looked like. A hint of guilt showed on her face. But judging by their martial arts prowess, such an expert should come from the Great Xia dynasty. What puzzles me is that such an expert should be guarding the Great Xia closely. Why would they appear in Hildred dynasty? Mitzi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed in deep thought. The only person who could strike without alarming her guards and intend to kill her was undoubtedly that one individual. Hildredenly, she had a bold conjecture. Could it be that that person had come to the capital? Hearing this, Lionel pondered for a while, forming his own thoughts. "Mitzi, since you've just recovered, you need to rest for some time. However, be extra cautious. The assassin who targeted you once might do so again. If you need anything, talk to Cordelia. Since the incident happened in Hildred dynasty, I will ensure you receive justice." No matter how powerful the adversary, as long as they were still in Hildred dynasty, he would show them that his people weren't easy prey, even if they were merely staying in Hildred dynasty temporarily. He aimed to make Hildred dynasty an absolutely safe zone where no accidents would happen to anyone. "Your Majesty, thank you for your trouble." Mitzi felt touched, but upon realizing she was within Hildred dynasty's borders, she knew her father wouldn't spare Hildred dynasty if anything happened to her. This all seemed to fall into place. Seeing the princess's red cheeks even reaching her ears, Lionel knew she felt embarrassed about what happened earlier. Deciding not to prolong the discomfort, he left without another word. Watching Lionel's retreating back, she felt speechless for a moment. Yet, inside her heart grew a sense that this person was even more intriguing than she imagined. On the other side, after returning to the imperial study, Lionel awaited Marta, who arrived belatedly. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. We haven't made any progress in locating the person yet." Marta knelt down with a look of guilt, believing Lionel summoned her solely to inquire about the investigation. This thought caused her anxiety. After all, it was her idea, and the plan hadn't borne fruit yet. "No worries, we'll handle it slowly. Don't rush. I called you here today to ask for your help with something minor." Seeing Marta's expression, Lionel found it amusing. He stood up and walked towards her, lifting her chin gently. "Didn't I say you don't need to be so formal with me? Looks like you haven't learned yet." Marta felt as if she had been electrocuted, her body frozen in place, heart racing. "Why, Your Majesty, these things take time. Please give me some time to adjust." Her voice trembled as she lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. "What does Your Majesty require of me? Let's discuss it so as not to delay your plans." Marta quickly shifted the topic. Facing the Ford, there was no stopping him once he set his mind on something. Plus, she harbored some genuine fear toward him. "Not difficult. I believe you can handle this. You deem my appearance to look like father. People in the martial world are more skilled than ordinary folks. Ensure no one notices any discrepancy." Lionel returned to his seat calmly. "Your Majesty, why?" Marta was confused. "If I'm not mistaken, the Great Xia has sent someone to Hildred dynasty. This move is to lure them out and capture them all." Lionel understood that making his father seem like the target was necessary to deceive the spies and protect him. For the sake of his father and the safety of those around him, he had to do this. Marta was shocked by the plan, understanding the enormous risks involved. "Your Majesty, Hildred dynasty is just beginning. You cannot risk your life." Translation complete. Following the original paragraph structure and maintaining coherence with previous content. Chapter 266, True and False Ellis. "You don't need to worry about this. I've made all the necessary preparations. If that person dares to make a move, they will surely fall into my trap." Lionel's eyes grew increasingly determined. Anyone daring to cause trouble in the land of the Hildred dynasty must be ready to face his wrath. Your Majesty, we still don't know how many people or what strength the opponent possesses. If you take such a risky action and something goes wrong, what will happen to the Hildred dynasty? Tamara shook his head and wasn't willing to agree with this plan. It wasn't that it was impossible, but if he were to do so, his old father would never forgive him. No one wished for him to take such a risk. That assassin has already harmed Yusef's Iris of the Dayong dynasty. If we don't act now, who knows who will be the next victim? Do you want to watch idly as the Hildred dynasty falls prey to evildoers? Lionel understood Tamara's concerns, but now, he had to weigh the severity of the situation. As Tamara was about to say more, seeing Lionel resolutely dressed and unresponsive to any advice, he finally stopped speaking. All right, but your Majesty must take care of your safety, and you must allow me to secretly protect you. Tamara agreed, conceding at last. No, if that person is a skilled fighter, even if you hide carefully, you might still be discovered. Lionel firmly shook his head, his tone turning serious. Tamara couldn't argue further and reluctantly agreed. While disguising Lionel, he was extremely worried and moved quite slowly. What should have taken half an hour ended up taking over an hour. Half an hour later, Lionel strolled through the capital city streets boldly, disguised as his father. Since retiring from being Ford, the old Evan often liked to wander around the capital city. Looking at the peace he had protected, he felt proud and fulfilled, a life he had always aspired to. Lionel strode confidently, oblivious to the gaze following him from the crowd. I thought after the incident with Yusef's Iris, he wouldn't be so bold. Now, completely disregarding his own safety and roaming around outside, there can be no blame. He really fell right into my hands without effort. That person chuckled, a hint of cruelty flashing across his face. He quickened his pace, trailing behind Lionel. This was the busiest street in the capital, unsuitable for an attack. However, once past this street and into the western part of the city, he could make his move. Lionel wandered along, examining everything curiously. Just as that figure was about to act against Lionel, "Who are you?" A sharp voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The expert froze, confused by the presence of two Ellis. The real Ellis, spotting someone with his own face, became furious immediately. Daring to impersonate him on his territory was intolerable. In 3 strides, he reached the person, grabbing him by the collar. Lionel was speechless, amazed by the small world. How could they meet like this? He kept looking around nervously, afraid to alert the assassin, which would ruin his plan. Seeing nothing unusual, he relaxed a bit. Looking at the angry expression on his father's face, he stood dumbfounded. It was surreal. Well, boy, you have the guts to impersonate me but not the courage to speak? Ellis blazed with anger. Doesn't this kid know he is a famous killing god? Even his own son wasn't spared, let alone this stranger? You're fake. I'm the real one. To avoid revealing himself, Lionel decided to play the role fully, quickly detaching himself and standing opposite Ellis, pointing at him loudly. Soon, the commotion attracted many passers-by. Have the guts to say it again? I am the genuine Ellis. Watch me flay you alive today. With these words, Ellis rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Lionel. Seizing him by the collar, he gave him a severe beating. At this moment, a black-clad figure appeared, throwing a dart to separate them. Then, grasping Lionel's feet, the figure leaped onto the eaves, using stealth to avoid recognition. Ellis stood dumbstruck, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, furrowing his brows, filled with confusion. With Tamara's help, Lionel managed to escape eventually. When he returned to the imperial study, his face was pale. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead. What the devil? I didn't expect to run into him like this. My old father really showed me no mercy. Biting a handkerchief, Lionel felt disheartened. How could things go so awry so quickly? Glancing at Tamara beside him, he wondered why she appeared so timely. Did you reveal that I was impersonating my father? Unable to resist, he asked. Logically, his old father shouldn't have appeared there so quickly. Everything was too illogical. I beg your majesty to understand, I would not dare. After learning you planned to impersonate the Grand Evan, I stayed far away to protect you. Seeing the Grand Evan acting without Rishley, your majesty, a man impersonating the retired Evan appeared on the streets. The retired Evan discovered this person and beat him severely, but an expert saved him. When I arrived, I tried to dispatch people to look for clues, but there is still no news. DeAndre's face showed some remorse. He felt the immense force from the Ford's grip and understood how significant the retired Evan was to the Ford. Yet, that suspicious person seemed to vanish without leaving a trace. Lowering his head, DeAndre resolved internally to find the person even if it meant turning the entire capital upside down. It's all right. Only then did Lionel realize his inappropriate behavior and quickly released his hand. Feeling somewhat weak-hearted, he glanced at Marta. The suspect was himself. Catching him would be next to impossible. Should we issue a manhunt order in the capital, your majesty? Or perhaps ask the Ember of Great Flynn to help investigate? This person has the audacity to impersonate the retired Evan on the street. This must have been planned for a long time. If we don't thoroughly investigate, they will become even more brazen. His resemblance and mannerisms are almost perfect. He must be close to the retired Evan. DeAndre's eyes gradually lit up, as if the truth was about to surface. Lionel glanced at DeAndre, feeling some admiration for his quick thinking. If this continued, he risked his own safety. The repercussions would be even worse. Thinking of this made him shudder. Seeing the Ford state, Marta struggled to contain her laughter. Rest assured, your majesty. Only heaven, earth, you, and I know of today's events. No one else will find out. But this incident has alerted them. If you wish to continue deceiving them, it won't be easy. After all, these martial artists aren't fools. They can easily deduce what's going on. Marta looked concerned. Since they were targeting the Ford, they would certainly delve deeper into investigations. They might already be monitoring Lionel's every move. Lionel fell into deep thought. It appeared this method wasn't working. He needed another approach. After a while, Lionel lifted his gaze to Marta. You needn't worry about this matter anymore and keep it under wraps to avoid unnecessary panic. I have my own plans. Furrowing his brows, Lionel knew this was serious business. If certain people got wind of this, the entire capital would fall into chaos. Tracing the assassin's moves would then be like finding a needle in a haystack. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I'll keep silent. If you plan any actions in the future, please inform me beforehand. Do not take any more risks. Marta felt deeply worried. Though Lionel was smart, he was too prone to risky behaviors. The Hildred dynasty couldn't afford to lose him. Marta from the martial world would be serving the Hildred dynasty. Hashtag chapter 268. You must have other motives. This is strange. Lisbeth was taken aback, placing the object in her hands on the table, looking at Yusef's iris with confusion. She hadn't expected her reputation to be so widespread that even a princess from the second dynasty knew of her. It is somewhat strange. After all, those in the martial world value freedom and dislike constraints. Despite your standing in the martial world, you've managed to carve out a place for yourself without being bound by any dynasty. Serving the Hildred dynasty now means you will lose a lot and gain many enemies. Yusef's iris gazed at Lisbeth, speaking slowly. She felt that this person before her seemed different from the cold, indifferent figure described in rumors. He appeared more down-to-earth and relatable. Yusefs, you've just arrived in the Hildred dynasty, and there are still many things you don't understand. It's natural for you to have such thoughts, Lisbeth responded with a smile, fully understanding what was on her mind. He had been alone in the martial world for so long, navigating through its complexities, and had long forgotten the warmth of human connections. But now, it was different. He no longer needed to push himself relentlessly to pursue greater martial arts prowess because he knew Achilles would always support him wholeheartedly, just like during their last mission to rescue Ron. Noticing Yusef's iris's unwavering gaze, Lisbeth couldn't help but touch his face, wondering if there was something amiss. Yusefs, are you looking at me like this because there's something on my face? In fact, many people in the martial world are also willing to serve the Hildred dynasty, he added, almost feeling uneasy under her scrutiny. People are driven by their own interests, Lisbeth concluded. Yusef's iris couldn't help but size up Lisbeth again. The clothes he wore suited him well, and the way he spoke. Hildredenly, she seemed to grasp something. I fear the famous Lisbeth is not talking about the Hildred dynasty being different from before, she mused aloud. Your different likely has something to do with the current Ford, doesn't it? Yusef's iris smiled knowingly but didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets, including herself. Lionel was indeed an extraordinary man worth admiring. Just thinking about how he remained unmoved by her beauty made her heart flutter. Lisbeth smiled. This is medicinal herb personally selected by Gray which will benefit your recovery. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he bowed and left. Yusef's iris watched his retreating back, then glanced at the medicine packet on the table, pondering deeply. How did Lionel manage to create such harmony among his companions? Even her father's harem often experienced infighting for favor and status, yet here, everything seemed peaceful. She felt an increasing admiration for Lionel, realizing he was indeed very different from other men. Yusefs, you are new to the Hildred dynasty and may not fully understand it yet, so having such thoughts is normal. The Hildred dynasty today is quite different from what you might have seen or heard. While martial artists dislike being constrained, they wouldn't mind having a strong protector. Lisbeth smiled, knowing exactly what Iris was thinking. After years of struggling alone in the martial world, she had long forgotten what it felt like to rely on others. But now things were different. Achilles would always lend his support when needed, as he did during the rescue of Brendan. Feeling Yusef's iris's gaze fixed on her, Lisbeth couldn't help but touch her face. Yusefs, are you looking at me because there's something on my face? Not just me, but many in the martial world are willing to serve the Hildred dynasty. As the saying goes, the world bustles for profit. Lisbeth added. For some reason, under that intense gaze, she felt somewhat uneasy. Yusef's iris examined Lisbeth closely after hearing this. That attire suited her well, and to say those words, Hildredenly, she understood. Is the famous Lisbeth implying that the Hildred dynasty has changed in more ways than just governance? You mean the change is related to Gray? Yusef's iris smiled, seeing through but not revealing everything. Everyone has secrets, and so does she. Considering how remarkable Lionel is, it's no wonder he commands such loyalty, especially since he wasn't swayed by beauty, which stirred a bit of admiration within her heart. Lisbeth smiled. This medicinal herb was personally chosen by Gray to aid in Yusef's recovery. If there's nothing else, she will take her leave. With that, she left the room. Yusef's iris watched Lisbeth's retreating back, then glanced at the herbal package on the table, feeling puzzled. How did Lionel manage this? To her knowledge, Lionel had more than 10 women around him, yet they all got along peacefully. Even in her father's harem, there were frequent squabbles over favors to secure their positions. They fought until blood flowed. Thinking of this, she began to understand why Lionel felt different from other men. Meanwhile, Lionel was reviewing recent correspondence from martial world figures in his study, all expressing loyalty to him. He was well aware that these people were mostly interested in his martial arts secrets. As he pondered, someone appeared before him. Looking up, he saw his father's stern face, causing him to drop the brush from his hand. Greetings, Your Majesty. Why didn't you inform me you were here, father? I failed to welcome you properly, please forgive me. Lionel stood up hurriedly, feeling anxious. In front of his father, he felt completely exposed, especially considering his recent deception. All right, you still can't lie without your eyes wandering. Was the man impersonating me on the street today you? Brendan gave Lionel a cold look. He suspected it from the first word the fake Brendan spoke. When the black-clad figure appeared, his suspicions grew stronger. What? Dare someone impersonate you, father? I'll find out who did this and make them pay. Lionel tried to remain calm, feigning anger. As he made to leave, his collar was grabbed. Turning, he met his father's glaring eyes. Father, what's wrong? Lionel was astonished by how easily his father saw through him. The man exuded such an overpowering presence. "Don't act innocent with me, brat." Brendan raised a hand and smacked Lionel hard on the buttocks. Even he winced from the force. Lionel jumped 3 feet high, rubbing his sore bottom while pouting stubbornly, refusing to confess. Brendan realized his son was itching for a thrashing again and reached for the whip at his waist. 3 days without discipline, and you're climbing roofs. He was about to give Lionel a lesson, but Lionel kneeled abruptly. "I'll tell you." Brendan's anger subsided as he sat down, looking at his kneeling son with concern. His son wasn't the careless young man he once was. This behavior must have deeper reasons. Instinctively, he felt it might involve him. "Father, Yusef's Iris suffered severe injuries in the capital. She believes it was orchestrated by one of Evan Dechi's close associates, a highly skilled expert." Lionel explained with watery eyes, looking pitiful. Brendan fell silent, understanding the implications. He motioned for Lionel to continue. Lionel wanted to say, "Baby's heart is hurting," but there was no way out. "I thought the assassin was targeting you. So, I decided to disguise myself as you to draw them out. And now, everything had unfolded as planned." Chapter 269. "So swift? You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it." Ellis looked at Lionel, suddenly feeling a bit regretful for having been too harsh just now. However, maintaining his dignity, he remained seated with composure and did not speak. Upon hearing this, Lionel also forgot about the pain in his buttocks. He hurriedly took small, quick steps to come behind Ellis, massaging his back and shoulders. "Your Majesty, I really don't wish for you to get involved again. The other party's skills are too formidable. Having barely escaped from the Great Xia Empire, we don't know what would happen if you return. So this time, whatever happens, let me stand in front of you." From where he stood, Lionel could clearly see that his father's temples were starting to turn gray. It was easy to see how much affection he had for the original body. Now, having come into this world through reincarnation, Lionel had experienced such paternal love. It was time for him to repay it. Hearing these words, Ellis felt warmth in his heart and gently patted Lionel's hand. "Your filial piety is enough, but with the current turbulent situation, you should prioritize the greater good over trivial matters. I'm only getting old, not senile. These little rats will pay for causing trouble on our land. Besides, I already have an idea who this assassin is. Leave it to me." Ellis had long gone through the list of top experts around the Great Xia. The one capable of such lethal palm force could only be one person. Lionel stiffened, momentarily stunned. "Father." Just as he was about to say something, Ellis stood up and looked at Lionel, patting his head. "Back then, you were much shorter, only reaching my shin. Yet you said you wanted to protect me. Who knew how things changed? Now you've grown so much. Just listen to your father. We've faced off against the Great Xia more than once. I understand the ins and outs better than you." Ellis's tone was unusually gentle, almost unrecognizable. Lionel nodded, feeling tears welling up in his eyes. No sooner had Ellis left, Lionel sneaked out of the palace. Half an hour later, Lionel arrived at the residence of the adorable Velma. "Your Majesty." Before she could finish her greeting, Lionel was about to be. The next day, still half asleep, Lionel turned over to see Alondra looking at him with wide eyes. His sleepiness vanished instantly. Just as he was about to pull her onto the bed, Alondra spoke. "Your Majesty, the Evan has found the attacker who injured Yusef's Iris." Lionel immediately snapped awake, sitting up quickly. Alondra fetched water for him to wash his face and prepared his clothes. "Alondra, you're slower today." Anxious, Lionel wanted to know who dared hurt his father. The more anxious he got, the clumsier he became. Alondra fumbled with tying his sash and putting on his boots incorrectly. Impatient, Lionel didn't care anymore, marveling at his father's efficiency while worrying about potential injuries during the fight. Despite his pride, his father was aging. "Your Majesty, your boots are on backward." Alondra hurried after him, noticing he was already gone by the door. Truly living up to being pursued by the Southern Pacification Yusef, Lionel could slip away faster than anyone. On the other side, as Lionel stepped out, he saw his father's figure. Hurrying forward, he gave his father a thorough checkup, finding him only a little weary but otherwise uninjured. Only then did he relax. "What's going on? Now isn't Ford. Why aren't you behaving properly?" Ellis, seeing Lionel's disheveled state, grew furious. He couldn't help but admire his father's abilities. Indeed, as his father had said, age doesn't weaken one's prowess. He isn't easy to find. If anyone could spot his weaknesses, he wouldn't have been able to serve the Evan of Dechi for so many years. This old rogue is adept at disguising himself, making it hard for ordinary people to notice him. But I know his weakness. At this point, Ellis hesitated slightly. Hamza's face turned red with anger, his eyes wide open, staring at his father. But bound tightly like a dumpling, he could only endure the frustration silently. "What is it?" Curiosity piqued, Lionel hadn't expected something that could make his father blush. "He likes to visit brothels." Ellis's voice dropped lower. Though he himself was also a virile man, he never visited such places. Shocked, Lionel scrutinized the elder before him. "At your age, you still go to corrupt innocent young girls?" "Indeed, money corrupts." He ripped the cloth from Hamza's mouth, eager to hear what he had to say. "True to your nature, son of Ellis. Hypocrisy runs in the family. You can say whatever you want about me, but don't say I'm no good. You're not a woman. How do you know they don't feel pleasure?" Hamza glared at Lionel, wanting nothing more than to tear him apart. Smiling silently, Lionel knew he had struck a nerve. It seemed men hated being told they violent kick. Before he could scream, Lionel kicked him away. Rolling on the ground, Hamza felt dizzy and nauseous. As he started to vomit, Lionel delivered another spinning kick. Treated like a ball, Hamza suffered for nearly an hour, losing all vitality. Hildredrized by this, Ellis watched his son, amazed at his methods of torture. However, treating a person like a kuju ball seemed inappropriate. The fate of the Hildred dynasty isn't decided by a brothel-loving old rogue like you. Standing tall and looking down at the kneeling man, Lionel's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Crossing his arms, he squatted down, lifting Hamza's chin. Now, there's a crucial point you need to remember. I can decide the fate of the entire Hildred dynasty, and yours too. If you choose to surrender now, I might be in a good mood and let you go. Speaking calmly, Lionel seemed indifferent. Narrowing his eyes, he examined Hamza, blood trickling from his mouth. His former arrogance vanished, replaced by disheveled misery. Tisi. Spitting blood at Lionel, Hamza's action enraged the modern traveler further. Pulling out a handkerchief, Lionel wiped his face, then clenched his fists, delivering relentless punches. Each punch was precise, targeting Hamza's bones. Within 10 seconds, Hamza could barely make a sound. All his bones had been shattered by Lionel's brutal attack. Since you won't cooperate, die. Exhausted by the torture, Lionel prepared to deliver the final blow. Ellis stopped him, satisfied by his son's ruthlessness. Leave the interrogation to me. Chapter 271. Are you a devil? Inside the post station, Iris greets your majesty. Yusef's Iris, seeing the weary Lionel, quickly stood up and bowed. Rise. Lionel gently raised his hand and helped the beautiful lady before him to her feet. Your majesty, you've come to find Iris in such a rush. Has something happened? Yusef's Iris's face flushed as she saw Lionel panting from exhaustion. They had already been intimate, yet meeting again was still awkward. Her voice became tender and soft. Today, I came to inform you that the perpetrator who injured you has been captured. That man is none other than Malik, a trusted aide of the Evan of Du. This can be considered a resolution for you. In the future, within the Hildred dynasty, you will be free to move about without worrying about your safety. Lionel poured himself a cup of tea, feeling somewhat puzzled. He usually did not overindulge, so why was his body still so weak? Simply reprimanding that old rogue had left him this exhausted. Even now, he still felt short of breath. It seemed he needed to strengthen his physical conditioning. What? It's actually him? Upon hearing this, Yusef's Iris's eyes widened involuntarily. She hadn't expected you to go to such lengths to deal with the Hildred dynasty. Lionel looked at her with confusion. It seemed she also knew this lecherous old man. This Malik is one of the strongest assets of the Evan of Du. Skilled in disguise and extremely lethal, Yusef's Iris explained, feeling a chill of fear. Had she not worn the protective armor given by her father this time, she might have already met her end. Feeling relieved that she was still alive, she added, these are just rumors. Your majesty caught him in just one night. There's no need to scare yourself, Yusef's. Lionel was about to pat her head but recalled their intimate moment, making him feel awkward. He pretended to scratch his ear to ease the tension. Regardless, I owe much to you this time. Otherwise, I might have already. Yusef's Iris smiled, sensing the formidable power of the Hildred family. It seemed her decision to visit the Hildred dynasty was indeed correct. But when she met Lionel's eyes, she lowered her head. Her cheeks tinged with red. I said, since this incident occurred in the Hildred dynasty and I couldn't protect you, it was my fault. Now, at least I can be at peace with myself. There's another matter I'm unclear about, and wish to discuss with you. Lionel looked at the woman before him, inwardly puzzled. Logically, he should have learned what he wanted by now. Why was he still passive? Since she wouldn't take the initiative, he had to. Is there actually something that could stump your majesty? That's quite intriguing. But now that you're here, tell Iris what it is. I'll do my best to help. Yusef's Iris giggled softly, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. For some reason, she found the man before her quite interesting, devoid of any lecherous intent. She sat beside him, refilling his teacup as it emptied. Thank you. Lionel was surprised, but determined not to let this interruption distract him. Looking at Yusef's Iris seriously, he began. The Du dynasty isn't as glorious as everyone perceives, right? Benefiting greatly from its prime location. His directness left Yusef's Iris momentarily speechless. She wasn't sure if he was praising or criticizing Du. True, but not entirely. Du is indeed glamorous, and its location is excellent. However, it has encountered some difficulties. Yusef's Iris clarified, unwilling to allow anyone to undermine her father and the achievements of past ancestors. But these aren't minor issues, are they? Du has long held the second position among the kingdoms, isolated because of its location. Consequently, it has faded from public view, creating an impression of being obscure. Thus, Du appears somewhat stagnant. Lionel finished his tea and placed the empty cup before her. No matter how strong Du's navy, they were limited to the water. On land, they were like ducks out of water. Therefore, their status remained unchanged, and no one dared upset the balance. This was why Yusef's Iris had initially mentioned that the destruction of any kingdom would break the balance. I didn't expect you to see through it so clearly. Yes, but I'm curious. Why did your majesty suddenly bring this up? Do you have intentions toward Du? Yusef's Iris was unsettled. She hadn't revealed anything yet, but Lionel had already guessed the purpose of her visit. If she hadn't heard it herself, she would find it unbelievable. It seems Du has recognized its shortcomings and wishes to change. So, they sent you, Yusef's Iris, as their representative to the Hildred dynasty. First, to gauge the development of the Hildred dynasty. Second, after fulfilling your requests, they aim to use this opportunity to change Du. That's also why you haven't declared which side you support, right? Leaning back in his chair, Lionel laid out his thoughts. These were trivial matters to him. Even if Du were a tiny territory, he had ways to enact change. Seeing Yusef's Iris's stunned expression, he knew he was mostly correct. Yusef's Iris took a sip of tea to calm herself and turned to Lionel. Are you a devil? Why can you see through everything? Chapter 272. Lionel's mischievous intentions. This isn't hard to guess. Because the Great Xia dynasty has not meddled in affairs of other kingdoms for many years. The reason is simple, having the will but lacking the strength. Lionel looked at Mitzi, who regarded him with admiration, and felt a sense of gratification. After all, who could refuse admiration from a beautiful woman? Mitzi's beauty was unlike any other. It had an aura of nobility amidst its coldness. Her voice was as melodious as a lark. Though isolated from the world, She wasn't like the naively innocent Ember. This is just one reason. Mitzi sighed here. Not only was the Great Yu dynasty isolated from the outside world, but outsiders couldn't get any news from within either. The imperial power of the Great Yu dynasty has weakened over these years. Frasers possess significant military power and are extremely powerful, almost surpassing the royal family. If this continues, the consequences will be perilous and unfavorable for the royal family. Mitzi's eyes darkened. This explained why she had said Lionel's earlier statement was both right and wrong. On the surface, everything seemed splendid, but in reality, the royal family was on thin ice. Moreover, the princes were highly dissatisfied, wondering why her father could sit securely on the throne for so long. Lionel realized the severity of the situation. This didn't happen in the Great Zhou dynasty because the Ford there trusted no one but himself, thus keeping a large portion of the army under his own control. Frasers would never get a chance to rebel. I see. So now, the Great Yu royal family can barely protect itself, let alone have the energy to involve itself in the conflicts of other dynasties. Besides, your navy doesn't play any role on the mainland. Lionel poured himself a cup of tea, glancing sideways at the woman beside him. Had he been too harsh? Nevertheless, she was a woman. He felt a strange guilt. You're correct, she said. But staying in the Hildred dynasty for so long has shown me many different things. Perhaps the Hildred dynasty can really save the current Great Yu dynasty. Hildredenly, Mitzi grabbed Lionel's arm with her delicate hands, her eyes filled with anticipation. If he were willing to help, the Great Yu dynasty wouldn't have to face its current predicament. Seeing Mitzi like this, Lionel had a daring idea, to tease her a little. To help the Great Yu dynasty, he feigned difficulty. Now, the Hildred dynasty has made many enemies. If something happens when I'm helping the Great Yu dynasty, what then? His expression turned serious, indicating he wasn't joking. Mitzi's hope instantly dimmed. Lionel had a point. He was safe within the Hildred dynasty, but stepping out exposed him to many dangers. Any mishap to him would lead to the destruction of the Hildred dynasty. He wasn't foolish enough to trade his entire kingdom for the Great Yu dynasty. Sire, you make valid points. Carissa will consider this further. Please don't worry. Thank you for your kindness, sire. Carissa appreciates it. Despite not getting the desired outcome, she maintained composure. The royal upbringing instilled poise and elegance in her from a young age. Any change now would only disgust Lionel more. Plus, the Great Yu dynasty could hold on a while longer. If Lionel resolved his issues first, it wouldn't be too late to help. Thus, she couldn't leave a bad impression on him. But this is no problem for me, he continued. I'm more curious about what benefits would come from helping the Great Yu dynasty solve its troubles. Leaning on his hand and raising an eyebrow at Mitzi, a rogue charm enveloped him. She was almost starting to redefine her understanding of the man before her. How could he shift personalities so easily? Your Majesty speaks too formally. Our Renata Dowager and the Grand Renata have old ties. Whatever you desire, we will try our best to fulfill. Ask for anything that can help resolve the Great Yu dynasty's problems. It won't be an issue. Mitzi's heart was pounding. This man changed his mind faster than turning a page. In such a short time, she experienced highs and lows. She hoped Lionel wasn't playing games. When she glanced back, he scrutinized her with piercing eyes, seemingly alight with passion. Did he harbor a flicker of desire for her? Swallowing hard, she took a step back. What if I want you? Would the Great Yu Evan bear to part with you? There was a hint of revenge in Lionel's tone. Reflecting further, he thought the Great Yu Evan pitiable. The beloved empress once pursued his own father. Now, his adored daughter might fall into Lionel's hands. The thought caused him to laugh heartily. Looking at Carissa again, he saw her serious expression. Just a joke. Just wanted to surprise you. I have plenty of ladies around me. Of course, I wouldn't rush into adding you to them. Lionel quickly tried to defuse the situation, realizing he went too far. Mitzi felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps a few seconds earlier, she might have agreed. What did he mean by his words? Was she inferior to those women? She wasn't ugly, nor was her figure anything less than excellent. Lionel truly knew how to drive someone mad. Carissa knows you were joking, but it's not funny. This concerns the safety of the entire Great Yu dynasty. Please give it serious thought. After calming herself, she spoke earnestly to Lionel. Lionel paused, lost in thought. Finally, he lifted his head. I will carefully consider this matter and inform you of the decision later. Chapter 273. Deviousness is hereditary. The next day, in the imperial study. Mao, I now know why Basil attacked Yusef's iris, Ellis said as he walked in excitedly. Ignoring his somewhat weary expression, he sat down and took a sip of tea. Tell me more. Hildred Mao was genuinely surprised by how resourceful his father had been. He already knew his father was capable, but this exceeded all expectations. To capture an elite assassin one night and extract the needed information the next, such decisiveness was unmatched by anyone else in this world. The Evan of Deqi wants us to turn against the De Yong dynasty. That's just part of it, Ellis began. Most importantly, he wants to see just how powerful the second-rank dynasty truly is. The ambitions of Deqi have grown exponentially lately. Ellis's expression turned grave. It seemed the Hildred family was merely a stumbling block on Deqi's path to expansion. Even if there hadn't been any prior conflicts, Deqi would find various pretexts to attack other dynasties. His actions had merely provided them with a specific target. I see. It aligns closely with my initial suspicions. But the scale of Deqi's ambition is beyond anything I could imagine. They're not afraid of being overconfident. Hildred Mao's face showed disdain. Deqi's plans would never come to fruition. Who knew they'd encounter such a difficult opponent? In the future, the peak of the continent would undoubtedly belong to the Hildred dynasty. All other minor forces were insignificant. Yes, Deqi's actions are. Ellis struggled to find words to describe such despicable behavior, yet inwardly, he found it revolting. Your Majesty, let's not dwell on these details for now. What they hoped to see didn't happen, and we won't let it happen. I'm more curious about how you managed to get him to confess, Hildred Mao interrupted. My own skills haven't diminished, yet even beating him to a pulp yesterday couldn't make him beg for mercy. Thinking about it, Hildred Mao felt puzzled. Was there something in this world more terrifying than death? On second thought, it made sense. This old man was practically half dead already. Death wasn't much of a deterrent. Unable to think of an answer, he looked expectantly at his father. That's too simple, Ellis replied, proud of himself. Though he was a brute, he wasn't without intelligence. To uncover someone's inner secrets, you must exploit what they fear most. Even their greatest loves can become their biggest fears. Ellis added a touch of mystery, pacing back and forth across the hall with folded arms. For example, Basil, despite his great power, has a weakness for brothels. I capitalized on that. He might lack foresight, falling into the same trap twice, Ellis added, looking almost disdainful. He gave Hildred Mao a knowing look, signaling that he understood the unspoken implications. And after consuming aphrodisiacs, truly a sight too shocking to bear. Indeed, the more evil the trick, the better the result. Yusef Basil will likely never think about women again. This will haunt him for life. Father, I never knew you were so ruthless, Hildred Mao asked, turning to his father with bewilderment. He had underestimated his father's cunning nature. Haunted for life? At the time, he lost all dignity. Reviving his strength would be impossible. He was just a useless decoration anyway. Yesterday, the guards in the prison went too far. They ridiculed him mercilessly, making comparisons. TSK. It was truly miserable. Ellis recalled the scene, unable to look away. A skilled assassin being mocked by prisoners. It was unprecedented. Misinterpreting his sexual preferences, the prisoners teased and taunted him relentlessly. Hildred Mao shivered, rubbing his arms. Father, Yusef's iris seeks our aid. The de Jong royal family has weakened, and local lords wield considerable power. Control is slipping. Thus, Yusef's iris hopes we extend a helping hand. Quick to change the subject, Hildred Mao feared he might vomit if he heard more. After thinking long last night, he concluded that his father was best suited for this task. After all, he had once carved a bloody path through the de Zhou territory. Among these people, only you are fit to assist in reforming the de Jong dynasty. Son, I hope you can take action, helping the de Jong royal family regain its authority. Hashtag chapter 274. Even I am being calculated against. This matter is not difficult, leave it to me. Ellis almost didn't think twice before agreeing. After all, this was his own debt of libertinism, and it was time to settle this emotional score. Father, don't act so carefree. This is no small matter. The internal struggles of the Daong dynasty are no trifles now, and they present significant challenges, Lionel said while looking at his father's confident demeanor, not wanting to dampen his spirits but understanding the complexity of the situation. These vassal kings, who held power in their respective territories, made it incredibly difficult to enter the capital city directly from the border. Do these vassal kings present a challenge comparable to that old fox Carlo? They're just a bunch of old men who can't compare to your son's father, Ellis replied with a dismissive shake of his head. After years of fierce battles, he had faced many formidable opponents, yet had always triumphed. Ellis believed that as long as they were human, there would always be vulnerabilities to exploit. Lionel found his father's attitude somewhat exasperating. Both shared a stubborn streak, unyielding even by 10 oxen. He helped Ellis sit down on the main seat. Father, I understand everything you say, but haven't you forgotten that Daong ranks second among the nations? Come to me if you need anything else. I haven't gone out for a stroll today, so I'm off. With that, Ellis quickly left the imperial study room, feeling rather pleased to have such a capable son who took all the burdens off his shoulders. Lionel stood there, dazed for a moment. Shouldn't have talked so much earlier. My old man is getting more whimsical. Despite his grumbling, he had to bite the bullet. Well, okay. I'll handle it myself. It's not too difficult, just a matter of time. Lionel walked out of the imperial study with his hands behind his back. In the military camp, DeAndre was training the troops according to the methods given by Lionel. Soldiers, war can break out anytime. We must continuously improve ourselves to defend the Hildred dynasty. Therefore, we must never let our guard down. Encouraging the soldiers, DeAndre felt immensely gratified seeing their dedication. A figure approached the entrance of the military camp. Recognizing the golden dragon robe without even needing to see the face, everyone knew who it was. Long live the Evan. Long live, long live, long live. The once enthusiastic parade ground turned deathly silent as every soldier dropped to their knees. Rise. Lionel waved his hand, and the soldiers stood up. Continue. Seeing the soldiers standing still, Lionel added another command. Your Majesty, is there another enemy attack? DeAndre's expression turned serious, ever ready for battle. Lionel slapped the back of his head in exasperation. All you think about is fighting, don't you? DeAndre scratched his head awkwardly. Not really. He wished for peace, but the times were tumultuous. They walked to the largest tent in the training camp. Today, I have a crucial mission for you. Lionel sipped tea calmly. Please command me, Your Majesty. I will do whatever it takes. DeAndre knelt again with a solemn look. Stand up, don't kneel every time. Lionel nearly choked on his tea, waving his hands frantically. He wondered when DeAndre had become so formal with him. DeAndre stood up respectfully. I want you to train a naval force, preferably one that can compete with Daong. Do it quickly, and keep it secret. Not even your most trusted comrades can know. Lionel added after some thought, not out of distrust but to avoid unnecessary panic. Your Majesty, not to refuse. My water skills aren't particularly good, and training such an army is no easy feat. Whether we can succeed is uncertain. Competing with Daong's navy would be too challenging. DeAndre's face showed his concerns. Daong ranked second with unique geographical advantages, and reportedly had an exceptionally skilled navy. Fear not, I have ways to deal with this. Lionel reassured him with a smile. Chapter 275. What would you do then? The next day, DeAndre, following Lionel's instructions, selected a very robust team of new recruits. They were all burly men, but uniquely had particularly fair skin. Since you've joined the military, you can't fear hardship or exhaustion. In the military, obeying orders is the soldier's duty. Understood? DeAndre's authoritative voice resonated across the entire training field. This place was still the feng shui treasure spot he found overnight the previous night. Behind this training camp lay a small river, providing excellent convenience for their training. Understood. The soldiers stood with legs shoulder-width apart, hands clasped behind their backs, spines straight. Their voices were synchronized and echoed into the sky. Throughout the camp, it was evident that morale among the soldiers was soaring. Seeing this scene, DeAndre nodded in satisfaction. He then stood at the front of the line, continuing to explain the upcoming training exercises. On the platform, Yusef's iris, how do you feel about it? Lionel looked down at the army as if already envisioning its future. Yusef's iris sized up the situation. Her expression turned somber. Your Majesty, it's not that Iris doubts your capability, but this army doesn't seem much different from any other. For such an army to defeat the several vassal kings of the Dayu dynasty seems unrealistic. Yusef's iris spoke the truth. She was glad deep down that Lionel had agreed to aid the Dayu dynasty. Yet this outcome left her somewhat unsatisfied. Looking at the troops below, she felt the vassal kings indeed had superior strength. Yusef's iris, don't worry. This is just the initial form of the army. If I can make this army surpass those vassal kings' naval forces within 3 months, what would you do then? Lionel smiled. There was nothing in this world he couldn't achieve if he wanted to. For him, a modern-day transmigrator, it was child's play. Yusef's iris could not help turning to look at the man beside her, her throat tightening. From the first meeting, she knew this man was rather arrogant, and his confidence had not diminished over time. If that happens, whatever your Majesty demands, Iris will agree. Deep down, Yusef's iris still had some doubt. 3 months was too short. Her uncle's naval forces had a long history. How could a group of greenhorns possibly beat experienced veterans? Difficult. No problem. Hearing this, Lionel chuckled confidently. If given a lever, he believed he could lift the world, let alone train an army. Yusef's iris stiffened at his laughter, inexplicably feeling a strange sensation upon first seeing this man, believing there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. DeAndre stood before everyone, delivering his speech seriously, more so than usual. From now on, each of you must strictly follow the plan. If you cannot, leave. Our next opponent is the Dayu dynasty's navy. Do we have the confidence? DeAndre employed both praise and criticism effectively. Not only did he inspire willingness to train, but also boosted overall morale. Yes. Hearing Dayu dynasty, the soldiers were momentarily stunned. But then they thought, if even the mighty Dayan dynasty fell so badly, perhaps the Dayu dynasty was just a paper tiger? Reassured by this, they felt their confidence grow. Yusef's iris observed all this, breathing a sigh of relief. If Lionel really could enable this army to triumph over the Dayu dynasty's navy within a short period, placing all bets on him might not be so bad. On the other side, in the Daki imperial study, Your Majesty, the spy reports that Baylor has lost contact for quite some time. He may have been captured by the Hildrix Swang dynasty, the minister stated gravely. Indeed, Ellis knows Baylor inside out. The master's face darkened. Baylor was no small fry. If he had been outwitted by Hildrix Swang, it suggested Hildrix Swang's power. What? Daki, Evan rose in anger, disbelief written all over his face. Baylor might be a lecherous man, but never one to vanish without cause. Realizing something might indeed have happened, he sat back down, deep in thought. Your Majesty, please calm down. Even great warriors have moments of failure. Trying to soothe the Ford, the master spoke. His words, however, only made the Ford angrier. Grabbing a nearby document, he hurled it at the master's face. How could Daki tolerate such blemishes? This person lacked self-awareness and dared mention such things. Your Majesty, calm down. The master, terrified, knelt immediately, trembling. Though unaware why the Ford held grudges against the Hildred family, he knew the Ford's hatred well. Now realizing he had overstepped boundaries, especially regarding Hildred family matters, which always incited the Ford's wrath. Feeling unsatisfied, the Ford approached the master, kicking him fiercely twice. Today, I'll let it slide. Speak like that again, and don't blame me. Swearing, the Ford returned to his seat. Yes, yes, yes. The master bit his lip in pain, saying nothing. Staring at the map opposite him, the Ford's eyes blazed. Determined, he gave final instructions. Order the 10 greatest experts of the Daki dynasty to head to the Hildrix Swang dynasty. Eliminate Ellis at any cost. No matter the cost, Ellis must not live freely. Yes. Just as the master was about to leave, have our iron cavalry move as well. Sweep through the Hildrix Swang dynasty within 2 months. The master froze, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, awaiting orders. Chapter 276. Chi receives a harsh winter package. As the weather changed, the temperature plummeted rapidly. The citizens of the entire Hildred dynasty capital city swapped their usual attire for thicker robes. Sigh. Why has this winter come earlier than in previous years? Now, I had planned to grow more crops for winter, and it's all ruined, one woman lamented. What are we going to do with such harsh cold? Will we starve in the capital city? Another asked in distress. Do you think it's the heavens punishing us because Gray is warring with Chi? A few women chattered nervously in huddles. Because of the extreme cold, most chose to stay indoors. A group of relatives sat together around a fire, chatting animatedly despite the chill. Why are you speaking so loudly about this? I don't want to die along with you. One woman suddenly turned serious. It wasn't that she believed in ghosts or spirits. Rather, she saw the Evan as someone sent by heaven to save them. Aaliyah quickly realized her mistake, stood up, and helped her sister-in-law sit down. Look at my bluntness, that's not what I meant. We all see and remember the good that Gray has done for us, Aaliyah hastily added with a smile, noticing her thorn in his heart. Ron tried to comfort him, placing a hand on Lionel's shoulder. As long as there's hope, we cannot give up. We will do our best, and the rest is left to fate. Lionel met his father's reddened eyes and nodded solemnly. At that moment, DeAndre hurried over, leaving footprints in the snow like a work of art. Your Majesty, retired Evan, she greeted formally. The Qi's army is advancing towards the borders of the Hildred dynasty. If nothing changes, they'll reach our border in half a month. Her expression was grave. With the harsh winter coinciding with war, this was far from a good omen. This the Qi is just as impatient as ever. Hildredly, the news of Seoul's capture has already been sent back, Ron said, standing on the palace wall, overlooking the vast expanse covered in thick snow, a poignant yet beautiful sight. Retired Evan, the capital city is full of prying eyes beyond our control, DeAndre admitted, feeling responsible. Since the Ford's ascension, the influx of merchants only made matters harder. Despite their vigilance, they couldn't prevent leaks entirely. Well, since the Qi can't wait any longer, neither should we. It's time to teach them a lesson, Ron stated, thinking back to Lionel's words. Images of the Hildred clan filled his mind, fueling his anger. He swore to make the Qi's Ford kneel before the Hildred family shrine and repent. This was his next goal. Father, stop worrying unnecessarily. The Duchy Ford, treating you and the Hildred clan this way, must expect the consequences, Lionel said, knowing well that he had stirred his father's fighting spirit. Yet, he did not wish for his father to endure hardship during this brutal winter. Ron glanced at Lionel, but remained silent. DeAndre understood the situation. Ron cared deeply about the Hildred clan, while the Ford was concerned for his health, leading to this tension. Retired Evan, Your Majesty, there's no need to argue. Regardless, the Qi cannot be allowed to remain. Our priority should be preparing fully to ensure their army returns empty-handed. We must also show that the Hildred dynasty isn't an easy target. DeAndre stepped in, aware of the tension between the two. I will lead the troops personally this time, Ron declared after a long pause, looking into Lionel's eyes, his resolve unwavering. No. Lionel refused immediately, his face darkening. DeAndre stayed silent, knowing it was best not to intervene. Father, listen to me. I have a plan to guarantee victory, Lionel pleaded, grabbing his father's arm, his tone softer. Ron frowned, scrutinizing his son before believing him. Tell me your plan. Ron relented. Lionel's lips curved upward in relief. Ian, how many soldiers did Azrael leave behind? DeAndre thought for a moment. About 100. Prepare them for the attack. Use the snow as cover and bury explosives ahead of time. At the same time, prepare battering rams to crush this enemy force. Lionel instructed. Chapter 277. Nearly annihilated. Half a month later, not far from the Hildred dynasty's border, an army clad in dark armor stood firm amidst the snow. The biting cold wind howled, and the large banner inscribed with Qi continuously swayed in place. Soldiers, before us lies the border of the Hildred dynasty. We must seize it in one fell swoop. We cannot give them even a hint of a chance to retaliate. Leading the way on a tall horse was Jimmy, dispatched by the Great Xia Empire. His heart was unusually calm. He had never felt this serene. In his eyes, the Hildred dynasty was merely a small, insignificant kingdom that didn't require him to use all his might. Please rest assured, Atli. To deal with this group of incompetent fools, even a small squad would be enough. Atli, just watch and see. The Kermit tightened his grip on his weapon, his face full of arrogance. Today, he intended not only to gain fame among his peers, but also to let the entire world witness how utterly useless the Hildred dynasty was. Useless to the point of being unable to resist a mere small force. Yes, Atli, handling such a bunch of cowards doesn't need so many men. We can do it alone. Please grant permission, sir. I request to engage. We will make sure these people understand the power of Great Qi. They dare challenge us? Truly, they have grown tired of living. Behind the Kermit, the soldiers became increasingly arrogant, their faces filled with disdain and contempt. Gripping their weapons tightly, they raised them high, shouting loudly. Their momentum was overwhelming, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. No need. The Hildred dynasty has offended the entire Great Qi Empire, not just you inexperienced ones. We only need everyone to attack together and capture this city as quickly as possible. Then proceed south until we conquer the entire Hildred dynasty. Jimmy shook his head, refusing the Kermit's proposal. He clearly understood the Evans' intentions. It wasn't just about capturing this city. It was about eradicating the entire Hildred dynasty, so there was no need to play games. A hint of disappointment flashed across the Kermit's face, but he quickly regained composure. As long as he could kill more on the battlefield, there was no need for quibbling over minor matters. You're right, Atli. We must take the Hildred dynasty down as quickly as possible. Soldiers, don't show any mercy. The Kermit smiled, encouraging the troops behind him. They raised their banners high, and morale soared instantly. Charge! Crush them! Jimmy pointed his sword at the Hildred dynasty's border city. The soldiers of Great Qi spurred their horses forward courageously. Just as the army advanced less than 5 miles, a massive explosion echoed suddenly. Along with the swirling snowflakes, limbs of Qi soldiers flew through the air. Explosions rang out continuously, startling the Qi army, which had been marching in perfect formation, now in utter chaos. Scattering to both sides, they tried desperately to escape. Unexpectedly, traps were set all around the perimeter. Within moments, 3/4 of the Great Qi army lay dead, bodies strewn everywhere, blood turning the earth red. The soldiers stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief and regret. Stop! Stop immediately! The loud explosions left Jimmy's ears ringing. By the time he reacted, only a scattered few of his troops remained. He shouted urgently at the remaining forces. Unfortunately, the horses, picked meticulously from the best stables of Qi, now bolted uncontrollably. Several frightened horses galloped wildly in the snow. Another series of explosions sounded, and more soldiers fell. Those who hadn't yet reached the front hastily tightened their reins, barely escaping disaster. Seeing comrades in arms fall, none could remain unaffected. Though still astride their horses, many felt their legs go weak, falling off their mounts. Gee General, we're ambushed. The Kermit shivered as he spoke. He felt a chill down his pants accompanied by the smell of urine, which soon froze solid. Can't you see? Jimmy frowned, bellowing at the Kermit. His previous bravado and authority vanished, replaced by an almost imperceptible panic. Seeing mutilated corpses, his stomach churned, nearly causing him to vomit everything from last night. Turning away, he took a deep breath, but even that made the thick scent of blood in the air more pronounced. Stabbing his sword into the snow, he knelt on one knee. Trying to suppress his thoughts, he reminded himself of countless battles fought. Yet, today's scene affected him deeply. Ugh. Seeing the general vomit, others followed suit. After some time, they began regaining their composure. Organize your attire and line up, Lieutenant. Count them in. Jimmy's face turned pale, standing like a sturdy pine tree amidst the carnage. As their leader, he couldn't falter. Otherwise, what remained of the Great Xia army would be lost. Yes, sir. The Kermit ran swiftly to the remaining soldiers, who lined up according to height as always. Soon, everyone gathered. Pulling out his roster, the Kermit began calling names, his expression worsening as he went. 3 or 4 pages in, many names received no response. Before the battle even started, nearly 50,000 had perished. Reporting to the Atli, all troops are here. We have around 350,000 left. Atli. The Kermit's eyes welled up with tears, which turned into icy beads in the snow. Jimmy raised his hand, signaling silence. Then, leading the surviving soldiers, he knelt before the fallen, eyes red-rimmed. The Hildred dynasty showed no mercy. Neither will we. Rest in peace. He bowed profoundly 3 times to the fallen soldiers. With the Kermit's support, he stood, gazing at the distant border city of the Hildred dynasty, deep in thought. He hadn't anticipated such ruthless tactics from the Hildred dynasty from the very start. We must not act rashly. Let's deliberate before making any decisions. Chapter 278. Another decisive victory. On the other side, at the border city of Hildred dynasty, they were thought to have some brains. Turns out they are no different from what we expected. DeAndre looked at the smoky battlefield not far away, her lips involuntarily curling upward. She never expected that the unstoppable Qi she heard so much about would be no more than this. They had lost many generals even before reaching the gate of Hildred dynasty's border city. This is also due to the Ford's foresight. The Qi has always been famous for its iron cavalry. Without this trump card, I wonder how long they can still be arrogant. They indeed look quite miserable. Who would have thought they offended someone they shouldn't? The deputy general magically pulled a bottle of wine from his pocket and poured half for DeAndre. The two stood on the city wall, drinking wine to keep warm while watching Qi's troops retreat in disarray. Is it that pitiful? DeAndre frowned, turning to glance at Matt General with a serious expression. A bit, but compared to what the Qi Ford did to the Hildred family, it's nothing. If the Qi dares to do this, they must be prepared to face the Ford's wrath. The Ford is well known for being protective of his own. To cause the Hildred family to lose everything and still expect to get away scot-free? Dream on. The deputy general laughed, finding that Qi's actions were self-inflicted and deserved. If they hadn't created such trouble from the beginning, things wouldn't have turned out like this. DeAndre smiled and finished the cup of wine in one gulp. She didn't expect this battle to be so easy and impressive, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She had a strong premonition that the current Hildred dynasty was not just capable of matching Qi in a battle, it could completely overwhelm them. It seemed that Hildred dynasty's name was destined to become famous throughout the entire continent. The strategist reported this explosive news to the prince, inwardly feeling a mix of emotions. He couldn't believe how swift and ruthless Hildred dynasty's actions were. Without showing themselves, they gave Qi's army a shocking blow. Looks like Qi was destined to lose face in front of all the dynasties. The Beni couldn't help but feel uneasy, standing up and seriously examining the strategist. The strategist lacked the courage to deceive him. It seems our decision to ally with Hildred dynasty was the right choice. Wonder what the allied armies of Qi think upon hearing this news. Desert will forever stand by Hildred dynasty. After all, we still have plenty of supplies given by Lionel. We cannot act rashly. The Beni felt a chill run down his spine. He thanked Lionel's goodwill. Without this relationship, he might have blindly provoked Hildred dynasty. Now, not only was he safe, but he could enjoy unconditional benefits from Hildred dynasty. Please rest assured, Your Highness. The strategist, fearing the prince's concern about his discretion, patted his chest and promised. Of course, we won't remain passive either. Since we received Hildred dynasty's kindness, let's spread the word freely. After tonight, everyone must know this. The Beni curled his lips into a sly smile. He wanted to see how Qi would handle this situation. Hildreddenly. But the current issue required their collective effort. Another silence ensued as all eyes turned to Anselu. Anselu stroked his graying beard and slowly spoke. Carissa must no longer stay in Hildred dynasty. Chapter 279. The Great Qi's Bait. Inside the Great Qi military camp, the soldiers of Great Qi hung their heads in dejection, clearly still reeling from the shock of the incident. As soon as I close my eyes, all I can see is the explosion that day. I have no idea what that thing was, but it was terrifyingly powerful, one soldier said to his companion who was sitting nearby. His face showed an expression of astonishment, not expecting the Hildred dynasty to possess something so formidable tonight. The power was overwhelming. After so many years of warfare, it's my first time witnessing such a weapon. It seems this Hildred dynasty isn't as we imagined. Dealing with them won't be easy, a middle-aged man mused, narrowing his eyes as if deep in thought. His mind kept flashing with the faces of fallen comrades. While he hated the Hildred dynasty in his heart, he knew rash actions could not be taken at this critical moment. Soon, murmurs spread throughout the entire camp. We thought the Hildred dynasty would crumble easily before our iron cavalry, but this outcome greatly exceeded our expectations. Apparently, capturing the Hildred dynasty within a short period of time is impossible. Charging forward would only result in certain death. I didn't even get to meet our opponents and encountered such a disaster. This has been the most humiliating battle in history. Whispers multiplied rapidly. Within moments, the morale of every soldier had completely plummeted. In their eyes, the Hildred dynasty was no longer a weakling ripe for plundering. It now possessed formidable strength. Thinking of this, they realized that this assault on the Hildred dynasty might turn into a lifelong endeavor, or perhaps even until old age, without being able to breach this fortress city. Soldiers gathered around the fireplaces in clusters, their faces filled with gloom. Jimmy watched the low morale of his troops, his mood turning heavy. He understood deeply that conquering the Hildred dynasty wouldn't be as simple as initially thought. At this moment, thoughts of retreating crossed his mind but were immediately dismissed. If he retreated now, the status and reputation of the first dynasty of Great Xia would surely be challenged, leading to unimaginable consequences. After weighing the pros and cons, Jimmy raised his head, as if making a significant decision. Braden, this war must succeed, and failure is not an option, he commanded Matt General, who was warming himself by the fire. Braden's brows furrowed, lips slightly parted as if preparing to speak, but seeing Jimmy's stern expression, he dared not utter a word. Did they fear resistance from the Hildred dynasty? Given the vast disparity between Great Xia and Hildred dynasty, the latter wouldn't dare resist. Soon, city after city was emptied. 2 days later, in the court of the Hildred dynasty, Your Majesty, the civilians of Aliaking vanished overnight, and the city burned for 3 days straight. A muscular man stepped forward, his face filled with anger. Before the Evan could respond, another official stood up. Your Majesty, the civilians of Licheng also disappeared. The civilians of Klojun are gone too. Combined, 3 cities worth of civilians had vanished in a single night, enraging the Evan enough to slam his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne. Veins bulged on his forehead, breathing quickened, and a dark, murderous aura enveloped him. What is the meaning of this? The Evan's voice was icy cold, devoid of emotion. The court officials immediately kneeled, burying their heads, afraid to breathe loudly. Finally, one official slowly stood. Your Majesty, the Great Xia army, having failed to gain an advantage over the Hildred dynasty, decided to use the civilians of surrounding cities as bait. Their aim is to ensure a smooth advance towards the border cities of Hildred dynasty. A heavily armored general knelt down with bloodshot eyes. He couldn't bear the thought of his fiercely protected civilians now in such a state. Hearing the Great Xia connection, the ministers trembled with fear, knowing that's happened. Going before Gray now would be nothing short of trouble for our family. Old Atli Song looked at his beloved daughter and felt a pang of frustration. Did she really need to jeopardize the entire Song family to find peace? He had no sons left and couldn't afford to lose this last remaining child. Father, have you considered what might happen if the whole empire loses the support of its people? Without their backing, the Qin Ford will be alone, said Fernanda, worried about the future of the realm where she grew up. With that, she prepared to leave. But as she walked out of the mansion, someone stopped her. Atli Song, where are you heading? A man in armor blocked Fernanda's path, flanked by the Billy. Move aside. Fernanda frowned, clearly displeased. Just as she tried to go around him, the guard surrounded her. Sorry, Atli Song. The Evan has instructed us to keep you under strict watch during this time. You mustn't leave the estate.